Chapter 1. The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. You little brat. The girl has been waiting for over half an hour. You didn't even reply to her messages. And her grandfather called me, asking what's going on. Are you trying to deceive him? Is this how you handle a blind date? He'll ask you straight though you even want a wife or not. Outside Binhai East Station, in a small hotel room, Yang Fei curled up on the bed, drenched in sweat. The unbearable pain twisted his chiseled, handsome face, making it appear somewhat grotesque. The agony, as if his veins were about to burst, had plagued him numerous times before. But each instance was excruciatingly unbearable. This particular bout of pain had persisted for a full half hour, finally beginning to ease slightly. At that moment, he held his phone, listening to an elderly person's angry complaints on the line. I was delayed by some unexpected circumstances, Yang Fei replied, trying to suppress the pain. I must have kept her waiting for a long time. She must be furious and have left by now, right? Humph. So you do realize she'd be angry? You're unbelievable. You can't just stand someone up for such an important occasion as a blind date. But the girl has a good temperament, and she's really invested in this. She's still waiting for you. Hurry over there and make sure to apologize properly. Yang Fei was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the girl was still waiting for him. Okay, they'll head over now. Gotta go, he said hurriedly before hanging up. As he ended the call, the pain in his body gradually faded away. He let out a sigh of relief, but a deep sense of sorrow and helplessness flashed in his bright eyes. It's getting worse. Is this what it feels like to be a fallen hero? A year ago, he was the renowned king of madmen, celebrated worldwide. But now he was a broken man, battered and burdened with hidden ailments. Thinking of his former glory, Yang Fei felt a wave of desolation wash over him, filled with helplessness and resentment. Just then, his WeChat chimed with a new message. He opened his phone to find a message. How much longer? Before that, there was another message. Are you coming? The previous message had been sent half an hour ago. Feeling quite embarrassed, Yang Fei quickly replied, Sorry, I got held up by something unexpected. Are you still there? He'll be there in no more than 10 minutes. He had already pinpointed the location for the blind date. It wouldn't take long to get there from where he was. The reply came swiftly. Okay, just one word lacking enthusiasm. But then again, as the man, he had shown up 30 minutes late without prior notice. Anyone would be upset in her shoes. Yet she was still there waiting, and he expected her to be enthusiastic about him. Wait a minute. Didn't they say most women in the country nowadays are like fairies? How could her temperament be so good? She couldn't possibly be an ugly duckling, could she? Otherwise, how could she remain so composed after waiting so long for a tardy date? Yang Fei couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, not daring to hold high hopes for his blind date's looks. But he still had to go. Just the fact that she had waited so long meant he owed her an in-person apology. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the coffee shop for their meeting. A seat by the window caught his eye, where sunlight streamed through, illuminating a graceful figure. The woman had her hair pulled back into a simple ponytail, her long neck elegantly poised as she sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. On the table in front of her sat a cup of tea. Although he hadn't seen her face yet, Yang Fei felt a sense of relief. Judging by her demeanor, she must be quite attractive. At the same time, he felt a twinge of guilt. Being nearly an hour late for their first meeting surely left a terrible impression on her. He couldn't help but feel helpless. When he exited the station, an elderly man suddenly collapsed, convulsing on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. As a doctor, he couldn't just stand by and watch. The man was saved, but once again, Yang Fei was hit by a wave of excruciating pain, forcing him to find a room to hide in until the pain subsided, not wanting to scare anyone with his grimacing face during an episode. Hello, are you Qin Yanyang? Yang Fei approached her, mustering the courage to ask. The woman looked up at him. Sunlight bathed her in a halo of purity. As he gazed at her, Yang Fei's heart raced, yet he felt an inexplicable calm wash over him. Qin Yanyang closed her book, stood up, and nodded slightly at him, extending a delicate hand to point to the sofa across from her. Please take a seat. Her voice was pleasant, Yang Fei thought to himself. As he settled in across from her, a waiter approached. Good afternoon, sir. What would you like to drink? Tea, he replied. Once the waiter left, Yang Fei looked at the woman who fulfilled all his aesthetic fantasies about Eastern women and said apologetically, I'm Yang Fei. I'm really sorry for being so late on our first meeting. Qin Yanyang nodded slightly and replied, It's all right. I had no plans today, so waiting a bit longer is no bother. She seemed to be a very easygoing person, even when others made mistakes. She would give them a chance to explain and wouldn't easily get angry. Generous and tolerant, just like her impressive figure. Yet, Yang Fei could sense that beneath this generosity lay an invisible air of aloofness that made it hard to get close. I'm 24 years old. I enjoy tranquility reading, watching movies, and hiking. I currently teach at ButHiswife University while also working on some project developments. Sometimes my job is quite easy, but at other times I work day and night, even unable to go home. Can you adapt to? Or rather, can you accept that? Just when Yang Fei was unsure how to navigate this awkward blind date, Qin Yanyang spoke up first. Yang Fei was slightly taken aback. According to his prior online research about blind date protocols, this seemed a bit off. Clearing his throat, he decided to mimic her introduction. I'm Yang Fei, 23 years old, just returned to the country, and currently unemployed. I guess I'm a doctor, the certified kind. As for hobbies, cough, they're quite similar to yours. I really didn't say that just to please you. Qin Yanyang smiled slightly. It was unclear whether it was because Yang Fei imitated her introduction or because his last remark. Well, shouldn't you be asking me about my family background, income, what car I drive, how many properties I own, and how much savings I have? Yang Fei thought of the blind date videos he had watched online and couldn't help but remind her. Qin Yanyang looked at him in surprise, her lips curling into a captivating smile. I have all of that. She continued. Did you bring your household registration booklet? Chapter 2. Laozi makes you a widower. As Yang Fei stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he and Qin Yanyang each held a red booklet. Yang Fei lit a cigarette, feeling the urge to find a quiet place to calm down. Although he had returned for a blind date and promised his master to try to get along with his partner, he never expected things to progress so quickly. What was even more surprising was that the woman was more proactive than he was. Watching Qin Yanyang place the marriage certificate into her beige handbag, Yang Fei could no longer hold back and asked, "What exactly do you see in me?" Qin Yanyang blinked and replied, "You don't look unpleasant." Yang Fei was taken aback. "Is that it?" Qin Yanyang pointed to her eyes and said, "I have a good eye for people. Plus, my grandfather never lies to me. He said he would find me a reliable man who could take care of me for a lifetime, so here I am. Besides, if I don't marry you, I'll have to follow my parents' arrangements and marry someone I really dislike." As she finished, she looked at Yang Fei apologetically and added, "Marrying me might bring you a lot of trouble. Are you?" Yang Fei waved his hand dismissively and said, "Trouble doesn't matter to me. I just feel like this is all moving a bit too fast. Are we really getting married?" Qin Yanyang nodded. "Yes, we are." "Seriously?" Yang Fei asked. Qin Yanyang smiled slightly. "You don't seem like someone who makes impulsive decisions without thinking. Since you didn't refuse before we got the certificate, why are you hesitating now?" Yang Fei felt his face flush. Damn, this woman saw right through him. How pretentious. "So, why did you agree to marry me?" Qin Yanyang countered. Yang Fei thought for a moment and replied, "What if I said I've seen the world's splendor and now just want a simple life? Would you believe me?" Qin Yanyang shook her head. Speak plainly. Clearly, she didn't buy it. What a load of nonsense. She was just a year younger than him. Yet she acted as if she had seen it all. "I come from a remote and poor place. I'm an orphan, raised by my uncle. When I was 13, I met my master, who gave me a chance to succeed. Now I'm facing the biggest obstacle in my life. My master said you are my opportunity. As long as I marry you, I can turn bad luck into good," Yang Fei said. Qin Yanyang frowned slightly, unsure if she believed him, but she didn't press further. "I hope we can be honest with each other moving forward. I have things to do this afternoon. Here's the key to my house. I'll send you the address on WeChat. Contact me by phone if you need anything." With that, she drove off in her red Mercedes, leaving Yang Fei watching the car disappear into the distance. He looked up at a window on a building across the street, furrowing his brow. Was someone watching Qin Yanyang? What kind of person was his wife, really? Meanwhile, in the car, Qin Yanyang's expression turned icy as she dialed a number. "Zhang Yanqing, this is the first and last time I'll say this. If I catch you sending someone to watch me again, I'll break your legs." There was a moment of silence on the line before a voice, clearly suppressing anger, responded, "Yanyang, do you really have to take it this far to escape our engagement? That was just a one-sided wish from my parents and your Zhang family. I, along with my grandfather, never agreed to your proposal." Qin Yanyang retorted decisively. "Who is he? In this world, besides me, Zhang Yanqing, who is worthy of you, Qin Yanyang? You are a daughter of heaven, a phoenix soaring above the 9 heavens. What is he? Does he even qualify?" The anger could no longer be suppressed, his voice resonating with a deep roar and a shout. Qin Yanyang calmly replied, "Even if he were a pile of cow dung, from now on, he is my man, Qin Yanyang. and he will be the most fertile nutrient in the world. With that, she hung up the phone directly. In the prime villa area of the imperial capital, in one of the villas, Zhang Yinqing listened to the busy signal on the phone, his handsome face twisted with a hint of ferocity as he smashed the phone onto the ground. Bang! The phone shattered into pieces. Zhang Yinqing gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, you are mine, and no one can take you away. Do you think you can just find some random man to be a shield? Do you think getting married will let you escape from me? Then I'll make you a widow." The woman I, Zhang Yinqing, have set my eyes on is either unmarried or a widow. He is the second young master of the Zhang family, which is currently thriving. Who dares to lay a finger on the woman preordained for him? On the other side, after getting into a taxi, Yang Fei was asked by the driver where he was headed. He quickly pulled out his phone and saw a location sent by Qin Yanyang, then told the driver the address. "Wow, that's the most prestigious wealthy villa area in Binhai," the driver exclaimed upon hearing the address, constantly glancing at Yang Fei through the rearview mirror with a look of disbelief. Yang Fei even caught the driver's skeptical gaze. He smiled in response, but didn't say anything. Looking at his phone, he noticed he only had 2 friends, one labeled as master and the other as blind date. After some thought, he changed the blind date label to wife. Just as he finished updating the label, he noticed a new message on his social media and couldn't resist clicking on it. It was a post by Qin Yanyang, featuring 2 pictures, the cover of their marriage certificate and the contents inside. The caption read, "In the days to come, please take care of me." Upon seeing those 8 words, Yang Fei felt an unprecedented warmth and tenderness in his heart, a charming smile forming on his lips. He left a message, "Take care of each other, hand in hand." Little did he know, Qin Yanyang's post had dropped a nuclear bomb into the upper echelons of the true elite society in the imperial capital, stirring up tremendous waves. After exiting Qin Yanyang's social media, Yang Fei poked his master but received no response. "Sigh, master, do you even consider me a true disciple?" Yang Fei lamented helplessly in his heart. It felt as if he had a master, yet at the same time, he did not. When he was 13, the old man suddenly appeared, giving him a chance. For the past 10 years, it had always been the old man reaching out to him unilaterally, essentially letting him grow on his own. Once he made a name for himself overseas, the old man would occasionally ask him to do something. A year after that incident, the old man surprisingly reached out to him again, sharing his current health condition and seeking a treatment method. The old man told him to return to China, saying that everything would fall into place if he married a woman named Qin Yanyang. The old man had a penchant for riddles, and although Yang Fei was filled with questions, he had no way to seek answers. At a traffic light intersection, the car came to a stop to wait for the red light. Yang Fei was just about to ask how much longer it would take to reach their destination when he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He turned around abruptly. A concrete mixer truck was roaring towards them from behind, showing no signs of braking. Yang Fei's pupils dilated. There was no time to think. He shouted, "Get out of the car." With that, he forcefully flung open the car door and launched himself out of the back seat of the taxi like an arrow released from a bow. Crash! The mixer truck collided violently with the taxi. The rear half of the taxi was crushed like a pancake, and the entire vehicle was propelled forward by the immense inertia of the truck. The mixer truck showed no signs of slowing down, mercilessly pushing the taxi ahead until it finally slammed into a small hill 20 meters away on the opposite side. Chapter 3. Strength to protect my husband. The driver of the cement mixer truck is dead. 2 people have died, marking it as a serious traffic accident. Yang Fei, being the only survivor and eyewitness at the scene, cooperated with the police and provided a statement. In the end, the incident was classified as a traffic accident. As Yang Fei stepped out of the police station, the night had enveloped the city and darkness had fallen. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. His narrowed eyes sparkled with a sharp light, and an invisible aura of killing intent radiated from him. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, he noticed someone covertly monitoring him from the opposite building. This led him to believe that the incident was not a mere traffic accident. Someone wanted him dead. It certainly wasn't he due to his identity being exposed. Those who knew his true identity wouldn't resort to such childish tactics. It must be an issue related to Qin Yanyang. Marrying her really has its complications, he murmured to himself after finishing a cigarette and tossing the butt aside. Previously, he thought the so-called troubles were just a few suitors or admirers of Qin Yanyang acting out of jealousy, creating some petty troubles for him. He hadn't anticipated that the other party would be so ruthless, aiming directly for his life. He felt a bit at a loss. Yang Fei furrowed his brow in frustration. According to his nature, he wouldn't let revenge wait until the next day. However, he had just returned to the country and had no power or influence here. Even those allies he once had overseas were inaccessible to him now. The last ambush they faced, The enemy was able to pinpoint their location with such precision, which indicated that the problem lay within his own side rather than the enemy's intelligence being particularly formidable. If he were in peak condition, he could crush everything. But now, due to concerns about triggering a painful hidden injury, he could only suppress his strength, maintaining at most 30% of his combat ability. Until his strength was restored, he must not expose his whereabouts, or the consequences could be dire. Since they've already made a move, I believe they won't stop until they achieve their goal, Yang Fei muttered to himself. Unable to trace the mastermind behind the scenes for now, he could only wait for the next attack. Binhai Garden, the most expensive villa area in Binhai City. Qin Yanyang's villa spans 3 floors, covering a total area of 400 square meters, with an additional 200 square meters of lawn and garden. The villa is decorated in a high-end, light luxury style. When Yang Fei entered, the spacious villa was empty. There were no permanent servants. They only hired housekeepers occasionally for cleaning and maintaining the plants. The refrigerator was stocked with fresh fruits and vegetables. Before cooking, Yang Fei called Qin Yanyang to ask if she would be home for dinner. She replied that she had to work late and would eat at school. Consequently, Yang Fei only prepared a single serving for dinner. He didn't mention the car accident at all. Meanwhile, in a bustling district of the capital, on the top floor of a landmark building, there was a private club established by the true elite of the city, known as the Hall of Fame. It was the kind of place where, without sufficient background or status, even money couldn't buy you a ticket in. Thanks to a social media post by Qin Yanyang, the Hall of Fame was particularly lively today. In this circle, this is monumental news. As a result, some young elites who rarely make an appearance gathered here today, all discussing the matter. Zhang Yunqing is among them. He has already had quite a bit to drink. Just moments ago, he received a scolding from his older brother over the phone. In the Zhang family, aside from a few elders, only his older brother dares to reprimand him. His brother is not only a figure he reveres, but also universally recognized as the top young talent. However, how can he accept this? The woman he had set his sights on is marrying some unknown upstart from who knows where, and he feels as if he has been slapped in the face. What's worse, he was told to deal with that guy, but it ended in failure. When his brother called, demanding he stop these meaningless actions, he, of course, felt defiant. Yet, he couldn't dare disobey his brother's orders. All he could do was drown his sorrows in alcohol. Don't you understand, Qin Yanyang? A woman like her would never willingly marry some mysterious nobody. It's just a tantrum. She's looking for a scapegoat. Besides, in the entire capital, who is worthy of her except for you, Zhang Yunqing? His friends tried to reason with him. Zhang Yunqing snorted, still unable to hide his anger. Just then, the lively venue suddenly fell quiet. Everyone looked up to see a young woman striding toward them, dressed in a fitted white shirt, black cropped pants, high heels, and a simple ponytail. Yanyang. Upon seeing her, Zhang Yunqing excitedly rushed forward. The woman reached him and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap. Smack! Zhang Yunqing stood there in shock, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at Qin Yanyang. You smack. She followed up with another crisp slap, echoing through the room. Zhang Yunqing trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. However, he desperately suppressed his rage, afraid to move. The entire hall was eerily silent, everyone staring in disbelief with their mouths agape. They all knew each other in this circle, even if some had private grievances. They usually managed to maintain appearances. Qin Yanyang slapping him in public was simply outrageous. Yet, no one spoke up. No one dared to intervene. Didn't I warn you? Qin Yanyang asked, her tone calm, her emotions concealed. Zhang Yunqing took a deep breath and looked at her, saying, What warning? Yanyang, what is wrong with you today? How have I offended you? Many in the room had engaged in unsavory behaviors, but admitting to them face to face was impossible. Where's the evidence? Yanyang, you're being unreasonable. Apologize to Qin Yun right now. At that moment, a voice came from behind. A middle-aged man in his 30s walked over confidently. He was refined and handsome, with a few striking similarities to Qin Yanyang. Qin Gu, Brother Qin. As he walked through, many people respectfully greeted the man. Qin Jin nodded, walking over to Qin Yanyang with a serious expression. He frowned and said, Have you had enough of your antics today? You can't joke about marriage like that. Qin Yanyang smiled and called out, Brother, you're here too. Come on, let's go back. Qin Jin ordered, No, you're coming with me. Qin Yanyang laughed and replied, I still have to fly back to Binhai to have a late-night snack with my husband. The onlookers were all wearing expressions of curiosity, many of them stealing glances at Zhang Yunqing. When it came to gossip, people were all quite similar. Zhang Yunqing chuckled a few times, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, but there was a chilling intent lurking beneath. Despite being held back by his elder brother's reprimand, he could no longer wait. She must become a widow. Chapter 4. The first night of the newlyweds, what nonsense, husband? You're not even married yet. As a girl, how can you joke about your reputation like that? Qin Yanyang was furious, glaring at her younger sister with a stern expression. Mom and Dad are about to go crazy. You need to come back with me right now and explain everything to them. Qin Yanyang replied calmly, taking her time. I just got married today, and I need to spend the night with him. Qin Yanyang was truly angry now, scolding her, shut up. You have a fiancé, and the man you're supposed to marry is Zhang Yunqing. That's what Mom and Dad chose for me. If they want me to marry him, they can do it, Qin Yanyang said nonchalantly. Qin Yanyang insisted, both Mom and I have been through this. Marriage is about matching social status. It's definitely the right way to go. Please, don't be willful, sister. With a sigh, Qin Yanyang replied, I'm not being willful. I really want to choose my own man. You chose this unknown wild boy. Qin Yanyang retorted angrily. No, he was chosen by Grandpa, Qin Yanyang said coolly. Qin Yanyang was momentarily speechless, falling silent. The onlookers around them also showed strange expressions. Many began to look at Zhang Yunqing with skepticism regarding the marriage. After all, he was the grandson of old Master Qin, a figure of national importance. No wonder Qin Yanyang made such a choice, with that old man as backing. Who would dare to oppose the Qin family? Even in the entire capital, there were very few who would dare say no to that old man. However, I'm actually quite satisfied, Qin Yanyang added before stepping away. Qin Yanyang hurried to catch up with her. The bustling hall of the celebrity venue became noisy again after the Qin siblings left. Qin Yanyang's last statement undoubtedly struck Zhang Yunqing harder than the previous 2 slaps of humiliation. Outside the venue, Qin Yanyang called out after Qin Yanyang, Yanyang. Qin Yanyang ignored him. Sister. She paused slightly but continued walking, responding, fine, brother, you can go back. I know what I'm doing. Seeing her get into the car, Qin Yanyang sighed in resignation. Do you realize how big of an impact this will have? Qin Yanyang smiled and asked, is the earth not spinning anymore? Qin Yanyang was at a loss for words. Qin Yanyang continued, the Zhang family has 2 figures of national stature. Although Zhang Yunqing seems arrogant and overbearing, he has extraordinary talent. The Zhang family is at its peak right now. Qin Yanyang was taken aback for a moment, and then said, since you know all this, why go through with it? I don't like Zhang Yunqing, and I also dislike the way the entire Zhang family operates. Qin Yanyang replied before stepping on the gas and leaving. Qin Yanyang watched the car drive away, and after a long while, he quietly murmured, old master, you're 20 years older than that Zhang fellow. Once you're gone, how can Yanyang, as a woman, bear such immense pressure? When Qin Yanyang returned to the villa, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Yang Fei was in the living room scrolling through his phone. Still awake? Qin Yanyang greeted him. Yang Fei stood up and asked, you're back, huh? Not knowing how to start a conversation, he casually asked, do you want a late-night snack? Qin Yanyang blinked and replied, I am a bit hungry. After witnessing the car accident, she had gone to the capital and then rushed back to Binhai without eating anything. Just wait a moment, Yang Fei said. Qin Yanyang casually asked, is there anything you want to tell me? Yang Fei looked at her in surprise, his expression puzzled. What? Seeing his reaction, Qin Yanyang continued, I meant to ask if you're getting used to it? Since he wasn't saying anything, she decided not to press further. Although they were already married, in reality, they were just strangers who knew each other's names. Even the hobbies they had previously mentioned were merely for reference. However, it seemed her husband had some impressive skills, having managed to escape from danger at the last moment. I'm getting used to it. I lived in the country until I was 13, Yang Fei replied. Qin Yanyang nodded and didn't say much more. Yang Fei went to the kitchen. 10 minutes later, he brought out 2 steaming bowls of tomato and egg noodles. I had already eaten, but I thought seeing you eat would make me hungry too. So I cooked 2 servings, Yang Fei said with a smile. Qin Yanyang picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a handful of noodles, teasing. Are you really that confident in your cooking skills? After taking a bite, she nodded vigorously. It really tastes good. She dug in eagerly, seeing her praise his cooking. Yang Fei also started eating heartily. After they finished, Qin Yanyang said, you cooked, so I'll wash the dishes. She said this while cleaning up, showing no airs at all. Yang Fei didn't mind. After Qin Yanyang washed the dishes and returned to the living room, they sat at opposite ends of the sofa, watching TV and chatting. Their acquaintance was brief, and both had their own secrets, so they couldn't open up completely. Their conversation was light and superficial, consisting of mundane topics. Yet, Yang Fei found it quite comfortable. He enjoyed this peaceful interaction. It felt cozy, almost like home. I have to work tomorrow, so I should sleep early, Qin Yanyang said as she stood up. Yang Fei nodded and gazed at her. Seeing his eyes on her, Qin Yanyang smiled lightly. We just met today, so let us not sleep together. Yang Fei chuckled. He didn't have any intention of sharing a bed, but of course, as a man, It would be a lie to say he had no thoughts about such an attractive woman. "I meant to ask which room I should sleep in," Yang Fei said. Only then did Qin Yanyang realize she had only given him the address, but hadn't he specified which room was his. She noticed the small suitcase Yang Fei had brought still quietly sitting in the corner of the living room. "You've never looked around here?" Qin Yanyang asked, slightly surprised. Yang Fei smiled and replied, "No, a girl's place probably doesn't appreciate a man snooping around." Qin Yanyang felt a warmth in her heart and silently gave this man an extra point for his character. Yang Fei was directed to a room, while Qin Yanyang walked towards her own. At the door, she couldn't help but turn back and said, "By the way, I might not have time to keep you company during my work hours. Will you be bored by yourself?" Yang Fei replied, "I'll look for a job." The master was being cryptic, and now he could only get along well with Qin Yanyang while patiently waiting for the opportunity his master had mentioned. The money in those overseas accounts couldn't be touched for now, as it would expose their whereabouts. With limited funds on hand, he needed to find a job to earn money and plan for the long term. Qin Yanyang said, "That's not what I meant. I actually have money and can easily support you." Yang Fei chuckled, "I have a strong sense of pride." "All right," she said with a good night and closed the door. Late at night, it was destined to be a sleepless one for many. In Binhai, the Qin family. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hongbao's face showed signs of excitement. His opportunity had arrived. Binhai had 3 major powers, and the Qin family was one of them. Old Master Qin was a figure whose mere stomp could shake the city. The old man's message was clear: favor the eldest over the younger. Chun Hongbao was the second son in the family, and the family's future business was to be handed down to his elder brother. How could Qin Hongbao accept that? Now, a big shot from the provincial city wanted him to help with the task. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could get the job done and earn the favor of that powerful figure, with their support, the vast Qin family fortune would be his. With this in mind, he immediately dialed a trusted associate's number. "Hello, second master. I still haven't found that kid who can save the old master. The video only shows a profile, so it's hard to identify him. It will take time." Qin Hongbao responded, "Put that aside for now. There's something more important I need you to do. Remember, you must handle it personally and ensure it goes flawlessly." Chapter 5. Making my wife fall in love with me in the early morning. Yang Fei woke up to find it was already 7 o'clock. He felt quite strange. Ever since that brutal breakout a year ago, he had been seriously injured and had been constantly on high alert, worried about being discovered. He had never slept soundly. Yet last night, he had slept all the way until dawn. Could it be that after getting married, his mindset had changed? Yang Fei murmured to himself. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he tidied himself up and went downstairs. "You're up?" came Qin Yanyang's voice. Yang Fei froze for a moment, seeing her come out of the kitchen, untie her apron, and carry 2 plates of breakfast. Just in time for breakfast. Qin Yanyang was dressed in a beige loungewear set, her long black hair casually tied back, giving her the aura of a cozy homemaker. The simple outfit couldn't hide her impressive figure, especially her radiant face, which could brighten anyone's mood just by looking at it in the morning. For a moment, Yang Fei felt a daze, as if the scene before him overlapped with the married life he had once fantasized about in his dreams. "You can still make breakfast?" Yang Fei's eyes shifted to the 2 plates, beautifully arranged, though he wondered how they tasted. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he added, "I'm living off you, eating your food, and now you're making breakfast for me. This really feels too awkward." Despite his words, he obediently sat down across from Qin Yanyang. She smiled gently and replied, "You made me supper last night, didn't you? I just woke up a bit earlier to make breakfast. Isn't that normal? Besides, I usually make breakfast for myself when I'm alone." Her tone was calm, and it didn't sound like she was merely putting on a show. After all, she had no need to pretend to be virtuous in front of Yang Fei. Everything she did came from the heart, done naturally. "Eat up. It'll taste bad if it gets cold," Qin Yanyang said, not bothering with pleasantries, and started eating. All of this felt somewhat dreamy and unreal to Yang Fei. He had just returned to the country and found a wife. Not only was she stunning and well off, but her personality was also so open and generous. In daily life, she handled both the social and domestic aspects perfectly. She was truly the ideal wife. The only regret was that the 2 of them didn't know each other well enough yet. Although Qin Yanyang was friendly and polite towards him, it was precisely this politeness that made him feel there was an insurmountable gap between them. Yang Fei was certain that if he continued to live harmoniously with her, life would be very beautiful. However, he absolutely must not entertain any further thoughts. Beneath her seemingly approachable and generous exterior, she hid an invisible coldness that kept others at bay. "Well, your cooking skills are impressive. Looks like I've struck gold. My wife, whom I married in a whirlwind, is not only beautiful and wealthy, but also kind and capable. I must have accumulated a lot of virtue in my past life." Yang Fei praised as he took a few bites of breakfast. Qin Yanyang curved her lips into a crescent shape. As long as you don't mind. How could I? Yang Fei was eating heartily. His speed at devouring food was impressive. In just a few bites, he finished the meal on his plate, followed by a glass of milk. With a satisfied look, he said, I could live this kind of life forever. Qin Yanyang looked up at him, and he locked eyes with her. They stared at each other for a long time without any intention of looking away. Eventually, Yang Fei was the first to break the gaze. Qin Yanyang's eyes reflected nothing but pure observation. She looked at Yang Fei and said, As I mentioned yesterday, I don't find you unpleasant, which is why I agreed to marry you. While I do have some ulterior motives, it's not just about using you. If possible, let us take our time getting to know each other, and if it feels right, it could lead to a lifetime together. This was her true inner thought. For someone like her, having a typical romantic relationship like an ordinary girl was unrealistic. She wasn't against marriage. As a normal woman, she had long envisioned her partner in life. Since she would eventually marry, she might as well choose her partner carefully. Are you serious? Yang Fei asked. Qin Yanyang nodded. Yang Fei pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, but as he lit it, he remembered to check, Is it okay to smoke? Qin Yanyang nodded, It's fine. Though I don't smoke. After a moment of consideration, Yang Fei put the cigarette back in the box. A barely noticeable smile crept onto Qin Yanyang's lips. You are a very independent woman, confident to the core, Yang Fei remarked. Qin Yanyang's eyes brightened slightly as she replied, Oh? Yang Fei continued. You have a mature and steady personality, handling situations with just the right touch. Even when faced with things you dislike, you treat them with courtesy, making you seem very approachable. People can't help but want to get closer to you at first contact. Qin Yanyang smiled and urged, Go on. Yang Fei continued. But someone like you is actually hard to get close to. It's difficult for anyone to truly enter your heart. Because you're so exceptional. Your strength in certain aspects gives you a deep-seated confidence that stems from genuine self-acceptance. Compared to those who merely wear a facade of aloofness. You are the queen among the high and cold goddesses. Qin Yanyang seemed momentarily stunned, as if she was carefully contemplating Yang Fei's words. Yang Fei stood up, cigarette in mouth but unlit, and walked outside. I need to find a job first, otherwise. Living off you and eating your food makes me feel like a freeloading boy toy. How can I muster the courage to pursue you like this? Sigh. My wife is the queen among high and cold goddesses, and winning her love seems tough. As she watched Yang Fei's retreating figure and listened to his self-deprecating remarks, Qin Yanyang couldn't help but smile brightly. She called out to his back, It's a bit remote here, hard to catch a cab. But there's a car in the garage. Hearing this, Yang Fei stopped and turned back to look at Qin Yanyang, saying, Free food and lodging, plus a car? You're making it too easy for me to slack off. Qin Yanyang smiled as she walked up the stairs, getting ready to change clothes for work. She said, Sure. I told you, I can support you. Meanwhile, Yang Fei decided to go out to look for a job. It wasn't that he was afraid of being looked down upon by Qin Yanyang. He was just bored staying at home. With a United Nations recognized traditional Chinese medicine practitioner certificate in hand, Yang Fei spent the entire day visiting several hospitals, but was met with closed doors. He felt helpless. Major hospitals not only required various qualifications, but also asked who referred him. It was clear that getting into a hospital required not just the necessary credentials, but also connections. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yang Fei walked back to the Binjianjuan Villa area. About 7 or 8 miles away, he spotted a private clinic called Li Xiantong Medical Clinic. There was a sign at the entrance advertising for apprentices in traditional Chinese medicine. The clinic was quite spacious and bustling with patients seeking treatment. Yang Fei hesitated for a moment, preparing to enter when suddenly a loud voice called out from behind, Move aside. The tone was urgent and commanding. Yang Fei frowned and turned to see a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and a strong build, anxiously carrying a man in his 60s and hurrying towards him. Despite carrying someone, the man moved swiftly, emanating an intimidating intensity that made others wary. Yang Fei initially felt displeased, but seeing the urgency in the man's demeanor, he relaxed his expression and stepped aside. However, as the man passed by, Yang Fei caught a glimpse of the patient and couldn't help but change his expression. Chapter 6. Kneeling down, internal injuries and poisoning. The old man in the arms of the burly man was in a state of chaos, his vital energy disordered, and his organs injured. He was barely hanging on, just a breath away from death. Moreover, his complexion was dark, his lips were black and purple, and his body trembled like a sieve, indicating that the poison had infiltrated his organs. Dr. Li, please save my master. The middle-aged man shouted as he rushed into the clinic. Yang Fei, curious about the commotion, followed him inside. An elderly man dressed in gray and white casual clothes hurried out. Upon seeing the old man, the middle-aged man's expression brightened. "Dr. Li, please save my master." The old man's name was Li Xiantong, the owner of the clinic and a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the coastal city. Many people privately referred to him as Dr. Li. Li Xiantong took one look at the patient and frowned, speaking in a deep voice. "What happened?" "Old Qi is poisoned and has also sustained severe internal injuries." Yang Fei nodded slightly, acknowledging that Li Xiantong had some medical skills. The middle-aged man quickly replied, "Since you can see my master's condition, you must be able to save him, right?" Li Xiantong had already begun to examine the patient's pulse, ignoring the middle-aged man's anxious inquiry. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "This is troublesome. I can temporarily stabilize the internal injuries, but the poison within old Qi is too complex and difficult to identify at the moment, making it impossible to prescribe the right antidote." The middle-aged man's eyes widened in alarm, sweat beading on his forehead. "What should we do?" "We need to get him to the hospital for a blood test to identify the toxin so we can administer the correct antidote." People watching from the sidelines chimed in to suggest, "Yes, let us go to a big hospital for a blood test quickly." However, the middle-aged man remained unmoved. He understood his master's condition, barely clinging to life, in a critical state. Unless treated immediately, it would be a dead end. "Lay him flat. I will first help stabilize his internal injuries and expel the stagnant energy from his organs to buy some time. Xiao Zhou, help draw blood and send it to the hospital for testing as fast as possible." The burly man placed the injured man on a long bench nearby. Li Xiantong swiftly began his treatment, using his signature acupuncture technique to stabilize the patient's internal injuries. As 9 silver needles pierced the patient's acupoints, the patient suddenly exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Following that, his spirit seemed to recover somewhat. Although he was still extremely weak, he was in a much better state compared to before, when he was just hanging on by a thread. At that moment, Li Xiantong's disciple, Xiao Zhou, had already brought over the necessary equipment to draw blood. Yang Fei observed everything quietly, nodding inwardly at Li Xiantong's series of treatments. However, when Xiao Zhou went to draw blood, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head softly, muttering, "It's too late." His voice wasn't loud, but the atmosphere was quiet. So many people heard him. Li Xiantong looked up, glancing at Yang Fei in response to the sound. The middle-aged man suddenly stood up, glaring at Yang Fei angrily. "You brat, what did you say?" Yang Fei glanced at him calmly and said, "Although Dr. Li has stabilized your master's internal injuries with his acupuncture, he cannot stop the spread of the poison. Your master is poisoned to the core. If not treated within 3 minutes, he will succumb to the toxin." The middle-aged man was furious, a fierce and overwhelming aura emanating from him as he shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you curse my master? I want to let you off." As a family member of a patient, he was already anxious, and hearing someone say that his master wouldn't live for more than 3 minutes only heightened his distress. But wait. At that moment, Li Xiantong quickly spoke up. Looking at Yang Fei in surprise, "Young man, do you recognize my acupuncture technique?" Seeing that Yang Fei was only in his early 20s, he was even more astonished. How could this young man recognize his technique? Yang Fei replied, "It's the revitalizing needle technique, also known as the 13 revitalizing needles, but you've only used 9. Li Xiantong was taken aback. "How did you figure that out?" Yang Fei was speechless. There were only 9 needles inserted into the patient. How could he not notice? Moreover, if you knew the remaining 4 needles, you wouldn't be helpless against the toxins in the patient's body. Wait, how do you know the 13 revitalizing needles? Li Xiantong pressed on. Yang Fei asked, "Do you have more silver needles?" Li Xiantong hurriedly had someone fetch them. Yang Fei's long fingers brushed over a box of silver needles, and he pinched 4 of them between his fingers. He moved like lightning, and before anyone could react, 4 more silver needles were added to the patient. "Kid, what are you doing? Who told you to act recklessly?" The middle-aged man panicked and reached for Yang Fei's shoulder, ready to strike. Yang Fei frowned slightly and shook his shoulder. The expression on the middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. The hand that had grabbed Yang Fei's shoulder went numb, instantly losing feeling. He was greatly alarmed and looked at Yang Fei with suspicion, as if facing a formidable opponent. At this moment, Li Xiantong exclaimed, "Those last 4 needles." They completed the treatment. Li Xiantong mumbled incoherently for a few moments before suddenly regaining his composure, looking at the middle-aged man and saying, "Your master is saved." With a sincere and hopeful expression, he turned to Yang Fei and said, "Young master, lives are at stake. Please, lend your hand to save him." The look in the elderly physician's eyes was pure admiration, almost childlike in its sincerity. Feeling the weight of such admiration from a man in his 60s or 70s, Yang Fei felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, "Since this is the revitalizing needle technique, I can naturally eliminate the toxins in his body. Just watch closely." With that, He seemed to be instructing Li Xiantong on the spot, pinching the ends of 3 silver needles and giving them a flick. Buzz. The 3 silver needles began to vibrate at an incredibly high frequency, emitting a faint sound. As the 3 needles shook, the other 10 silver needles around them also seemed to be influenced by some unseen force, starting to vibrate as well. The revitalizing aura. Li Xiantong gasped in astonishment, his expression filled with excitement. The middle-aged man also regained his senses, witnessing this miraculous scene and hearing Li Xiantong's exclamation. He couldn't help but ask, "What is happening?" Li Xiantong took a deep breath, exhilarated. Old Qi is saved. Ha ha ha. No matter what poison he has been struck with, the revitalizing aura will expel the toxins from his body, so there is no need for blood tests or antidotes anymore. The middle-aged man was taken aback, glancing at the young man beside him with a sense of dread. He was at the pinnacle of his skills, yet he had just been rendered numb in the arm by the young man's subtle strike. The young man's understanding and application of dark energy far surpassed his own. To his surprise, the young man was also skilled in medicine. Who is he? When did such a remarkable person emerge in Binhai? Look, he's bleeding. With a startled exclamation, everyone's attention shifted to the injured person. They saw dark blood streaming from the patient's body along the silver needles, splattering around as it flowed. As the black blood drained out, the injured man's body stopped trembling, and a hint of color returned to his face, stabilizing his condition. Thud. Seeing that his master's condition had improved, the middle-aged man knelt before Yang Fei and Li Xiantong, then clasped his hands together in front of Yang Fei with a sincere expression, saying, "Little brother, I was too hasty earlier. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. My name is Zhang Long, and I am grateful for your saving my master's life. This kindness will never be forgotten." Yang Fei had just acted to save a life, driven not only by Li Xiantong's request, but also by his own compassionate heart as a healer. Initially, he felt a bit annoyed with the middle-aged man, but seeing him kneel and express gratitude dissipated any lingering displeasure. He took a moment to size up the sturdy man, offering a slight smile. This man appeared rough on the outside, but was actually quite perceptive. Judging by his words and actions, he was straightforward, valuing loyalty and clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. At that moment, Li Xiantong grabbed Yang Fei's hand excitedly, saying, "Little brother, can you teach me the last 4 needles? I can become your apprentice." Yang Fei was taken aback. Great, now another one is kneeling. Chapter 7. Zhang Long from Longhu Hall. Zhang Long watched Li Xiantong, the divine doctor in his eyes, with the eagerness of a curious student, filled with admiration as he clung to Yang Fei, begging him to teach the remaining 4 acupuncture techniques. Zhang Long picked himself up from the ground. There was no choice. Yang Fei was too preoccupied with Li Xiantong to pay him any attention, so he had to get up on his own. Divine Dr. Li, how do we treat my master's internal injuries?" Zhang Long, seeing Yang Fei's helplessness with Li Xiantong, cleared his throat and attempted to alleviate the situation. Yang Fei cast an approving glance at Zhang Long, which made him secretly pleased. However, Li Xiantong was not pleased and snapped at Zhang Long. "The poison has been eliminated. The internal injuries will heal in time. He won't die." Zhang Long forced a smile, not daring to show any disrespect to Li Xiantong. His master, Qi Tai, had been friends with Li Xiantong for many years. After being injured by enemies, his master had sent him directly to Li Xiantong, demonstrating his trust in him. "I am Zhang Long from Longhu Hall, and I thank you for saving my master's life. May I know your esteemed name, benefactor?" Seeing that Li Xiantong was about to cling to Yang Fei again, Zhang Long quickly turned to Yang Fei. Yang Fei replied, "My name is Yang Fei, and please don't keep calling me benefactor. It feels awkward." "All right, Mr. Yang," Zhang Long said, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Yang Fei. "There's 1 million in here, and the password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Please accept it as a consultation fee for saving my master." Yang Fei recalled that this guy had arrived in a multi-million-dollar Bentley, so it was clear he wasn't too short on cash. As he was currently in need of money, he didn't hesitate to accept it. For wealthy people, spending $1 million to save a life really isn't expensive. Seeing Yang Fei accept the bank card, Zhang Long secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Fei took the card and, thinking of completing the treatment, said, "Here is a prescription for the recovery of internal injuries. Following this prescription, he should heal within a month at most. Of course, if acupuncture treatment is combined, the effect will be even better." Zhang Long was delighted to hear this and quickly said, "Could I trouble you, Mr. Yang, to help with the subsequent acupuncture treatment for my master?" Yang Fei hesitated a bit. He could tell that Zhang Long's master had been injured by someone, indicating that there were enemies involved. He had just saved Qi Tai, and although it was a timely opportunity, he was reluctant to ignore potential troubles. Seeing Yang Fei hesitate, Li Xiantong spoke up, "Young brother Yang, Old Qi is a kind-hearted person who often does good deeds. He might have run into some trouble this time. Your medical skills are exceptional. Please lend a hand and continue his treatment. Zhang Long immediately added, Mr. Yang, don't worry. I want to let you work for free. Each visit will be 1 million. I just hope my master recovers soon. Yang Fei looked at Zhang Long's sincere and hopeful expression. And with Li Xiantong also looking expectantly at him, he nodded and said, all right. For future treatments, you can come to see me here. After saying that, he turned to Li Xiantong and said, Dr. Li, I actually came here today to seek a job. Li Xiantong's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately plastered on a smile. Oh, calling me Dr. Li is too polite. We hit it off right away, so let us just call each other brothers. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Li. Yang Fei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Previously, you were so eager to take me as your master, and now you want to treat me as an equal? As for the job situation, oh dear. With your brother Yang's skills, if you were to open a clinic, I might as well shut mine down. The fact that you would lower yourself to consult at my humble clinic is truly a great fortune for us. Li Xiantong decisively stated, from now on, you will be the resident physician at the clinic. By the way, what are your requirements regarding compensation? I mean, besides working here, you might also guide me on some medical issues. What kind of compensation would satisfy you? Seeing the eager expression on Li Xiantong's face, Yang Fei couldn't bear to refuse. After all, it was close to home, and the conditions offered were quite appealing. Zhang Long prepared the medicine according to Yang Fei's prescription, but worried about his master's injury. Bid farewell to the two. Yang Fei glanced at the time. It was already past 5 o'clock. He said to Li Xiantong, so, shall I come to work tomorrow? Li Xiantong quickly nodded. If you're willing, you can start tonight. We have dinner here. We can eat and chat about medical matters. Yang Fei replied, I need to go home and cook for my wife. Li Xiantong looked surprised. You're married? You're so young. How did you get married so soon? He had been thinking that this young man seemed quite compatible with his granddaughter. However, since they had just met, he felt it inappropriate to promote his granddaughter. He didn't expect this young man to already be married. What a pity. Perhaps he could meet Yang Fei's wife later. If she didn't match up, he could encourage him to leave her and pursue his granddaughter instead. Reluctantly, Li Xiantong saw Yang Fei off from the clinic. Zhang Long noticed Yang Fei was walking and said, Mr. Yang, where do you live? I can have Xiaoma give you a ride. A young man in his 30s immediately approached and respectfully said, Hello, Mr. Yang. You can just call me Xiaoma. Yang Fei shook his head. Thank you. But it's fine. I live nearby. It's just a short walk. Zhang Long felt a bit regretful. He had hoped to send Xiaoma with him to learn Yang Fei's address, but since Yang Fei declined, he understood it couldn't be forced. He used concern for his master's injury as an excuse to exchange contact information with Yang Fei. After watching Yang Fei walk away, Zhang Long bid farewell to Li Xiantong and took his master away. In the car, Qi Tai slowly regained consciousness. As the founder of the Longhu Hall, Qi Tai had come to Binhai alone years ago and had developed it into one of the 3 major forces in the underground world of Binhai over several decades. Compared to old Master Chun, Qi Tai's life was even more legendary. Master, you're awake? Zhang Long exclaimed joyfully. Qi Tai had expelled the toxins from his body. Although he still had internal injuries, the rejuvenating energy from Yang Fei's 13 rejuvenation needles not only helped him detoxify, but also had significant healing effects on his organs, allowing him to speak. Along, that person is targeting me. He asked after me. You need to leave Binhai immediately while he hasn't noticed you. Qi Tai said as soon as he woke up. Zhang Long's eyes turned red as he replied, Master, you raised me like a father. Now that our enemies have come knocking, how could I abandon you? In the end, he shot a piercing glance and said fiercely, Besides, we are now prepared. If that person dares to come again, I will make sure he never returns. Qi Tai quickly replied, No, that person has been missing for over 10 years. I didn't expect him to come back with such skills. You won't be able to defeat him. Moreover, his sudden appearance at this time is not just for revenge against me. There are likely others pulling the strings behind him. This coastal area is not peaceful. Zhang Long's mind flashed back to the young man he had encountered at the medical clinic, and he said thoughtfully, Master, that person's poisonous palm is not without a solution. If handled properly, we might be able to enlist strong allies to help us through this crisis. Qi Tai finally came to his senses, realizing that the poison within him had been completely eliminated, and he exclaimed in surprise, Can Li Xiantong really counteract this poison? Zhang Long shook his head and recounted what had happened earlier. After listening, Qi Tai's expression changed several times before he said solemnly, To be able to create an invisible aura with a silver needle, he must have cultivated internal energy. Along, you must treat this Mr. Yang with caution. Do not offend him. Internal energy? Zhang Long was shocked. How could someone so young possess that? Qi Tai replied gravely, I've told you before. There are always greater powers beyond what you see, and greater people beyond those you know. Don't think that just because you've learned some martial arts, you are invincible. I wouldn't dare, master. Your words are always in my heart. You can rest assured, Zhang Long said, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He realized he had underestimated Yang Fei's abilities. He knew someone like Yang Fei could not be easily swayed by anyone. However, if he could establish a good relationship with him in advance, it might yield unexpected benefits in the future. Chapter 8. Putting on airs? Yang Fei had just finished his grocery shopping and was about to call Qin Yanyang to ask when she would be back for dinner when he received a WeChat message from her. I had dinner with my colleagues at the school cafeteria. You can eat by yourself. Yang Fei smiled helplessly. Once he got home, he first took a shower. After changing his clothes, instead of cooking, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, who is this? A male voice answered when the call connected. Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Fei's eyes reddened slightly as he said, Uncle, it's me. There was a brief pause on the other end before the man's excited voice came through. Is it Xiao Fei? Yes, it's me, Xiao Fei. Uncle, I'm back, Yang Fei replied, his eyes glistening. He was an orphan, raised by his uncle. Although his uncle had his own wife and children, he treated Yang Fei as his own. Whatever his cousins had to eat or wear, Yang Fei had as well. Although his aunt often said unpleasant things, it was mostly just nagging. Behind his uncle's back, she would secretly give some rare treats to her own children. At 13, Yang Fei met his master and left to train. From then on, he could only contact his uncle occasionally by phone. Later, as he developed overseas and made money, he often called his uncle and sent some money back. However, after a major incident a year ago, he was severely injured and worried that exposing his whereabouts might endanger others, so he cut off contact with his uncle's family. Now that he was back in the country, although his health still had significant risks, his condition had stabilized, and he had kept his true identity hidden from everyone else, so he felt it should be safe. After earning $1 million today, he decided to send some money to his uncle, which made him unable to resist reaching out. You're back? His uncle's voice was filled with excitement. Where are you? I'll ride my motorcycle to pick you up. Hearing his uncle's voice warmed Yang Fei's heart. Not yet. I haven't returned to the village. I'm in Binhai now. Oh, his uncle's voice noticeably dropped. But soon, he exclaimed, Wait, where did you say you are? Binhai. Yang Fei replied. That's great. Your sister is studying in Binhai too. She just got accepted this year and has been there for over 2 months. It's a new place for her, and I'm worried she might not be adjusting well. Being a girl from the countryside, I hope she isn't being bullied. Since you're in Binhai, you should go check on her and help take care of her. Yang Fei perked up. Memories of his younger cousin, 5 years his junior, who always trailed behind him, and Xiao Jun, flooded back. When he left the village, she was just a little over 8 years old. He couldn't believe that after 10 years apart, she was now in college. Longing for his family surged within him, and Yang Fei couldn't sit still. Which school is one when attending? What is her phone number? I'll go find her. After all, she was his own cousin, who had followed him and Xiao Jun around since they were kids, always calling him Big Brother. Although his aunt could sometimes be difficult, the bond between the 3 cousins was the purest and truest. Sometimes, the aunt would secretly give the 2 siblings some treats, and they would quietly save a portion for themselves. Binhai University, it seems to be a medical school, you know? My second uncle is illiterate and doesn't really understand these things. By the way, her phone number is. Yang Fei memorized the number, feeling somewhat taken aback. Binhai University? Isn't that the school where Qin Yanyang teaches? What a coincidence. Speaking of my second uncle, are you still using that same bank card? Yang Fei asked in the end. Yes. Oh, by the way, Xiao Fei, you're not a kid anymore. It's time to save up and think about getting married. I remember the money you sent before. Last year, I talked to Xiao Jun about a marriage proposal, and they asked for a betrothal gift of 200,000. Plus the girl's family wants a house in the county. I had to use the money you sent me. But don't worry. When one graduates in a couple of years, I'll gather the money and pay you back. His voice trembled a bit when he mentioned using Yang Fei's money. Yang Fei felt a pang of sadness. Uncle, the money I send is for you to use. You don't have to pay me back. I can make a lot of money. By the way, I'm going to transfer 500,000 to you right now. Use it boldly with aunt. And if it's not enough, just ask me for more. Oh, you silly boy, don't spend extravagantly just because you're making money. We have enough. You don't need to send me money anymore. Save it for your future wife, my uncle said anxiously. Hearing his uncle's words, Yang Fei felt both moved and ashamed. He had been without parents since he was little, and his uncle was like a father to him. Over the years, he had been busy overseas but hadn't found the time to visit his uncle. He felt guilty. After hanging up, he directly transferred 500,000 to his uncle's account. Perhaps this serious injury was heaven's way of bringing him back to repay the kindness of his uncle's family. Yang Fei managed his emotions and felt that his life was good. If he could win back the heart of that truly aloof goddess of a wife, that would be perfect. He chuckled to himself, wondering what expressions his uncle and aunt would have when they saw him bring Qin Yanyang home. After collecting his thoughts, Yang Fei went to the underground garage of the villa. There was still a car parked there, a Volkswagen Phaeton, which had already been discontinued. This car is low-key enough, and Yang Fei liked it very much. He had previously worried that the cars from Qin Yanyang's family were too flashy and wouldn't be suitable for visiting his cousin at school. He texted Qin Yanyang, "I'm using the car. It was meant for you to use anyway," she replied instantly. Yang Fei smiled and drove towards Binhai University. At the cafeteria on the first floor of Binhai University, dinner time had just passed. Yang Wen, wearing an apron, was cleaning up with a cloth in one hand and a stainless steel basin in the other. Wen, our dormitory is having a social event with the finance department's class 2318 tonight. You can't miss it. It's a group activity for the dorm," said a girl dressed in designer clothes with an LV bag slung over her shoulder, looking somewhat flamboyant as she stood next to Yang Wen. Yang Wen looked troubled and replied while working, "I think I want to go. My brother is coming to see me later, and I want to show him around the school." She was a bit surprised when she received a call from her older brother Yang Fei, but more than that, she felt happy. He said he would be coming over soon, so she needed to finish her work early to avoid him discovering her part-time job. As for social events, she had no intention of participating. When Yang Wen rejected her, the other girl immediately frowned and said, "Yang Wen, don't be ungrateful. There are only 4 of us in the dorm, and you always act so independently. It's quite disruptive. Besides, young Master Qin specifically asked for you to join. He is interested in you. Just think about it. His family is wealthy. If you become friends with him, who would dare to look down on you in the future?" Yang Wen furrowed her brows slightly, choosing not to argue with Tian Huihui. While working, she replied, "I really can't today. My brother is coming soon, and I need to accompany him." Tian Huihui smirked and said, "That's fine. Your brother isn't that old, right? He can come along too. The more, the merrier." Yang Wen shook her head. "Forget it. You all go ahead. I want to join." Seeing Yang Wen's outright refusal, Tian Huihui's expression darkened. "You said it yourself." With that, she turned and stormed off. After leaving the cafeteria, Tian Huihui took out her phone and dialed a number, speaking in a sweet voice. "Oh, young Master Chun. I did my best, but she looks down on you and doesn't want to participate. Oh, playing hard to get? Hee, interesting. Then I'll come personally to invite her and see if she can refuse my invitation face to face." A cocky voice came through the phone. Chapter 9. Do you know the consequences of rejecting me? Without a pass, Yang Fei couldn't drive into the school, so he had to park in a nearby lot. As he entered the campus and saw the enthusiastic college students, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Having left with his master at the age of 13, he only attended middle school for a year and yearned for the high school and college experience. He took out his phone to search for the location of the cafeteria at Binhai University. While heading there, he called Yang Wen. "Hey, have you arrived?" Yang Wen's voice came through, a bit hurried, as if she hadn't expected Yang Fei to come so soon. "Yep, I've never eaten at a college cafeteria before. I'm waiting for you there. You're treating me," Yang Fei said directly. "What?" Yang Wen was taken aback, still busy with her work. "The food there isn't good, and they only have leftovers now. Let us eat outside." "It's fine. I'm not picky," Yang Fei replied. "I'll be there soon, so come over." 3 minutes later, Yang Fei arrived at the cafeteria. Although Yang Wen had been trying to speed up her work, the cafeteria was too large, and she had to wait for some students to finish eating before she could clean up. So, when Yang Fei got there, she still hadn't completed her tasks. As Yang Fei stood at the entrance, looking for a place to sit and wait for Yang Wen, he suddenly heard a voice from a distance. "Yang Wen, I invited you last time, and you rejected me. This time it's a joint gathering for our dorms. How can you refuse again? Even your best friend, Xia Bingqing, is going." He quickly looked over. A youthful girl in a red and white checkered shirt, jeans, and white sneakers, with her hair tied in a ponytail, was clearing the tables. Not far away, a boy was approaching her with a few other students. Yang Fei focused on the girl's face, scrutinizing it closely, and the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. When they parted ways, Yang Wen was only 8 years old. 10 years had passed, and she had blossomed into a young woman. However, the contours of her childhood features hadn't changed much, and after careful observation, he could still recognize some remnants of her younger self. But why was Yang Wen working part-time at school? He felt a pang of heartache. He felt even more guilty for not taking the time to visit her over the years, letting down his family. Yang Wen was surrounded by a few students, led by the boy. She looked nervously at the boy named Chen Bin, biting her lip as she said, "Thank you for the invite, but I really have something to do today." Chen Bin chuckled. "What could be more important than having a meal with us?" Yang Wen, This is the third time I've invited you. You should at least give me a chance today. Yang Wen had always kept her distance from this wealthy second-generation guy. She came from a small town and was poor, while he had a prestigious background. She knew that a relationship with him was impossible. His pursuit was merely to satisfy his curiosity, and if she agreed, she would only become a plaything, ultimately to be discarded. The followers around Chun Bin began to chime in, saying that the two dormitories were having a social event, and it was inappropriate for Yang Wen not to participate. They claimed it showed a lack of respect for the other girls in the dorm and disrupted their unity. Besides, it was just a simple meal and a chance to chat and get to know each other better. Exactly. Yang Wen, Chun Bin's family, is influential. If you become friends with him, he could help you find a job in the future, one girl added. Yeah, even though we're students at Binhai University. Finding a job is really tough these days, especially in a big city like Binhai. Without connections, a diploma is just a piece of paper. While the other girls in Yang Wen's dorm were trying to persuade her, their eyes revealed envy and jealousy. They thought how wonderful it would be if someone like Chun Bin took an interest in them. They didn't believe Yang Wen wasn't tempted. They thought her refusal was just an act of false pride to keep them guessing. Yang Wen felt flustered by their relentless persuasion, her face turning red. Although she was dressed simply, she had a great figure and was beautiful, and her flushed cheeks caught Chun Bin's attention even more. He was determined to win her over. Calmly, he said to Yang Wen, Yang Wen, I heard from Tian Hui that you're waiting for your brother, right? No worries, when he arrives. We can invite him to join us. Just as Yang Wen was about to respond, a voice interrupted. Everyone, my sister is spending time with me today. You all go have fun, and I hope you enjoy yourselves. The suddenness of the voice caught everyone off guard. Yang Wen quickly looked up to see a somewhat familiar young man standing there, smiling at her. Although he looked a bit different from her memory, this clearly more mature face was none other than her older brother. With surprise and joy, Yang Wen exclaimed, Big brother, you're really back. Their reunion was filled with happiness, and she completely forgot that she was still holding a rag in a bowl. Yang Fei looked fondly at his sister, walked over, and ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, Yes, I'm back. It's been 10 years. In the blink of an eye, this little girl has grown up. Yang Wen shyly smiled back. Seeing Yang Fei touching Yang Wen's head, Chun Bin's pupils slightly constricted, and he felt displeased. He stared at Yang Fei and asked, Are you really Wen's brother? Yang Wen replied, Yes, he is my brother, my real brother. Feeling a bit better, Chun Bin politely extended his hand to Yang Fei, saying, Hello, big brother. I'm Chun Bin, Wen's admirer. Yang Wen panicked and quickly explained to Yang Fei, Big brother, don't listen to him, I'm not. Yang Fei interrupted, I just saw everything. It's fine. He then turned to Chun Bin and said, My sister clearly isn't interested in you. You all should leave now, and remember, don't bother my sister again. He couldn't let anyone bully his only sister. Chun Bin was determined to take Yang Wen out and create opportunities for them. After being rejected by her multiple times, he was already frustrated. And now with Yang Fei appearing and warning him, he felt anger rise within him. Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of rejecting me? Chun Bin laughed in anger. In Binhai, not many can refuse me. Chun Bin. Yang Fei frowned. Are you really a college student? How did you get into Binhai University with such a quality? In his opinion, students who could get into such a prestigious institution should have excellent qualities. But he never expected to encounter someone like Chun Bin. The students from Binhai University who were following Chun Bin were all blushing, many showing signs of shame. Around them, some onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Chun Bin's face flushed. As the young master of the Qin family, he had never endured such humiliation in his life. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. This was Binhai University, and his elders had warned him not to be too arrogant while at school. Moreover, as a rich second generation, although he was domineering, he wasn't foolish. He often understood the importance of restraint better than those from ordinary backgrounds. All right, my apologies for the disturbance. Chun Bin suddenly smiled, gave Yang Fei a deep look, and turned to leave. Yang Fei's frown deepened. He could tell that Chun Bin would not let this go easily. While he wasn't afraid, his cousin still had to study here. Chapter 10. Finally home, Yang Wen let out a sigh of relief as she saw Chun Bin and the others leave. She had been really worried about Chun Bin's aggressive demeanor and didn't know how to handle the situation. Yang Fei, noticing her look of relief, couldn't help but tease her. Though the kid is a bit arrogant, he's good-looking and comes from a wealthy family. Are you really not interested? Yang Wen playfully scolded, Brother, why are you saying such nonsense? Even though I come from a small town, I can still read people well. A rich kid like Chun Bin wouldn't truly care about me. Yang Fei looked at her with approval and asked with a smile, How much allowance does your family give you each month? It was only then that Yang Wen remembered her current appearance. Blushing, she placed the basin and rag on the table and explained, Big brother, you have to keep this a secret. I don't want to worry my family. Yang Fei frowned. That won't do. You are the only university student in the Yang family. Your current task is to focus on your studies. How can you be doing these things? Yang Wen bit her lip and asked, do you look down on me, brother? Yang Fei was taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, feeling sorry for her. Silly girl, how could I ever look down on you? Earning your own money is nothing to be ashamed of. I'm proud of you. Really? Yang Wen looked at her older brother. Yang Fei nodded seriously, then changed the subject. I haven't had dinner yet. Yang Wen quickly replied, wait here, I'll go buy you something. Soon, she returned with a dinner that included both meat and vegetables. Yang Fei asked, have you eaten? Yang Wen nodded. I have to help clean the cafeteria, so I always eat early. She then added nervously, brother, please don't tell the family about my part-time job at school. They give me 1,000 yuan a month, which is enough. Sitting across from Yang Fei, she spoke anxiously. Yang Fei frowned. With the cost of living in Bin high, 1,000 yuan is too little. You're a girl, and you have more expenses. It's really enough. I eat and stay at school, and I hardly go out. Yang Wen replied. Yang Fei shook his head. Silly girl, I know you're frugal and don't want to burden uncle and aunt too much. Is it because I spent too much on my engagement last year that you feel the family is under too much pressure? Yang Wen's eyes turned red. Mom works in the fields, and dad is a bricklayer. It's really not easy for him to earn money. I can earn a little now, and that's better than nothing. But don't worry, brother, I'm not letting it affect my studies. I'll definitely get a scholarship. Yang Fei felt a pang of heartache. Children from poor families grow up fast. This girl was too mature. However, now that he was back, he wouldn't let her suffer anymore. He pulled out his phone and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Yang Wen. They had added each other on WeChat after their previous phone call. Seeing her brother transfer such a large amount of money, Yang Wen's eyes widened in shock. Brother, why are you giving me so much? Yang Fei smiled and said, that's your allowance for the month. You're the only girl in the Yang family. I won't let you suffer anymore. Don't worry, I'm doing well now. I'll take care of your living expenses from now on. Yang Wen was still in a state of immense shock. From a young age, she had never held so much money in her hands. The coastal city was nothing like their small county town. Now that she had passed her exams, she would eventually need to settle in a big city and should start adapting to its cost of living. Furthermore, going to college was like entering a small society. She needed to make friends at school to avoid feeling isolated, or else life would lack a lot of joy. Yang Fei patiently advised her. Yang Wen nodded and said, I know all of this, but I can't take your money. You're the eldest brother, and both second brother and third brother are engaged. You haven't even found a wife yet. Yang Fei laughed heartily. Don't worry, silly girl, your brother is doing just fine now. I got married long ago. What? Yang Wen's attention was diverted, and she looked at Yang Fei in surprise and curiosity. You got married? Seeing the disbelief on her face, Yang Fei felt a bit speechless. What? Do you think your big brother is the kind of person who can't find a wife? Yang Wen cleared her throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. She knew how difficult it was for men these days to find a partner. Although her brother was good-looking, he came from a poor background, and she feared that girls in the city wouldn't look at him. If he said he was married, it was either a lie or he had found a wife from a remote area who dropped out of school to work. Regardless, she was still happy for him if he had found someone. As the siblings chatted and reminisced about their happy childhood memories, the initially distant feelings quickly drew closer. After finishing his meal, Yang Fei helped Yang Wen clean up the dining hall. Once they were done, Yang Wen took him on a tour of the campus, showing him where she studied and lived. After the tour, they reached the school gate, and Yang Wen said, talk to your wife and arrange for us to meet next time. Yang Fei thought for a moment and nodded. Sure, I'll ask her. We'll meet when she has time. Although he was married to Qin Yanyang, they were still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, so he needed to check whether she would be willing to meet Yang Wen. Yang Wen chuckled at her brother's seriousness. You make it sound like your wife is such an important person, like she's so busy. Thinking about Qin Yanyang's position as a professor, Yang Fei couldn't help but laugh. Well, she is quite a big deal. You'll see when you meet her. They were at the same school, and even if Qin Yanyang wasn't Yang Wen's teacher, she was such a beautiful and exceptional professor that she must be quite famous on campus. If Yang Wen met her, she would probably be taken aback. All right, you should head back to your dorm now. I'll take off first. Call me if you need anything. Yang Fei waved at her. Yang Wen nodded and turned to walk back into the campus. As Yang Fei watched her leave, his smile slowly faded, and a hint of tension appeared on his brow. He had been worried that Chun Bin would continue to harass his cousin and had been considering how to warn him. But he hadn't expected Chun Bin to be so audacious as to have someone watching him outside the school. He strode purposefully towards the school gate. Outside the gate of Coastal University, next to the street, Chun Bin was smoking in a black Mercedes-Benz van. Squinting, he said, Pan Go, it's this kid. Teach him a harsh lesson. I want him to know what happens when he refuses me. Chun Bin. Opposite him, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a goatee turned to follow Chun Bin's gaze. When his eyes landed on a young man's face, he clearly paused for a moment. Damn, what a coincidence. His name was Zhou Pan, a trusted aide to Qin Hongbao. After receiving an order from Qin Hongbao the night before, he had secretly been gathering information and had been keeping an eye on Yang Fei. He had planned to take action today, but an hour ago, he received a call from the young master asking for help with a personal matter. Zhou Pan was initially going to refuse, as he had something significant to do that evening and didn't he have time to deal with the kid. However, when Qin Bin mentioned that the target was at Coastal University, Zhou Pan realized he had already been watching Yang Fei. He thought that taking care of the kid would be a side task. If he refused, he might end up offending this wealthy young man. So he met up with Qin Bin and waited at the school gate. What he never expected was that the person his boss and the young master wanted to deal with was the same individual. Zhou Pan spat out the cigarette in his mouth and laughed. What a coincidence. It's like a perfect match. Pangu, do you think this kid has noticed us? He's coming over, Qin Bin suddenly said. Chapter 11. Turning the tables. Haha. Isn't it better that you're here? Zhou Pan chuckled as he opened the car door and jumped out. Hey kid, come here for a second. He waved at Yang Fei. Get in the car. We need to talk. Yang Fei laughed lightly and looked at Zhou Pan. Do you know me? Zhou Pan walked toward Yang Fei. Of course I know you. I've been looking for you for a long time. I don't want to embarrass you here, so just get in the car. Yang Fei glanced past Zhou Pan and saw Qin Bin in the back seat. He complied and climbed into the car. Drive. Zhou Pan commanded the driver. The Mercedes-Benz van sped away. A few meters away, in a white BMW 3 Series, Ma Zhao, who had just started working with a new student companion, watched as Yang Fei was taken away. His expression changed several times as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey Xiaoma, what's up? Came Zhang Long's voice on the other end. Brother Long, I think I just saw Mr. Yang being taken away by Zhou Pan, Ma Zhao said hurriedly. He was the driver who had been with Zhang Long earlier that afternoon. Follow them and report back if anything happens, Zhang Long ordered directly. Understood. After hanging up, Ma Zhao felt a bit pained as he sent a message to his new girlfriend, telling her to wait, and then he drove off in pursuit. Inside the Mercedes-Benz van, Qin Bin sat across from Yang Fei, sneering. Hey kid, do you remember what I said before? If you reject me, do you know what the consequences will be? Yang Fei shook his head with a smile. I don't know, but I do know that if you provoke me, the outcome won't be good for you. Qin Bin was taken aback, then burst into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Pan, did I hear that right? Is this kid threatening me? Zhou Pan narrowed his eyes. Sizing up Yang Fei, convinced that he looked ordinary and didn't seem threatening, he said, Young man, do you even know who you're offending? Yang Fei ignored him and turned to look out the window as the car sped away from Binhai University and headed toward the suburbs. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Across from him, Zhou Pan stared at Yang Fei's profile and suddenly found him somewhat familiar. His expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly pulled out his phone and searched for a photo. Then, Zhou Pan's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. What are the odds of this? He held the photo up in front of Yang Fei for comparison. It's too similar. Seeing Zhou Pan's actions, Qin Bin looked puzzled. Brother Pan, what are you doing? Zhou Pan's expression was complicated as he said, Hold on a second. I need to call your dad. Sitting across from Zhou Pan, Yang Fei watched him flip through photos and compare them to his own face. Feeling confused and questioning whether the guy had a few screws loose, Zhou Pan fixed his gaze on Yang Fei and dialed his boss, Qin Hongbao. Hello, boss. I need to report something, Zhou Pan said as soon as the call connected. Did you get it done? Qin Hongbao's voice came through. It's in progress. Zhou Pan replied quickly. Boss, I've got the guy in the car and we're ready to take him out to the outskirts, but I've just realized something. What is it? Cough, it seems he's the person we were looking for, Zhou Pan said cautiously. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the phone before the boss asked. What? Zhou Pan replied. The man the old master wanted to find. What do we do now? Qin Hongbao took a deep breath and confirmed. Are you sure it's the same person? Zhou Pan scrutinized Yang Fei for a moment and nodded. I don't think I've made a mistake. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Qin Hongbao's voice turned icy as he said, Proceed as planned. Make it clean. Remember, you never found the person the old master was looking for. Zhou Pan's heart sank, and he shot a cold glare at Yang Fei, saying in a deep voice, Understood. After hanging up, Zhou Pan urged, Drive faster. Inside the car, Yang Fei sat across from Zhou Pan and had overheard the entire conversation. He looked puzzled and, unfazed by the murderous intent in Zhou Pan's eyes, asked curiously, Aren't you supposed to be here to deal with me? Zhou Pan was surprised. Not bad, kid. You're quite sharp, but you don't need to know too much. Yang Fei smirked. Who's your boss, and why does he want me dead? Beside them, Qin Bin suddenly caught on and looked at Zhou Pan in shock. Pangu, did my dad send you to deal with him? Who is this guy? Zhou Pan nodded. Don't worry, young master. Since this kid has offended you, we'll make sure he disappears from this world forever. Qin Bin seemed unfazed by such matters. His curiosity piqued. Pan Go, how could this nobody offend my dad? Zhou Pan suddenly grew serious, saying to Qin Bin, you're still young. Some things are better left unasked. Qin Bin sighed in disappointment and turned to Yang Fei, who still seemed indifferent, unable to resist mocking him. Heh, you really have no idea what's coming, do you? How pathetic. Yang Fei raised his hand and, with a fluid motion, slapped Qin Bin across the face. Slap. Qin Bin let out a cry, his body falling backward as he spat out a mouthful of blood, 2 of his front teeth mixed in. Damn, you dare to act up in front of me? You're asking for trouble. At that moment, Zhou Pan's eyes turned fierce as he kicked Yang Fei in the chest. It was brutal and decisive. Moreover, the speed of the kick was incredibly fast. In the Qin family, Zhou Pan ranked in the top 5 in combat strength and was Qin Hongba's most loyal subordinate. A casual kick from him could easily break 3 ribs of an ordinary person. Yang Fei made no attempt to dodge or block. It seemed he didn't have time to react to Zhou Pan's attack. However, just as Zhou Pan's powerful kick was about to connect with Yang Fei's chest, Yang Fei lightly flicked Zhou Pan's calf with his right hand. A strange yet overwhelmingly powerful force caused Zhou Pan to lose his balance. His legs suddenly veered off course and slammed hard against the car door. Bang! The loud crash reverberated, causing the entire vehicle to shake. In the next moment, a searing pain shot through his leg, and Zhou Pan's heart sank. He felt as if his entire right leg had gone numb. He had underestimated him. This kid, who seemed harmless, turned out to be a martial artist. But how could that be? He had sensed no threat from him at all. Zhou Pan's mind screamed in disbelief, his gaze turning fierce as he threw a punch at Yang Fei's face. Smack! Just before his fist could connect, it was caught mid-air by a firm hand. The grip tightened suddenly, applying pressure. Crack! The sound of splintering bones echoed. Zhou Pan let out a horrifying scream. He was both shocked and furious, and he felt a deep sense of injustice. This shouldn't be happening. He was supposed to be superior in strength. Even if this kid could fight, there was no way he could injure him so easily. He had been careless. Regret and frustration surged within him as he shouted angrily, "You're dead meat." Yang Fei smiled, increasing the pressure in his palm. Under the immense pain, Zhou Pan screamed again, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To put it into perspective, it had only been less than 3 seconds since Yang Fei had slapped Qin Bin to the ground, and now Zhou Pan found himself incapacitated, with one hand and one leg in agony. The driver, who had been focused on driving, finally snapped back to reality and exclaimed that he needed to stop to help. "Keep driving. We're going to see your boss," Yang Fei said nonchalantly. "Pan, brother Pan," the driver, witnessing Zhou Pan's crushed fist and his leg dangling in pain, was at a loss and turned to Zhou Pan for guidance. Feeling the pain in his fist intensifying, Zhou Pan feared that it might be crushed at any moment. Panic surged within him, and he blurted out, "I'll listen to him." He had trained in martial arts since childhood and had reached the pinnacle of external strength, yet this kid was able to easily subdue him. With that kind of power, his martial skills must have transcended the physical, tapping into inner strength. He could only place his hopes on his boss. The car changed direction and continued to drive on. Chapter 12. Zhang Long's worry. Qin Bin's head was buzzing. As the eldest son of the Qin family, he had been pampered and surrounded by adoring fans since childhood, developing a sense of superiority. Since Yang Fei got into the car, he felt that Yang Fei's life and death were in his hands. He could decide his fate. With the experts from his father's side present, he believed he could control Yang Fei however he wished. However, he never expected to be beaten in front of Zhou Pan. Blood filled his mouth, and several of his front teeth were knocked out. His head was spinning. When he finally came to his senses, he saw Zhou Pan, whom he usually idolized, drenched in sweat and looking terrified. You dare to resist?" Qin Bin stared at Yang Fei in disbelief. Yang Fei found Qin Bin's words amusing and asked with a smile, "So, you can bully others, but you're not allowed to be resisted?" Qin Bin shouted angrily, "Do you know who I am, kid? You dare to hit me, and you're finished. No one can save you." Zhou Pan's hand was still being held by Yang Fei, and hearing the young master's threats made him want to kick Qin Bin. Damn it, why can't he see the situation clearly? This kid is hard to deal with. And now the initiative is in someone else's hands. My young master, can't you think for a moment? Your reckless anger and arrogant threats will only put us in a more dangerous position. Oh, you guys are so powerful, huh? Yang Fei chuckled. Qin Bin snorted. It's too late to realize now. Kid, considering your sister Yang won, I only wanted to teach you a lesson, but now I've changed my mind. Young master, don't say any more, Zhou Pan urged anxiously. Although Yang Fei maintained a harmless smile and appeared gentle, not intimidating at all, Zhou Pan knew that such a person either had a strong background or immense personal strength. Based on his investigations over the past day, this kid didn't seem to have any notable family background. His confidence stemmed from his formidable strength. Such ruthless characters in the underworld, once pushed to their limits, wouldn't hesitate to kill, regardless of whether you were from the Qin family or a second-generation official. They would just run away afterward. Hearing Zhou Pan's words, Qin Bin, feeling unconvinced, retorted, "Pan Ge, what are you afraid of? He may be strong, but he has weaknesses too. As long as he dares to touch me, I guarantee his sister." "Shut up," Zhou Pan exclaimed in horror, quickly reprimanding him. But it was too late. The temperature in the car seemed to drop suddenly by several degrees, a chilling fear enveloping them, making their hearts race. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the car fell silent. Yang Fei had gripped Qin Bin's throat, crushing his windpipe. Qin Bin's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with endless regret and unwillingness. Even in death, he couldn't believe this kid had the audacity to kill him. Zhou Pan's heart sank to the bottom. It was over. This was utterly finished. The boss only had this one heir, and the old man cherished this young master dearly. Now, Qin Bin lay dead right before him. Even if this kid hadn't killed him, Yang Fei couldn't bear the wrath of the Qin family. After killing Qin Bin, the malice within Yang Fei diminished significantly. Previously, he could smile off Qin Bin's arrogance and disrespectful remarks as long as they weren't too outrageous. But threatening him with his cousin was crossing the line. Having roamed overseas for many years and earned the title of the Mad King, Yang Fei had countless souls under his command. How could he possibly regard someone like Qin Bin as a threat? In the front seat, the driver trembled all over. This guy was ruthless. He killed without a second thought. Moreover, the victim was a young master from the Qin family. Zhou Pan felt his throat dry and the air inside the car was suffocating. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Yang Fei released Zhou Pan and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it up with a smile. "Hope you don't mind." Zhou Pan quickly shook his head. Yang Fei took a puff of his cigarette and asked, "Can you tell me why your boss is looking for me now?" Zhou Pan gulped nervously and replied, I'm not quite sure. It seems like a big shot instructed him to do this." Yang Fei frowned slightly. Zhou Pan hurriedly added, "I swear, it's true. Actually, the Qin family has been looking for you for a while. Didn't you rescue an elderly person at the high-speed railway station?" Yang Fei recalled saving someone at the station yesterday, surprised. What a coincidence. Zhou Pan forced a bitter smile. Yes, quite a coincidence. Yang Fei remembered the phone call Zhou Pan had made in front of him, his gaze growing icy. Saving lives was a duty as a healer. He never expected anything in return. But now, he found it ironic that instead of gratitude, he faced a death threat. However, the old man doesn't know about this. He wants to thank you for saving his life. Zhou Pan seemed to read Yang Fei's thoughts, and quickly spoke up. With the young master dead before him, Zhou Pan knew his boss, being narrow-minded, would never let him off the hook. The only option was to shift the blame for the young master's death onto the boss. He needed to make it clear to the old man that it was his boss who, knowing Yang Fei was his savior, still ordered his men to deal with him, which provoked Yang Fei and inadvertently involved the young master. Thinking along these lines, Zhou Pan's mind became more agile. He had to consider his own future. Given Yang Fei's terrifying combat strength, he even contemplated that if he couldn't stay with the Qin family, he might have to ensure they disappeared altogether. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he addressed Yang Fei. "Mr. Yang, I'm just working for others. In this world, one is often not in control of their own fate. I didn't expect you to be a master in the martial world. I hope you can show mercy and not hold a grudge against someone like me." Yang Fei gave him a faint glance and asked, "Is your boss's family very powerful?" Zhou Pan felt a surge of relief and quickly replied, "Yes. The Qin family has been established in Binhai for decades and is one of the three major forces in the underground world here." He cautiously looked at Yang Fei, tentatively suggesting, "If you don't want to confront the Qin family directly, perhaps you could leave Binhai for a while, hide." Yang Fei chuckled lightly. Zhou Pan immediately fell silent. He caught a glimpse of disdain on Yang Fei's face. No, it was contempt. Just like a human looking down at the ants crawling beneath their feet. A jolt went through him. He couldn't fathom where this young man came from or what kind of person he was. Deep down, a thought arose that struck him as absurd. The Qin family had kicked a hornet's nest this time. Inside a white BMW 3 Series, Ma Zhao had been following closely behind a Mercedes-Benz van. "Brother Long, it seems they are headed to the villa of Qin Hongbao, the second master of the Qin family." Ma Zhao reported. "Okay, keep an eye on them," Zhang Long instructed before hanging up the phone. Beside him, Chi Tai, looking a bit more lively, was lounging in a rocking chair. "Master, Mr. Yang might be in trouble. He saved your life and has done us a favor at Longhu Hall. I have to go help him," Zhang Long said. Chitai replied, "Don't be so impulsive. Since you say Yang Fei's strength is no less than yours, and he's going to Chun Hongba's villa, with that Zhou Pan by Chun Hongba's side, you shouldn't be able to overpower him." Zhang Long insisted, "Mr. Yang is alone, and he is on their turf. Moreover, the person beside the head of the Chun family is quite unpredictable. But we don't even know if the Chun family has a grudge against Yang Fei." Chitai pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this? You take some people over there to check it out. If Mr. Yang truly clashes with the Chun family, you can step in to protect him. I believe that as long as it's not a severe grievance, the Chun family will give you that face." Zhang Long had been waiting for this response and strode off decisively. Chapter 13. Betrayal in a luxurious villa on the outskirts. Chun Hongba was sipping red wine while waiting for a call from Zhou Pan. As long as Zhou Pan handled this matter well, he would immediately inform the big shot in the provincial city. What a stroke of luck. He never expected to establish a connection with such an important figure in the provincial city in this way. Ha. Chun Hongba wore a smug expression. At that moment, the head of the security team rushed in, looking anxious. "Second master, the old master and the eldest master are here." Chun Hongba's expression changed. "What? Why are they here? What do they want?" The head of security shook his head in confusion, thinking to himself, "How would I know? I'm not dead yet. And you're already scheming behind my back?" A frail yet authoritative voice came from outside. Chun Hongba's heart trembled. He quickly put down his wine glass and went out to greet them. At the entrance, Qin Yanyang, the family patriarch, leaned on a cane and was supported by his eldest son, Chun Hongjin, as they entered the villa. "Dad, big brother," Chun Hongba hurriedly greeted them. Chun Hongjin smiled and said, "I heard from the staff that you found the old man's lifesaver." Chun Hongba looked at his brother. Although he wore a gentle smile, the glint of mockery in his eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, made Chun Hongba's heart sink. "Where is he?" Qin Yanyang asked as he sat down on the sofa in the living room. Chun Hongba wiped the sweat from his forehead and coughed awkwardly. "Dad, I haven't found your lifesaver yet. Don't listen to big brother's nonsense." Qin Yanyang snorted. "You still think you can deceive me at this point?" The eldest people said they saw Zhou Pan bringing him to the car. Chun Hongba's expression changed, and a chill ran down his spine. He hadn't expected Zhou Pan to be secretly monitored by his brother's people. He had underestimated his brother's capabilities. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Chun Hongba dropped the pretense and said, "Dad, there's more to this. Please ask big brother to leave. I need to report something to you privately." Chun Yanyang frowned and scolded. "I've told you before, after I'm gone, your brother is the successor. You need to listen to him. We are family. What could possibly be so important that you need to hide from your brother?" Chun Hongba felt a surge of resentment, jealousy, and anger. He protested, "Why should I? I'm your son too. Why do you give me no opportunities at all? What have I done wrong compared to big brother over the years? If you insist on leaving everything to him, then let us split the family and go our separate ways." "Brat!" Qin Yanyang exploded, raising his cane to teach this unfilial son a lesson. "Quick, grab him. The young master has been killed." Just then, a terrified scream echoed from outside, leaving everyone in the villa stunned. Outside the villa, the driver, who had finally managed to bring the car back safely, suddenly flung open the door and rushed out. Seeing so many Qin family bodyguards inside the villa, he immediately shouted for help. "Zheng Biao, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" A guard shouted at the driver. It's true. He is dead. Brother Pan has been injured." The driver Zheng Biao exclaimed loudly. Just now, he was genuinely terrified in the car, holding his breath the whole way. It wasn't until he returned to the Chun family's villa that he finally came to his senses. Chun Yonyang and Chun Hongjin's subordinates, who were waiting outside the villa, frowned in confusion, and Chun Hongba's bodyguards looked equally astonished. At that moment, the back door of the business vehicle swung open, and a ruggedly handsome young man stepped out. Seeing that there were dozens of people gathered outside the villa, all of them muscular and imposing, some with sharp eyes that clearly indicated they were skilled fighters, Yang Fei couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Looks like they were already prepared and waiting for me." Behind him, Zhou Pan watched his back, his expression changing several times before he ultimately restrained himself from calling out loudly. He had a feeling that even with so many people at the boss's villa today, they might not be a match for this kid. Zheng Biao, upon seeing Yang Fei get out of the car, was instantly shaken and shouted, "Quick, grab him. He's the one who killed young Master Qin Bin." "What?" Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Yonyang, Qin Hongjin, and the father-son duo of Chun Hongba rushed out, their expressions drastically changing at the news of Qin Bin's murder. Qin Hongba was especially horrified, shouting angrily at Zheng Biao, "What did you say? What happened to Xiao Bin?" "Boss, the young master is dead. This guy crushed his throat. You must avenge him," Zheng Biao said excitedly. Qin Hongbao felt as if his mind had exploded. His son was dead? How? How could this be? Qin Yanyang and Qin Hongjin also couldn't believe the news was true. Zheng Biao shouted, "The young master's body is in the car." Upon hearing this, several bodyguards rushed into the vehicle and soon carried out Chun Bin's lifeless body. Seeing the corpse, Qin Hongbao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Qin Yongyin's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Qin Hongbao quickly regained his composure. Letting out a heart-wrenching roar, glaring at Yang Fei, he shouted, "Bastard! I'm going to flay you alive and make sure you die a terrible death." Yang Fei fixed his gaze on Qin Hongbao. Noticing his agitation, he asked, "Was it you who sent Zhou Pan to kill me?" "Yes. I didn't expect Zhou Pan to be so useless that he couldn't kill you, and my son ended up dead at your hands." You killed my son and still dared to come to my house. Do you really think the Qin family is easy to bully? Kid, I want you dead. And I want all your family members to go to hell to accompany my son. Qin Hongbao's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with rage and hatred. At that moment, Qin Yanyang also regained his senses. Looking at Yang Fei, his expression was incredibly complex as he said solemnly, "Did you really kill my dear grandson?" Yang Fei had known Qin Yanyang for a while. He had saved him just yesterday, and now he found himself becoming the Qin family's enemy. It was truly a twist of fate. Seeing Qin Yanyang's inquiry, Yang Fei did not hide the truth and nodded. "Yes, I did." Qin Yanyang's face twisted in pain as he said, "You are my savior, and I was just sending people all over Binhai to find you to repay you. But why did you have to kill my grandson?" Yang Fei replied nonchalantly, "You should ask your son about that. Ask him why he sent someone to kill me." Qin Yanyang suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Qin Hongbao. Indeed, if it weren't for that fool sending someone to attack Yang Fei, how could his grandson have been implicated? Seeing his father's sharp gaze upon him, Qin Hongbao, who had always feared his father since childhood, felt a shiver run down his spine. He hurriedly leaned in and whispered a few words in his father's ear. Qin Yanyang's body trembled, and he exclaimed, "Is this true?" Qin Hongbao nodded. "Would I dare deceive you, father?" Qin Yanyang closed his eyes, then opened them again, his aged eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity as he stared at Yang Fei. "Young man, though you saved my life and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Today you have killed my grandson, which turns that debt into a grudge. Moreover, you have offended someone you should never have crossed. This is truly unforgivable. Don't blame me for repaying kindness with malice." While he genuinely sought to repay the life-saving favor, upon learning that his beloved grandson had been killed by Yang Fei, the murderous intent in his heart overshadowed any feelings of gratitude. Now, having heard from his younger son that a powerful figure from the provincial capital wanted Yang Fei dead, he made a decisive choice. Yang Fei must die. In Binhai, no one could protect him. Chapter 14. Misjudgment at the entrance of the villa. As Qin Yanyang's words fell, dozens of bodyguards from the Qin family immediately surrounded Yang Fei. A few of them had a fierce glint in their eyes, eager to act. They were just waiting for their bosses to give the order, and they would kill Yang Fei on the spot. Yang Fei, encircled, wore a calm expression and looked at Qin Yanyang, saying, "I saved your life yesterday, and today I can take it away." Qin Yanyang's face flushed. Killing his savior in front of everyone would tarnish his reputation. But soon, his gaze fell on his grandson's lifeless body, and coupled with the words his younger son had just whispered in his ear, the urge to kill took precedence. He looked at Yang Fei coldly and said, "Don't worry. I'll leave you with a whole corpse and give you a proper burial as repayment for saving your life." Yang Fei chuckled. Qin Hongbao, already impatient, shouted, "Kill him." But no one moved. Qin Hongjin coughed and added, "Make it quick." Next to Qin Hongjin, a young man in a black t-shirt stepped forward, staring at Yang Fei and said, "Kid, it's an honor for you to die at my hands." Feng Dali. Feng Dali was a fierce warrior under Qin Hongjin, stronger than Zhou Pan, and had a fearsome reputation on the streets of Binhai. Seeing him take action, the others from the Qin family did not intervene. To everyone present, with Feng Dali involved, Yang Fei was undoubtedly doomed. Only Zhou Pan, who remained hidden in the Mercedes-Benz van, revealed a cruel smile. Feng Dali was indeed slightly stronger than him, but it would take dozens of moves for him to defeat Zhou Pan. Yet this kid named Yang Fei could crush him effortlessly. How dare Feng Dali underestimate his opponent? He was practically courting death. Yang Fei didn't even glance at Feng Dali. Instead, he looked at Qin Yanyang and asked, "Who is the real mastermind behind this?" Before Qin Yanyang could respond, Feng Dali erupted with rage. "You dare to ignore me? You're asking for death." With that, he lunged at Yang Fei. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yang Fei, a sharp dagger suddenly in his hand, slashing towards Yang Fei's neck. Yang Fei raised his hand and accurately seized Feng Dali's wrist, twisting it with precision. Puff! Blood splattered. Yang Fei sidestepped, but a drop of blood still splattered onto his collar. Woo-woo. Feng Dali's eyes widened in horror as he stared at Yang Fei, clutching his neck with both hands, blood gushing from between his fingers. He seemed to want to say something, but could only emit muffled sounds. Thud. Choking on his own blood, Feng Dali collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before he breathed his last. Though it sounds lengthy, the entire sequence from Feng Dali's attack to his death occurred in the blink of an eye. By the time Feng Dali hit the ground, the majority of the onlookers had regained their senses. Only 3 people beside Qin Yanyang and Qin Hongjin looked on in shock, their expressions grave as they stared at Yang Fei. These 3 were true martial arts experts, having cultivated their inner strength to a profound level. Yet even they had failed to fully comprehend Yang Fei's counterattack. It was too fast. The group of bodyguards surrounding Yang Fei instinctively took a few steps back. Qin Hongjin's pupils contracted as he stared intently at Yang Fei and said, "No wonder you're so fearless. I didn't expect you to be a trained fighter. Kid, we underestimated you before, but today you're out of luck. My Qin family has several experts here, and you are destined to die." He Qian, He Kuan. Both of you attacked together. 2 middle-aged men in their 30s stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Yang Fei. Their presence was calm and restrained. Both true martial artists who had mastered hidden energy. They could easily take down someone like Feng Dali, a peak external force practitioner, but a quick kill would be difficult. The 2 brothers regarded Yang Fei with serious expressions, slightly separating to form a pincer formation. Clearly, Feng Dali's death had made them take Yang Fei seriously. Yang Fei looked at the He brothers and slowly shook his head. He raised a finger and pointed at an elderly man in martial arts attire standing beside Qin Yanyang, casually saying, "You should join in too, to avoid wasting time." The elderly man beside Qin Yanyang narrowed his eyes slightly, then burst into laughter and shook his head, saying, "Young man, you really don't know your place. You're not qualified to make me intervene." His name was Meng, a longtime follower of Qin Yanyang and the most formidable expert of the Qin family. Although he was slightly surprised by Yang Fei's earlier performance, it didn't concern him much. He had observed carefully and saw no signs of internal energy fluctuations from Yang Fei. Clearly, this kid had yet to cultivate internal energy. He had merely perfected his external skills and specialized in deadly combat. It was evident that Feng Dali had been careless. Now, with the He brothers teaming up, they were more than capable of suppressing him. The 3 of them, Qin Yanyang, Qin Hongjin, and Qin Hongba, who had been intimidated by Yang Fei's swift defeat of Feng Dali, now breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Meng's words and regained their composure. As long as this expert was present, the Qin family would remain unshaken. "Stop wasting time talking to him. Kill him," Qin Hongba ordered loudly. The wind howled as He Qian and He Kuan moved simultaneously. One attacked high, while the other targeted low, executing a combined assault. Yang Fei did not evade. Instead, he suddenly stepped forward. This step placed him right between the He brothers. In a flash, he grabbed He Qian's right wrist and swung him aside. At the same time, he spun to avoid He Kuan's attack aimed at his lower body, then extended his left hand like a claw, grasping He Kuan's shoulder and swinging him around as well. What happened next stunned everyone around. The He brothers were sent flying, spinning 360 degrees in midair before crashing hard onto the ground. The sound of their impact echoed loudly. Bang! Bang! The 2 heavy thuds resonated together. Yang Fei released his grip. After hitting the ground, the He brothers bounced slightly, blood gushing from their mouths and streaming from their 7 orifices, resulting in instant death. Another instant kill, and a double kill at that. Every strike from Yang Fei felt effortless, yet each one claimed a life. At that moment, everyone present gazed at this calm-faced young man in the arena, and a profound sense of fear welled up within them. He was terrifying. This kid is like a cold-blooded killing machine. Every move he makes is lethal, without any frills. Martial arts are not about flashy moves or entertaining performances. They are about the art of killing. Watching the silent He Qian and He Kuan brothers, Qin Hongjin's body trembles, and his previously relaxed mind tightens once again. Qin Hongba stares in disbelief, unable to process what he is witnessing. Qin Yanyang takes a deep breath, glances at his longtime companion Lu Meng, and struggles to utter 5 words. "You misjudged him?" At that moment, everyone is on edge. Lu Meng swallows hard, suddenly steps forward, and respectfully clasps his fists towards Yang Fei. "I am Lu Meng from the Bagua School. May I ask which master you learned from, young brother?" Chapter 15. Let me see you try again. Seeing Lu Meng inquiring about his background with the customary manners of the martial world, Yang Fei smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry. If you can kill me, I have no sect or affiliation, and no one will come after you." Lu Meng's face flushed with embarrassment. He had thought that revealing his affiliation with the Bagua school would intimidate his opponent. But he hadn't expected this young man to play by his own rules. Having lost face in front of so many people, a cold glint flashed in Lu Meng's eyes as he coldly snorted. Do you think just because you're young and have learned a bit of martial arts, you can act so arrogantly and recklessly? Although the rules of the martial world say that personal grudges do not count life or death, your aggressive behavior, killing 3 people, shows you have a heavy heart for murder. Today Yang Fei waved his hand impatiently, cutting him off. Old man, you talk too much. Are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, then don't block my way. Lu Meng's face turned red with anger. You're asking for death. A fierce aura emanated from Lu Meng, his loose training clothes slightly bulging as if internal energy was being released from him. Yang Fei nodded slightly. This old man had truly stepped into the realm of internal martial arts. However, he had only just crossed that threshold. Kid, make your move. Don't say I'm bullying you. It would sound bad if this got out, Lu Meng said, his energy sinking into his dantian as he spoke in a deep voice. Yang Fei looked at him with a strange expression and asked, Are you sure you want me to make the first move? What is wrong with letting you have 3 moves? Lu Meng replied loudly, striking a pose of a master. Yang Fei chuckled to himself. He could exert about 30% of his peak combat power without triggering any hidden ailments. Given the martial artists he encountered tonight, even 1% of his power would be enough to handle them. When he killed Feng Dali and the He brothers, he had hardly used any true energy, relying solely on his lethal skills honed through countless life and death battles. Now, Lu Meng should be at the pinnacle of dark energy, even stepping into the threshold of internal energy, making him a true internal martial artist. Engaging with him might require the use of true energy. Yet this guy was being so arrogant. Without any pretense, Yang Fei said, Then here I come. Lu Meng snorted, Come. Before he could finish his words, Yang Fei had already appeared right in front of him, throwing a punch straight at his chest. The move was unremarkable, but it was incredibly fast. Lu Meng took a deep breath, realizing he had no time to speak, and hurriedly tried to evade. But it was too late. Yang Fei shot forward like a cannonball, his entire body slamming into Lu Meng, leaving him no chance to escape. Bang! Yang Fei's fist struck Lu Meng's chest, beneath the loose training clothes. Lu Meng's chest caved in rapidly. At the same time, Lu Meng's body flew backward as if hit by a truck. Bang! Lu Meng's body crashed violently into Qin Yanyang, an elder of the Qin family who held significant power in Benhai, causing him to spit out blood and die on the spot from the impact. Thud! 2 bodies fell to the ground about 7 or 8 meters away. Qin Yanyang was dead on the spot, while Lu Meng struggled to get up, his face filled with terror as he pointed at Yang Fei, stammering, You. But he couldn't catch his breath and collapsed backward, also lifeless. The entire venue fell silent. The Qin family members stared in disbelief at this scene, unable to accept it. This elder from the Bagua sect, who had followed the old master for over a decade, was a true martial arts expert. He had once infiltrated enemy territory alone, going in and out 3 times, instilling fear in his enemies. Even Shi Tai from the Longhu Hall was said to have only managed to fight him to a draw, which is why, despite the Longhu Hall's rapid growth over the years, they dared not touch the Qin family. Yet now, this revered figure in the Qin family had been killed by a single punch. It was too sudden, too hard to accept. After a long pause, Qin Hongjin and Qin Hongba finally snapped back to reality. The 2 brothers suddenly looked up at Yang Fei, their eyes filled with deep fear. Qin Hongba had been hit hard today. First, he lost his son, and now his father was dead. He looked at Yang Fei, and although fear filled his heart, hatred took over, prompting him to shout angrily, You bastard! You killed my son and dared to kill my father. I will make you pay. I will make you pay. In his rage, he yelled at the guards surrounding them. Everyone attack. We outnumber him. Let us kill him together. Qin Hongjin also regained his composure and shouted, Let us kill him together. 1 million for each of you. There were over 30 loyal guards from the Qin family present, all of them elite fighters. Although they couldn't match the likes of Feng Dali or He Qian, they were all trained martial artists. United in strength, they were numerous enough to overwhelm a master with sheer force. As long as they could kill Yang Fei to avenge their father and save their own lives, spending a few million was nothing. Thinking of this, Qin Hongjin bellowed, 2 million. 2 million for each of you. Kill him. When the promise of 1 million per person was made, many in the crowd were tempted. Now, hearing 2 million, some immediately reddened with greed. With great rewards come brave men. These were people who lived on the edge, and the chance to earn 2 million in one go was irresistible. Instantly, 4 or 5 rushed toward Yang Fei, with one leading the charge. The others' bloodlust and courage were ignited. Some drew daggers, others pulled out batons and knives, all surging toward Yang Fei. Standing in the center, Yang Fei frowned slightly. Though he was known as the Mad King, he was not a mindless killer. Faced with over 30 attackers rushing at him, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to kill them all. Those who approached him empty-handed were either kicked away or punched aside, while those wielding clubs were disarmed. Their arms broken as long as they didn't come at him with lethal intent. As for those who used knives and blades with the clear intention to kill, Yang Fei showed no mercy, directly using their weapons against them to strike back. The scene was chaotic. Dozens of people were attacking Yang Fei alone. He weaved left and right, and in just a moment, several of them fell around him. His strikes were decisive, every move effective, with no unnecessary actions. After just a dozen breaths, no one was left standing beside him. A strong smell of blood filled the air, and among those lying on the ground, 7 or 8 were sprawled in pools of blood, having lost their lives. The remaining 20 or so were either severely injured or missing limbs. Aside from Yang Fei, the only other person still standing at the scene was Qin Yanyang. Qin Yanyang, however, was nowhere to be found. Inside the Mercedes-Benz van, Zhou Pan, who was injured in one arm and one leg, trembled all over. After witnessing Yang Fei's formidable combat prowess, any feelings of hatred had long since vanished from his heart, leaving only gratitude and relief. He was thankful that Yang Fei had shown mercy. Suddenly, Yang Fei's pupils contracted, and he abruptly looked up in a certain direction. Come on. Damn it. Weren't you supposed to be tough? Let's see you take another shot. Amidst the furious shouts, the previously vanished Qin Yanyang burst out of the villa, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted with rage, holding a gun aimed directly at Yang Fei. Chapter 16. Mr. Yang, you need to leave the coastal villa area immediately. Ma Zhao was anxiously waiting. Mr. Yang had been taken to the villa by Zhou Pan for quite a while, and earlier he had seen Qin Yanyang and his son Qin Hongjin enter the villa with a group of people. So much time had passed, and he had no idea what was happening with Mr. Yang. Finally, in the distance, 3 cars came speeding towards them. Seeing the leading Land Rover, Ma Zhao let out a sigh of relief, opened the door, and stepped out to greet them. Brother Long, you finally arrived. Mr. Yang has been inside for a long time, and I have no idea what is going on in there, Ma Zhao reported to Zhang Long. Zhang Long frowned and asked, you mentioned in your earlier call that Qin Yanyang and Qin Hongjin also showed up? Yes, I witnessed it myself. They brought a lot of people with them. The Qin family's elite almost emptied out, Ma Zhao reminded him. Zhang Long's heart sank. He was worried that Yang Fei might have offended the Qin family, which is why he rushed over with his men. He hadn't expected all 3 members of the Qin family to be here. If Yang Fei truly had crossed the Qin family, trying to retrieve him could lead to an all-out war between the Qin family and Longhu Hall. And that was something that was absolutely not permitted from above. Ma Zhao noticed 2 cars following Zhang Long, one of which was a Jinbei van that was sagging low, indicating it was packed with Longhu Hall brothers. Brother Long, what should we do? Should we just storm in and demand him back? Ma Zhao asked. Just as Zhang Long was hesitating, a loud sound shattered the night sky. Zhang Long's expression changed dramatically. Although the sound had been processed through a silencer, he could tell it was a gunshot. Let us go in and take a look, Zhang Long said with a determined look, leading a dozen Longhu Hall members towards Qin Yangyang's villa. Inside the villa, when Qin Yangyang pulled out a gun and aimed it at Yang Fei. Yang Fei narrowed his eyes. Second brother, kill him. Qin Hongjin exclaimed with delight at the sight, urging him on. Qin Yangyang ignored his brother and, with a face full of hatred, glared at Yang Fei, saying, come on, hit me again if you can. What good is your strength if you can't withstand a bullet? Yang Fei fixed his gaze on Qin Yangyang's gun hand and squinted. You can give it a try. Kneel down. Qin Yangyang shouted. Bow down and repent before my father and son. As he spoke, he lowered the gun and pulled the trigger, intending to shoot Yang Fei in the leg. Little did he know the terrifying presence he was up against. At the moment he moved the gun, Yang Fei acted. Qin Yangyang pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, but Yang Fei had vanished from his sight. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yangyang felt a flash before his eyes, and a sharp pain shot through his wrist. He looked down in horror to find his right wrist pierced by a dagger, and the gun had fallen to the ground. Yang Fei held the dagger and made a swift motion. Qin Yangyang's hand was split from the wrist down to the palm, blood gushing out. A scream of agony erupted from his mouth. Yang Fei seized him by the throat and demanded, tell me, who sent you to kill me? After marrying Qin Yanyang, he was secretly monitored, which eventually led to a car accident. Yesterday at the accident scene, the driver responsible died, leaving him unable to trace any leads. He could only wait for the other party to strike again, not expecting them to be so brazen as to send someone after him again today. Initially, he thought it was the Qin family targeting him, but after hearing Qin Yanyang mention a big shot from the provincial capital, he suspected that the Qin family was actually working for someone else. Qin Yanyang, already in despair, suddenly burst into mad laughter at Yang Fei's interrogation. Haha, kid. You are indeed impressive. Your strength exceeds my expectations. But, do you really think it ends here? Let me tell you, you have offended a real big shot. And you're doomed. Oh, Yang Fei replied indifferently, applying pressure with his fingers. Uft. The dagger sliced through the neck, blood gushing out. Qin Yanyang stared at Yang Fei in terror and disbelief, and then his head tilted to one side, joining his son and father in the afterlife. Until his last moment. He couldn't comprehend why Yang Fei didn't press him for information on the mastermind behind it all, but instead killed him outright, discarding Qin Yangbang's body. Yang Fei turned to Qin Yanyang. Now you are the only one who knows the truth. Do you want me to give you a quick end? Or should I slowly press you for answers? Believe me, my methods of coercion will make you regret ever being born. Qin Yanyang felt a chilling dread. Everything that happened tonight exceeded his imagination. The mighty Qin family had been taken down by a seemingly harmless kid. If this news got out, no one would believe it. Under Yang Fei's indifferent gaze, Qin Yanyang trembled and quickly said, I really don't know. Earlier, his second brother had whispered something to their father, after which their father decided to deal with Yang Fei. He was curious too. From what his father implied, a big shot from the provincial capital wanted Yang Fei dead. But he truly had no idea who that person was. Seeing Yang Fei frown, Qin Yanyang shivered, a foul odor emanating from him. Although he considered himself ruthless, he was genuinely terrified of Yang Fei today. This kid appeared ordinary, yet killing someone seemed as easy to him as squashing an ant, done with such nonchalance. Thud. Qin Yanyang's legs went weak, and he knelt before Yang Fei, pleading, Big brother, I really don't know who wants to kill you. I didn't hear what my second brother told my dad just now. Yang Fei looked at the trembling Qin Yanyang, who had even soiled himself in fear, and felt an overwhelming frustration. He could tell that this guy wasn't lying and didn't dare to deceive him. But this wasn't how things were supposed to go. He had just decisively killed Qin Yanyang to instill terror in Qin Yanyang, aiming to shatter his psychological defenses so that he wouldn't dare hide anything from him. He never expected this guy to be completely in the dark. Damn it, Yang Fei felt a bit dazed. It was also my second brother who offended you today. My father is ungrateful and not worth anything. But I didn't offend you. Please, treat me like nothing and let me go. Qin Yanyang knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. This scene was witnessed by Zhang Long, who had brought his men along. Zhang Long, Ma Zhao, and the members of the Longhu Hall were all stunned as they took in the sight of the dead bodies and the injured scattered around. Zhang Long was no exception. When he saw the corpses of Lu Meng, He Qian, He Kuan, and Feng Dali, his mouth fell open in shock, unable to articulate a word. Lu Meng was a well-known martial artist in Binhai, and with him protecting the Qin family, they had managed to become one of the three major powers in the area. As for He Qian, He Kuan, and Feng Dali, they were also skilled fighters, renowned figures along the Binhai coastline. The fact that all four of them were dead here was truly staggering. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Long looked up and saw Qin Yanyang kneeling before Yang Fei, begging for mercy. His throat felt dry, and he couldn't find his voice. Upon noticing Zhang Long and his men, Yang Fei snapped back to reality. He cast a complex glance at Qin Yanyang and then casually slapped him on the head. With the Qin family now his sworn enemy, he couldn't afford to leave any potential threats behind. Qin Yangbang's eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground, his entire family now completely gone. As Zhang Long began to regain his composure from the overwhelming shock, he instinctively asked, Mr. Yang, did you do all this? Yang Fei looked at him, his gaze calm. Zhang Long hurriedly explained, Little Ma discovered that you had been taken by the Qin family, and I was worried about your safety. So I came to check on you. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Yang Fei fixed his gaze on Zhang Long and nodded after a moment. You have a good heart. Zhang Long replied, You saved my master's life, making you my benefactor. I, Zhang Long, will surely repay you. Just then, he suddenly thought of something, his expression changing as he quickly added, Mr. Yang, you must leave Binhai immediately. Chapter 17. The Dragon and Tiger Hall takes the blame. Seeing Zhang Long's serious and anxious expression, Yang Fei was slightly surprised. He glanced at the bodies on the ground and said, As far as I know, according to the rules of the martial world, personal grievances can be resolved on one's own. Is there a problem? Zhang Long nodded and replied, Yes, according to the rules of the martial world. As long as the conflict does not harm others, such disputes are indeed allowed. However, there are limitations. For instance, in ordinary death cases, if the number of deaths exceeds 3, it escalates into a serious matter of collective harm that requires accountability. According to the rules, in the case of vendettas, the number of deaths in a single incident cannot exceed 8 if it does not affect ordinary people. Yang Fei glanced at the bodies on the ground. There's no need to count. It's definitely more than 8. He frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Long, asking, what happens if it exceeds 8? Zhang Long hurriedly explained. In conflicts of personal vendettas, if the number of deaths exceeds 8, it violates the ethics of the martial world and will be regarded as a dangerous martial artist who has committed a serious offense. To maintain stability in the martial world and provide an explanation to higher authorities, the Alliance will impose penalties. Yang Fei rubbed his temples. This could get a bit troublesome. However, he did not regret his actions. As a former king of the underground world overseas, he never initiated trouble, but once provoked, he would ensure total annihilation. He had shown some mercy to the bodyguards of the Qin family today. Otherwise, the death toll would have been even higher. Having just returned to China to get married and reunited with his cousin today, coupled with the unresolved threats he faced, he did not wish to leave things as they were. After a moment of thought, Yang Fei looked up at Zhang Long, scanning the crowd around them, and spoke in a calm tone. We just need to dispose of the bodies and clean up the scene properly. A wave of immense fear surged through everyone as Yang Fei's gaze swept over them. Zhang Long was startled. He even sensed a hint of murderous intent in Yang Fei's eyes. Who exactly was this Mr. Yang? His murderous aura was so strong. Did he intend to wipe them all out to cover his tracks? He suddenly realized that he knew nothing about this mysterious Mr. Yang. This young man was highly skilled in medicine and had a compassionate heart for saving lives. But that was merely a fade. The Yang Fei before him was ruthless and merciless, having just eliminated dozens of people, resembling a demon from hell. The line between good and evil was blurred. Brother Long. There are actually other ways. Ma Zhao, standing beside Zhang Long, felt the chilling intent in Yang Fei's earlier gaze. Trembling with fear, he forced himself to speak. Zhang Long's eyes brightened at Ma Zhao's words. Yang Fei also showed a hint of interest and looked at Ma Zhao, saying, go on. Ma Zhao quickly added, just as Mr. Yang said, if we clean up thoroughly, we can hide a lot of things, which shouldn't be too difficult for us at the Dragon and Tiger Hall. There's another way. We can take responsibility for this matter. Zhang Long completely calmed down. Yes, there were indeed solutions. Previously, he had been so intimidated by Yang Fei's achievements that he lost his composure. Now, with Ma Zhao's reminder, he was brought back to his senses. He looked at Yang Fei and nodded, saying, yes, Mr. Yang, I was too hasty just now and not calm enough. Don't worry. I will handle this matter properly and ensure it has nothing to do with you. Oh, a smile finally appeared on Yang Fei's face. He looked at Zhang Long and asked with a grin, why do you want to help me? Zhang Long replied, Mr. Yang, you flatter me. You saved my master's life. You are a benefactor to Longhu Hall. I, Zhang Long, have been an orphan since childhood. It was my master who took me in and raised me, teaching me everything I know. By saving my master, you are also my benefactor. Yang Fei stared at Zhang Long, who looked sincere, much like the gratitude he had shown earlier at Li Xian's clinic. Seeing that Yang Fei was still watching him, Zhang Long, worried he might not be reassured, explained, Mr. Yang, rest assured, this matter will not implicate you at all. According to the rules of the martial world, in conflicts between sects, the number of deaths can exceed 8. Yang Fei suddenly understood, but asked, but won't this cause trouble for your Longhu Hall? Zhang Long hesitated for a moment, and hadn't he spoken yet when Ma Zhao interjected. There will be some trouble. Shut up. Zhang Long coldly reprimanded him. Ma Zhao shrank back, retreating to the side. Yang Fei looked at Zhang Long, who realized he couldn't hide the truth anymore and had to say, there will be some trouble, but it's not a big deal. It can be resolved. Are you sure? Yang Fei asked. Zhang Long nodded firmly. Yang Fei wasn't one to dig deeper, so he patted Zhang Long on the shoulder and said, consider me indebted to you for a favor. Zhang Long's heart soared with joy, although he didn't know Yang Fei well. From the medical skills and combat prowess he had displayed, Zhang Long knew this young man was far more profound than he had imagined. Gaining his acknowledgement was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Though happy inside, Zhang Long quickly replied, Mr. Yang, you're too kind. You saved my master. And you are already my benefactor. It's only right for me to do something for you. Yang Fei chuckled. I saved your master and took 1,000,000 from you. We're even now. If you help me, I owe you a favor. Let us leave it at that. Seeing his determination, Zhang Long didn't argue further and reminded him, this matter should not be delayed. Mr. Yang, you should leave first. I need to handle some things. Yang Fei wasn't one to linger, so he turned and walked away. Xiao Ma, go see Mr. Yang off, Zhang Long ordered. Ma Zhao was overjoyed. Being close to Mr. Yang was a tremendous honor for him. After Ma Zhao drove Yang Fei away, Zhang Long's gaze swept over the Qin family's injured members, and he coldly declared, our Longhu Hall has long wanted to swallow the Qin family's influence. Today, everything is our doing. If anyone dares to mention Mr. Yang even once, I want to let them off. The Qin family's guards and bodyguards, who had been injured by Yang Fei, understood they had narrowly escaped with their lives upon hearing Zhang Long's words. They all nodded in agreement, with some even swearing guarantees. Not to mention the pressure from Zhang Long. Just the thought of Yang Fei's terrifying combat abilities filled them with deep-seated fear, making them reluctant to offend him. A piece of news spread throughout Binhai City. Tigers and Dragons Hall clashed with the Qin family, resulting in the deaths of 3 members of the Qin family. Apart from Zhou Pan, all 4 martial artists that the Qin family had worshipped were killed. That night, Tigers and Dragons Hall forcefully took over many of the Qin family's businesses. Meanwhile, the strongest faction in Binhai also took notice and acted decisively. In just one night, the Qin family's influence was completely divided up, and from that point on, there was no longer a Qin family in Binhai. Around 3 in the morning, after wrapping up matters concerning the Qin family, Zhang Long accompanied his seriously injured master, Qi Tai, to drive through the night to the Binhai branch of the Martial Arts Alliance to personally explain what had happened that evening. In the provincial capital, within a traditional Chinese courtyard-style building, a handsome young man listened to the voice on the phone with a look of annoyance on his face. Useless. Those people from the Qin family are all worthless. They couldn't even handle such a small matter and ended up letting Tigers and Dragons Hall take everything. Damn it. You should handle my business before you kick the bucket. The young man threw his phone onto the bed, cursing under his breath in frustration. What a stroke of bad luck. He had sent someone to handle things, only for that person to be eliminated by others. It delayed his plans. The Qin family were nothing but a bunch of useless people, and Tigers and Dragons Hall deserved to be condemned as well. Couldn't they have waited just one more day before moving against the Qin family? He felt no sorrow at all over the near annihilation of the Qin family. To him, they were merely a small pawn. Now he had to find someone else to do the job. Ultimately, the young man muttered softly to himself, helplessly picking up his phone to make another call. Chapter 18. Qin Yanyang seeks help. Many people from the Longhu Hall worked tirelessly overnight to help Yang Fei conceal the truth. The underworld of Binhai was shaken by this, and many connected to the Qin family and Longhu Hall couldn't sleep. Yang Fei was unaware of all this when he returned to the villa at Binhai Garden. It was just past 10 in the evening. He first had Ma Zhao drive him to the parking lot outside Binhai University to pick up his car, then drove home. The villa was lit up, and when he parked in the garage, he indeed saw Qin Yanyang's car there. After parking, he went upstairs and found Qin Yanyang sitting on the sofa, reading. This reminded Yang Fei of the first time he saw her. She had been sitting by the window in a coffee shop, engrossed in her book, with sunlight illuminating her, making her look so pure and enchanting. She seemed to love reading and enjoyed the peaceful solitude, to the point where Yang Fei felt reluctant to disturb her. Qin Yanyang closed her book and looked up at Yang Fei. You're back. Yang Fei replied. Yeah, when did you get back? Just after 9, she said, smiling. I just got back a little while ago. Yang Fei chuckled. I went to buy some groceries earlier, planning to cook at home. But then something came up and I went out. Qin Yanyang nodded, smiling as she said, You don't need to explain that to me. Yang Fei was taken aback for a moment, then realized he had indeed been a bit too eager to explain himself. Clearing his throat, he asked, how about something to eat? Qin Yanyang's lips curled into a slight smile. Sure. Yang Fei had just been saying it casually, not expecting her to agree. Shouldn't girls pay attention to their figures and skip late-night snacks? He looked at Qin Yanyang, who was also looking back at him, and in her eyes, he could only see eager anticipation. All right, just a moment, Yang Fei said, turning back to head downstairs. He had bought some groceries in the afternoon, including beef, so he decided to make braised beef noodles for dinner. When Qin Yanyang was eating, she looked quite refined, but her speed was surprisingly quick. By the time Yang Fei finished, she had also put down her chopsticks. Noticing Yang Fei looking at her, her face flushed slightly. It was just too delicious. She couldn't help but eat so quickly. Was it too embarrassing? Thinking this, she grabbed a bowl in each hand, ready to clean up. I'll wash them. Yang Fei said. You've already showered. It wouldn't be good for your hands to get dirty again. Qin Yanyang was wearing pajamas. After coming back and seeing Yang Fei wasn't home, she had taken a shower and changed. No way, you cooked the noodles, so I should wash the dishes. That's fair, she insisted. Yang Fei laughed. Girls should try to wash fewer dishes. It's not good for their hands. Besides, as your husband, I should let my wife do less housework and pamper you a bit. Hearing him refer to husband and wife, Qin Yanyang felt a strange sensation in her heart. However, she still held her ground, saying, even if we're married, we should respect each other. In terms of personality and character, we should respect each other. But in these little household chores, being too polite feels strange. Yang Fei spoke softly. Qin Yanyang was momentarily taken aback and released her grip. Yang Fei chuckled and said, Am I being too hasty? Qin Yanyang quickly shook her head. No, It's that I haven't thought it through enough. You're right. Since we're married and we don't actually dislike each other, we should try to get along more naturally. Yang Fei smiled. That's the spirit. As he spoke, he stood up to head to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Suddenly, Qin Yanyang's gaze flickered, and she looked at his collar. You're hurt? Yang Fei was taken aback, then lowered his head to check, noticing the bloodstains on his collar and silently scolding himself for being careless. I'm sorry. I completely forgot in the rush. Today I found a job, working as a physician at the Xiantong clinic not far from here. In the afternoon, a patient came in with an injury, and while I was bandaging him, I accidentally got some blood on me. I'll go take a shower and change right away. It was indeed unsanitary and impolite to come home in clothes stained with a patient's blood. He had overlooked that detail. Qin Yanyang's eyes lit up slightly. She had high hopes for this man she had married after the matchmaking, thinking he was just someone she didn't dislike. She was pleasantly surprised that he found a job in a big city like ButHiswife so quickly, and at the Xiantong clinic no less. Although it was a private clinic, Xiantong was a well-known doctor in Jiangnan, so being hired there meant her husband at least had genuine medical skills. It's all right. I'm not that picky, Qin Yanyang said quickly, noticing Yang Fei's apologetic expression. Yang Fei felt relieved to hear her say that. At least he had found a job, or else the bloodstain would have been harder to explain. He thought to himself, I need to be more careful in the future. After washing the dishes, Yang Fei went upstairs and found Qin Yanyang still in the living room. Reflecting on what had happened today and what his master had said about finding a solution to his hidden health issues through Qin Yanyang, he felt a sense of urgency. China truly is the most mysterious country in the world, especially when it comes to martial artists. It must have the highest number of them globally. Today, he had just stepped into the martial world and had already encountered so many people, including several skilled practitioners of dark energy. If he were to encounter an internal martial artist with deep inner strength, he would have to mobilize his true energy, which could potentially push him past a critical danger point and trigger his hidden ailments. Therefore, he wanted to find a way to address his health issues as soon as possible. According to his master, Qin Yanyang was his opportunity, so he needed to get to know her better and interact with her more. Yang Fei pondered how to break the ice with his seemingly approachable yet inherently aloof wife when Qin Yanyang spoke first. Yang Fei, could you do me a favor tomorrow afternoon? Yang Fei's heart leapt with joy. It was like a pillow being offered just when he wanted to take a nap. Just as he was thinking about how to get closer to her, the opportunity had arrived. Sure, what do you need? He replied, concealing his excitement. Qin Yanyang, looking a bit shy, said, tomorrow is an old professor's birthday, and my colleagues have invited me to celebrate. I can't refuse. Yang Fei noticed her expression and realized it wasn't that simple. He said, if it's just to celebrate a birthday, even though I'm considered your family, it might not be appropriate for me to go. You must have another reason for wanting me there, right? Yes, Qin Yanyang admitted. This old professor has a nephew who is also a teacher at ButHiswife University. He has been pursuing me relentlessly. I've turned him down firmly. But people like him never give up easily. So, she didn't hide the truth and explain the real reason. Yang Fei chuckled. So you want me to go with you to put an end to his hopes once and for all, so he won't bother you anymore. Is that right? Qin Yanyang felt a bit embarrassed. Yang Fei smiled and said, it's my duty. We're married, and how can I just stand by while someone is chasing my wife? Seeing Yang Fei's straightforward agreement, Qin Yanyang smiled. She actually had plenty of ways to make her suitors back off, but she chose this approach because she also wanted to learn more about her husband, whom she had married in a flash. Chapter 19. Could it be fake alcohol? The next morning, once again, it was Qin Yanyang who prepared breakfast. After they finished eating, Qin Yanyang headed off to work, dropping Yang Fei off outside Xiantong's medical clinic. Don't forget what we discussed last night, Qin Yanyang reminded him. Yang Fei smiled and replied, I'm waiting for your call. With that, he walked towards the clinic. As Qin Yanyang watched Yang Fei approach the clinic's entrance, she was surprised to see the renowned Dr. Xiantong greet him with an enthusiastic smile. Curious, she thought, Xiantong is a well-respected physician in ButHiswife. As the owner of the clinic, he holds a high reputation. Why is he so welcoming to Yang Fei? Could it be that her husband possesses exceptional medical skills that have earned him Xiantong's admiration? Reflecting on her recent interactions with Yang Fei, a slight smile appeared on Qin Yanyang's face. He was clearly a year younger than her, yet he carried himself with an air of maturity that made him seem older and more grounded. While she considered herself mature and steady, he appeared to embody an even greater sense of depth. This guy is quite intriguing, she thought as she drove away. Inside the clinic, Xiantong took Yang Fei's hand and led him directly to his office. I thought carefully about those last 4 needles you mentioned yesterday, and I just can't wrap my head around them. The clinic isn't too busy right now. Could you teach me? Yang Fei felt a bit speechless. I'm here to be a practicing physician, not to teach a disciple, he thought. Seeing that Yang Fei hadn't agreed, Li Xiantong said earnestly. I could become your apprentice. As a renowned physician in Binhai, Li Xiantong was well respected for both his medical skills and his character. He was meticulous in his practice and had an insatiable thirst for knowledge in areas he didn't fully understand. Although Yang Fei wasn't opposed to sharing the technique of the 13 rejuvenation needles, he still didn't know Li Xiantong well enough to agree to it. Fortunately, the clinic was quite well known, and by early morning, patients were already arriving seeking treatment. Li Xiantong got busy and stopped pressing Yang Fei for now. Yang Fei sighed in relief and, under the guidance of Li Xiantong's disciple Zhou Cheng, took his position as a practicing physician, waiting for patients. However, despite the clinic's bustling business and the numerous patients seeking care, many would shake their heads and leave when they saw how young Yang Fei looked. Most had come specifically for Li Xiantong's esteemed reputation, and they preferred to wait in line rather than let a young novice treat them. Yang Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. He had encountered this situation before overseas, but the expectations of Chinese patients regarding traditional medicine were even stricter. Once they saw that he was just in his early 20s, they assumed he was merely an apprentice with half-baked skills, who would dare to seek treatment from him. Thus, the entire morning passed without Yang Fei seeing a single patient. With Li Xiantong paying him a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, he felt embarrassed to be doing nothing. As he pondered whether he should teach Li Xiantong the last 4 needles of the 13 rejuvenation needles, he felt he needed to earn that salary. During lunch, Li Xiantong said to Yang Fei, "Come with me this afternoon to see a patient." Hearing that he had something to do, Yang Fei immediately perked up and nodded, "Sure." After dinner, Li Xiantong drove Yang Fei to an old residential area in the city. Although the community was aged, its location was excellent. Once they entered the elevator, Li Xiantong said to Yang Fei, "LV Shouwang is an old friend of mine. He has dedicated his life to education. But a few years ago he suffered a stroke and was nearly paralyzed. I've been helping him with treatment, and he's made some recovery. But he still relies on a wheelchair to get around. I brought you here today because I'd like you to take a look at him." Yang Fei nodded and replied, "From what you've said, there should be a possibility for him to recover." Li Xiantong sighed, "Yes, but unfortunately, my medical skills aren't good enough. It's been 3 years, and I still haven't been able to cure him." Yang Fei reassured him, "Your medical skills are already quite impressive." Li Xiantong looked at him and remarked, "If I could perform the full rejuvenation 13 needles, I should have cured him long ago." Feeling the intensity in the old man's gaze, Yang Fei quickly fell silent. The elevator stopped, and Li Xiantong stepped out first, walking to a door and knocking. A middle-aged woman in her 40s opened the door. Although she appeared to be in her 40s, she looked much younger due to her excellent upkeep, exuding a unique scholarly aura. "Uncle Li," she exclaimed with enthusiasm upon seeing Li Xiantong. Then she noticed Yang Fei standing behind him and asked curiously, "Who is this?" Li Xiantong quickly explained, "This is Yang Fei, a new friend of mine who is both a mentor and a buddy." Turning to Yang Fei, he added, "Yang Fei, this is Professor Elvin Yan." Yang Fei politely nodded and greeted her. "Hello, I'm Yang Fei. Sorry for the intrusion." Elvin Yan warmly invited both men into the house. In the living room, an elderly man sat in a wheelchair. Upon seeing Li Xiantong, he smiled and said, "You should have come over yesterday afternoon. You're getting less attentive to your old classmate." Though his speech was relatively fluent, it was somewhat slurred, and his facial expressions appeared a bit stiff. Yang Fei silently acknowledged that these were indeed symptoms of a stroke. However, it seemed that Li Xiantong's treatment had worked to some extent. Li Xiantong playfully retorted, "Nonsense. Besides your sister-in-law and this girl, I'm the only one who cares about you in this world." The elderly man, named LV Shouwang, was an educator whose influence in the Binhai education system remained significant even after retirement. LV Yan was his only daughter, who was already married and did not live here. "Who is this?" LV Shouwang asked, noticing Yang Fei. Knowing Li Xiantong, he was curious about Yang Fei, as Li would only bring someone special to his home. Li Xiantong introduced Yang Fei, saying, "Old man, whether you can stand up again in this lifetime depends entirely on this young brother Yang." "Oh." Both LV Shouwang and his daughter displayed surprise, their curious and puzzled gazes fixed on Yang Fei. At that moment, LV Shouwang's wife also came out. After greeting Li Xiantong, she asked, somewhat excitedly, "Old Li, what did you just say? My husband can stand up?" Li Xiantong nodded and said, "I couldn't guarantee it before. But now that my brother Yang is here, it shouldn't be a problem." The 3 members of the Liu family looked at Yang Fei with increasingly complex expressions. Clearly, they found it hard to believe Li Xiantong's words. This young man can practice medicine? How old is he? He probably hasn't even graduated from college yet. Facing the puzzled gazes of the Liu family, Yang Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. Li Xiantong was really raising the stakes too high. What if he couldn't cure Lu Shouwang's illness later? That would be quite embarrassing. Ahem. So, Old Li, you're not saying this young man is your new apprentice, are you? Lu Shouwang, who had a good relationship with Li Xiantong, asked without any reservations. His boss chuckled, clearly not believing Li Xiantong's words either. Lu Nian even frowned slightly, suspecting that Uncle Li might have had some fake liquor today. Seeing the expressions of the Lu family, Li Xiantong knew they were skeptical. He laughed heartily and said to Yang Fei, "Why don't you take a look first?" Chapter 20. Immediate results. Yang Fei nodded and walked over to Lu Shouwang. Since he had come with Li Xiantong, he was there to help with the medical treatment. As for the doubts from the Lu family, he didn't take them too seriously. The three members of the Lu family also regained their composure. Although Li Xiantong's actions today were a bit strange, bringing along a young novice to treat Lu Shouwang, they had known him for many years and still trusted him. It was just a look, it wouldn't cost them anything. Yang Fei approached Lu Shouwang, took his pulse, and while one hand was checking the pulse, the other hand lifted Lu Shouwang's pant leg to press on several acupoints near the knee joint, observing and asking about Lu Shouwang's various reactions. When Li Xiantong saw Yang Fei's actions, he was taken aback, secretly surprised. Lu Nian didn't understand medicine, but seeing Yang Fei multitasking made her frown slightly. As an outsider, she felt that the young man was being too casual. To diagnose effectively, one must focus. But he was checking the pulse while doing other things and even asking questions. It seemed too dismissive and insincere. Given your condition, if it weren't for Dr. Li's careful treatment, you might have been completely paralyzed by now, Yang Fei said after his examination, standing up. Lu Shouwang nodded, still very grateful to Li Xiantong, but he joked. He is afraid I might end up completely paralyzed and have one less companion. Lu Nian looked at Yang Fei and asked, "Can you really treat him?" Yang Fei nodded. "I can treat him. In fact, even if I don't intervene, as long as Dr. Li continues his treatment, within a year, Lu Lao will be able to stand again." Upon hearing this, Lu Shouwang and his wife, along with Lu Nian, all brightened up, looking expectantly at Li Xiantong. Li Xiantong also showed signs of excitement and asked Yang Fei, "Really? Can it work?" Yang Fei nodded. "Your previous treatment methods and direction were correct. It was just that the acupuncture technique wasn't effective enough. Otherwise, he would have recovered long ago after 3 years." Li Xiantong exclaimed, "I knew the 13 needles of revitalization would work. I only regret my lack of skill, which caused Lu Lao to suffer for a few more years." Lu Nian's eyes sparkled with hope as she fixed her gaze on Yang Fei and asked, "Can you really make my father stand again?" Then she quickly added, "If you really have the ability to make my father stand again, how much do you want? Just name your price." Yang Fei frowned. He had come today purely out of respect for Uncle Li. He didn't mind the Lu family's initial disbelief in his skills. After all, he was young and it was hard to gain trust. However, Lu Nian's attitude, as if money could solve everything, made him somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing Yang Fei's frown, Lu Shouwang felt a pang of concern and quickly chided, "Nonsense. Yang Xiaoxiong is a skilled practitioner invited by your Uncle Li. He came here out of respect for your Uncle Li, and you think throwing money around is impressive? Is this how you approach someone for help?" Lu Nian felt embarrassed by her father's reprimand in front of others. She huffed, but didn't dare to retort. Lu Shouwang had been in a wheelchair for over 3 years and longed to stand again. He looked at Yang Fei and said, "I'm sorry, young brother. My daughter is being inconsiderate. Please don't take offense." Li Xiantong was also worried that Yang Fei would be upset and quickly said, "Yes. Lu Nian is just too concerned about her dad. She can only express her gratitude by offering you a high consultation fee." Yang Fei chuckled. "Otherwise, how would you explain that old ginger is spicier?" These two elders are quite sharp. The slight discomfort in his heart dissipated, and he smiled, saying, "It's fine. Sister Lu is just straightforward and means no harm." Lu Shouwang quickly interjected, "What do you mean, Sister Lu? Old Li here is your peer, so you should address him as brother. As for me, you can just call me by my name since she is my daughter." Yang Fei noticed Lu Nian's face turned an interesting shade, and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. After all, she was older than him and a university professor. Was he really supposed to call her Auntie Yang? "Old Li, do you have the silver needles?" Yang Fei shifted the topic and asked Li Xiantong. Li Xiantong replied, "I often give him acupuncture, so I left a set of silver needles here." Lu Shouwang's wife quickly said, "I'll go get them." Soon, the silver needles were brought over. Yang Fei began to insert the needles, and Li Xiantong hurriedly leaned in, observing intently, like an eager elementary school student wanting to learn something. The 3 members of the Lu family were astonished to see Li Xiantong so humble and eager to learn. They had known him for many years and shared a deep friendship. Knowing that he was a renowned figure in the medical field, not only a famous doctor in Binhai, but also well-regarded nationally. To see him so open to learning, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Could this young man really have some skills? The primary reason for paralysis is the blockage of meridians and acupoints. Over time, if paralysis persists, joints, tendons, ligaments, and surrounding cells may degenerate or even die. As Yang Fei inserted the needles, he explained, however, Old Li, you have been doing acupuncture and herbal treatments for the past few years, which has helped maintain Old Lu's bodily functions quite well. After inserting a total of 7 needles, Yang Fei said, actually, the revival acupuncture technique only requires 7 needles to effectively treat Old Lu's legs. Li Xuantong's gaze fell on the positions of the 7 silver needles, and he looked enlightened, murmuring, so that's how it is. I had made some errors in the acupoint placements before. Your method of insertion and the sequence can better stimulate the activation of the meridians in this area. Yang Fei smiled and said, the key lies in the revival energy. As he spoke, his long fingers swiftly brushed over the ends of the 7 silver needles. Buzz! The 7 silver needles began to tremble. Li Xuantong's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Although it wasn't the first time he had witnessed the revival energy, seeing it again still thrilled him. The Lu family was left dumbfounded, amazed by this miraculous scene. The silver needles were actually vibrating at such a high frequency. Moreover, it seemed they were responding to each other, forming a unique and profound magnetic field. Li Xuantong stared at the special magnetic field created by the silver needles, swallowed hard, and looked up at Yang Fei, saying, could you slow down a bit next time? I didn't catch it all. Seeing the eager expression on his face, Yang Fei couldn't bear to refuse and said, take it slow, rushing will lessen the effect. I'll explain it to you in detail later. The revival acupuncture technique is easy to learn, but to activate the revival energy, a certain level of internal strength is necessary. He could tell that Li Xuantong was an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with considerable skills, but he was not a martial artist. Historically, medicine and martial arts have been intertwined, and the true mastery of traditional Chinese medicine relies heavily on internal energy. With the support of internal energy, the effects of acupuncture could be amplified tenfold or more. However, mastering martial arts is incredibly challenging, which has contributed to the decline of traditional Chinese medicine and led many to doubt its efficacy. Upon hearing Yang Fei's words, Li Xuantong's eyes lit up with excitement, and he said, you can't back out now. Yang Fei chuckled, amused by his enthusiasm. 5 minutes later, Lu Shouwang suddenly changed his expression, exclaiming, I feel like I can move. Everyone, including Li Xuantong, looked at Lu Shouwang in astonishment, asking, really? They then turned their gaze to Yang Fei, their shock evident. Yang Fei nodded and said, you can try to stretch that leg a bit, but don't overdo it. Hearing this, Lu Shouwang excitedly lifted his right leg, which was still adorned with silver needles. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, his leg slightly lifted a few centimeters. Chapter 21 Honey, I'm here. Oh, old man. It's moving. It's moving. Shouwang's partner was overwhelmed with excitement. It can move. That's wonderful. It can move. Nian was equally thrilled, looking at her father and saying, Dad, try again. Did I just imagine that? Shouwang was also very excited. 3 years ago, after suffering a stroke, he spent a long time completely bedridden. Over these years, under the careful treatment of Li Xuantong, he had gradually regained sensation in his upper body, and his hands had returned to normal, but his legs remained immobile. Recently, during acupuncture sessions, he had felt a slight warmth in his leg muscles and slowly began to regain some sensation. However, it was still far from being able to move. Now, just 5 minutes into Yang Fei's first acupuncture treatment, his leg was able to receive signals from the nervous system and could slightly lift up. How could this not be exhilarating? Under the concerned gazes of those around him, Shouwang's leg made another attempt to move. It lifted a few centimeters higher than before. His expression was filled with excitement as he gripped the wheelchair, even wanting to stand up. Nian quickly supported him, advising, Dad, don't get too excited, take it slow. Yes, old man, don't get too worked up, just listen to young Dr. Yang, Shouwang's partner, Wang Shu, hurriedly added. Shouwang gradually calmed down, looking at Yang Fei with deep gratitude in his eyes. Yang, brother Yang, I don't even know how to thank you. Yang Fei smiled slightly and shook his head. You're a close friend of old Li's. It's my duty to provide treatment. There's no need for thanks. In fact, Li Xuantong was even more excited than Shouwang and his family. He had repeatedly overestimated the powerful effects of the 13 needles of rejuvenation in Yang Fei's hands, but he still found himself underestimating them. Now, hearing Yang Fei say this in front of Shouwang's family made him feel proud. He chuckled and said to Shouwang, Exactly. Although young brother Yang is young, he is a true healer with a compassionate heart. Helping others and building good relationships is our duty as doctors. Yang Fei nodded slightly. Although his interactions with Li Xiantong had been limited, he found that this elderly man shared the same ideals. They both had a compassionate heart and could not bear to see human suffering. In fact, with Li Xiantong's wealth, he didn't need to personally see patients every day. Yet he still insisted on going to work every day at the age of 70 to help those seeking medical care. This was something Yang Fei greatly admired. Likewise, Li Xiantong felt the same way about Yang Fei. Despite their 50-year age difference, they shared a common compassion and could become close friends. Mr. Yang, I owe you an apology for what happened earlier. I was too superficial and abrupt, Nian said sincerely, looking deeply at Yang Fei. Seeing her bow in apology, Yang Fei felt no lingering displeasure. He quickly supported her, saying, Professor L, there's no need for that. You were just concerned about your father's health. I didn't take it to heart. However, Professor L should remember that in this world, money isn't everything. Nian felt a sense of shame. As a well-known professor in her 40s, it was indeed embarrassing to be schooled by a younger person. She realized that although this young man said he didn't mind, he was actually quite sensitive. If she didn't sincerely apologize, he would likely still have a poor impression of her. 10 minutes later, the silver needle stopped shaking, signaling the end of the acupuncture session. After removing the needles, Yang Fei began to treat L Shouwang's other leg and said to Li Xiantong, Do you know why I didn't treat both legs at the same time? Li Xiantong was taken aback, then fell into deep thought. After a while, his eyes lit up as he replied, Shouwang is getting older, and his legs have been numb for too long. The effects of your spring revitalization 13 needles are quite strong. If you treated both legs simultaneously, it would put too much strain on his brain's nervous system, which could be detrimental. Yang Fei smiled and said, You're truly insightful, Mr. Li. Li Xiantong's face turned slightly red as he responded. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have applied the needles to both legs at once. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. I, Li Xiantong, have only scratched the surface. Yang Fei nodded, I feel the same way. In the future, we can learn from each other. Li Xiantong was overjoyed, knowing that Yang Fei was agreeing to guide him. 20 minutes later, Yang Fei removed the silver needles from L Shouwang's leg and remarked, although the effects are significant, to fully recover and regain free movement, he will need at least 3 more sessions, along with medication. L Shouwang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young brother Yang. I cannot repay your kindness. Yang Fei smiled and shook his head. No need for such formalities. We're fated to meet. L Shouwang laughed heartily and looked gratefully at his friend Li Xiantong. Li Xiantong then mentioned the prescription he had previously written for L Shouwang, asking Yang Fei for his opinion. After thinking for a moment, Yang Fei suggested adding another ingredient. Li Xiantong suddenly realized, oh, how did I not think of that? Adding this ingredient will enhance the effectiveness by at least 30%. As he spoke, his gaze towards Yang Fei held an added respect. Initially, he thought Yang Fei was simply more skilled in acupuncture, but now it was clear that this young man was genuinely knowledgeable in medical theory as well. The presence of such a young prodigy in traditional Chinese medicine is truly a blessing for the field. Declining the L family's invitation to stay for dinner, Yang Fei and Li Xiantong left the L household. Nian personally drove them back to the clinic and repeatedly thanked Yang Fei for treating her father. She attempted to pull out her bank card to offer him a payment, but ultimately held back, fearing that it might upset him. Aside from giving money, she genuinely didn't know how else to express her gratitude. Upon returning to the clinic, Li Xiantong invited Yang Fei to his office to help solve the patient's problems in line, occasionally asking him questions about his diagnoses and prescriptions. This scene surprised many patients, who were puzzled about who this young man was that could make Li Xiantong seek his advice on medical matters. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Yanyang called to inform Yang Fei that she had sent him an address, Suiwei residence. By the time Yang Fei arrived, it was already a little past 6. This was a quiet and charming mountain villa. As Yang Fei got out of the car, he spotted Qin Yanyang standing with a young man in his 20s, who wore a pair of rimless glasses and appeared both elegant and handsome. The young man was chatting and laughing with Qin Yanyang, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. Qin Yanyang listened quietly, her expression calm, though there were occasional flickers of impatience in her beautiful eyes. When she saw Yang Fei, a captivating smile spread across her face as she called out, Honey, I'm here. The sight of Qin Yanyang affectionately addressing someone else as honey shattered the young man's heart. He turned his gaze toward Yang Fei, a shadow passing through his eyes, but his face maintained a gentle smile as he followed behind Qin Yanyang. Chapter 22. Feel free to ask me. Although Yang Fei knew that Qin Yanyang was intentionally acting this way in front of the young man, he still enjoyed it when he saw her approaching with a smile. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, perhaps at first glance. Her charm and attire wouldn't strike you as breathtaking, but no matter the occasion or the company she kept, she would always be the most stunning one in the room. At least, Yang Fei thought. Among the women he had encountered in real life, Qin Yanyang was the most beautiful. Those so-called internet celebrities and stars, without their beauty filters, would be left in the dust when compared to Qin Yanyang's natural look. When Qin Yanyang reached Yang Fei, she naturally linked her arm with his. Yang Fei glanced at her, and she smiled back. Noticing that the young man had followed them, she introduced, "This is my husband, Yang Fei. Honey, this is my colleague, Ning Xiaodong." Ning Xiaodong wore a warm smile as he extended his hand to Yang Fei. "Hello, I'm Ning Xiaodong. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Fei knew that Qin Yanyang's main purpose for bringing him today was to shake off Ning Xiaodong's advances, so he decided not to be polite. "How pleased are you?" he asked. Ning Xiaodong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Fei to ask such a question. It was completely off script. Qin Yanyang suppressed a smile, amused by Yang Fei's remark. "Hee, Mr. Yang is quite humorous." Ning Xiaodong quickly recovered and responded. Yang Fei looked at him and asked, "Where's the humor in that?" Ning Xiaodong's mouth twitched, and his expression soured. At 27, he was already a lecturer at Binhai University and had recently been promoted to associate professor, making him stand out among his peers. In the past, he could easily engage anyone in conversation, but today he found it impossible to communicate with Yang Fei. Hello? I'm Yang Fei, Qin Yanyang's husband. So you're her colleague, right? I was just joking around. You don't mind, do you? Yang Fei flashed a smile at Ning Xiaodong, who was frowning. Ning Xiaodong thought to himself, what the hell? We're not that familiar, are we? Is it normal to joke around with someone you've just met? He felt his composure slipping. Taking a deep breath, Ning Xiaodong knew he had to maintain his image in front of his goddess. He forced a smile and said, Mr. Yang is indeed humorous, hee. However, I've known Yanyang for almost a year now. She graduated not long ago, and she's never mentioned you before. How did you two end up getting married? Seeing that Qin Yanyang was looking at him and had no intention of speaking, Yang Fei replied, Oh, that's because I hadn't come back before. I returned the day before yesterday. We met, realized we didn't dislike each other, and hit it off, so we got married. Qin Yanyang nodded from the side. Yeah, it was kind of love at first sight. Ning Xiaodong felt as if his heart was shattering. At the same time, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside him, nearly overwhelming him. Was this for real? How could such an outstanding woman like Qin Yanyang fall in love at first sight with someone else or rush into marriage? She must be deliberately using someone as a shield. Ning Xiaodong took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger rising within him while maintaining a calm and gentle demeanor on the surface. He changed the subject and said to the two of them, Everyone else should be here by now. Let us go inside and chat. Although Qin Yanyang was tall, she wasn't wearing high heels, so she was slightly shorter than Yang Fei when they stood together. She tilted her head to look at Yang Fei and asked, Honey, shall we go in first? Her voice was soft and sweet, making Yang Fei feel lightheaded. If only this were real. He thought that if Qin Yanyang truly loved him and was this clingy and dependent on him in daily life, he would definitely be captivated. But he knew it was all a fade. Qin Yanyang was not the type of woman to be easily swayed. She was independent, confident, and a true ice queen with strong opinions. Of course we should go in. We're here to celebrate and eat, right? Yang Fei replied with a smile. All right, let us go, Qin Yanyang said, linking her arm with Yang Fei's as they walked into the villa. Ning Xiaodong watched them, wishing he could take his place. As he looked at their backs, he remembered that the guests coming to celebrate were all university professors and couldn't help but smirk. Let you two play your little act for now. Just wait and see how I expose you later. Qin Yanyang, you can only be mine. If you want to establish yourself at Binhai University and get promoted, you can't do it without me, Ning Xiaodong. With that thought, Ning Xiaodong regained his confidence. After all, his father was the vice president, and his uncle was the head of the department where Qin Yanyang worked, her direct superior. He didn't believe Qin Yanyang could escape his grasp. Yang Fei was led by Qin Yanyang to the Wenyuan Pavilion private room. Upon entering, he saw a large round table that could seat over 20 people, surrounded by many individuals. Most were middle-aged, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. As soon as Qin Yanyang walked in, many people greeted her, clearly fond of the young and beautiful teacher. Qin Yanyang nodded to everyone and then introduced Yang Fei, saying, Esteemed seniors and colleagues, this is my husband, Yang Fei. Today, taking advantage of Professor Ning's birthday, I brought him to meet all of you. She went on to introduce Yang Fei to everyone present. Yang Fei smiled broadly, nodding to each person she introduced, but internally, he felt numb. Goodness, how did a illiterate like him, who hadn't even graduated from middle school, end up among professors? He was trembling with anxiety, as the guests hadn't all arrived yet. Everyone was casually chatting around the round table. Suddenly, a bespectacled female professor turned to Yang Fei and said, Yanyang must be quite impressive to have earned Yanyang's recognition. But you seem quite young. Are you still studying or already working somewhere? The chatter in the private room ceased as everyone turned to look at Yang Fei, clearly curious about the kind of husband Qin Yanyang had chosen. Yang Fei smiled slightly and replied, "You flatter me. I'm actually quite ordinary. I dropped out of school at 13 and have been wandering around. I just returned a few days ago. Now, he is working at a small traditional Chinese medicine clinic." Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Yang Fei to say that. Most of the people present were university professors and associate professors. And Binhai University is one of the top higher education institutions in China. Therefore, their status is significantly higher than that of the average person, representing the middle and upper class of society. Their family and friends are mostly employed in various government positions. It was the first time they encountered someone like Yang Fei, who is young, has a low educational background, and works at a small clinic as a relative of a staff member. Ning Xiaodong noticed the looks of disappointment or disdain directed at Yang Fei and felt it was time for him to step in. He chuckled and said to Yang Fei, "So, Mr. Yang, I guess that makes you half a colleague of mine. I'm a teacher in the Department of Medicine at Binhai University. Are you an apprentice at the clinic? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." The female professor, who felt a bit awkward after Yang Fei's introduction, nodded at Ning Xiaodong's remark and said, "Yes, you young people should communicate more." Yang Xiaodong is the youngest associate professor at our medical school with solid expertise. You should take the opportunity to learn from him. Chapter 23 Principal L. Hehe. Alright. Yang Fei didn't want to make things difficult for Qin Yanyang. So he smiled and replied, remaining silent as he lowered his head to sip his tea. To others, this came across as being overshadowed by Ning Xiaodong's excellence, making him feel dim and unable to lift his head. People couldn't help but shake their heads secretly, feeling that it was such a pity for Qin Yanyang to have married someone like him. Some even suspected that Yang Fei was merely a shield that Qin Yanyang had brought in, quietly laughing at how poorly this actor performed. Even if he were to boast, he should at least make himself seem a bit more impressive. Seeing that Yang Fei was silent and had lost the courage he had shown earlier, Ning Xiaodong looked down on him even more. Is this it? Ultimately, he was just a dog's meat not worthy of the banquet. Faced with such a high-level gathering, Yang Fei's inferiority and timidity were fully displayed. In terms of personal ability, family background, and work, Ning Xiaodong completely crushed this guy. He felt much better about himself. He smiled and glanced at Qin Yanyang. Qin Yanyang frowned and gently spoke up. "My husband works at the Lixiantong Medical Clinic." As soon as she said this, some professors sitting nearby couldn't help but look up at Yang Fei in surprise. Many people in Binhai had heard of Lixiantong's great reputation, especially the faculty and staff of Binhai University. After all, Lixiantong also held a position as a visiting professor at Binhai University, and many present had been his patients, having received treatment from him. To be an apprentice at such a renowned physician's clinic, Yang Fei must indeed be impressive. Ning Xiaodong chuckled. He was somewhat surprised at first, but then scoffed at the thought. So what if he worked alongside Lixiantong? He was still just a medical apprentice. However, some older professors who were more familiar with Lixiantong looked at Yang Fei with a hint of approval. Lixiantong's professional skills were beyond doubt, and being hired to work in his clinic at such a young age must indicate some level of ability. Moreover, even considering Lixiantong's reputation, it would be unwise to belittle this young man any further. "Oh dear colleagues, I'm sorry for the delay. Something came up unexpectedly." A voice called from outside the private room. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up. At the entrance of the private room, today's birthday celebrant, Ning Yaodong, along with his wife Wang Ping, accompanied a gracious and elegant middle-aged woman as they walked in. Ning Yaodong, beaming with joy, laughed heartily. "We scheduled dinner for 7 o'clock. We're just a few minutes early, so it's not late at all. Principal L." Some female professors eagerly greeted her as they approached. The male colleagues also expressed their warmth and respect towards the newcomer. Next to Yang Fei, Qin Yanyang also stood up and called out, "Principal." El Nian was quite fond of Qin Yanyang. Seeing her approach, she smiled and took Qin Yanyang's hand, saying, "You're here too." As she spoke, her gaze landed on Ning Xiaodong, and she understood why Ning Yaodong had invited Qin Yanyang as well. It was to help his nephew make connections. Suddenly, Lu Nian's gaze sharpened, and she looked in astonishment at a spot behind Qin Yanyang. Those who noticed Lu Nian's expression were momentarily taken aback and followed her gaze with curiosity. In the entire private room, only Yang Fei was seated at the table, not standing up to greet anyone, which felt rather awkward and impolite. Ning Yaodong coughed lightly, a frown forming on his brow. He had felt uncomfortable when he heard that Qin Yanyang was bringing a male companion, and seeing that the young man she brought was so lacking in manners only added to his displeasure. Today was his birthday. and he had invited close friends and prominent professors and leaders from the university. Qin Yanyang shouldn't even have been on the guest list. If it weren't for his nephew pursuing her, her credentials at ButHiswife University weren't enough to warrant an invitation. He could have simply ignored the young man standing there. But now, the blatant rudeness that caught the vice principal's attention was too much. Just as Ning Yaodong was about to say something with a dark expression, he saw Principal Lu stride over to Yang Fei's side, her voice tinged with excitement. "Mr. Yang, you're here too." The room fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they looked at Yang Fei. Who was this young man that even the vice principal of ButHiswife University addressed him as Mr. Yang? A spark of curiosity flickered in Qin Yanyang's eyes as she looked at her husband. Didn't he just return to the country a few days ago? When did he meet Principal Lu? More importantly, why was Principal Lu being so courteous to him? Yang Fei felt no sense of belonging at this gathering. Although those who had just stood up to greet him seemed to have some status, it didn't matter to him. He remained seated. Now, hearing someone call him in a familiar tone, he looked up and was taken aback. "Professor Lu?" Yang Fei smiled and nodded at her, thinking to himself how coincidental this was. He had known Lu Nian was a university professor, so her presence here was quite normal. In contrast, his appearance seemed to surprise her. Seeing Yang Fei address her as Professor Lu, Lu Nian hurriedly replied, "Oh no, I can't accept that. Mr. Yang, you are a close friend of my father and Uncle Li. I should consider you a generation younger than me, so I." Yang Fei interrupted. "Then I'll call you Sister Lu, and we'll keep it casual." Lu Nian felt a mix of gratitude and newfound respect for him. This young man possessed remarkable medical skills, but remained humble and approachable with a gentle demeanor, which was truly rare. Principal Lu, do you know him?" Ning Yaodong finally snapped back to reality, looking at Lu Nian with uncertainty. Others also looked at Lu Nian with curiosity, clearly surprised that she knew Yang Fei. Ning Xiaodong clenched his fists in secret, feeling even more unsettled. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Nian couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was so strange about knowing Mr. Yang? "Principal Lu, it turns out you know my husband." Just then, Qin Yanyang said with a smile, looking at Lu Nian. Nian was taken aback. Qin Yanyang and Yang Fei were so young, yet they were already married? She quickly realized why everyone in the private room, except for Qin Yanyang, was so curious about her connection with Yang Fei. They must think Yang Fei is not worthy of Qin Yanyang, believing that Ning Xiaodong and Qin Yanyang are the perfect match. A bunch of short-sighted people. While Ning Xiaodong is indeed impressive compared to Mr. Yang, he's like a firefly next to a star in the sky. Thinking of this, Nian smiled and said, "Mr. Yang is a true master of traditional Chinese medicine. He can heal my father's old ailment and help him stand again." "What?" Someone gasped. The former leader had been paralyzed for over 3 years. Although Li Xian had been providing diligent care, he could only rely on a wheelchair to get by. Now, Nian claimed that Yang Fei could help the old leader stand again. How could that be possible? Most of the people present had been promoted under El Shouwang, and hearing Nian say this filled them with shock and excitement. However, when they saw how young Yang Fei looked, skepticism and disbelief crept into their eyes. Especially Ning Xiaodong, whose face was marked by deep resentment and unwillingness. It must be fake. How could this kid possibly cure the old principal's paralysis? Even Li Xian couldn't do it. How could he? He must have tricked Principal L somehow. Yes, that's definitely it. Nian had always felt guilty about her previous disrespect towards Yang Fei, and now that she unexpectedly encountered him here, she decided to sit next to him, hoping to build a closer relationship. Chapter 24. Come over and clean up some trash in the private room. The waiter brought over an extra chair. As the vice principal, Lu Nian was originally supposed to sit in the main position next to Ning Yaodong, but she chose to sit beside Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang instead. Ning Yaodong didn't insist on changing seats. As the guests settled in, the food and drinks began to arrive. Everyone present was a faculty member from the same school, so conversations flowed easily among them. However, Yang Fei felt somewhat out of place, but he didn't mind. He was there to accompany Qin Yanyang and fulfill his task of simply filling his stomach. Despite that, Lu Nian didn't ignore Yang Fei. After congratulating Ning Yaodong on his birthday and greeting several professors from the school, she started chatting with Yang Fei. Thanks to Lu Nian, some professors at the table also engaged Yang Fei in conversation. At some point, the topic shifted to Lu Nian's father, with inquiries about when he might recover. Some even directly asked Yang Fei how he was treating Lu Shouwang, full of curiosity. Lu Nian, aware of Ning Yaodong's feelings for Qin Yanyang, didn't hold back and explained how Yang Fei was treating her father. Everyone expressed their amazement. Ning Yaodong felt a pang of anger, secretly scoffing at the situation. What nonsense about a miraculous healing aura? It was all too incredible. He couldn't understand what tricks this kid was using to fool Lun Yin. This birthday banquet was supposed to center around Ning Yaodong, who would typically take center stage and talk about his own achievements. In the past, he had always been the one receiving praise, but today, everyone was gathered around that kid, Yang Fei, leaving Ning Yaodong feeling completely overshadowed. However, seeing Lun Yin trust Yang Fei so much, he knew he had to hold his tongue. He thought to himself that he would find a chance to expose this kid and make him look foolish in public. By around 9 o'clock, the gathering finally dispersed. On the drive home, Qin Yanyang stole glances at Yang Fei from time to time. Yang Fei, feeling helpless, said, "If you want to ask something, just say it." With a smile, Qin Yanyang asked, "Can you really cure the old principal's illness?" Yang Fei replied, "Do you know Lu Shouwang?" "Yes. He is quite famous in the education sector in Binhai and is a highly respected elder. He used to be the president of Binhai University. Now his daughter, Lun Yin, is the vice principal," Qin Yanyang explained. Yang Fei nodded and said, "He'll be fine. It won't be long before he can walk again. In 2 months, he'll be just like a normal person." Qin Yanyang looked at Yang Fei with her bright eyes and asked, "Are you really that skilled in medicine?" Yang Fei didn't hide it and replied, "I guess it's okay." Qin Yanyang smiled slightly. She had never expected her husband to be a legendary hero or a Prince Charming, but if he wasn't ordinary and had extraordinary achievements in a certain field, that would be nice too. Who could refuse someone truly exceptional? While she sought a simple and peaceful married life, she wondered how someone as ordinary as Yang Fei could attract a woman like her. "Did today's performance meet your expectations?" Yang Fei changed the subject. Qin Yanyang nodded with a smile. "It was great. Actually, aside from Ning Xiaodong, many of the professors present today either have sons or relatives at home, or they are helping others with matchmaking, which is quite bothersome. It's great to take this opportunity to settle all those annoyances at once." Yang Fei chuckled and said, "What can I say? My wife is just so beautiful and outstanding." Hearing him casually refer to her as my wife, Qin Yanyang smiled and replied, "That's why I mentioned the other day that marrying me might come with a lot of trouble. Are you feeling the pressure now?" Yang Fei laughed heartily as I said, "There are no troubles in front of me. As for pressure, these competitors I'm facing right now are not worth mentioning. Just minor issues." Seeing Yang Fei's confidence, Qin Yanyang couldn't help but smile. A few people flashed through her mind. For Yang Fei, opponents like Ning Xiaodong were indeed insignificant. But what about those from the imperial capital? She glanced at Yang Fei, contemplating that she had taken the initiative to marry him, pulling him into this whirlwind. She silently vowed to protect him and ensure no one could harm him, even if, after spending a long time together, they still lacked feelings for each other. She would make sure he could walk away unscathed. If feelings did develop, then he would be my husband, and no one would dare to insult or bully him. They chatted casually until they got home. Just as they got out of the car, Yang Fei's phone rang. He took it out, looked at the caller ID, and felt puzzled. It was Zhou Cheng, a disciple of Li Xiantong. What could he possibly want at such a late hour? Feeling a bit tired, he thought about taking a shower and resting. Seeing Yang Fei answer the call, Qin Yanyang said a quick goodbye and turned to leave. Yang Fei acknowledged her and answered the call. "Why, Yang, I'm really sorry to call you, but I had no choice." Zhou Cheng's voice came through, laced with palpable fear. Yang Fei raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong? Calm down and speak slowly." Suddenly, he heard a sharp slap on the other end of the line, followed by a cry from Zhou Cheng. Yang Fei's expression hardened. "Yang Fei, right? I heard you healed Qi Tai's injuries. I'm quite curious about who managed to save the person who injured my Tianjinhai." A powerful voice came through the phone. "Tianjinhai? What do you want?" Yang Fei narrowed his eyes, questioning while reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. What do I want? You had the audacity to save someone I wanted dead. You really have guts to oppose me. If you don't want to involve Li Xuantong's clinic, you better come here immediately." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Yang Fei hung up, walked out of the garage, and called to the upstairs. "I have something urgent to attend to." A moment later, Qin Yanyang's voice came back. "Okay." Yang Fei walked to the clinic. Normally, it would take him about 10 minutes, but today he arrived in less than 3. The clinic's door was slightly ajar, with a sign hanging that said "Closed for business." Yang Fei pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the hall, Zhou Cheng lay unconscious on the floor. Yang Fei glanced over, confirming he was still alive, then shifted his attention to the man sitting confidently in the center of the hall. This man appeared to be in his 50s, of medium build but slightly lean, with squinting eyes that had a sharp gaze. His temples were slightly bulging, and he exuded a formidable aura, a master of internal energy. Just one glance was enough for Yang Fei to recognize that this man was a practitioner of internal martial arts. "You must be Yang Fei." Tianjinhai assessed Yang Fei from head to toe, noting that he was just a 20-something young man with no signs of internal energy fluctuations. which made him furrow his brow in surprise. Yang Fei used the heel of his foot to close the door and locked it casually. Tian Jinhai's gaze sharpened, and he scoffed. What? You think you can keep me here? Ha ha. He found Yang Fei's actions amusing. Yang Fei ignored him and dialed Zhang Long's number. Mr. Yang, how can I assist you? Zhang Long's respectful voice came through the line. Yang Fei replied, bring a few people to the clinic to clean up the mess. After hanging up the phone, he finally looked up at Tian Jinhai and asked, do you have any last words? Chapter 25. One slap isn't enough. Let us make it two. Tian Jinhai was completely stunned. He looked at Yang Fei as if he were a fool, utterly unable to comprehend where Yang Fei's confidence and audacity came from. Young man, are you certain this is the person I'm looking for? Chi-Tai was saved by you. Tian Jinhai, instead of getting angry, gazed at Yang Fei with confusion, not wanting to make a mistake. Anyone capable of completely removing the poison that had latched onto Chi-Tai must possess exceptional medical skills. Moreover, Chi-Tai had suffered severe internal injuries. In such an urgent situation, no one else could save him. Yet Chi-Tai had survived, not only free of toxins, but also recovering from his injuries. Tian Jinhai was curious about who could withstand his poisonous touch. He wouldn't allow such a person to live. At this moment, looking at Yang Fei, he was filled with doubt. Traditional Chinese medicine, much like fine wine, only gets better with age. This kid was still wet behind the ears, just a young pup. How could he possibly have advanced medical skills? Yang Fei asked, no last words. Tian Jinhai was furious. This kid completely disregarded him. Ha ha ha, I Tian Jinhai am known for my arrogance, but I didn't expect you to be even more brazen. Kid, whether or not you saved Chi-Tai, you're going to die today. Tian Jinhai angrily rose and approached Yang Fei. As he stood up, an overwhelming and suffocating pressure surged forth. However, Yang Fei remained completely unfazed, standing his ground. Tian Jinhai was taken aback. With his imposing presence, an ordinary person would have been begging for mercy by now, yet this kid acted as if nothing was wrong. What was going on? An internal energy practitioner exudes an invisible aura. Although it may not be very apparent, it is absolutely crushing for ordinary people, capable of inducing a sense of suffocation akin to a mountain pressing down. But if this kid were also a practitioner, why couldn't he sense any fluctuations in his internal energy? He was at best an external energy practitioner. Suppressing his doubts, Tian Jinhai suddenly flickered, stepping forward with a swift movement, his entire body like a shadow darting to Yang Fei's side. He raised his hand, his large palm slamming toward Yang Fei's face. For someone of his caliber, a single slap could easily end this petty character. Yang Fei lifted the corner of his eye and saw Tian Jinhai's hand turn dark. Indeed, he had mastered the poison palm technique. Yang Fei raised his own hand and delivered a slap in return, striking first. Smack! With a crisp sound of the slap, Tian Jinhai was sent flying. His head was buzzing. He felt as if Yang Fei's fair palm had struck him in the face like a heavy hammer. The terrifying force behind the blow, even with him gathering his internal energy to resist, proved ineffective. Bang! Tian Jinhai flew back 7 or 8 meters, crashing into the wall behind him. The wall shook, cracks appeared, and some white putty rained down from above. Tian Jinhai struggled to suppress the surging blood within him, fearfully lifting his gaze to Yang Fei, opening his mouth to speak. However, he had barely uttered a single word when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His complexion turned pale as he stared at Yang Fei in horror, exclaiming, Who are you? Tian Jinhai was engulfed in inner turmoil. Feeling a deep sense of fear, he had devoted himself to martial arts since childhood, training for decades. After leaving his master, he received guidance from a high-level expert and learned the 5 poisons technique, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. Now, he had reached a modest level of internal power and was a true master of internal martial arts. With the domineering nature of the 5 poisons technique, it could be said that even some mid to late-stage internal power experts would have to fear him. However, he never expected to be sent flying by Yang Fei with just a single slap. Although he had been careless and didn't go all out from the beginning, he understood that Yang Fei had not caught him off guard. Rather, he had struck first. What seemed like an ordinary slap was actually far superior to him in both speed and strength. Even if he had given it his all and used the 5 poisons technique, he might not be able to match this young man. The troubling part was that he had practiced martial arts for over 40 years, while this young guy, even if he had started training from the womb, had barely half of his experience. Thinking of this, Tian Jinhai asked, Who is your master? Yang Fei, feeling indifferent to Tian Jinhai's question, was somewhat surprised that his previous slap hadn't killed the man. A wave of bitterness washed over him. Just a year ago, he was the renowned Mad King, and he could have easily killed someone like Tian Jinhai with a casual slap. But now, all he could do was send him flying. He felt so weak. Yang Fei couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and even slightly irritated. His combat power was too low without triggering his hidden ailments. This couldn't go on. He needed to work on building a relationship with Qin Yanyang. Once they were completely familiar and trusted each other, he would ask if there was any way to resolve his physical issues. As for the present, since one slap wasn't enough to finish the job, he thought he might as well deliver a few more. With that in mind, he walked towards Tian Jinhai. If Tian Jinhai knew what Yang Fei was truly thinking, he would likely be enraged. However, if he knew Yang Fei's real identity, he would probably be terrified and would never dare to provoke him. As Yang Fei approached him in silence, Tian Jinhai's heart sank. With a sudden roar, he gathered all the power he had just condensed into his right arm, throwing a punch with lightning speed directly at Yang Fei. The punch whistled through the air, accompanied by a faint explosive sound. Tian Jinhai's eyes gleamed with a crazed intensity. Even if he were to die, he wanted to drag this young man down with him. The dark energy surrounding his fist intensified under the pressure of his internal power. Yang Fei faced the incoming punch head-on, not dodging or evading, and simply slapped out again. His movement was straightforward and swift. Smack! With a crisp sound, Yang Fei's palm struck Tian Jinhai's fist. Boom! The fist exploded. At the same time, an incredibly powerful, domineering force surged through Tian Jinhai's fist and into his body, sending him flying aside with terrifying strength. Crash! Tian Jinhai's body slammed against the wall once more. This time, he coughed up blood, his eyes dimming, and his life force rapidly fading away. But after he fell to the ground, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Yang Fei with a maniacal smile. Cough. Ha ha ha. Kid, no matter who you are, you're dead. You've fallen victim to my 5 poisons technique, and you. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Fei casually flicked his hand. He stared at Yang Fei's fair palm, stunned. How could this be? He had clearly made contact. So why hadn't the poison transferred to this kid's hand? No. Cough cough. This is impossible. Tian Jinhai coughed up blood while muttering in disbelief. Suddenly, his body convulsed, and he could only draw half a breath, unable to continue. Yet he forced that last bit of breath out, glaring fiercely at Yang Fei as he said, You killed me and ruined the matters of my sect. My master will surely not let you go. With that, his entire body seemed to lose all its strength, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud, and he breathed his last. Yang Fei frowned slightly. Although he had killed Tian Jinhai with just 2 slaps, he couldn't feel happy about it. In that final moment, Tian Jinhai's last punch had indeed been very powerful, especially that poison, which was quite insidious. It had nearly found its way into Yang Fei's body through his palm. Moreover, from Tian Jinhai's last words before he died, it seemed that he had inadvertently entangled himself in a fate he shouldn't have provoked. Chapter 26. Rebirth of Grace. After waiting in the shop for over 20 minutes, Zhang Long arrived with his men. During this time, Yang Fei checked on Zhou Cheng and found that he had merely fainted from a heavy blow, so he chose not to wake him early. Zhou Cheng was a disciple of Li Xiantong, and Yang Fei had a good impression of him. He didn't want him to be frightened by the events of the day. When Zhang Long, along with Ma Zhao and several trusted subordinates, knocked on the door and entered the clinic, they immediately spotted the body lying in the corner against the wall, and their expressions changed. It turned out that when Mr. Yang mentioned cleaning up the trash, he was referring to this matter. Mr. Yang, what happened? Zhang Long couldn't help but ask. Yang Fei pointed at the corpse and asked, Can you handle this? Zhang Long nodded, just about to instruct his men to take care of it, when his gaze suddenly sharpened. His expression shifted as he walked over to the body and lifted the head of Tian Jinhai. Ah, Tian Jinhai! Zhang Long exclaimed. At this cry, Ma Zhao and the other trusted subordinates from the Longhu Hall were also startled. Just 2 days prior, they had witnessed Tian Jinhai burst into Longhu Hall and injure Chi Tai. Ever since Chi Tai was hurt, the Longhu Hall had been on high alert, fearing that Tian Jinhai would come back for revenge. No one had expected to see Tian Jinhai's corpse here, including Zhang Long. All the members of Longhu Hall looked at Yang Fei with deep shock in their eyes. The events that transpired at the Qin family's place last night had already shaken them, and now seeing Tian Jinhai dead here, their shock was unimaginable. It seemed that someone they had perceived as extremely powerful could be effortlessly erased by this young Mr. Yang. Zhang Long felt a mix of astonishment and joy. With Tian Jinhai dead, the Longhu Hall would no longer have to live in fear. He had been contemplating whether to ask Yang Fei for help, but after the sudden incident at the Qin family, he had been too busy with the takeover to focus on that matter. He never expected to find Tian Jinhai dead here now. Suppressing his excitement, he asked Yang Fei, Mr. Yang, what is going on? How did he end up here? By the way, Zhou Cheng is alright, right? Yang Fei shook his head. Zhou Cheng is fine. As for Tian Jinhai, he came to kill me, claiming that since I healed your master, I shouldn't be allowed to live. Zhang Long was momentarily at a loss for words. However, deep down, his respect for Yang Fei grew even more. He knew Tian Jinhai's strength. Even his own master was no match for him. Yet Yang Fei had managed to kill him. This Mr. Yang was truly unfathomable. He wondered where Yang Fei had trained and what level he had attained. Clean it up, Zhang Long instructed. Ma Zhao and the others finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly moved Tian Jinhai's body away, washing the blood off the floor with water and then drying it with cloths. Noticing that Yang Fei was lost in thought as he looked at the two walls, Zhang Long said, Mr. Yang, rest assured, I'll have the walls repainted tonight. Yang Fei nodded in satisfaction and replied, thank you. Zhang Long quickly added, you're too kind, Mr. Yang. You killed Tian Jinhai, which has actually helped us a great deal. Plus, you saved my master's life. So Longhu Hall owes you even more. From now on, if you have any requests, just let me know. Yang Fei was about to say that he didn't have any issues with Longhu Hall. But then he remembered that he had already troubled Zhang Long for 2 consecutive days to help with the cleanup work. The influential figure from the provincial capital who had been sent by the Chun family to deal with him was still unresolved. And there was a possibility that they might send someone after him. Moreover, killing Tian Jinhai today seemed to have stirred up some enmity. He might need to rely on Zhang Long's help for these matters in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Fei looked at Zhang Long and said, I'll give your master another acupuncture session tomorrow. Zhang Long was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Yang Fei observed him and suddenly said, You've been stuck at the peak of the dark energy stage for quite some time, haven't you? Zhang Long was taken aback, then immediately showed great respect, saying, Yes, Mr. Yang. Your insight is remarkable. Nothing escapes your notice. Do you want to make progress? Yang Fei asked. Zhang Long's heart raced, and he looked at Yang Fei with fervent eyes, asking, Mr. Yang, please guide me. Yang Fei inquired, Do you have a luck mantra? Zhang Long nodded. Yang Fei instructed, Go find a set of silver needles. Zhang Long was thrilled and hurried off to search for the silver needles. He didn't even know why he trusted Yang Fei so much to help him reach the level of an internal energy master. Although Yang Fei was incredibly powerful and had exceptional medical skills, assisting others in enhancing their abilities was quite rare and difficult to achieve. Soon, Zhang Long returned with a set of silver needles. Yang Fei told him to use his energy mantra to circulate his energy, then swiftly inserted 6 silver needles into Zhang Long's body. This was the 6 Harmonies Qi guiding needle technique. This method was designed specifically to assist martial artists in their training. Yang Fei had learned a powerful and unnamed martial art at the age of 13. But it was this 6 Harmonies Qi guiding needle technique that helped him reach such a level in just 10 years, becoming known as the Mad King both domestically and internationally. Every time he practiced, he would use this formation to assist in his cultivation, which allowed his progress to be rapid, far surpassing ordinary people. However, this needle technique also had significant drawbacks. Most people couldn't use it for long periods. But now, using it to help Zhang Long break through his bottleneck was the perfect solution. As the 6 Harmonies Qi guiding needle technique took effect, Zhang Long, who was already at the peak of the dark energy stage, felt a surge of energy within him that was 10 times more effective than before. He was already close to breaking through to the internal energy stage, with a preliminary form of internal energy already taking shape within him. Soon, Zhang Long opened up 36 acupoints and truly stepped into the initial stage of internal energy, becoming an internal energy practitioner. Continue, Yang Fei said, noticing Zhang Long's breakthrough. Zhang Long quickly suppressed his overwhelming joy and focused on pushing through the remaining acupoints. Ma Zhao had personally dealt with the situation. He had sent his men to remove Tian Jinhai's body, and the clinic had been cleaned up. At this moment, seeing Yang Fei helping Zhang Long break through, he and a few of his subordinates were equally excited, holding their breath and watching closely. An hour later, a look of pain appeared on Zhang Long's face. Seeing this, Yang Fei waited a moment longer. When Zhang Long was drenched in sweat, and the pain became nearly unbearable, Yang Fei acted swiftly and pulled out 6 silver needles. Zhang Long let out a long breath of relief. He hurriedly got to his feet and knelt before Yang Fei, expressing immense gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your assistance. I, Zhang Long, would find it hard to repay this kindness even if I were to sacrifice my life. Yang Fei accepted his gesture with a smile and said, You were able to open 54 meridians in one go. Your innate talent is remarkable. Keep up the hard work. Zhang Long was astonished, not expecting Yang Fei to perceive such details. He quickly replied, If it weren't for your help, Mr. Yang, I wouldn't have known how long it would take me to reach the initial stage of internal energy. Now, having opened 54 meridians, I can stabilize at this level. I just need to open 18 more to advance to the intermediate stage. Yang Fei nodded, saying no more. He walked over and applied pressure to Zhou Cheng's acupoints for a while until Zhou Cheng regained consciousness. Upon seeing Yang Fei and Zhang Long among others, Zhou Cheng was momentarily stunned, then seemed to recall something and exclaimed in fear, "Mr. Yang, what about that? That person? Did you drive him away?" Yang Fei smiled and pointed at Zhang Long. "Yes, Zhang Long has already driven him off. You were just knocked out. It's nothing to worry about." Zhou Cheng immediately sighed in relief. Yang Fei then cautioned him, "Don't mention tonight's events to your master. We don't want him to worry." Zhou Cheng looked at Yang Fei, puzzled. Zhang Long spoke up, "Mr. Yang, you should go rest now. I will take care of things here." Yang Fei nodded and turned to leave. The reason he helped Zhang Long break through was that he recognized the man's loyalty and gratitude. Now that he was staying in Binhai and had made quite a few enemies, having someone like Zhang Long to help clean up the aftermath would save him a lot of trouble. Chapter 27. Mother-in-law comes. The next few days were calm and uneventful. Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang went to work at their usual times, often having breakfast and dinner together at home. They had become somewhat familiar with each other, even growing accustomed to each other's presence. Yang Fei occasionally took the initiative to find common topics to discuss. It was evident that Qin Yanyang was trying her best to engage, and they managed to have enjoyable conversations. However, Yang Fei still sensed a deep chasm between them. Qin Yanyang's inherent pride made it difficult for her to easily let a man into her heart. Li Xuantong's clinic was thriving, and when Yang Fei had no patience to see, he would assist Li Xiantong in his office. During their downtime, they would exchange ideas, and Yang Fei would teach Li Xiantong the remaining 4 acupuncture points of the 13 needles of rejuvenation, which Li Xiantong greatly appreciated. One afternoon, Zhang Long arrived at the clinic with Qi Tai, asking Yang Fei for help with acupuncture treatment. "After this treatment, your internal injury should be nearly healed," Yang Fei said. Qi Tai was overjoyed upon hearing this. Had he not experienced it himself, he would never have believed that someone with an internal injury could recover so quickly. Since he began treatment with Yang Fei, it had only been 8 days. Yang Fei had performed acupuncture on him 3 times, combined with healing herbal concoctions, and he was amazed at how rapidly his condition had improved. Yang Fei's medical skills left him in awe. Furthermore, just a few days earlier, Zhang Long had broken through a long-standing bottleneck with Yang Fei's help, advancing to the initial stage of internal strength, matching Qi Tai's level as his mentor. It could be said that Yang Fei's medical skills continually reshaped Qi Tai and others' understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. To have Mr. Yang's assistance this time is truly a blessing for me and my disciple, Qi Tai expressed sincerely. "We are both deeply grateful and don't know how to thank you enough." Yang Fei smiled and shook his head. "We are acquaintances now, so let's skip the formalities." Upon hearing this, Qi Tai felt even more grateful but laughed it off. As fellow practitioners, they valued their camaraderie and would remember this kindness. If given the chance, he would repay it, even at great personal cost. After the acupuncture session, Qi Tai was astonished to find that his internal injury had nearly vanished. He only needed a few days of rest to fully recover. Yang Fei put away the silver needles and asked, "What exactly happened with Tian Jinhai the other day?" Qi Tai sighed. "Tian Jinhai is actually my junior brother." Yang Fei was slightly taken aback. Qi Tai then recounted the history of their enmity. "Years ago, Tian Jinhai and I studied under the same master. Our master had a daughter, and among the 3 of us, Tian Jinhai, my junior sister, and I, we had the closest relationship. After a few years, my master arranged for his daughter to be betrothed to me, but Tian Jinhai was unhappy about it. In front of our master, he voiced his objections and even proposed to my junior sister. My junior sister, adhering to her parents' wishes and having feelings for me, refused Tian Jinhai and instead tried to dissuade him. Although Tian Jinhai was displeased at the time, he did not insist further. I thought everything had passed, but this wretch turned out to be a ruthless villain. On the day of my wedding with my junior sister, he poisoned the drinks, resulting in the deaths of 9 people, including my master." At this point, Qi Tai's face revealed profound sorrow. "Although I survived the calamity, I woke up to find my newlywed wife in disarray, having been violated. She had a fierce personality, perhaps feeling guilty towards me or believing we were both dead. She chose to end her own life. Since then, the only thought that has kept me alive is the desire for revenge. I must kill Tian Jinhai." At that time, this was a major incident in the martial arts community, and with the help of the Martial Arts Alliance, I soon discovered Tian Jinhai's whereabouts. I confronted him, and we engaged in a fierce battle. In truth, Tian Jinhai's strength was comparable to mine, but at that moment, he was surrounded by others from the martial arts world, and his focus was divided during our fight. As a result, I severely injured him, and he ultimately found an opportunity to leap into the rushing river. Qi Tai sighed as he recounted this. "I inflicted those injuries on him, and and even if he hadn't jumped into the river, he likely wouldn't have lived long. Especially after plunging into the turbulent waters, we all assumed he had perished. Yet, unexpectedly, he resurfaced 10 days ago, seeking vengeance against me. Zhang Long added. This Tian Jinhai seems to have learned a set of poisonous techniques from somewhere. Although my master was his equal in strength, after being struck by his fist, he fell victim to the poison and could not fight back. If it weren't for your timely intervention, Mr. Yang, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Yang Fei, having understood the situation, nodded and said, So, it seems that Tian Jinhai deserves to die. Indeed. This man is cruel and ungrateful, repaying kindness with enmity. He is truly wicked. Zhang Long gritted his teeth in anger. Yang Fei asked them, Do you have any idea where he has been all these years, or who he learned his poison techniques from? Chitai and Zhang Long shook their heads simultaneously. Zhang Long said helplessly, I've been secretly investigating and asking around for a few days, but I haven't found any leads. Our Longhu Hall only has a bit of influence in Binhai. We are too weak in the grand scheme of the martial arts world of Huaxia, and the information we have is limited. Yang Fei nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The words Tian Jinhai uttered before his death weighed heavily on his mind. Given his usual approach, he would typically identify the opponent's sect and resolve the matter directly to avoid unnecessary complications. However, without any knowledge of Tian Jinhai's sect, he couldn't address the issue thoroughly. It was reminiscent of the Chun family's attack on him last time. The Chun family was also acting under orders. He had thought capturing Chun Hongjin would lead him to the mastermind, only to discover that Chun Hongjin was the only one among the three who was unaware of the situation. This blunder left Yang Fei speechless, but there was nothing he could do about it. Regarding Tian Jinhai's situation, Yang Fei felt it necessary to remind Chitai and mentioned the last words Tian Jinhai had spoken. Upon hearing this, Chitai's expression turned serious. So, his purpose in coming to Binhai to kill me is not as simple as merely seeking revenge? Zhang Long looked apologetic as he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. Because of our Longhu Hall's issues, we've brought trouble to you. Chitai, coming back to his senses, also apologized to Yang Fei, saying, Yes. I didn't expect this to involve you, Mr. Yang. But don't worry, Mr. Yang, Tian Jinhai came back looking for me. Now that he's dead, even if there are powerful figures behind him, they will only come looking for our Longhu Hall. We will definitely not involve you in this matter. Zhang Long nodded in agreement. Yang Fei, unfazed, replied, It's fine. If anyone comes knocking and you can't handle it, just let me know. By the way, this is an antidote I've prepared after your poisoning last time. Keep it with you. It might come in handy. Chitai was overjoyed and hurriedly took the package of antidote, carefully storing it away. Zhang Long was also filled with gratitude towards Yang Fei. The two secretly decided that they would handle this matter themselves and would not trouble Mr. Yang any further. After work, Yang Fei went grocery shopping and returned home. As he arrived at the villa, he noticed an unfamiliar car in the courtyard. Looking up, he saw that the front door of the living room was open as well. Yang Fei walked over and glanced into the garage, noticing that Qin Yanyang's car was not there, which made him furrow his brow slightly. Is it a relative of Qin Yanyang? He hesitated for a moment, considering whether to call her and ask about the situation. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the living room and looked at Yang Fei, saying, You must be Yang Fei. Yang Fei looked at the man and nodded. The man was in his 30s, with sharp eyes and an imposing demeanor that exuded a powerful presence. This person is not ordinary, Yang Fei thought to himself. From the man's features, he noticed some resemblance to Qin Yanyang and vaguely guessed his identity, saying, That's me. Are you Yanyang's older brother? Qin Zhen was slightly taken aback. Surprised, Yanyang mentioned me to you? Yang Fei shook his head and replied, You look a bit like her. Qin Zhen scrutinized Yang Fei a bit more. Although he and Yanyang were siblings and shared some similarities, they were still a brother and sister, one male and one female. So it was hard to connect them without a closer look. This suggested that the young man appeared youthful but was actually observant and had a meticulous mind, able to connect his presence here with his relationship to Yanyang. Come in. My mom is here too. She wants to meet you, Qin Zhen said, stepping aside to invite Yang Fei inside. Yang Fei couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. It seemed that his future mother-in-law and brother-in-law were not here with good intentions. Chapter 28. The brother-in-law is upset. In the living room of the villa sat a middle-aged woman. She appeared to be in her 50s, but her skin was well-maintained, making her look quite young. Her demeanor was dignified, and her movements elegant, exuding the intellectual and graceful beauty typical of an Eastern woman, clearly a wealthy matron. From the moment Yang Fei entered the living room, her gaze was fixed upon him, scrutinizing him closely. Yang Fei calmly walked over and politely greeted her. Hello, Annie. I'm Yang Fei. Duan Muling nodded slightly and smiled at Yang Fei, pointing to the chair across from her. Don't be formal, Please sit. Yang Fei nodded and replied, Sure, please wait a moment while I put the dishes in the kitchen and pour you both a cup of tea. Duan Muling and Qin Yanyang observed that despite his youth, Yang Fei was not at all intimidated by their presence. Instead, he carried himself with an air of confidence, almost as if he were the true host of the gathering. This surprised them both. Initially, Duan Muling had a very poor first impression of Yang Fei. After all, he was quite different from the son-in-law she had envisioned. Although his looks were commendable, and he was indeed young, his casual attire, carrying groceries like an ordinary house husband, did not sit well with her. Compared to others vying for Qin Yanyang's attention, this young man seemed rather mediocre and commonplace. Moreover, in her view, a truly capable man would not stoop to such tasks. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Yang Fei moved quickly. After placing the dishes down, he brought over 2 cups of tea for Duan Muling and Qin Yanyang, then sat down in the chair opposite Duan Muling. I'm not sure what you like to drink, but both Yanyang and I enjoy green tea, so that's what we have at home. His actions and demeanor evoked a phrase in Duan Muling and Qin Yanyang's minds. The guest follows the host's lead. A sense of absurdity crept into their hearts. Deep down, they felt that this was Qin Yanyang's villa, their territory, their home ground. Yet, this young man was behaving more like the host, making them feel like mere guests. Noticing the silence, Yang Fei was unsure how to break the ice and simply sat there, feeling a bit anxious. After all, it was his first meeting with his mother-in-law and brother-in-law, and it would be false to say he wasn't nervous. He even started mentally calculating how much longer it would be before Qin Yanyang arrived home. Ahem, you're Yang Fei, right? Where are you from? Qin Yanyang spoke first. Breaking the awkwardness, Yang Fei replied, I'm from Shaanxi, a small town, quite a poor place. Qin Yanyang nodded, confirming what he already knew. He looked at Yang Fei and said, There are some things my mom finds hard to say, but as her elder brother, I can't ignore my sister's future and happiness, so you understand, right? Of course, Yang Fei understood the implication behind Qin Yanyang's words. But he looked at him and shook his head. I don't understand. Could you clarify a bit? As the Mad King, he certainly wouldn't entertain feelings of inferiority. However, coming from a humble background, he couldn't help but dislike someone like Qin Yanyang, a wealthy young master who looked down on him with an inherent sense of superiority and even contempt. This is a contradiction that has existed since ancient times across various countries, the so-called class divide. Upon hearing Yang Fei's response and seeing his genuine confusion, Qin Yanyang felt a bit speechless. He suspected that the young man was putting on an act, but he had no evidence. Thus, even the young Master Qin, who had initially been supportive of Zhang Qingyun as his future brother-in-law, felt a bit displeased and decided to speak bluntly. You are not worthy of my sister. Duan Muling frowned slightly, seemingly feeling that her son was being too straightforward, but ultimately, she chose not to intervene. The purpose of this visit was to make this young man realize the difficulty of his situation. Yang Fei, upon hearing Qin Yanyang's intentions, chuckled and shook his head, saying, That's not for you to decide. Qin Yanyang was taken aback, then replied seriously, I am Yanyang's elder brother, and my parents are more inclined towards another person. You come from a poor background and are just a small-town doctor. Compared to him, you are too mediocre and weak. Moreover, your family backgrounds are worlds apart. As he spoke, Qin Yanyang's tone softened a bit as he advised Yang Fei. I understand you must be feeling quite upset right now, but I believe it's necessary to tell you all of this. The requirements to become Yanyang's husband and a son-in-law of the Qin family are very high. Yang Fei nodded, not denying this, but he was more concerned about another matter. He looked at Qin Yanyang and asked, Are you referring to the person whom your family has acknowledged and who once proposed to Yanyang? Qin Yanyang nodded. Yang Fei inquired, What is his name? Qin Yanyang replied, He is the pride of the Zhang family, named Zhang. Wait, that's not right. I'm trying to advise you to back off and give up on being with my Yanyang. So why are you asking about him? Yang Fei frowned slightly and murmured, Is he from the Zhang family? On the day he was supposed to meet and marry Qin Yanyang, he had noticed someone secretly watching him. At that time, he thought the person was just monitoring Qin Yanyang, and since he had just met her and didn't know much about her, he didn't pay it much mind. But after Qin Yanyang left, he found himself in a car accident. Miraculously, he survived, but the Chun family received orders to eliminate him. Yang Fei speculated that the reason they wanted him dead was due to his relationship with Qin Yanyang. The prime suspect was undoubtedly the person chosen by Qin Yanyang's parents, who had proposed to her. Can you tell me his name? Yang Fei asked again. Qin Yanyang looked at Yang Fei, bemused, and said, Is that really necessary? Compared to him, you're like heaven and earth. What difference does it make if you know his name? Besides, he is someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend. If you don't want to attract trouble, take my advice. Cut ties with my Yanyang and leave Huaxia far away. Yang Fei shifted his gaze to Duanmu Ling and asked, Aunt, do you share the same sentiment? Qin Jin felt a surge of anger as Yang Fei acted as if he didn't exist, completely ignoring him. Duanmu Ling was also taken aback by Yang Fei's direct question. However, she quickly regained her composure and nodded earnestly, saying, I suppose so. I know this might hurt your pride, but I'm doing it for my daughter's sake, for the future of the Qin family, and more importantly, for your own good. Although Yang Fei felt displeased, he understood Duanmu Ling's perspective. As parents, no one wants their daughter to suffer. In their eyes, he was too mediocre to be worthy of Qin Yanyang, which is why they were trying to dissuade him. My pride isn't that fragile, it's not easily hurt. But what you're doing might make Yanyang feel disrespected, Yang Fei replied, looking at Duanmu Ling. Duanmu Ling frowned slightly, knowing her daughter well enough to admit that Yang Fei had a point. The hardest part was dealing with her own daughter. Yang Fei stood up and said, Yanyang will be home from work soon. If she tells me that we're not a good match, I won't make things complicated. Auntie, big brother, dinner will be at home, I'll go prepare it. With that, he headed to the kitchen. Qin Jin finally snapped back to reality, feeling quite upset. He looked at his mother and said, Mom, this kid is acting like he's the head of the household, making it seem like we're the outsiders or guests here. Chapter 29. I just said this time as Qin Yanyang returned home. She spotted the car parked in the yard right at the entrance. Her expression changed slightly. After parking, she hurried into the living room and saw her mother and older brother sitting there, with her brother looking rather sullen, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yang Fei didn't seem to be back yet. Mom, brother, what brings you here? You could have let me know in advance so I could take the day off to pick you up, Qin Yanyang said with a smile. Duanmu Ling looked at her beloved daughter with affection and asked, Yanyang, you're back. Are you tired from work? Qin Yanyang smiled and replied, I'm not that delicate. Thinking of her daughter's other identity and the other job she was doing, Duanmu Ling chuckled. True, this job is more like a leisure vacation for you now. Qin Yanyang turned to Qin Jin and asked, What's wrong, brother? Still upset about what happened last time? Qin Jin snorted, No, I'm just annoyed by that shield you found. Qin Yanyang was taken aback and then caught a faint smell of cooking oil wafting from the kitchen. Her expression changed slightly as she looked at her mother and brother. Asking you two, met him? Duanmu Ling nodded with a smile. We chatted for a bit. Qin Jin let out a cold snort. It was like playing a lute to a cow. We were on completely different wavelengths. It drove me crazy. Qin Yanyang looked puzzled, but seeing her brother so worked up, she couldn't help but chuckle. So, he didn't come out worse for wear then? You're really turning against your own family here? Duanmu Ling frowned slightly, feeling as though her daughter was showing too much concern for this young man named Yang Fei. It seemed she was quite protective of him. The reason she came over was twofold. First, she missed her daughter and wanted to see her. Second, she wanted to understand what her daughter's sudden marriage was all about, so she could provide an explanation to the Zhang family afterward. In her impression, her daughter was very independent and had her own ideas. She seemed approachable and could talk to anyone, but in reality, she was a proud girl to the core. Thus, Duanmu Ling found it strange that Qin Yanyang would suddenly marry a stranger. She suspected that her daughter had made an agreement with her grandfather to deliberately delay the marriage with the Zhang family. However, now, she had a bad premonition. Was this girl serious? Qin Yanyang abandoned her mother and brother and dashed into the kitchen. Yang Fei, wearing an apron, was busy stirring a pan. On the dining table nearby, 3 dishes were already prepared. You're back. Yang Fei smiled and greeted her, then returned to focusing on cooking. Qin Yanyang watched him silently, not saying a word. After a moment, Yang Fei noticed something was off and turned to look at her, puzzled. What's wrong? Qin Yanyang asked. My mom and brother didn't say anything unpleasant, did they? Yang Fei chuckled and replied, seeing how much you care about whether I'm being wronged. Even if they said something harsh, I could handle it. A strange feeling stirred in Qin Yanyang's heart. After getting married, the couple lived under the same roof. Although they slept in separate rooms and went to work during the day, spending so much time together over the past few days, they had developed a friendly rapport. However, moving from friendship to liking or love was still a long way off. Yet, for some reason, when she heard him say that, Qin Yanyang felt a warmth in her heart. Having never been in a romantic relationship before, she pondered this for a moment and concluded that it was due to their marital status. Although their marriage was merely a formality, it created a connection that made them care a bit more for each other. Knowing that he was willing to endure hardship and make compromises for her gave her a sense of satisfaction. With that satisfaction, a sense of gratitude towards Yang Fei began to blossom deep within her. This subtle emotional shift went unnoticed by both Qin Yanyang and Yang Fei. Once the dishes were served, the 4 of them sat down. Qin Yanyang politely served her mother and older brother while generously praising Yang Fei's cooking skills. Duanmu Ling tasted a few bites and nodded in approval. Qin Jin also found the food quite good and joked, "Well, it's not all bad. At least his cooking is decent. He is fit for living off a woman's kindness." Yang Fei chuckled and replied, "I grew up as an orphan. Sometimes I didn't eat well and suffered from malnutrition, which has left me with a few stomach issues. So soft food suits me. A real man can thrive on soft food." He didn't mind at all. Who could resist enjoying Qin Yanyang's kindness? Duan Muling recognized this as a popular online joke among young people and smiled, choosing not to comment further. However, Qin Jun was visibly annoyed, glaring at Yang Fei and putting down his chopsticks, ready to say something. Qin Yanyang glanced at him and calmly said, "If you want to eat, eat. If not, you can leave." With that simple statement, Qin Jun lost his temper. He wouldn't dare upset his sister, and he wasn't foolish enough to go without food. He quickly transformed his anger into appetite and dug in. After finishing her meal, Duan Muling noticed that Qin Yanyang and Yang Fei were still eating and decided to speak up. "I heard you slapped him in the Hall of Fame. That's not right." Qin Yanyang didn't want Yang Fei to know about her venting her anger over his accident, so she simply replied, "I understand." Duan Muling, sensing her attitude, felt a bit helpless and asked, "Are you really planning to drag this out?" "No, we are seriously married," Qin Yanyang asserted. Duan Muling frowned. "Can you stop joking around?" Qin Yanyang chuckled and looked at her mother. "Mom, do you really think I'm joking? Besides, this decision was made by Grandpa. If you oppose it, you can talk to Dad about it." Duan Muling was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally said, "Your grandfather is getting old." Qin Yanyang's expression turned slightly displeased. "Grandpa will remain healthy for a long time. Also, I don't want to discuss this matter anymore. Yang Fei is my legitimate husband. If you don't like it, we want to return to the Qin family. You can think of me as a daughter married off. Like water spilled on the ground. Moreover, I don't want this to happen again. He is my husband, and I won't allow anyone to disrespect him. I'm only saying this once." Duan Muling and Qin Jun exchanged glances, both wanting to say something. But when they saw Qin Yanyang's indifferent expression, they felt a shiver run down their spines and swallowed their words. They were well aware of this girl's temper. If she truly got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. In their family, there were two people who were untouchable, the old man and this young lady. After dinner, Yang Fei was cleaning up in the kitchen. And this time Qin Yanyang didn't argue with him, but went to see her mother and older brother off. "You all have your own things to attend to. So let's avoid wasting time on meaningless matters like this in the future," Qin Yanyang said as she escorted them to the car. Qin Jun's lips twitched, almost causing him internal injury. He suddenly regretted coming here with his mother today. This couple was more infuriating than the other. Duan Muling sighed, looking at Qin Yanyang with a complicated expression. "Yanyang, I know you're upset, but some things are not as simple as you think, especially when it comes to marriage. The importance of matching backgrounds will become clear to you in time." Qin Yanyang smiled, her lips curling up. "If you insist on clinging to the idea of matching backgrounds, then I'll make sure Yang Fei's family rises up and becomes a new prominent family in China. As long as I, Qin Yanyang, acknowledge this man, building a wealthy household together won't be difficult at all." Chapter 30. A deeper understanding between the couple after sending off her mother and older brother. Qin Yanyang returned to the villa. Yang Fei had already tidied up the kitchen. Qin Yanyang said, "Could you please make me a glass of orange juice?" "Sure. You go ahead and watch a movie first," Yang Fei replied. After spending several days together, they no longer felt the need to be polite about these little things. So Qin Yanyang headed upstairs. When Yang Fei finished making the juice and went upstairs, he found Qin Yanyang sitting barefoot on the sofa, watching an old movie on TV. "Old movies are just more enjoyable, whether at home or abroad," Yang Fei said with a smile. Qin Yanyang nodded in agreement. "Yeah, the new movies lately haven't been great." She took the fresh orange juice from Yang Fei and sipped it contentedly, clearly enjoying the moment. Yang Fei felt satisfied as well, sitting at the other end of the sofa while they both watched the movie. "I'm sorry my mom and brother came over without giving you a heads up," Qin Yanyang suddenly said. "It's all right. We were bound to run into each other eventually," Yang Fei replied. Qin Yanyang turned to him with curiosity. "From the way my brother acted, it seemed like he was a bit upset with you. What did he say to you?" Yang Fei shook his head and said, "Not much, really." Noticing her curious gaze, he recalled his meeting and conversation with Qin Jun and Duan Muling in detail. Qin Yanyang listened, bursting into laughter, her body shaking with amusement. It was clear she found the whole situation quite entertaining. Yang Fei, however, was a bit puzzled. What was so funny about it? "You handled it well. This is our home now, and we're the hosts. Anyone who comes here is a guest," Qin Yanyang said with a smile. Yang Fei seemed to understand why she was so happy and smiled back. He then changed the subject, asking, "So what's the name of that person from the Zhang family?" Qin Yanyang paused and turned to look at him. "Are you interested in knowing him?" Yang Fei chuckled. Well, he's someone your parents and brother have their eye on. I'm your husband, yet I don't even know who my rival is. When Qin Yanyang heard the term rival, she felt it was odd and shook her head, saying, You have no rival. Her tone was very firm. Yang Fei smiled slightly. Qin Yanyang added, As long as my relationship with you remains unchanged, I would never do anything to hurt you. For a moment, Yang Fei was taken aback. So you really don't need to worry about who he is, Qin Yanyang said. Yang Fei looked at her and sensed that she seemed a bit displeased at the mention of the Zhang family member. He didn't know why, but he felt she didn't want him to know who that person was. In truth, Yang Fei had never thought about who might be his rival. He wanted to know the person's name because that individual was likely the mastermind behind the 2 assassination attempts on him. Since Qin Yanyang wasn't going to share, he decided not to press further. Can we talk about your family instead? I knew you were wealthy and had a remarkable background, but after meeting your brother today, I realize your family is more than just wealthy. Yang Fei shifted the topic. Qin Yan's bright eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she looked at Yang Fei and asked, What happened to my brother? Why do you think my family is extraordinary? Yang Fei replied, I mentioned on the day we met that I am an orphan. I was raised by my uncle's family since I was little. When I was 13, I encountered a remarkable person and gained some opportunities, which changed my destiny. In fact, I practice martial arts, just like your brother. I assume you know about the existence of martial artists like us? A glimmer of intrigue passed through Qin Yan's eyes as she scanned Yang Fei from head to toe, her demeanor unusually serious, as if trying to see through him. Yang Fei felt a shiver run down his spine. Although Qin Yan exuded no visible aura, her focused gaze seemed to penetrate his heart and body. What was going on? Qin Yan was equally puzzled. Finally, her gaze settled on Yang Fei's eyes, and as they locked eyes, she asked, Are you really a martial artist? Yang Fei nodded. I suppose so. Qin Yan's interest was piqued. Suppose so? That's an interesting answer. She continued to stare at Yang Fei and asked, How powerful are you? Yang Fei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly and shook his head. I used to be decent, but now, my body has serious issues. So I'm not that formidable anymore. Qin Yan pondered for a moment and asked, Can you beat my brother now? Yang Fei felt a jolt as he looked at her. Qin Yan appeared like a curious child, saying, Come on, just tell me. I'm just curious. If you can defeat him, that would be quite a spectacle. He prides himself on his skills, claiming to be exceptional among the younger generation. If he finds out that someone he looks down upon can beat him, his expression will be quite entertaining. Yang Fei was speechless. In this world, there are martial artists. And with Qin Yan's mysterious family background and her brother being a martial arts master, she didn't seem surprised to hear he was a martial artist. Instead, she seemed more interested in knowing who was stronger between him and her brother. Come on, who has stronger, you or my brother? Qin Yan pressed on, not intending to let Yang Fei off the hook. Yang Fei, feeling helpless, finally said, I don't know since I've never fought him. But before I got injured, it was like playing with him. A spark of excitement flashed in Qin Yan's eyes, and with a teasing smile, she exaggeratedly said, Don't all men like to boast? I know my brother is very powerful. Yang Fei shrugged. Well, I can't explain that. Seeing that he was reluctant to elaborate, Qin Yan blinked and asked, Then who is your master? Yang Fei shook his head. Qin Yan was stunned. Yang Fei chuckled wryly, just a Taoist priest. I guess you could call him my master. I've only met him a few times, and he guided me at the beginning. After that, he mostly contacted me, and I couldn't reach him at all. It's been 10 years, and I still don't even know his name. Qin Yan was speechless. However, she could tell that Yang Fei wasn't lying. Moreover, based on her understanding, she knew there were some eccentric individuals in the martial world. Yang Fei's experiences, while unique, were not particularly rare. Now how about you? Your family is quite a martial arts lineage, isn't it? Yang Fei asked rhetorically. He brought up the topic to learn more about Qin Yanyang's family. But as she kept questioning him, he suddenly realized that his seemingly innocent and kind wife had a knack for turning the conversation around and guiding its direction. This wife of his was quite remarkable, he thought to himself. Seeing that Yang Fei had circled back to the topic, Qin Yanyang couldn't help but smile slightly. She didn't hide anything, as the Qin family was too famous in China. Anyone wanting to know could easily find out some information that the Qin family allowed outsiders to know. Yes, my grandfather is a master. Many people in the family practice martial arts, but only a few can truly develop their skills. As a martial artist, you should know that it's rare to find someone with a good talent among thousands, Qin Yanyang explained. Yang Fei nodded and replied, Indeed, practicing martial arts is difficult. It requires not only talent, but also many other stringent conditions that an average family simply cannot afford. That's why there has always been a saying that the poor cultivate literature while the rich cultivate martial arts. Qin Yanyang continued, That's why my older brother is so formidable. He holds a lot of sway in the family. Plus, My dad is the head of the Qin family, and he often makes decisions based on what is best for the future of the entire clan. Thinking about how Qin Jun had behaved in front of Qin Yanyang earlier, Yang Fei said, "So you're even more impressive than your brother. He seemed quite intimidated by you." Qin Yanyang's eyes flickered. "Really? What should I do? I think I might have come off too strong in front of my brother. How can I smooth things over? Should I reveal my true self to him?" Chapter 31. A clue. Seeing Qin Yanyang's eyes sparkling with excitement, Yang Fei suddenly discovered another side of her. No longer was she the aloof and indifferent person who seemed unshakable by anything. She appeared quite endearing. This is how it should be. A woman should possess that feminine charm. Otherwise, being too formal, although it elevates her aura, makes her seem distant and unreachable. In some ways, he genuinely feared her demeanor. "Moreover, I suspect you hold a high position in your family, as even your mother seems to defer to you," Yang Fei asserted. Qin Yanyang sighed inwardly. It was unfortunate that she hadn't noticed this aspect before, which allowed Yang Fei to pick up on clues from her behavior in front of her mother and older brother. However, she quickly composed herself. "It didn't matter if this kind of thing couldn't be hidden," she said. "As I just mentioned, my grandfather is the most influential person in our family. In our household, his word is law, and he dotes on me more than anyone else." She continued, "When the Zhang family proposed a marriage alliance, I opposed it. But my grandfather supported me in rejecting their proposal, which shows just how much he cares for me. So at home, my parents, my older brother, and even my cousins all dare not provoke me." As Qin Yanyang spoke more freely, she couldn't help but commend herself for being so clever. Her explanation was reasonable enough that she almost believed it herself. Yang Fei chuckled. "You don't believe me?" Qin Yanyang asked. Yang Fei nodded with a smile. "I do." Seeing the smile on his face, Qin Yanyang shook her head and said, "No, you think I'm lying, don't you?" Yang Fei laughed and shook his head. Qin Yanyang fell silent. She wasn't good at lying, but she felt it wasn't the right time to reveal her true identity to Yang Fei. Even if she didn't mention that layer of identity, it wouldn't be good for Yang Fei to think that her status in the Qin family was solely due to her grandfather. Yang Fei didn't press the matter further and instead asked, "So, the Zhang family is also a martial arts family?" Qin Yanyang nodded. "Very powerful?" Yang Fei inquired. "Yeah, more powerful than our family. Even one of the most formidable families in Huaguo right now," Qin Yanyang replied. Yang Fei's eyes lit up as he nodded. "I see. So for you, it's best not to know that person." Qin Yanyang looked at Yang Fei and said, "You martial artists always think you are invincible. If you knew who he was, you might act recklessly." Yang Fei chuckled and asked, "Are you concerned about me?" Qin Yanyang nodded without hesitation. "Of course. You're my husband. I couldn't possibly let you be in danger." Yang Fei stared at her for a long time, seeing only sincerity in her eyes. He said, "Thank you. Don't mention it," Qin Yanyang replied with a smile. "It's what I should do." She felt that her special identity meant that marrying Yang Fei pulled him into a whirlwind, so she had the obligation to protect him. Yang Fei smiled slightly, not arguing. Yet deep down, he would never allow himself to live under the wings of a woman. When it comes to protection, shouldn't it be the husband who protects the wife? He can accept being economically dependent. After all, such arrangements are voluntary. But if it comes to personal safety and the woman has to protect herself, that's a bit hard to accept. After their conversation ended, they each returned to their rooms. Yang Fei mumbled to himself, "The Zhang family?" A flicker of intensity crossed his eyes. What of the Zhang family? If he were to discover that the person who had tried to kill him twice was from the Zhang family, he certainly wouldn't let it go easily. However, the Zhang family was indeed powerful. Dealing with such a formidable enemy required him to be cautious, especially now that the threat hadn't been eliminated. He couldn't afford to be careless. After some thought, Yang Fei pulled out his phone and tapped on his master's contact. Still no response. Yang Fei was at a loss. "Master, what kind of riddle are you playing with me? Don't you know my situation? Introducing me to a wife who comes with all sorts of troubles and dangers could be deadly. I finally managed to shake off the pursuit of various overseas forces, to hide my identity and live a stable life, hoping to find a chance to resolve my health issues. And now, I return only to get caught up in all kinds of trouble. Master, you really don't want me to have any peace, do you? Is this what you call fate?" Yang Fei felt a wave of helplessness but reminded himself that his master would never harm him, so he could only sigh in resignation. After Qin Yanyang returned to her room, she reflected on her conversation with Yang Fei. It seemed they had deepened their understanding of each other, yet paradoxically, they felt further apart. She sensed that Yang Fei might be suspicious of her. Similarly, her curiosity about him had grown, even to the point of doubt. After some contemplation, she took out her phone and dialed a number. "Help me look into someone." After their marriage, even though she didn't know Yang Fei well, Qin Yanyang never considered secretly investigating him. She believed that doing so would be inappropriate. She wanted to approach their marriage seriously, hoping to understand each other slowly through interaction, to be honest, and eventually fall in love. Just like the traditional model of marrying first and then developing feelings. The only difference was that she wouldn't give herself to him until they confirmed their mutual love. But now, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and wanted to learn more about Yang Fei in advance. A wounded warrior? Was he too young to have developed any internal energy? Or was it that his injury had caused a lack of internal energy fluctuations? Qin Yanyang muttered to herself. That night, the two young newlyweds were each filled with doubts. Yet their curiosity about each other had truly deepened, a strong desire to genuinely understand one another. The next morning, as they sat down for breakfast, their eyes met. And they almost simultaneously said, "There's something I forgot to mention yesterday." With a shared smile, Yang Fei said, "You go first." Qin Yanyang, not holding back, replied, "I went on a blind date with you because my grandfather introduced you." Yang Fei couldn't help but interject, "That's also what I wanted to say. It was my master who asked me to come here for a blind date with you. And I mentioned when we first met that I was injured and wanted my master to help me resolve it. He said he couldn't help and that you were my opportunity. What he meant was that being with you would heal my wounds." Qin Yanyang nodded repeatedly. Yes. So, your master knows my grandfather, and they are very close friends who trust each other deeply. Yang Fei nodded. That's what I was guessing too. He looked at Qin Yanyang and asked, "Could you call your grandfather? Maybe I can get in touch with my master through him. Or perhaps your grandfather is the one who can heal my injury." Qin Yanyang felt that this speculation was quite accurate. They had known each other for a while. But only last night did they truly open up to each other, deepening their understanding. Because of this, Qin Yanyang believed Yang Fei's injury was real and felt concerned. If her grandfather could help heal Yang Fei's hidden danger, it would only be right for her to assist him. Thinking this, she took out her phone and said to Yang Fei, "Let me ask him." Yang Fei waited with some anticipation. His hidden danger was terrifying. If it couldn't be resolved, it could threaten his life at any moment. Once the danger was resolved, he could begin investigating the circumstances surrounding the international madman incident. He would also be able to meet with that young master from the Zhang family without any worries. Chapter 32. Qin Yanyang investigates Yang Fei. The call connected quickly, and an elderly voice came through. "Girl, how could you bear to call me? Have you forgotten this old man now that you have a husband?" Qin Yanyang's cheeks flushed. She glanced at Yang Fei, who seemed not to have heard, and replied, "Grandpa, if you keep joking like this, I really want to talk to you anymore." "Haha. All right then, it seems things are going well. So, how do you like the husband I found for you?" Qin Huayan asked with a smile. Qin Yanyang decided to respond candidly. "He's all right, but I still need to observe." "Grandpa, I want to ask you something." "Sure, go ahead. Yang Fei was introduced to me by you, right? He said his master set us up, so you must be good friends with his master, right?" Qin Yanyang said. "Yes. Very good friends," Qin Huayan admitted without hesitation. There was no need to hide such matters. "Do you know what his master's name is? Can you have his master contact Yang Fei? It seems he has some health issues, but his master is being cryptic with him." "Isn't that just boring?" Qin Yanyang inquired. There was silence on the other end of the line. "Hello, Grandpa, are you still there?" she asked. "Yes, I'm listening," came Qin Huayan's voice again. "Yang Fei was injured, and his master told him that I am his chance. It seems like he believes that by interacting with me, he can heal his injuries. But I don't know any medicine or how to cure people. Does that mean your grandfather can heal him?" Qin Yanyang pressed for answers. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Huayan finally replied, "Yang Fei's master is very mysterious, a free spirit. I often can't reach him. If there was something urgent, he would definitely contact him. As for his health issues, for now, it seems you are the only one who can help." Qin Yanyang was taken aback. "Me?" On the other end, Yang Fei could hear their conversation and looked equally confused, staring blankly at Qin Yanyang. She could heal his hidden ailments? "How do I do that?" Qin Yanyang asked directly. Although she was filled with doubt and curiosity, she still wanted to understand how to treat Yang Fei's issues. In fact, based on her observations, she couldn't see any problems with Yang Fei. He appeared healthy and full of energy, definitely not someone who seemed to have hidden ailments. "I don't know." Qin Huayan's voice came again. Qin Yanyang was once again bewildered. "You don't know? That sounds rather irresponsible." Yang Fei's lips twitched in disbelief. His master was being cryptic. And Qin Yanyang's grandfather said she could heal his hidden ailments, but then claimed he didn't know how. What kind of game were these two old folks playing? "Your master said you can heal him, so you definitely can. He just didn't explain why. Your grandpa wouldn't lie to you," Qin Huayan reassured her. Qin Yanyang felt speechless. Her grandpa had always doted on her since she was little and had never lied to her, but this time she felt he was hiding something. "Girl, if you can get along well with him, then go for it. But always remember, don't compromise your own happiness. If it's meant to be, then you two can be together. If not, don't worry about my life or death. Remember that, Qin Huayan said. Qin Yanyang shot a strange glance at Yang Fei. Across from him, Yang Fei wore a clueless expression, but inside he was cursing silently. This old man didn't seem like a good person at all. If we're not meant to be, you won't care if I live or die? That's really heartless. After all, I'm still your nominal grandson-in-law, aren't I? Remember my words. Don't let yourself get taken advantage of, Qin Huayan added before hanging up. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Yanyang looked at Yang Fei and said, it seems like I called, but maybe I didn't. Yang Fei almost laughed but maintained a blank expression, feigning ignorance as he asked, what's wrong? Qin Yanyang replied helplessly. It seems my grandfather has already colluded with your master. They must have discussed everything without saying a word. Yang Fei secretly thought that it was odd they hadn't said anything at all. He feigned a look of regret and said, sigh, I should have guessed that long ago. Noticing his disappointment, Qin Yanyang comforted him, it's okay. Since you've listened to your master and come to meet me for a blind date, I don't dislike you. We spend time together every day, and if what your master said is true, then I might be the chance to help you with your hidden issues. When you have an episode, I might know what to do. Hearing this, Yang Fei felt a flicker of hope and nodded silently. Suddenly intrigued, Qin Yanyang looked at him and asked, you keep saying you're injured and have a serious hidden danger, but I can't see it. You look perfectly healthy. How would you even get sick? What would it look like when you do? Yang Fei, seeing her curiosity, couldn't help but smile wryly and said, you really don't want to see what I look like when I'm sick. It's quite frightening. Qin Yanyang looked at him with confusion. Yang Fei shook his head and said, I'm serious. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. It's time to get to work. Qin Yanyang glanced at the time and nodded. Yeah, I have to go. I have class in the morning, and if I don't leave now, I'll be late. They both tacitly agreed to end the topic there, but deep down, both felt a strong sense of curiosity. Yang Fei thought, could it be that if I get sick, Qin Yanyang would discover the problem and be able to help me? Qin Yanyang wondered whether he was really sick, what kind of illness it could be, and how she, with no medical knowledge, could possibly treat him. Early in the morning, Yang Fei preferred to walk to work and declined Qin Yanyang's kind offer to give him a ride. Qin Yanyang drove straight to Binhai University, still reflecting on the insights they had exchanged during their conversation. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her eyes lit up, and she answered. The person you asked me to investigate last night has a very simple identity profile. I've sent the information to your secure email. Okay, she replied and hung up. Using her voice assistant, Qin Yanyang opened her email, allowing the car's Bluetooth to play the contents. The information was straightforward, containing only Yang Fei's age, place of birth, and a brief account of his tragic and simple background. After listening, Qin Yanyang furrowed her brows slightly. This is quite similar to what Yang Fei told her, only a bit more detailed. However, for some reason, Qin Yanyang felt that this information was too superficial. The husband who had confided in her a lot yesterday didn't seem as simple as she had imagined. Interesting. A smile tugged at the corners of Qin Yanyang's mouth as she chuckled softly. Longhu Qingxiang Pawn Shop. Outside the door, a young man got out of a taxi, glanced at the pawn shop sign to confirm he was at the right place, and strode inside. Inside the pawn shop, 4 or 5 young people were gathered around a coffee table playing cards. When they saw a customer walk in, one of them approached with a smile. You're here pretty early, brother? Came to the pawn shop so early in the morning. What do you have? Let us see how much it's worth. I'm here to see Chi Tai, the young man replied. The members of Longhu Hall and the pawn shop couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the young man upon hearing this. The one who had greeted him snapped back to reality and frowned, saying, Kid, do you think you can just call our Lord Chi by his name? The young man furrowed his brow, suddenly taking a step forward. He charged in, his shoulder colliding with the chest of the young member of Longhu Hall. Bang! With a muffled thud, the Longhu Hall member spat out blood and flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Get Chi Tai to see me. Chapter 33. Su Xingzhou breaks into the Longhu Hall. The young man who broke into the pawn shop, known as Longhu Hall, to see Chi Tai, is named Su Xingzhou. He hails from the southern Miao region and is one of the more outstanding members of the younger generation of the Su family. Recently, one of the family's retainers went missing while on a business trip, and the head of the Su family sent him to investigate the matter. Initially, he hadn't planned to make the trip himself, but he received a call from a friend at the last minute. This friend asked him to come to Binhai to take care of something. Although he is from the Su family and holds a respectable position, the Su family is not ordinary. There are several exceptional young people within the clan. In order to compete for the title of heir in the future, he naturally needs to foster good relationships and connect with those who hold real power. The friend who asked him for help has a remarkable background, and since the task at hand was trivial for him, combined with the fact that his family also needed someone in Binhai, he did not refuse. How dare you cause trouble here, kid? Do you even know where this place is? The Longhu Hall members playing cards dropped their hands and quickly surrounded Su Xingzhou. With one of them stepping forward, his expression stern as he scolded him. Su Xingzhou paid them no mind and replied calmly, I'm only looking for Qi Tai. If you don't want to get hurt, call him over right now. Arrogant. You should find out who the real boss of Binhai is before acting so recklessly. You're asking for trouble. The leader of the Longhu Hall roared, issuing the command, kill him. Since the Qin family fell from grace, Longhu Hall had absorbed much of their power and was currently at its peak. Who could tolerate someone coming to provoke them? Four members charged at him. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of dull thuds, the three who rushed at him were kicked away without even touching the hem of Su Xingzhou's clothes. He approached the leading young man and said coolly, I'll say it again, called Qi Tai. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the leader finally understood that this was not something he could handle. His legs trembled, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Ma brother ma, something has happened. Someone has broken into the pawn shop, injured our brothers, and said they want to see the old man. Who is so bold? Don't they know we are the Longhu Hall? Ma Zhao's voice came through the phone, laced with arrogance. I told you. He is really strong, a martial arts master. The frightened subordinate hurriedly explained. Ma Zhao was taken aback. A martial arts master? Could this be related to the person who injured old Master Qi the last time they broke into Longhu Hall? It wasn't that Ma Zhao was particularly cautious. Rather, Zhang Long had warned them recently to be careful, especially to watch out for any martial artist who might come looking for trouble. Ask him who he is and what he wants. Ma Zhao immediately instructed. The subordinate jumped in surprise and timidly looked at Su Xingzhou. However, Su Xingzhou had already heard the voice on the phone and calmly said, tell Qi Tai to ask if he has seen Tian Jinhai. In Ma Zhao's mind, a buzz went off, and he realized that this was beyond his control. He quickly said, all right, just wait. Before long, the younger brother's phone rang. I'm Zhang Long. Give the phone to him. Upon hearing Brother Long's voice, the younger brother felt much safer and gradually calmed down, handing the phone to Su Xingzhou and saying, our brother Long wants you to take the call. As Su Xingzhou took the phone, he simultaneously gripped the younger brother's hand. Crack. The younger brother let out a miserable scream, baring his teeth in pain as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He felt as if his entire hand was ruined, with several fingers broken and even crushed. Su Xingzhou released him and said into the phone, I'm looking for Qi Tai. I'm his disciple Zhang Long. My master is right here, and he wants me to tell you that if you have the guts, come to Tianqing Mountain Villa. Zhang Long's voice was sharp as he added, the others are innocent, don't harm them. Su Xingzhou chuckled and replied, looks like you were prepared for this. Fine. Just wait for me. I'll be there soon. At Tianqing Mountain Villa, Qi Tai and Zhang Long, both serious, were waiting. Has everyone else left? Qi Tai asked. Zhang Long nodded. I've told everyone, except for a few skilled individuals lying in ambush nearby. The rest have already left. Qi Tai nodded in agreement. The reason Longhu Hall had become a prominent underground force in Binhai was mainly due to Qi Tai and Zhang Long. Both were martial artists. With Qi Tai at the initial stage of internal strength and Zhang Long having previously reached the peak of dark energy. In addition, Longhu Hall had 1 dark energy martial artist and 4 external energy martial artists. Overall, Longhu Hall was slightly stronger than the Qin family. However, now Qi Tai and Zhang Long wore grave expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. Although they had been prepared for several days, the tension remained when the enemy actually appeared. According to reports from the younger brothers below, it was just a young man who had arrived. Despite his youth, the fact that he dared to come alone indicated that his strength was extraordinary. Should we call Mr. Yang? Ma Zhao, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, cautiously suggested. Qi Tai and Zhang Long shook their heads simultaneously, with Zhang Long sternly reprimanding. Mr. Yang must not know about this. We already owe him too much. We cannot disturb him again. Qi Tai nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, regarding Tian Jinhai's death, it must never be revealed that Mr. Yang was involved. The grudge with Tian Jinhai is ours alone to bear. We cannot implicate Mr. Yang. Understood. I'll remember, Ma Zhao quickly replied. A fierce light flashed in Zhang Long's eyes as he scoffed. If it weren't for that poison, Tian Jinhai wouldn't necessarily have been able to defeat my master. And I wasn't there that day. Now that my master's injuries have mostly healed, I'm no longer the Zhang Long I once was. Today's Longhu Hall is not so easily bullied. By the way, this is the antidote Mr. Yang gave last time. Since that person is here regarding Tian Jinhai, we need to be cautious, Qi Tai said, pulling out the antidote that Yang Fei had prepared for him. Zhang Long's eyes lit up as he immediately called over several skilled members of the Longhu Hall who were lying in ambush. They quickly divided the antidote among themselves. 10 minutes later, Su Xingzhou appeared at the entrance of Tianqing Manor. Zhang Long personally welcomed him, clasping his fists and saying, "I am Zhang Long. May I ask for your name, brother?" Su Xingzhou glanced at Zhang Long, sensing that this man exuded a formidable presence, strong and imposing. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times, but his tone remained cold as he replied, "You don't deserve to know my name. Call your master out to meet me." Zhang Long was a well-known figure in Binhai, and with Yang Fei's help, he had now entered the early stage of internal strength, feeling quite good about himself. However, he was taken aback by Su Xingzhou's blatant disregard. Anger simmered within him, but despite his rough exterior, he was actually quite perceptive. Realizing that the visitor meant trouble, he suppressed his anger and gestured invitingly, saying, "My master is inside. Please come in." Su Xingzhou chuckled and stepped forward. "A small Longhu hall cannot possibly stop my progress." Chapter 34. Escape. Su Xingzhou strode into Tianqing Mountain Villa with the confidence of a dragon. Upon entering the inner hall, he spotted an old man sitting imposingly in a grand armchair. Su fixed his gaze on the elder, scrutinizing him closely, and frowned slightly. "Are you Qitai?" Qitai replied, "Indeed, it's me." "Young man, who are you, and what do you want?" Su continued to study Qitai, seemingly trying to discern something, his face marked by deep suspicion. According to the reports from Tianjinhai, Qitai had been injured by his 5 poisons technique and was poisoned. Why was he now in such good condition? Even if someone had helped him detoxify, how could a severely injured person recover so quickly within just a few days? With his doubts lingering, Su asked, "Where is Tianjinhai?" Qitai snorted, glaring at him. "So, you've come for that matter. Tianjinhai killed many of my sect members back in the day, a heinous crime. The Martial Alliance has been hunting him down. Yet here you are sheltering him and letting him come to trouble me. Who are you? Do you realize that this is tantamount to opposing the Martial Alliance?" Su frowned and replied coldly, "You don't have the right to know who I am. I only ask you, where is Tianjinhai?" "Dead," Qitai stated flatly. Su's eyes narrowed as he stared at Qitai. "Did you kill him?" He shook his head. "With your skills, you couldn't have killed him. It must have been you." He turned to Zhang Long, who did it. Zhang Long burst into laughter. "That's right. That Tianjinhai was a scourge, and he got what he deserved. His survival back then was purely by chance. Instead of being grateful for the mercy of heaven, he returned to do evil. My disciple, and I took him down. And it was justice served." Su coldly snorted. "What arrogance! You dare to kill someone from the Su family? You truly seek death." At these words, Zhang Long's aura surged, and he stepped forward aggressively. "Kid, you must not know where you are right now." Su chuckled derisively. "Is it just you two and those 5 weaklings hiding around us?" Zhang Long's expression changed. He hadn't expected Su to be so perceptive, capable of sensing the strength of the hidden ambushers. However, there was no turning back now, and Zhang Long wasted no time before attacking decisively. He was a towering figure with innate strength and was at the early stage of inner energy cultivation. With a powerful swing of his long arm, he cut through the air, creating a booming sound as he charged forward with impressive momentum. Su's eyes narrowed, slightly surprised. Instead of dodging, he threw a punch. The two collided and separated instantly. Zhang Long was pushed back 3 steps. But Su was also forced to take a step back from the immense force. His expression shifted as he realized he had underestimated Zhang Long's practical combat skills. With one ineffective strike, Zhang Long swiftly advanced again. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements a blend of offense and defense. Zhang Long's techniques were broad and powerful, while Su appeared casual yet delivered each strike with tremendous force. They exchanged blows rapidly in the spacious hall for 7 or 8 moves, with neither side gaining the upper hand. "Humph, is that all you've got?" Su suddenly sneered, bending his legs slightly before launching a powerful palm strike. Boom. In the midst of a heavy crash, Zhang Long felt his arms go numb, and his entire body was hurled backward as if weightless. What strength! This guy is at least at the mid-level of inner energy. Moreover, that palm strike just now was incredibly intricate, seemingly capable of unleashing even greater power. Seeing Zhang Long being knocked away, Qitai's expression changed. "Along, are you okay?" Zhang Long landed on the ground, his face flushed, his internal energy swirling chaotically, and he felt a sharp, burning pain in the spot where his arm had been struck. He looked down and saw dark bruising, the blood flow hindered. "Poisonous palm," Zhang Long warned. Su Xingzhou, surprised that Zhang Long was still fine after being hit by his poisonous palm, quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "No wonder you're such a big, strong man. Your physique is robust and your endurance is impressive. But now that you've been hit by my poisonous palm, if you make another move, it will only accelerate the spread of the toxin and lead to your demise." Qitai angrily stepped onto the field, glaring at Su Xingzhou and shouted, "As martial artists, We rely on our skills. Using poison like you is truly a despicable tactic, unworthy of victory. Since it's a fight of life and death, any means to win is a valid tactic, Su Xingzhou replied nonchalantly. Qitai huffed. If that's the case, then I shall experience your methods firsthand. Zhang Long directly said. Master, he is very powerful and skilled in poison. Let us join forces to take him down. Using numbers to overpower an opponent may sound a bit shameful, but with a formidable enemy at hand, and given the malicious nature of their opponent, Qitai couldn't care less about appearances. They couldn't keep relying on others for help every time something happened. This matter could even implicate Yang Fei, who had been immensely kind to them. Both the master and disciple wanted to shoulder this burden themselves. Thus, Qitai and Zhang Long joined forces to confront Su Xingzhou. Su Xingzhou, in his 20s, had already reached the mid-level of inner energy and was indeed highly talented in martial arts. However, he hadn't anticipated that both Qitai and Zhang Long were merely at the initial stage of inner energy, and today, his poison techniques seemed to have lost their effectiveness against these two. The three engaged in a fierce back and forth, battling intensely. In a one-on-one confrontation, Su Xingzhou could defeat either Qitai or Zhang Long even without using his poison, but now, with the two of them working together and undeterred by his poison, they managed to suppress him, making it impossible for Su Xingzhou to prevail. In a true life-and-death struggle, every move consumed tremendous energy, and the spectacle was not particularly captivating. Ma Zhao watched anxiously from the side, gripping a knife tightly. Seeing the three move so swiftly, each strike carrying the force of a wolf or a tiger, he was already trembling in fear. He was also a martial artist, but only at the external level, belonging to the category of those who train their muscles and bones. Now, witnessing the battle of three inner energy masters, he felt he had no right to intervene. However, Ma Zhao didn't flee. He was looking for an opportunity. As soon as Su Xingzhou began to falter, he would call upon the other hidden members of the Longhu Hall to join in, ensuring Su Xingzhou was captured. After a while, Su Xingzhou became increasingly alarmed. He hadn't expected the combined strength of this master and disciple to be so formidable. Most critically, his family's pride. The poison techniques seemed ineffective. How could this be? His mindset began to crumble. No wonder Tian Jinhai had fallen at their hands. Thinking of Tian Jinhai's death, Su Xingzhou felt a shiver run through him. He couldn't let his promising future go to waste and end up in a mess like this. There were still a few skilled fighters from the Longhu Hall lurking around. If they all attacked at once, especially with firearms involved, he could be seriously injured or even lose his life. With this in mind, Su Xingzhou began to reconsider his approach. He needed to get out of here first. As for dealing with Longhu Hall, he realized he had been too careless and had underestimated their strength this time. Next time, he would wait for the right opportunity to take them down one by one. Controlling Longhu Hall would be quite manageable. In that moment, Su Xingzhou suddenly struck Qitai with a powerful palm, using the opportunity to turn and dash towards the exit of the hall. Zhang Long noticed Su Xingzhou's intention and shouted, "Don't let him escape." Hearing this, Ma Zhao, mustering his courage, charged forward and swung his knife fiercely at Su Xingzhou. Bang! With a dull thud, Ma Zhao was sent flying along with his weapon. A mid-level internal strength martial artist focused solely on escaping. A minor character like Ma Zhao stood no chance of stopping him. Chapter 35. Yang Fei's first patient, Su Xingzhou, had fled. Although he was uninjured, he arrived with a swagger and left in disgrace, which left him feeling humiliated and frustrated. He had initially intended to eliminate Qitai and suppress the Longhu Hall in one fell swoop. After escaping, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He couldn't just leave Ben Hai like this. It would be too embarrassing if word got out. Moreover, if he returned empty-handed after being sent by his family, it would be detrimental to his future as well. I'll let you live a little longer. Once I take care of another matter, I'll deal with you too, one by one, Su Xingzhou thought grimly. With that, he took out his phone and dialed the number of the family's overseer. Is the mission complete? A voice with a hint of authority came through the line. Not yet, Su Xingzhou replied. I've run into some trouble. Oh, Su Xingzhou explained. I've already asked, and Qitai admitted that he killed Tian Jinhai himself. Impossible. With Qitai's skills, he could never have killed Tian Jinhai, the voice responded. Yes, Qitai only has initial inner strength, and Tian Jinhai is on par with him. Plus, with the 5 poisons technique, Qitai was not his opponent. But we miscalculated one thing. Qitai's disciple, Zhang Long, Su Xingzhou continued. Zhang Long has also reached initial inner strength. Moreover, somehow, these two were able to withstand my poison palm. With the two of them teaming up and the other skilled members of Longhu Hall lying in ambush nearby, I had no choice but to retreat. Oh, So Zhang Long has also reached initial inner strength? Are you sure? The voice pressed. Su Xingzhou nodded, absolutely certain. Moreover, this person's combat ability even surpasses Qi Tai's. I never expected Zhang Long to break into the ranks of inner strength. That was a miscalculation. No wonder Longhu Hall was able to wipe out the Chun family a few days ago. It was Zhang Long's breakthrough. The voice murmured a few words before saying, in that case, we must take down Longhu Hall even more. Do you need reinforcements from the family? Su Xingzhou quickly replied, no need. I've already figured out their details. I just need to take them down one by one to complete the mission. All right, just be careful. Su Xingzhou had to make this call. After leaving home, he had stated that he would resolve the Longhu Hall issue today and investigate the cause of Tian Jinhai's death. Since he hadn't been able to resolve the Longhu Hall matter in time, to avoid any changes from the family, he felt compelled to explain the situation honestly and asked for a little more time on this mission. Then, Su Xingzhou dialed another number. Hello, Su Gu. A man's voice came through the line, addressing Su Xingzhou with respect. Su Xingzhou smiled and said, Wang Xiao, I've arrived in Binhai. I should be able to help you resolve your troubles today. Haha, great. With Su Gu personally stepping in, this matter will surely be a piece of cake. Damn it. If it weren't for Longhu Hall suddenly taking out the Chun family a few days ago, this little issue wouldn't have required your personal intervention. I really appreciate it. Su Gu. After this, consider me indebted to you. Su Xingzhou felt a secret joy and smiled, saying, you're too polite. There's no need for such formality between us. Since the Longhu Hall spoiled your plans last time, I'll teach them a lesson this time to help you vent your anger. I came here to deal with the Longhu Hall anyway, and now I can do you a favor too. It's a win-win. Wang Xiao laughed heartily. Ha, you really understand me. Su Gu. All right, I'll be waiting for your good news. Okay, we'll talk later, Su Xingzhou said before hanging up. Although he had faced a setback in his first attempt, the thought that this trip to Binhai could bring multiple benefits lifted his spirits considerably. He decided that tonight he would take care of Wang Xiao's matter and make him happy. As for the Longhu Hall, he would deal with them slowly in a few days. Inside the Longhu Hall, after Su Xingzhou escaped, Qi Tai and Zhang Long did not continue the chase. Such a formidable enemy was someone they had prepared for on their own turf, and only by joining forces could they hope to suppress him. If they pursued him, it might give him a chance to counterattack. Although the strong enemy had fled, no one in the Longhu Hall felt happy. Su Xingzhou was too powerful, and at such a young age, it was evident that his family or sect was also very strong. With Su Xingzhou returning empty-handed this time, they wondered if he and his backers would come back again. Honestly, we owe this to Mr. Yang. If it weren't for the antidote he provided, we might have fallen into Su Xingzhou's hands today, Qi Tai remarked after the others had dispersed. Zhang Long nodded in agreement. Hearing Mr. Yang's name filled him with genuine admiration and respect. Along, we might have provoked a colossal enemy. If we can't resolve this matter, take a few loyal brothers and seek refuge with Mr. Yang. See if he has a way to protect you. If he can't, then you should leave and not burden him with our troubles. Understood? Qi Tai instructed Zhang Long after careful consideration. Zhang Long was taken aback and looked at Qi Tai, saying, Master, I, Zhang Long, will stand by you through thick and thin. I would never abandon you. Qi Tai felt a sense of comfort, but shook his head, saying, Since the incident years ago, I have remained unmarried and dedicated my life to good deeds. I never expected that I would eventually face disaster because of Tian Jinhai. Though you are my disciple, we have shared a father-son bond for decades. You are my only successor, and you must not die with me here. Do you understand my intentions? Zhang Long's eyes turned red, and he shook his head, choking back tears. I will absolutely not leave you behind. He looked up at Qi Tai and said, If necessary, I will go ask Mr. Yang for help. He must have a way. If it were a personal matter, he would never seek Yang Fei's help, as he felt he owed him too much and could never repay it in this lifetime. But now, for his master, he decided to ask Mr. Yang for help one more time. At worst, he would spend his life as a servant to repay Mr. Yang's kindness. Seeing Zhang Long's determination, Qi Tai was deeply moved. He chuckled and said, The enemy has already been driven away. Why speak such discouraging words? We're not at that point yet. Let us just be careful from now on. The Longhu Hall isn't necessarily afraid of anyone. Zhang Long, upon hearing this, calmed down as well and nodded, saying, Yes, we just need to be cautious for a while. Right. In any case, let's keep this matter under wraps for now to avoid causing panic among our brothers. We must also ensure that no one else thinks there's an opportunity to take advantage of, Qi Tai added. Zhang Long nodded earnestly. Inside the clinic, Yang Fei had just started his shift when he heard the screeching sound of brakes outside. Moments later, several young men rushed in carrying an injured person. Dr. Li, please come and help Brother Ma. The leader of the group exclaimed anxiously. Yang Fei's expression changed slightly when he saw the injured man being brought in. Xiaoma. He walked over and took a quick look, his face growing serious. Was he attacked? The injured person was Ma Zhao, who had been hurt by Su Xingzhou during his escape. Qi Tai and Li Xiantong were close friends, and if any of the Longhu Hall brothers got injured, it was almost always Li Xiantong who treated them. Two of the Longhu Hall members recognized Yang Fei and nodded eagerly. But since they had been instructed not to reveal anything about the incident at Tianqing Villa today, they remained tight-lipped. Zhou Qing approached and, seeing how serious Ma Zhao's injuries were, looked at Yang Fei and said, "The master is currently attending to that elderly gentleman in an emergency. Mr. Yang, could you please take a look at Ma Zhao?" As the attending physician at this clinic, Yang Fei nodded and instructed the Longhu Hall members, "Take him to my consultation room." This would be the first real patient since he started working at Li Xuantong's clinic. Yang Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed that things were finally getting on track. Chapter 36. Busy Dr. Yang. Half an hour later, Ma Zhao's broken ribs were treated by Yang Fei using a special technique, and his internal injuries were stabilized. Slowly, he regained consciousness. "Yang, Mr. Yang." Ma Zhao opened his eyes and instinctively called out upon seeing Yang Fei. Yang Fei nodded and said, "You've broken 3 ribs, but fortunately, none have punctured your chest cavity. You're quite lucky." With a pale face, Ma Zhao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Yang, for saving my life." Yang Fei shook his head with a smile. "I'm charging for my services, so there's no need for thanks." Ma Zhao chuckled, but the laughter triggered a pain in his chest, causing him to cough a few times. Yang Fei continued, "I've written you a prescription. Just take it on time every day, and with some rest for about 10 days to 2 weeks, you should recover significantly." Ma Zhao was overjoyed. "Mr. Yang, you truly are a miraculous doctor. Usually, injuries like this take 3 to 5 months to heal." Yang Fei was already accustomed to such flattery and accepted it with ease, saying, "You were hurt in a fight, right?" Thinking of Su Xingzhou's strength, Ma Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. He had been reckless to try to stop Su Xingzhou from escaping alone. Even the combined efforts of old Master Qi and Brother Long couldn't subdue such a fierce character. He had essentially been courting death. Thankfully, luck was on his side. However, regarding Su Xingzhou's attack on the Longhu Hall, he had been warned by Qi Tai and Zhang Long not to mention it to anyone, especially not to trouble Mr. Yang again. So he made an excuse, saying, I was injured in a scuffle." Yang Fei didn't suspect anything and advised him to take good care of himself. Ma Zhao nodded repeatedly and left to get his medicine with the prescription in hand. When Ma Zhao was brought to the clinic, many people were still waiting in line to see Li Xiantong. Now, seeing that the barely conscious Ma Zhao was able to walk out on his own after Yang Fei's treatment, everyone was secretly amazed. Zhou Cheng and the other clinic staff immediately seized the opportunity to promote Yang Fei's remarkable medical skills, claiming he was just as good as Li Xiantong. Some patients who had taken a number but were stuck behind a long line of over 10 people waiting for Li Xiantong, and uncertain of how long they would have to wait, began to consider their options. Eventually, a middle-aged man approached Yang Fei's consultation room. 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man emerged with a beaming smile, showering Yang Fei with praise, truly worthy of being personally recruited by the miraculous Dr. Li Xiantong. His medical skills are incredible, and he is quite accomplished for his age. As a result, many waiting patients surrounded the middle-aged man, eagerly asking about his experience. "That Dr. Yang is so young. He looks about the same age as my grandson. Can he really have any true skills? Yeah, young people these days are too impetuous. How many actually learn real skills? Especially in traditional Chinese medicine, the older, the more experienced. Isn't it always the renowned doctors who are older? Have you ever seen a young one?" The middle-aged man, who had already received treatment from Yang Fei, shot them a glare. "You just haven't experienced Dr. Yang's skills. I think his medical skills are just as good as, if not better than, the famous Dr. Li Xiantong. Believe it or not, that's up to you." With that, he left, looking quite pleased. The people who came to the medical clinic were all there because of Li Xiantong. Although the middle-aged patients received treatment and praised Yang Fei's medical skills, they still maintained a skeptical attitude. Just then, an elderly woman suddenly clutched her abdomen and cried out in pain. She looked to be in her 70s and was being supported by a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman, looking anxious, said, "Mom, can you hold on? If you can't, we'll have to switch hospitals." The elderly woman was convulsing in pain, her face pale as she struggled to speak, her body sliding down toward the floor. Zhou Cheng and the clinic staff quickly rushed over to help her. "Mr. Yang, please come take a look. We can't have anything happen in the clinic." Zhou Cheng was sweating profusely. His master was still treating the previous elderly patient, and now this situation arose. If something happened in the clinic, it would greatly impact its reputation. The elderly woman's daughter had just witnessed Yang Fei treating Ma Zhao and that burly man. She had intended to bring her mother to see Yang Fei first, but her mother only trusted Li Xiantong. Now, in this urgent situation, the middle-aged woman hurriedly asked Yang Fei, "Dr. Yang, please help us check on my mom." Her face was full of anxiety, and her eyes were red. Seeing her filial concern, Yang Fei nodded subtly, focusing his gaze on the elderly woman. After just a quick glance, he said, "Your mother has epilepsy?" The middle-aged woman nodded quickly. "Yes, it's been many years. We've sought medical advice all these years, but Haven T found a solution." Yang Fei nodded. "This is a case of refractory epilepsy." The woman quickly asked, "Can you treat her, Dr. Yang?" She watched her mother convulsing, her pupils dilated, and foam coming from her mouth, filled with worry. Although she had seen this countless times before, each episode left her extremely anxious. Yang Fei crouched down, using his slender fingers to press on the woman's head. In just 3 breaths, the elderly woman's convulsions stopped, and her pupils gradually relaxed. The onlookers were amazed. Suddenly, the patient's daughter widened her eyes, looking at Yang Fei in disbelief. The duration of her mother's seizures wasn't long, but her condition was special. And with her age increasing, the length of the seizures had also been extending. Previously, Li Xiantong had treated her mother with some effect, but it couldn't cure her. Moreover, there was one time her mother had a seizure in front of Li Xiantong, and while he managed it, he didn't have the immediate effect that Yang Fei had. Moments later, the elderly woman surprisingly regained consciousness, as if nothing had happened. Yang Fei stood up and said, "The main cause of your mother's epilepsy should be a disorder of the central nervous system. She is not too old, and with proper care, there is a chance for recovery." The patient and her daughter were overjoyed and quickly requested a treatment plan. Yang Fei instructed them to go to the consultation room, as he needed to conduct a detailed examination before prescribing the right medication. 20 minutes later, the mother and daughter emerged happily, with the daughter repeatedly bowing in gratitude to Yang Fei. Yang Fei said, "You should start with the prescribed treatment and come to me for acupuncture once a week. You should be better in about 2 months." The mother and daughter left, expressing their endless gratitude. Meanwhile, those waiting in the clinic were growing restless. First, a middle-aged man came in, followed by an elderly patient with epilepsy, who had his condition managed on the spot. With the example of Ma Zhao still fresh in their minds, these people began to trust Yang Fei's medical skills a bit more. Some, in a hurry, walked straight into Yang Fei's consultation room. Once the first patient went in, the second soon followed. Every patient who exited Yang Fei's room left with a smile. As a result, the clinic started to get busy. Around noon, Li Xiantong emerged from the emergency room, feeling somewhat fatigued. But he was prepared to push through and see the other patients waiting in line. However, when he looked toward the waiting area, his expression changed. "Xiaozhou, weren't there a lot of people this morning?" Li Xiantong asked, glancing at the few patients still waiting, feeling both puzzled and relieved. Fewer patients meant less suffering for others, and it would be easier for him too. Zhou Cheng shook his head, smiling as he replied, "No. Everyone here today had made appointments a week ago. According to the rules, we had 20 patients scheduled for this morning, and they all showed up." Li Xiantong was taken aback. "They all came? Then where are the others?" Chapter 37. Cousin introduces a girlfriend to Yang Fei. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the surprised expression on his master's face, and said, "Master, I think starting today, you can finally enjoy life. You'll have more time to teach me." Li Xiantong, hearing this, felt a stir in his heart and looked towards Yang Fei's consultation room, asking, "Are you saying they all went over to Yang Fei?" Zhou Cheng nodded and hurriedly recounted what had happened that morning. Upon hearing this, Li Xiantong burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. With his medical skills, he should have been helping me share the workload long ago. That day has finally come." He happily told Zhou Cheng, "Starting tomorrow, we can increase the number of patients by 20 each day." Zhou Cheng looked troubled and said, "Master, I don't think that's necessary. You're already over 70. Your health is what matters most. Now that Mr. Yang is here to help relieve the pressure, shouldn't you be taking a good rest?" Li Xiantong fixed a stern gaze on Zhou Cheng and said seriously, "Xiaozhou, do you remember how I taught you when I took you in as my disciple?" Feeling the weight of his master's stern look, Zhou Cheng's heart trembled, and he quickly replied, "A healer's heart is compassionate, and patience come first." After saying this, he lowered his head in shame. "Master, I was wrong. But your health has been declining in recent years, and working at such a high intensity could wear you out." Li Xiantong shook his head. "It's fine. As a doctor, I know my own body well. If I see 20 more patients each day, that means 20 fewer people in Binhai suffering from illness. Although what I can do is just a small part in this vast city, it is our duty as doctors." Zhou Cheng's admiration for his master grew even more, and he nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand. Remember, although what we can do is limited, as long as we keep doing it, We can lessen the suffering of some people in this world and bring a bit more laughter and hope to the families of patients each day, Li Xiantong instructed gravely. Zhou Qing nodded repeatedly. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the clinic became quiet. The morning's consultations had gone so quickly that all the patients who had made appointments for the day had already been seen. Li Xiantong was pleased to have some free time and didn't call to increase the number of appointments for the day. Instead, he went to Yang Fei's consultation room to discuss some medical issues with him. Zhou Cheng, being a favored disciple of Li Xiantong, stayed close by, listening attentively and taking notes. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Fei glanced at the time and said to Li Xiantong, "Old Li, I'm going to have dinner with my cousin later. Is it all right if I leave early?" Li Xiantong's eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you being so polite with me? The clinic isn't busy today. If you have something to do, of course, you can leave early." Yang Fei smiled and said, "I'm just an employee. I thought I should ask for leave from you, the boss." Li Xiantong laughed heartily. "Now that you mention it, I really need to reconsider our relationship." Yang Fei was startled and quickly waved his hands. No, Old Li, I didn't mean anything else." Li Xiantong shook his head, his expression serious. "Young brother Yang, I'm being serious. At such a young age, you possess such profound medical skills. Your future is limitless. Working in my small clinic is only temporary. I know that one day you will leave." Yang Fei opened his mouth, but fell silent. Initially, he sought a job out of financial necessity to support himself. However, after saving Chi Tai last time and receiving $1 million from Zhang Long, he wasn't in a rush to make money for the time being. Yet, he was genuinely happy to work here, although he wasn't part of a large hospital-esque staff. Yang Fei, with his medical expertise, deeply valued the idea of saving lives. He felt fulfilled working here every day, especially with the busy day he had today. He enjoyed this state of life. However, his other identity made it impossible for him to settle down here permanently. If his hidden health issues were resolved and his strength restored, he would leave to gather his brothers from the international madmen and uncover the truth behind the earlier ambush, seeking revenge. If he couldn't resolve his hidden ailments, he still wished to live a stable life here. But he was unsure if one day his whereabouts would be exposed, potentially putting those around him in danger. Therefore, when faced with Li Xiantong, he didn't dare to make any promises. "But before you leave, I truly hope you can continue to stay here. When it's busy, let us treat patients together, and when it's quiet, we can discuss medical theories." Li Xiantong said sincerely, looking at Yang Fei. Yang Fei felt a bit moved and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Old Li. As long as I'm in Binhai, I will stay here." Li Xiantong was delighted and said, "Good. In that case, we need to raise your compensation a bit." Hearing this, Yang Fei hurriedly replied, "No need. I know you mean well, but I don't lack money right now. I simply enjoy working here. Besides, the compensation you've given me before is already quite good. I don't want any special treatment or changes." Seeing Yang Fei's serious demeanor, Li Xiantong nodded and said, "All right then. However, with your medical skills, it would be easy for you to make money. When we go out for consultations, the fees from the patients you treat will belong to you." Yang Fei didn't refuse this and smiled in agreement. After leaving the clinic, Yang Fei headed to Binhai University. It was Friday, and Yang Wen had called him at noon to ask if he was free for dinner that evening, mysteriously mentioning that she had a surprise for him. Yang Fei didn't think much of the surprise the little girl mentioned. He simply felt he should spend more time with her and take care of her in life. He waited at the school gate for nearly half an hour before Yang Wen slowly arrived. He showed no impatience waiting for his sister. When he saw a beautiful young woman accompanying Yang Wen, he paused for a moment, then seemed to realize something, his expression turning a bit strange. Could this be the surprise Yang Wen was talking about? Was she trying to introduce a girlfriend to her older brother? During the days he worked at the clinic, he had very few patients, leaving him quite relaxed, and he often chatted with his sister. Yang Wen had repeatedly mentioned wanting Yang Fei to introduce her to his sister-in-law. Yang Fei felt it was unnecessary for the time being. Although he and Qin Yanyang were officially registered, they hadn't developed any feelings for each other yet. Until their romantic relationship was formally established, he didn't want to trouble Qin Yanyang to deal with such family connections. So he had consistently turned down Yang Wen's requests. As a result, Yang Wen had more than once accused Yang Fei of deceiving her, claiming that at just 23, how could he possibly be married? Yang Fei didn't bother to explain, but he didn't expect Yang Wen to pull a stunt like this today. He found it both amusing and a bit touching. Sure enough, Yang Wen bounced over to Yang Fei and cheerfully said, "Brother, have you been waiting long? I won't make you wait in vain. This is my classmate, Xia Bingqing, the beauty of our medical department. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet." As she spoke, Yang Wen turned to Xia Bingqing and said, "Bingqing, this is my big brother. What do you think? He is quite a handsome and manly guy, right?" Xia Bingqing was very pretty, tall with fair skin, and she knew how to present herself well, wearing light makeup and shaping her brows. Being a high-achieving student from Binhai and only 18 or 19 years old, she exuded a youthful vibrancy that was quite attractive. After taking a glance at Yang Fei, a hint of disappointment flickered in the depths of her bright eyes. Although Yang Wen's brother looked decent, his ordinary attire lacked the aura and confidence of someone wealthy. With this thought in mind, Xia Bingqing put on a warm smile, nodded at Yang Fei, and gracefully said, "Hello, Yang Dage. I'm Xia Bingqing, Wenwen's classmate." Chapter 38. Xindiandi Entertainment Club. Yang Fei is a married man. Although he doesn't have feelings for Qin Yanyang yet, he consciously keeps a certain distance from other women, only politely nodding to Xia Bingqing as a form of acknowledgement. When Xia Bingqing wasn't paying attention, he shot a glare at Yang Wen. Yang Wen stuck out her tongue but smiled cheekily. In her eyes, her older brother may not have had much education, but making so much money at a young age and securing a stable job in Binhai was quite impressive. So, she kindly introduced her classmates to her brother, hoping to help him avoid ending up like many men in their village who remained single their whole lives. If Yang Fei knew he was being categorized with those bachelors in his cousin's mind, he would probably be furious. The three of them went to a hot pot restaurant outside the school for dinner. Yang Wen was very lively, constantly praising Yang Fei in front of Xia Bingqing, and she also showered Xia Bingqing with compliments. In front of Xia Bingqing, Yang Fei didn't say much, simply accompanying the two of them out of politeness. Seeing Yang Fei's indifferent expression, which seemed to show no interest in her, Xia Bingqing couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He's just an orphan. I might not even be interested in him, she thought. Xia Bingqing was Yang Wen's best friend at school. Both came from small towns, which made it easy for them to connect. However, Xia Bingqing's family was relatively well off. Her father was a public servant in their town, so she was a bit more mature than Yang Wen and had already planned her life, especially when it came to finding a partner. She was beautiful and studying medicine, so finding a job in the future shouldn't be difficult. However, she wanted to stay in the big city of Binhai for a better life, which meant she needed to choose the right partner. Since the beginning of the school year, many boys had pursued her, but she never paid them any attention because she understood the principle of holding out for the right offer. After Yang Fei visited Yang Wen, he mentioned his situation, and at first, Xia Bingqing didn't think much of it. However, she accidentally overheard Yang when talking to her family on the phone, where her father mentioned that Yang Fei had transferred 500,000 yuan to their uncle's family. This piqued her interest. A 23-year-old young man who could give his uncle's family 500,000 and also give Yang Wen 50,000 yuan as pocket money didn't sound like someone who came from the countryside. He seemed more like a child from a wealthy family in the city. But now, after meeting him, she noticed his indifferent attitude towards her, and she wasn't about to put herself out there. Moreover, he didn't seem like a successful person, so she didn't feel it was worth her effort to engage. Little did Yang Fei know that a university student of the same age as his cousin could have so many thoughts running through her mind. He was simply trying to maintain a certain distance from the opposite sex as a married man. "Xia Bingqing, you're here too." Suddenly, a voice called out. 5 young people emerged from a private room inside the restaurant. The leader was a handsome young man, around 1.8 meters tall, dressed head to toe in international luxury brands. On his right wrist was an expensive green watch, making it clear he was from a wealthy family. The one following him was a guy accompanied by 3 stylishly dressed girls, all exuding youthful energy. Especially those 3 girls, each tall and attractive, with looks scoring above 75. Plus their youthful charm, they were quite a sight. "Hello, Senior Wenjie." Xia Bingqing stood up politely to greet the leading guy. His name was Zhu Wenjie, a second-year medical student at Binhai University, 1 year ahead of Yang Wen and Xia Bingqing. Zhu Wenjie was quite a prominent figure. He had already become the vice president of the student council in his first year. Many outstanding girls pursued him, but he remained single and had a good reputation. "Yang Wen is here too. I didn't expect both of our medical department's beauties to be present," Zhu Wenjie said with a smile as he nodded to Yang Wen. He was very sociable. His gaze shifted to Yang Fei, and he extended his hand with a smile, saying, "I'm Zhu Wenjie. May I ask who the senior is?" Yang Fei shook his hand and replied, "I'm Yang Fei, Yang Wen's older brother." Zhu Wenjie smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Yang Go." Then he turned to Xia Bingqing and Yang Wen, saying, "Are you two free tonight? We're planning to go karaoke. Why don't you join us? The more, the merrier." Xia Bingqing felt a bit excited upon hearing this. She initially wanted to get to know Yang Fei better, but his demeanor had left her somewhat dissatisfied, and she hadn't found him particularly impressive based on her observations, which made her lose interest. On the contrary, Zhu Wenjie's appearance surprised her, and she could sense his enthusiasm towards her. Yang Wen, coming from a small town, had been to KTV before, but she always felt shy about singing, which made her feel a bit out of place. Besides, with Yang Fei here, she was inclined to decline. However, Xia Bingqing linked her arm with hers and said, "Come on, Wenwen, weren't you hoping to join the student council? Let Senior Wenjia recommend you for our department's student council." Zhu Wenjia chuckled and said, "What a coincidence. The one who just called us to go karaoke is actually Chairman Liu from the student council. Yang Wen joining the student council shouldn't be a problem. Your academic performance is excellent and you've shown great promise at school, which meets the student council's recruitment requirements." Yang Wen felt a bit excited upon hearing this. She clasped her hands nervously and said to Zhu Wenjia, "Then, thank you so much, Senior Wenjia." "Not at all, we're all classmates," Zhu Wenjia replied with a smile, then turned to Yang Fei and said, "Yang Gu, you should join us too." Yang Fei could tell that Yang Wen was a bit interested in going, so he smiled and said, "Sure, I'd like to hang out with you young folks." His words came off a bit old-fashioned, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Even Yang Wen couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Bro, you're only 23. Why do you sound so old?" Yang Fei realized this and awkwardly cleared his throat. Once they were outside, Zhu Wenjia made arrangements, asking his classmate Xu Yong, who was driving, to take the others ahead while he drove Yang Fei, Yang Wan, and Xia Bingqing. "Yang Gu, you can sit in the front, and the two ladies can sit in the back. Does this arrangement work for you?" Zhu Wenjia politely asked Yang Fei. His words and actions really appealed to the girls. Not only did Xia Bingqing notice, but even Yang Wen couldn't help but nod in agreement, thinking that such a guy was truly outstanding. In contrast, her older brother seemed rather ordinary next to Zhu Wenjia. Yang Wen suddenly felt a twinge of regret. She shouldn't have come. It was because she noticed that Xia Bingqing's gaze towards Zhu Wenjia had changed slightly. In the car, Zhu Wenjia chatted casually with the three of them, making sure to engage each person, so they all felt warmly welcomed. Yang Fei nodded to himself, realizing that Zhu Wenjia was indeed impressive. This young man must have received a good education and come from a remarkable family background. Before long, the car arrived at a high-end entertainment venue. Xintiendi, she heard, was said to be the best and most upscale entertainment club in Binhai, with a cost of several thousand for a single night. Xia Bingqing looked at the large, glittering sign with excitement. Yang Wan, on the other hand, felt even more reserved. She hadn't expected that students from school would go to such an expensive place for karaoke. Noticing her tension, Yang Fei gave her a reassuring smile. For some reason, that smile from her brother calmed her down, and she felt that as long as she was with him, she wouldn't be nervous no matter where they went. Zhu Wenjia handed the car keys to a valet who approached and invited Yang Fei, Yang Wan, and Xia Bingqing. "Let's go. Lu Gu and the others have already reserved a private room and are waiting for us inside." Chapter 39. Raise a glass to Boss Li. As they stepped into the Xinyiandi club, the opulent decor dazzled Yang Wan, her face betraying a look of astonishment. Xia Bingqing tried her best to maintain her composure, but when no one was watching, she glanced around, revealing her own excitement. In contrast, Yang Fei wore a calm smile, appearing relaxed and at ease. Zhu Wenjia observed the trio's reactions from the corner of his eye, surprised by what he saw. He had thought Xia Bingqing would be the most worldly wise among them, but it turned out Yang Fei was the most composed. It's important to note that when truly poor people enter such high-end venues, they often feel a sense of inferiority, no matter how hard they try to hide it. They instinctively exhibit behaviors that make them feel out of place, leading to a demeanor that is awkward and unnatural. Zhu Wenjia wasn't looking for their discomfort. He was simply observant. At the elevator entrance, Xu Yong was already waiting with three young women. Upon seeing Zhu Wenjia and the others approach, he opened the elevator doors, allowing them to enter first, before stepping in last himself. Xu Yong had previously driven an Audi A4, suggesting he came from a decent family background. But in front of Zhu Wenjia, he acted like a subordinate, which only highlighted Zhu Wenjia's distinctiveness. When they reached their floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal a corridor flanked by a group of staff dressed in white business suits, form-fitting skirts, and sheer stockings showcasing their long legs. "Welcome to Xinyiandi. We hope you have a great time," they greeted in unison, bowing at a 90-degree angle, providing all guests with a sense of privilege. However, their attire was already somewhat provocative, and as they bent to bow, the view was quite distracting. This scene made not only Yang Wen blush, but even Xia Bingqing felt a bit embarrassed and awkward. Yang Wen regretted coming, but now it was too late to back out. Yang Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Yang Wen's reaction, but had no intention of comforting her. From what Xia Bingqing had implied, Yang Wen seemed interested in joining the student council, indicating she likely had her own life plans and aspirations. Although Yang Fei had never attended university and wasn't a working professional, he understood a thing or two about navigating life. If Yang Wen had such ambitions, then she should learn to adapt and engage on her own, as everyone must carve their own path in life. No one can be a lifelong guardian for someone else. Under Zhu Wenjia's lead, the group of 8 entered an enormous private room, where 4 people were already waiting. One of them appeared quite young, looking to be around Yang Fei's age, while the other 3 exuded a more worldly presence, appearing quite affluent. Their eyes lit up when they saw the 5 young, attractive university students Zhu Wenjia had brought along, and they couldn't take their eyes off them. Lu Gu. Zhu Wenjia greeted the young man at the forefront warmly, shaking his hand before introducing him to the group. You've all seen Lu Shuozhang at the welcome party, so I want me to elaborate further. This is Lu Guobin, a senior at Binhai University and the president of the student council, a truly influential figure at the university. Lu Guobin patted Zhu Wenjia on the shoulder and said, "Stop buttering me up, kid. When it comes to ability, you're no less capable than I am. And you're still young. The responsibilities of the student council will soon fall on your shoulders." Zhu Wenjia quickly replied, "Chairman Lu, you flatter me. I'm only a sophomore. And there are 2 seniors in their 3rd year who are still ahead of me. I'm not up yet." Lu Guobin laughed heartily and, with Zhu Wenjia's introduction, greeted everyone one by one. When he saw Xia Bingqing and Yang Wan, his eyes visibly lit up. He was very warm towards Yang Fei as well. But his enthusiasm noticeably waned when he learned that Yang Fei worked at a small clinic. "Come on, everyone. Today I'm introducing you to 3 big bosses," Lu Guobin announced. "These 3 are prominent figures here in Binhai. Whenever we in the student council need sponsorship for our events, these bosses are always generous and willing to help." Lu Guobin led the group to the 3 bosses and introduced them one by one. "This is my cousin, Boss Lu Wenkai. This is Brother Li Biao, who is involved in demolition and urban renewal projects. And this is Boss Sun Pengcheng, a big player in Binhai's catering industry." The 3 bosses greeted the students with warm smiles, especially when shaking hands with the 5 girls. This was Yang Wen's first time encountering such a scene, and she felt very nervous and awkward, casting a pleading glance at Yang Fei. Yang Fei smiled but didn't intervene. If she wanted to join the student council and eventually secure a job in the future, she needed to learn to navigate these situations. He wanted her to get a glimpse of another side of society and adapt on her own. If she could adapt, then she should strive to excel. If not, she should bow out early. Zhu Wenjia and Xu Yong had already moved aside and sat down, almost as if they had completed a task. Yang Fei squinted at the 2 of them, secretly mocking. It was obvious that the 3 girls Zhu Wenjia and Xu Yong had brought along were intended for these 3 bosses. When they stumbled upon the 3 of them, seeing how attractive Yang Wen and Xia Bingqing were, they decided to bring them along as well. Lu Guobin and Zhu Wenjia were both skilled at socializing, and the 3 bosses were seasoned veterans in handling social situations, keeping the atmosphere lively. At first, everyone was quite serious, chatting, drinking, and singing. Gradually, as the drinks flowed, Lu Wenkai, Li Biao, and Sun Pengcheng began to let loose. They pulled some of the female students to sing duets and even dragged them to dance, elevating the energy in the room. Xia Bingqing seemed to have caught on to the dynamics early on. She smartly stayed close to Zhu Wenjia, avoiding unwanted attention from the 3 bosses. Yang Wen was fidgety, but since Yang Fei wouldn't help her, she had no choice but to drink a few rounds and sing a couple of songs with the bosses. Fortunately, the bosses didn't get too handsy with her, focusing instead on the other 3 girls, who were more susceptible to their advances. "Miss Yang, let us sing a song together," Li Biao said as he approached Yang Wen, reaching out to hold her hand without letting go. Yang Wen struggled to pull her hand away, but Li Biao's grip was firm. He had chosen the song "The Love of a Rafting Man." This guy is singing duets at the KTV, easily igniting a certain atmosphere. Normally, 2 unrelated people of the opposite sex would never sing together. Yang Wen had sung a few songs before, and everything seemed fine. But now, with this particular song, she didn't want to sing, especially as Li Biao insisted on holding her hand and swaying together. The desire reflected in his gaze after a few drinks made Yang Wen incredibly uncomfortable. "Just sing this one, and I promise Lu Laudi will help you get into the student council right away," Li Biao boomed at Yang Wen. Lu Guobin glanced at Yang Fei, and seeing he had no objections, he smirked while assuring Yang Wen, "Exactly, it's a small matter." Yang Wen came from a small town and wanted to join the student council because she was ambitious, hoping that if she didn't stay in the big city, she could return home and be more accomplished, as her father had said, to become a civil servant. However, she didn't think that joining the student council required drinking and entertaining others like this. She forcefully broke free from Li Biao's grip and shook her head, refusing. "I'm sorry. I can't sing." Li Biao's expression darkened. Seeing this, Lu Guobin was taken aback and quickly said to Yang Wen, "Yang Wen, don't you want to join the student council? Boss Li is worth over $1 billion and is a prominent figure in Binhai City. Meeting him is a privilege. You really don't want to upset him." As he spoke, he raised a glass of liquor towards Yang Wan, urging, "Quick, toast to Boss Li to smooth things over." Chapter 40. The shake-up. Li Biao stood there with a displeased expression, watching Yang Wan, waiting for her to toast and apologize, after which he could sing and dance with her. Initially, he was quite satisfied with the 3 female students that Zhu Wenjie had brought. But upon seeing Xia Bingqing and Yang Wan, he found the 3 girls somewhat dull in comparison. Xia Bingqing was already by Zhu Wenjie's side, so he naturally didn't want to cause trouble there. But Yang Wan looked like she came from a small town and hadn't seen much of the world. Although she had a cousin with her, that guy hadn't dared to say a word since arriving. He just watched his cousin serve drinks and didn't stop her. Such a timid character was not worth worrying about. Li Biao had already decided that he must win over Yang Wan tonight. He enjoyed conquering this kind of somewhat innocent and strong-willed female college student. "Don't just stand there. Raise a glass to Brother Biao." "Look," he's getting angry. Lu Guobin urged when he saw that Yang Wan hadn't moved. Yang Wan's face turned red, and she directly shook her head to refuse. "I'm sorry. I can't drink. I need to leave." As she finished speaking, she looked up at Xia Bingqing. Xia Bingqing's expression changed several times before she shook her head in response. Yang Wan turned to her brother, her eyes pleading for help. Yang Fei took the cigarette, but out of his mouth, and reached out to crush it in the ashtray. But at that moment, Li Biao became impatient, revealing his true nature as he grabbed Yang Wan's hand and said, "What's this? You're not giving me face, huh? Sis, if you drink this glass and sing this song with me, I'll pretend nothing happened. If you don't drink it, don't even think about joining the student council. I'll make sure you can't even finish college. Do you believe me?" Lu Guobin's expression changed, worried that things might escalate, and quickly tried to persuade him. "Brother Biao, calm down, I'll handle it." In the corner of the private room, Zhu Wenjie frowned slightly at Li Biao's rude behavior. However, seeing Lu Guobin handling the situation, he said nothing. He had brought a few junior female students to accompany them as requested by Lu Guobin. Those girls were all willing participants, and they were all adults, so some things were understandable. But Yang Wan and Xia Bingqing were invited by him at the last minute. Although it was to increase the number of women and create a lively atmosphere, if the other party was unwilling and uncomfortable, they couldn't be forced. Zhu Wenjie had his own principles and beliefs in this regard. After Lu Guobin managed to calm Li Biao down, he hurriedly shoved the glass of alcohol into Yang Wan's hand, saying, "Hurry up. If Brother Biao gets angry, no one can save you." Yang Wan had never encountered such a scene before, and her eyes turned red with fear. "I'll handle this." A voice broke through the tension. Yang Fei had walked over. He took the glass of alcohol from Lu Guobin's hand and said to Li Biao, "Brother Biao, my sister can't handle her liquor and doesn't understand. Please forgive her. This glass is from me." Li Biao no longer pretended. His face filled with hostility as he glared at Yang Fei. "You're toasting me? Who do you think you are to make me drink with you?" Yang Fei chuckled, tossing the cigarette, but he hadn't discarded directly into the glass of alcohol, then reached out to grab Li Biao's hair. "Then you can drink it yourself." Yang Fei suddenly grabbed Li Biao's slick, well-groomed pompadour hairstyle. Li Biao, who appeared to be slightly taller and more robust than Yang Fei, was effortlessly twisted around like an obedient child, his head tilted back. Yang Fei poured a drink into his mouth, which contained not only liquor but also half a cigarette, butt, and ash, gurgling down Li Biao's throat. Coughing violently, Li Biao clutched his neck with both hands, bending over as he struggled to breathe. The burning sensation in his throat brought tears and snot streaming down his face. The scene unfolded so quickly and unexpectedly that it took everyone a moment to react. As Li Biao coughed fiercely, the others stared at Yang Fei in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Yang Fei had been quiet since entering the private room, merely smoking and drinking. When he approached earlier, he had been smiling, seemingly humbly trying to apologize to Li Biao on behalf of Yang Wan. Who would have thought that he would suddenly force a special drink down Li Biao's throat? What was even more surprising was how compliant Li Biao had been, given his imposing physique. "Bro, we need to get out of here." Yang Wan snapped back to reality, horrified to see her brother treating Li Biao this way. She realized they were in serious trouble and grabbed Yang Fei, trying to make a quick escape. "Think you can just walk away after disrespecting Brother Biao like that?" Lu Wenkai and Sun Pengqing, clearly close friends of Li Biao, rushed over to block their path as Yang Wan attempted to pull Yang Fei away. At the same time, Sun Pengqing pulled out his phone to call for backup. Lu Guobin finally regained his composure. Although he was skilled in social interactions and handling people, the current situation was quite shocking. As a student and the president of the student council, he knew the events unfolding here were far from acceptable. Some things were understood and tolerated as long as they stayed under wraps, but if they were exposed, it would be a different story. Lu Guobin hurriedly patted Li Biao's back to help him calm down, while urging Lu Wenkai and Sun Pengqing, "Mr. Lu, Mr. Sun, let's not be impulsive. We can talk this out." Zhu Wenjie and Xu Yong also approached. Previously, they had thought little of Yang Fei, seeing him as an ordinary guy with no presence. But now, they were taken aback by his actions. Zhu Wenjie said to Lu Wenkai and Sun Pengqing, "Gentlemen, he's with me. I take responsibility for him." As he spoke, he signaled to Yang Fei to take Yang Wen and leave while Li Biao was still recovering. Yang Fei had initially thought well of Zhu Wenjie, but after entering the venue, he had become disappointed and even a bit annoyed with him. Now, however, seeing Zhu Wenjie step up to take responsibility for their mess made Yang Fei reassess him. This guy may have his methods, but he also had his principles. Xia Bingqing was also very concerned about Yang Wen. She shot a fierce glare at Yang Fei and angrily said, "How could you be so impulsive? Yang Wen is almost at risk because of you. Now that Senior Wenjie is here to help you, you should hurry and leave." Yang Fei chuckled and turned to Zhu Wenjie, asking, "Are you sure you can handle this?" Zhu Wenjie was momentarily taken aback. At a time like this, Yang Fei was still able to remain so calm and composed, which made him take a closer look at this guy. First, he had suddenly gone after Li Biao without a hint of hesitation, and now he was acting so unfazed. Where did this guy get his confidence? Zhu Wenjie pondered silently and replied, "It shouldn't be a problem." He spoke with confidence. Although Lu Guobin had previously mentioned Li Biao's involvement in demolition and relocation projects, hinting at his background, he still said this. Yang Fei grew more curious about Zhu Wenjie's identity. Seeing that Zhu Wenjie seemed to be taking responsibility for the situation, Yang Fei smiled and said, "All right then." Since the three of them were invited by him, it was somewhat commendable that he was willing to step up and take charge. Li Biao, with a furious look in his bloodshot eyes, coughed violently but regained his composure. He glared at Yang Fei with a menacing expression. At the same time, he turned to Yang Wen and shouted, "You little brat, I'm going to kill you tonight." Yang Wen trembled in fear, shrinking back behind Yang Fei. The smile on Yang Fei's face vanished as he looked at Li Biao, as if he were staring at a corpse. Chapter 41. Bro. You should run. Li Biao felt a shiver run down his spine from Yang Fei's cold and piercing gaze, suddenly recalling how this kid had managed to control him earlier. Damn it, does he really think my name, Biao Go, is just for show? As Li Biao grew increasingly wary, a surge of anger washed over him. He grabbed a bottle of liquor and hurled it at Yang Fei. Screams erupted from a few female students. The moment Li Biao moved, his friends, Sun Pengqing and Lu Wenkai, sprang into action as well. All three of them were under 40, and it was clear they were used to being arrogant and domineering alongside Li Biao. Now that he had taken the lead against a young man in his 20s, they thought they had nothing to fear. "Stop!" Zhu Wenjie's expression shifted, and he shouted in a low voice. However, Li Biao was already in a rage and wouldn't heed anyone's warnings. As for Yang Fei, being the target of the attack and needing to protect his sister, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by. In a flash, he lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick. Sun Pengqing and Lu Wenkai both let out cries of pain as they doubled over, clutching their stomachs, and were sent flying. In the next moment, the bottle that Li Biao had thrown came crashing down. Yang Fei quickly seized Li Biao's wrist, and just like that, the bottle appeared in his hand as if by magic. Bang! With a sharp cracking sound, the bottle shattered against Li Biao's head, leaving him bleeding profusely. Yang Fei still held a jagged piece of the broken bottle, which he casually swiped forward. Pooh! The shards sliced open Li Biao's mouth, transforming it into a grotesque clown's grin. Blood poured from the corner of his mouth, dripping down. Li Biao wailed, his hands covering his mouth as he emitted a mournful, high-pitched sound. Thanks to Yang Fei's mercy, Lu Wenkai and Sun Pengqing managed to scramble back to their feet. They were already somewhat intimidated, but seeing Li Biao's horrific condition and the blood dripping from Yang Fei's piece of the bottle made their legs shake so much they nearly collapsed. This kid is ruthless. He looks harmless, yet his strikes are so vicious. Lu Guobin was in shock. He never expected things would spiral out of control like this. He had intended to scold Yang Fei, but seeing him holding the bloodied bottle left him with a dry throat and speechless, swallowing hard. Xia Bingqing was also stunned. She never imagined Yang Fei would be so fierce. However, after a brief moment of shock, she snapped back to reality and shook her head inwardly. Although Yang Fei was brave, he hadn't considered the consequences of his actions. Blind courage. It felt good to hit someone, but what would happen next? Whether Li Biao was a local bully or just an ordinary person, if he reported it, Yang Fei could easily be charged with intentional injury. Zhu Wenjie frowned. He initially thought he could handle the situation today. As long as he revealed his identity, Li Biao would back down. At the very least, he wouldn't make things difficult for Yang Fei anymore. But now, with the injuries so severe, even if he made his identity clear, He feared he wouldn't be able to quell the flames of vengeance burning within Li Biao. Moreover, he felt a bit frustrated because he had promised to handle this situation, yet Yang Fei acted so ruthlessly. He thought Yang Fei was too violent and lacked understanding of human relationships. Now, all he could do was to ensure his classmates were not implicated. And he even wanted to protect Yang Wen. As for Yang Fei, since he dared to cause trouble, he should bear the consequences. With this in mind, he said to Yang Fei, "I'll take Yang Wen and leave first. You handle this yourself." Yang Fei smiled upon hearing this and nodded, saying, "Thank you then." Yang Wen was already scared to tears, filled with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have come along. Now, she felt she had dragged her brother into trouble. Anxiously, she grabbed Yang Fei's hand and said, "Brother, let's hurry and go. You should run away." Yang Fei chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You go with them first. I'll call you after I sort things out here." Yang Wen refused to budge. Xia Bingqing pulled her towards the exit, saying, "You're not helping here. You'll only distract your brother. He's an adult. If he can't differentiate between right and wrong, he should handle it himself. You and I are college students with bright futures ahead. We can't let this drag us down." Hearing that her future might be ruined, Yang Wen's face turned pale. But as she looked at Yang Fei, recalling their childhood together and how he had always treated her well, she gritted her teeth and said, "No, I can't leave." Xia Bingqing was anxiously stamping her feet. Seeing that she wouldn't abandon him, Yang Fei felt a bit touched. However, he couldn't let Li Biao off the hook today. Otherwise, this guy would definitely target Yang Wen afterward. Yang Fei never left hidden dangers. He didn't care about himself, but once there was a threat to his cousin Yang Wen, he would take strong measures to eliminate it. The last incident with Chen Bin was the best example. So having Yang Wen stay here made things harder for him, as he was afraid of scaring the little girl. With this in mind, Yang Fei exchanged glances with Zhu Wenjie. "Take her back to school first." Zhu Wenjie, seeing Yang Fei's calm demeanor and firm gaze, felt a bit puzzled. Even at this moment, this guy remained so composed. He couldn't understand where his confidence came from. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I brought her here. I will make sure she gets back to school safely." After saying this, Zhu Wenjie signaled Xu Yong, and the two, along with Xia Bingqing, pulled Yang Wen away. Seeing Yang Wen being taken away, Lu Guobin looked a bit anxious and called out to Zhu Wenjie. Zhu Wenjie glanced at Lu Guobin, his eyes cold, and turned to leave. Li Biao was furious, pointing at Yang Wen with his bloodied right hand, making muffled sounds that clearly indicated he wouldn't allow her to leave. However, the remaining few in the box were intimidated by Yang Fei's ruthlessness and didn't dare to intervene. Just a short while after Zhu Wenjie and the others left, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the box. At this moment, Li Biao had already had his right knee shattered and was kneeling before Yang Fei, crying profusely, while Yang Fei sat confidently on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Meanwhile, Lu Guobin was sweating profusely, anxiously waiting. Lu Wenkai and Sun Pengcheng could only watch in frustration, angry yet unable to speak up. At that moment, the door swung open, and Sun Pengcheng instantly jumped up, pointing at Yang Fei and saying, "Kid, you're done for. Let's see how you die now." Lu Wenkai added fiercely, "That's right. Do you know who Li Biao works for? He's with the Tong family, the richest family in Binhai." Yang Fei remained completely unconcerned by their words. As for the so-called richest family in Binhai, he didn't think much of it. As long as they didn't provoke him, it was fine, but if they did, he would make sure they vanished from Binhai. A dragon may roam in shallow waters, and a tiger may fall in the plains. But that doesn't mean small fish, shrimp, or stray cats and dogs can bully him. Who had such audacity to cause trouble in Xintiendi? Did they want to throw their life away? Just then, a stern voice came from the entrance of the private room as the door was pushed open. Chapter 42, Crushing Down. Bowing heads at the entrance of the private room, the first to walk in was a man in his 30s. He was about 1.7 meters tall and lean, but he exuded a strong presence. Following him was a group of burly young men, all dressed in black shirts, with some carrying electric batons. "Master Hu." As soon as Sun Pengcheng saw the newcomer, he rushed over and respectfully said, "Master Hu, this is the brat who injured Li Biao. You must take him down and avenge Li Biao." The young man known as Master Hu was named Qin Hu. He was quite well known in Binhai. Despite his short stature and lean build, he was incredibly fierce in a fight and had made quite a name for himself in Binhai in his early years. Ever since Xintiendi opened for business, Qin Hu had been stationed there, and under his watch, Xintiendi had never encountered any trouble. Even the Dragon and Tiger Hall and the Qin family gave him a measure of respect. Listening to Sun Pengcheng, Qin Hu turned his gaze toward Li Biao. When he saw Li Biao with a bloody head, his mouth split open with a prominent wound, trembling as he knelt before a young man. He couldn't help but look astonished. In his impression, Li Biao was also a tough character. Although not a true martial artist, he was skilled in fighting. How could he be reduced to such a state? Lu Wenkai approached and respectfully called out, "Master Hu," pointing at Yang Fei. "It's this kid. He's too arrogant to dare cause trouble in Xintiandi. He clearly doesn't take you seriously, Master Hu." At this moment, Li Biao, kneeling in front of Yang Fei, seemed to regain some spirit. He gritted his teeth through the pain and stood up with great difficulty, saying to Qin Hu, "Brother Hu, save me." He can still speak? It seems I went a bit easy on him earlier. Yang Fei noticed that Li Biao had stood up without permission and casually said, "You shouldn't stand up without asking," before tossing the remaining piece of the wine bottle aside. Thud! The bottle landed just above Li Biao's other knee, causing blood to flow immediately. With a pained scream, Li Biao, already relying on that leg for support, lost his balance and collapsed back to his knees in front of Yang Fei. Qin Hu narrowed his eyes. Yang Fei's earlier move, though seemingly casual, demonstrated a masterful control of force. He could tell that this young man was skilled. No wonder he was so fearless. "Young man, what is your name? Do you know where this place is? How dare you cause trouble here?" Qin Hu said, squinting at Yang Fei. Yang Fei looked up at him. "Are you here to back him up?" Qin Hu replied, "Thanks to Boss Tong's regard, I'm responsible for security here. No one is allowed to cause trouble to avoid affecting the club's business. So what you did today has broken the rules here." Yang Fei nodded and said, "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm causing trouble here?" Qin Hu shook his head. "No reason can justify causing trouble here. If you wanted to reason things out, you should have approached me before resorting to violence. We would try to mediate. If that didn't work, you could resolve it outside. But since you've already made a move here, you've broken the rules, and I have to act according to the rules." Yang Fei smiled and asked, "What rules?" "That depends on the situation." Qin Hu looked at Yang Fei and said, "You're in serious trouble, at the very least. You should be left with one hand." Lu Guobin sighed in relief upon hearing this and hurriedly said to Yang Fei, "You should thank Master Hu quickly. Just losing a hand is already a light punishment." Although he was still a student, he had interacted with Li Biao enough to know a fair bit about the social dynamics in Binhai. He had seen Qin Hu a few times and understood how terrifying this Master Hu was. He was also aware of the backing Qin Hu had from Boss Tong, a figure that someone like Yang Fei definitely shouldn't provoke. Yang Fei frowned and slapped Lu Guobin across the face. This guy was still a student, yet his intentions were so corrupt, it was hard to believe he had become the student council president. Yang Fei had long harbored disdain for him, and now that he was blabbering in front of him, he spared no mercy. Lu Guobin was stunned. He had only meant to remind Yang Fei out of goodwill. So why was he being hit? He stared blankly at Yang Fei and stammered, You. Qin Hu narrowed his eyes and interrupted Lu Guobin, fixing his gaze on Yang Fei. "Considering you're a martial artist, I intended to go easy on you. But to think you would dare to lay a hand on someone in front of me. Do you really think my name means nothing?" Yang Fei had no intention of fighting anyone, but today's events directly concerned Yang Wen's safety, so he had to stay and resolve the issue once and for all. He looked up at Qin Hu and said, "Since you don't want to know the whole story and insist on doing things your way, I have nothing more to say. I can only act according to my own principles." Qin Hu said in a deep voice, "What's your name, and where are you from?" Yang Fei smiled, "Don't worry. As long as you can take me down, there won't be any further trouble. But I must remind you, once you lay a hand on me, you become my enemy." Qin Hu, furious, laughed, "Ha ha, so young and full of bravado. It's been a long time since anyone in Binhai talked to me like this." Yang Fei frowned. Enough with the chatter. Qin Hu's expression darkened, and a violent aura emanated from him as he lunged towards Yang Fei. Yang Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This man was about the same age as Zhang Long, yet his strength was even greater than Zhang Long's before his breakthrough. No wonder so many people feared him. Qin Hu's attack was decisive and ruthless, aiming a punch at Yang Fei's right shoulder. This punch could easily cripple Yang Fei's arm, serving as a punishment. Yang Fei raised his hand and countered with his own punch. Bang! With a muffled grunt, Qin Hu came in fast, but left even faster, sent flying back 4 or 5 meters by Yang Fei's punch. If it weren't for a few of his brothers behind him catching him, he would have nearly crashed through the door of the private room. Yang Fei remained seated on the sofa. Qin Hu's punching arm hung limply at his side. His knuckles split open, blood oozing out, and his entire arm had gone numb and lost feeling. He looked at Yang Fei in shock and said in disbelief, You're a late-stage inner-strength martial artist?" Upon hearing this, the brothers behind Qin Hu showed expressions of horror. They had intended to rush in, but now they all hesitated, not daring to act rashly. Since they followed Qin Hu, they naturally had some understanding of the martial world. And some of them were even martial artists themselves, albeit only at the external strength training stage. At that moment, hearing Qin Hu say that the opponent was a master at the late stage of inner strength, The shock in their hearts was palpable. After all, Yang Fei looked to be in his early 20s, and yet he was already a master at the late stage of inner strength. Simply outrageous. Are we still going to fight? Yang Fei asked Qin Hu. Qin Hu felt a chill in his heart. Although he cared about his reputation, he was also a decisive person. He quickly lowered his head and said, I'm not your match. Let's not fight. Yang Fei smirked. Didn't you say that if I broke your rules, you'd have to handle things according to the rules? Qin Hu's mouth twitched, his face flushed with embarrassment. He explained, I didn't realize you were a master at the late stage of inner strength. I apologize for any offense I caused earlier. As for Li Biao, since he dared to offend a master, he deserves what he gets. Yang Fei chuckled. See, this is reality. With strength, you earn respect wherever you go. Without it, you can only suffer in silence when bullied. However, Li Biao is working for our boss Tong, Qin Hu said, hoping that you would spare him out of consideration for our boss. Moreover, you've already punished him enough. Seeing the despair on Li Biao's face, Qin Hu couldn't bear it and spoke up for him. He thought to himself, although I can't defeat you, surely you wouldn't disregard the favor of our boss Tong. Chapter 43. Being followed. When Li Biao saw Qin Hu appear, he was filled with hope, thinking that Qin Hu would take care of Yang Fei and let him vent his frustration. However, to his shock, Qin Hu was sent flying by a single punch from Yang Fei, who was also referred to as a master of late-stage inner strength by Qin Hu. Having worked with Boss Tong for many years and knowing the existence of martial arts experts in this world, Li Biao never expected to find himself in such a predicament today. He realized he had really bitten off more than he could chew. Despite being seriously injured and humiliated, Li Biao's hatred for Yang Fei only grew stronger, and he already began plotting his revenge for the future. At that moment, with Qin Hu pleading on his behalf, he suppressed his resentment and hurriedly bowed to Yang Fei, begging for forgiveness. Yang Fei was unaware of Li Biao's thoughts, but he understood that treating someone like Li Biao this way made it hard for them to truly forget their grudges. Leaving such a person alive would only bring trouble. While he wasn't afraid of Li Biao's hatred and potential retaliation, he was concerned about Yang Wan. He couldn't always be there to protect her. Thinking of this, Yang Fei shook his head slowly and said, he insulted my sister and disrespected me. Now that I've heard him like this, he must hate me deeply and be thinking of ways to get back at me. If you were in my position, could you forgive someone like him? Qin Hu was taken aback. Martial artists are indeed decisive and do not leave such hidden dangers. However, since Li Biao was Boss Tong's man, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He replied, I can guarantee that he will definitely seek revenge. A dead man is the safest option. Yang Fei said calmly, raising his hand and striking Li Biao on the head. Li Biao's body trembled, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Hiss. Everyone in the private room felt as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, an inexplicable chill creeping up from their feet to their hearts, gasping in shock. It was terrifying. Was this the consequence of offending a martial artist? Qin Hu's face turned grim. Yang Fei had defeated him and showed him no mercy, which he could somewhat accept, as strength reigns supreme in the world of martial arts. However, he had just invoked Boss Tong's name, and yet Yang Fei still showed him no respect by killing Li Biao. This young man was indeed ruthless and decisive in his actions. Yang Fei stood up, his gaze fixed on Qin Hu. Are you still going to follow the rules and cause me trouble? Qin Hu took a deep breath and replied, you are a martial artist, and according to the rules of the martial world, I have no right to stop you. Moreover, you are stronger than me. We cannot hold you back. Yang Fei smiled slightly and asked, so, does this mean you will come looking for trouble later? Qin Hu felt a weight in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he said, Li Biao has worked for the Tong family for many years and is highly regarded. His sudden death might draw their attention. Yang Fei frowned upon hearing this. He particularly disliked such situations where the punishment of a minor offense would bring about the wrath of the higher-ups. He had killed Li Biao because he had indeed insulted him and his cousin, and held resentment. However, the Tong family had not yet provoked him. He couldn't just eliminate a subordinate they had cultivated for years and then, without any provocation, go after the main family, could he? If he does this, he will not only be challenging the law but also the fundamental principles upheld by the Martial Arts Alliance, which could lead to him being hunted down by the entire martial arts community. After thinking it over, Yang Fei nodded and said, all right, I'll wait. He wasn't afraid of the Tong family coming after him, as long as they didn't provoke him or harass Yang Wan, and instead came directly to discuss matters with him. He wouldn't be angry. He was a reasonable person, unless there was no room for reason. After Yang Fei left, Qin Hu said coldly, no one is to speak of this matter. Keep your mouth shut. The others, seeing his stern demeanor, were all taken aback and nodded in agreement. They thought about how Qin Hu had been defeated by a young man, and if this got out, it would damage his reputation. Furthermore, this matter involved the Tong family. so how it would unfold depended on their attitude. Therefore, everyone understood that this matter absolutely could not be leaked, or they would offend not only Master Hu but also the richest family in Binhai, the Tong family. As soon as Yang Fei left Xintiandi, he immediately called Yang Wan. When Yang Wan answered, her voice was choked with emotion. "Brother, where are you? Are you okay?" Yang Fei quickly reassured her. "Silly girl, how could I be in trouble? Don't you remember how I was unbeatable in the whole village when we were kids?" Hearing that he was fine, Yang Wan relaxed and even laughed. That was back then. Fighting was no big deal. But now that we're in society, how can you still fight? "Brother, you've offended that Mr. Li. What will you do in the future?" To put her mind at ease, Yang Fei replied, "It's okay. It's already been resolved. I've made some friends over the years, and one of them knows Boss Li. We've just talked things out. Everything's fine now." "Really?" Yang Wan was skeptical. She recalled how Yang Fei had bullied Li Biao. Could such a big boss really let it go? If it's truly resolved, then focus on your studies. "I'll come back to see you later," Yang Fei explained. Yang Wan still felt uneasy and wanted to say more, but Yang Fei interrupted. "Is Zhu Wenjie still there?" "Yes, he's the one who drove us back to school," Yang Wan replied. On the campus of Binhai University, Yang Wan glanced at Zhu Wenjie and spoke into the phone. "Give the phone to him." "I want to talk to him for a moment," Yang Fei said. Yang Wan complied and handed the phone to Zhu Wenjie. "Senior, my brother wants to say a few words to you." Zhu Wenjie took the phone. "Curious, is it really resolved?" "Yeah, a few days ago. I helped Chi Tai with his illness, and he and his apprentice Zhang Long are very grateful to me. I just called Zhang Long, and he has a good relationship with Qin Hu. He said they made amends," Yang Fei explained. Zhu Wenjie's eyes lit up. "Oh, you mean Zhang Long from the Longhu Hall?" "Yes," Yang Fei smiled, realizing that this kid knew about the Longhu Hall, indicating that he was not an ordinary person. Zhu Wenjie nodded and said, "In that case, it's all good." He was unaware of Yang Fei's involvement in Li Biao's death and thought that with Zhang Long intervening, Qin Hu would indeed give him face over the earlier conflict. "Thank you for looking after my sister," Yang Fei said. "It was my responsibility to take care of them. And as for your matter, I understand, you've done well enough. Let's leave it at that. Goodbye." Yang Fei hung up the phone. Zhu Wenjie handed the phone back to Yang Wan, and seeing the worried look on her face, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect your brother to make friends with Zhang Long. Lucky for him. This issue will be resolved, and everything will be fine, so don't worry." "Who is Zhang Long?" Xia Bingqing couldn't help but ask from the side. When Yang Wan heard Zhu Wenjie say this, combined with Yang Fei's earlier reassurance, she felt relieved and curiously looked at Zhu Wenjie. Before Zhu Wenjie could answer, Xu Yong chimed in. "He's a big shot in our Binhai social circle. As long as he's involved, your cousin should be fine." Yang Wan felt a surge of happiness. However, Xia Bingqing frowned slightly. She had thought Yang Fei was just a brawler, but she didn't expect him to know someone influential in Binhai. Soon, she glanced at Zhu Wenjie and shook her head inwardly. After all, relying on others for help is not a sustainable solution. If he offends someone again, they won't always be there to help him. Someone like our senior is much more reliable. Not only is he outstanding in his own right, but his family background is also quite mysterious. Importantly, he has principles and boundaries in how he conducts himself. Compared to that, Yang Fei falls short. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Yang Fei was getting ready to take a taxi home when he suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing that someone seemed to be watching him. Was it someone sent by Qin Hu? Or had the Tong family gotten wind of things and decided to confront Li Biao? Just as he was pondering this, a cold voice rang out. "Are you Yang Fei?" Chapter 44. Spitting blood and anger. "Who are you?" Sent by the Tong family. Yang Fei turned around to see a young man approaching him. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Fei's mind as he recognized the other man as a practitioner of internal energy. They were on the bustling streets in front of the Xintiandi gate, with people coming and going, and Yang Fei didn't think this person would cause trouble. Although martial artists are highly respected across nations, they still have to adhere to social order and respect the law in everyday life. He was simply curious about who this person was and why he was looking for him. Could he be someone from the Tong family? To have summoned such a young internal energy practitioner, it seemed the Tong family was not to be underestimated. Su Xingzhou paused for a moment. The Tong family? Seeing the confusion on his face, Yang Fei realized he had guessed wrong, and his mind became even more puzzled. If it wasn't the Tong family, then who could it be? Could it be someone related to his wife, possibly someone sent by the young master of the Zhang family from the capital? However, Su Xingzhou didn't care what Yang Fei was thinking. He looked at Yang Fei and said, "What nonsense about the Tong family? They aren't even qualified to summon me." Yang Fei nodded, confirming that he wasn't sent by the Tong family, and asked, "Then who sent you? And what do you want with me?" Seeing the crowd around them, Su Xingzhou said, "It's too crowded here to do business. Come with me." After saying that, he turned and walked away, clearly intending to kill him. yet expecting his target to obediently follow him to a quieter place for the deed. Yang Fei chuckled and followed suit. He had already guessed that this person might be related to the mastermind behind the assassination attempt by the Qin family. Last time, things had gone awry when Qin Yanyang and Qin Hongba, the two informants, were killed, leaving Qin Hongjin, who knew nothing, behind, which meant Yang Fei couldn't uncover the mastermind and resolve the issue once and for all. Now that the other party had come to him, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Su Xingzhou walked ahead, initially thinking that Yang Fei wouldn't follow and had planned to use some threats. To his surprise, the kid was obediently trailing behind him. He couldn't help but feel curious. He had observed earlier that this kid didn't have any internal energy fluctuations. At least, he wasn't an internal energy practitioner. Given that, why did he have such boldness? Remembering Yang Fei's previous performance, Su Xingzhou grew more cautious. Arriving at a dimly lit and secluded spot, Su Xingzhou stopped, turned to look at Yang Fei, and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Kid, you've got some guts. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Yang Fei replied, "You came here to kill me, didn't you?" Su Xingzhou's pupils slightly contracted as he scrutinized Yang Fei. However, no matter how he looked at it, Yang Fei appeared to be just an ordinary young man in his eyes. He secretly thought he was being overly cautious. Had he become timid after being defeated by that master and apprentice from the Longhu Hall this morning? With that thought, Su Xingzhou's anger surged, and he unabashedly glared at Yang Fei, saying, "Since you understand, I'll send you on your way." Yang Fei had planned to ask him a few questions, but seeing him charge forward, he had no choice but to abandon that plan. Su Xingzhou was an internal energy practitioner at the mid-stage, and for him, killing an ordinary person was all too easy. But Yang Fei's fearless attitude made him quite cautious. He didn't hold back as he lunged for Yang Fei's neck. Yang Fei didn't dodge. Instead, he calmly slapped out a hand. Slap. Su Xingzhou's wrist was struck, and an incredible force compelled his arm to swing outward. An opening appeared. Yang Fei suddenly stepped forward, elbow aimed to strike. Su Xingzhou's heart sank, his pupils dilated, and he instantly bent his legs, straightening them out again. The concrete floor trembled, cracking beneath him, and as he raised his other arm to block in front of his chest, he propelled himself backward like an arrow shot from a bow. Fast as lightning. Slap. A light sound echoed as Yang Fei's elbow crashed into Su Xingzhou's arm that was attempting to block. Crack. It seemed as if bones were fracturing. Accompanied by a muffled grunt, Su Xingzhou's backward momentum was suddenly much greater than he could achieve on his own. While still in the air, he felt his internal energy surging, his chest tight with discomfort. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Who exactly is this kid? I can't sense any internal energy fluctuations from him, yet he is so powerful. Could it be that at such a young age, he has already reached the level of a master, far beyond my own realm, which is why I can't gauge his strength? Just as he was filled with shock and confusion, Su Xingzhou's pupils suddenly constricted again. He saw a figure coming at him like a ghost, seamlessly closing in. Su Xingzhou felt a powerful hand gripping his right ankle. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged from his leg, the terrifying pull leaving him with no means to resist as he plummeted from the air. Bang! In the darkness, Yang Fei grabbed one of Su Xingzhou's legs and hurled him down hard, his body crashing solidly onto the concrete floor. Spit! A mouthful of blood erupted from Su Xingzhou's mouth. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. If it weren't for his mid-level internal energy safeguarding his vital organs, he would have already been dead from that blow. Yet even so, Su Xingzhou was now terrified beyond measure. As a mid-level internal energy martial artist in his 30s, he was considered a talented youth in the martial arts world. But today, under Yang Fei's hand, he couldn't withstand even a single move. The key was, this kid looked much younger than him. Who the hell is he? Damn it, Wang Wenxuan. You bastard, didn't you say this kid was nothing special? If this is nothing special, then am I less than an ant? Amidst the overwhelming fear and frustration, Su Xingzhou suddenly felt a chill run through him as he sensed a finger pressing against his collarbone. Looking up, he saw Yang Fei squatting beside him, smiling at him. Su Xingzhou, in immense pain, looked at Yang Fei in terror and despair, asking, Who are you? Yang Fei shook his head. You got it wrong. It should be me asking you. Just answer me honestly. Su Xingzhou took a deep breath. The other party looked harmless, smiling, but he knew that if he didn't cooperate, the outcome would be extremely tragic. You speak. Su Xingzhou forced himself to calm down and said, If they had killed me just now, then I would have been dead, and that would have been that. But since I'm still alive and they are pressing on my peepa bone, for a martial artist, especially one skilled in internal energy, losing all my power is more painful than death. So I decisively chose to cooperate. Who sent you? Yang Fei asked him. Without any hesitation, Su Xingzhou quickly sold out the second son of the Wang family from the provincial capital. It's Wang Wenxuan. the second son of the Wang family in the provincial capital. Yang Fei frowned, sensing something was off. Shouldn't it be that young Master Zhang from the imperial capital? Seeing Yang Fei's furrowed brow, Su Xingzhou was startled and quickly replied, "What I'm saying is true. You can check my phone. It was him who called me to come kill you. I'm cooperating like this in hopes that you, as a fellow martial artist, will spare me just this once." Wang Wenxuan from the provincial capital. Yang Fei silently noted the name and looked at Su Xingzhou. "It seems you've also practiced poison techniques, similar to someone I met before." Su Xingzhou's expression changed at those words, and he blurted out, "Are you talking about Tian Jinhai?" Yang Fei chuckled, "You really do know him. What a coincidence." Suddenly, Su Xingzhou understood something, his face turning ashen. So you're the one who killed Tian Jinhai, right? Just this morning. He called home to confirm that Tian Jinhai was killed by Qi Tai and Zhang Long working together. He hadn't expected that the real culprit was someone else entirely. He had just delivered false information back to his family. Realizing this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 45. We've got ourselves in trouble. Yang Fei felt a bit dazed. He had indeed killed Tian Jinhai, but why was Su Xingzhou reacting so strongly? "It seems you were quite close to Tian Jinhai. You're so heartbroken that you're spitting blood," Yang Fei remarked, looking at Su Xingzhou with a bit more respect. Someone with feelings and loyalty. Su Xingzhou almost spat out another mouthful of blood at Yang Fei's words. Loyalty? That bastard Tian Jinhai, if he were still alive. I want to kill him myself. He is the one who got me into this mess. But Su Xingzhou couldn't explain this to Yang Fei. Yang Fei looked at him, puzzled. "Are you here to help that Wang Wenxuan deal with me? Or are you seeking revenge for Tian Jinhai?" Su Xingzhou's mouth twitched as he replied, "I came to find you because of Wang Wenxuan. As for Tian Jinhai's death, I thought it was done by someone from the Longhu Tang." Seeing that Su Xingzhou didn't seem to be lying, Yang Fei nodded. Although he had killed Tian Jinhai, it was Zhang Long who had handled the body. Besides, Tian Jinhai had come to Binhai primarily to deal with the Longhu Tang. His death was entirely his own doing. He had insisted on trying to kill Yang Fei after Yang Fei had merely healed Qi Tai. It was truly a case of someone being out of their mind. Yang Fei thought of what Tian Jinhai had said before he died and looked at Su Xingzhou, asking, "What faction do you belong to? Your trip to Binhai to deal with me must be secondary. What's your main mission?" Su Xingzhou was startled, quickly shaking his head. "I came here to help Wang Wenxuan kill you. There's nothing else." Yang Fei smiled at him. "You're lying." Su Xingzhou's expression changed, and he hurriedly explained, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Yang Fei chuckled. "Do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me?" Su Xingzhou's face changed several times, and after gritting his teeth, he said, "Just kill me then. I won't say anything." In reality, he valued his life greatly and was terrified. He was still young, a skilled martial artist in the mid-stage of internal strength. And even if he couldn't inherit the Su family throne, he had a bright future ahead. But knowing that the family's plot would be exposed if he talked, he chose to be stubborn instead. Yang Fei glanced at him, smiled slightly, and raised his hand, causing Su Xingzhou to faint. Then, Yang Fei took out his phone and called Zhang Long. "Mr. Yang, hello?" Zhang Long answered immediately, his tone respectful. Yang Fei instructed, "Drive over to pick me up. I'll send you the address." Zhang Long was thrilled. Mr. Yang reaching out to him meant he could get closer to him. This was fantastic news. In less than 20 minutes, Zhang Long arrived, driving a silver-gray Bentley all by himself. Seeing Yang Fei helping a person who looked like he was drunk and had his head drooping, Zhang Long quickly got out of the car to assist. When he shoved the person into the car, he clearly saw the man's face, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "It's him?" Yang Fei was taken aback and looked at Zhang Long, asking, "You know him?" Zhang Long had initially planned not to tell Yang Fei about this matter, but he didn't expect Su Xingzhou to seek out Yang Fei, and it seemed that Yang Fei had knocked him out. Thus, he didn't hide anything and recounted how Su Xingzhou had come to Longhu Hall earlier that morning. After listening, Yang Fei nodded and said, "I told you he didn't come to Binhai specifically to find me. He was trying to investigate the cause of Tian Jinhai's death to deal with your Longhu Hall. Speaking of which, I was the one who killed Tian Jinhai, so I've caused you trouble." Zhang Long was alarmed and said, "Mr. Yang, you mustn't say that. Tian Jinhai was already an enemy of my master. He came here not only to seek revenge, but also to deal with us at Longhu Hall. If it weren't for your intervention, my master would have been in grave danger, and I might have been killed by Tian Jinhai. Longhu Hall would have likely fallen into their hands. Tian Jinhai sought you out because of us. We are the ones who dragged you into this." Yang Fei thought for a moment and decided not to dwell on the matter, saying, "Let's find a quiet place. I want to extract some information from him." "All right," Zhang Long replied. He had barely managed to drive off Su Xingzhou earlier with his master's help and was very aware of Su Xingzhou's combat abilities. However, now, in front of Mr. Yang, Su Xingzhou seemed like a lamb to the slaughter. Mr. Yang is incredibly strong. What level is he at? Zhang Long marveled inwardly, wondering if he would be left dumbfounded if he witnessed Su Xingzhou being defeated in a single move by Yang Fei. Soon, Zhang Long took Yang Fei to a hidden underground chamber in the suburbs. Yang Fei pressed on Su Xingzhou's acupoints for a while, and Su Xingzhou eventually woke up. Upon seeing Zhang Long and finding himself in a strange, enclosed room, fear flashed across Su Xingzhou's face. He was ultimately someone who valued his life and feared death. Tian Jinhai was dealing with Qi Tai, and aside from personal grudges, it seems he also wanted to incorporate Longhu Hall into his power. After his death, you appeared. What exactly is your force? Your intentions must be more than just capturing a small Longhu Hall, Yang Fei said directly, looking at Su Xingzhou. Zhang Long also stared at him curiously. Su Xingzhou tightly shut his mouth, refusing to speak. Yang Fei smiled and said, "You're a person of the Jianghu. You must have heard of the bone-splitting technique." Su Xingzhou's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Yang Fei in terror. Ordinary people would think of the bone-splitting technique as just a common grappling method, but true practitioners of the Jianghu knew that this technique, when applied to a person, could make life worse than death. It could dislocate and misalign the muscles and bones, causing pain and fear that was utterly despairing. Anyone who has experienced a cramp knows how painful it can be. The bone-splitting technique would cause the entire body's muscles to be pulled apart, leading to blocked energy pathways and separated bones. The suffering endured by the body at that moment was unimaginable. I will talk. Su Xingzhou had once experienced such terrifying pain, his face pale as he spoke. He could tell that although Yang Fei appeared harmless, he was actually ruthless and could strike at any moment. I am from the Su family in the southern border, and I indeed want to take this opportunity to seize Longhu Hall and slowly develop in Binhai, Su Xingzhou said, not waiting for Yang Fei to ask further. Zhang Long's expression changed slightly, unable to help but ask, the Su family from the southern border? The one that was once ostracized by the martial arts community in Huaxia and ultimately fled south, the poison family? Su Xingzhou forced a smile and nodded. Zhang Long's face showed signs of tension and even fear. Yang Fei raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Long, asking, "Is this Su family very powerful?" Before Zhang Long could respond, Su Xingzhou interjected, "Of course they are powerful. If it weren't for the combined efforts of various forces to suppress us, my family would never have been driven away." Yang Fei looked at him and said, "Did I ask you to speak?" Su Xingzhou's heart sank, and he obediently closed his mouth. Yang Fei turned to Zhang Long, who nodded and replied, "He's right. If he really is from that Su family, then we might be in trouble." Chapter 46. An opportunity to be my underling. Zhang Long's expression was extremely serious, with a layer of fine sweat appearing on his forehead, looking genuinely worried. However, Yang Fei remained unfazed. Firstly, he didn't know much about this so-called Su family. Secondly, as the Mad King, he had faced countless powerful forces in the past and had long since become numb to such threats, so he didn't care too much. What he was concerned about was his own physical issues. Once he resolved those, there were very few forces in the world he wouldn't dare provoke. "Let us talk about this Su family," Yang Fei said. Although he didn't care much, his current fighting capabilities were restricted, so it was prudent to understand the Su family's strength first. Zhang Long chuckled bitterly, saying, "I've only heard my master mention the Su family. I don't know much about their strength, but it's widely acknowledged that the Su family is powerful. 50 years ago, they did something quite excessive, which led to the martial alliance uniting various forces in the martial world to condemn them, resulting in a great battle. Later on, something happened, and after that, the Su family withdrew from the mainland and distanced themselves from the martial world, only reappearing in the southern border 10 years ago." Seeing that Zhang Long had limited knowledge about the Su family, Yang Fei turned his gaze to Su Xingzhou. Su Xingzhou understood and immediately said, "My Su family is a hereditary family in the martial world of Huaxia. Aside from a few sects, we are listed as one of the 5 major inherited martial families. 50 years ago, a genius emerged from our family, a formidable warrior with exceptional poison skills. He challenged experts from various sections. While dueling is normal in the martial world, our ancestor's poison skills were too ruthless, often leading to fatalities, which incited public outrage in the martial community." Zhang Long couldn't help but interject, "It's not only that. I've heard that your ancestor was heartless and even a demon, coercing many women, which further fueled the martial world's anger." Su Xingzhou's face showed a hint of excitement as he replied, "That's slander. The major forces set a trap to frame our ancestor, aiming to suppress my Su family." Zhang Long snorted coldly, clearly not believing Su Xingzhou's defense. Yang Fei glanced at Su Xingzhou and suddenly asked, "How old are you?" Su Xingzhou was taken aback, but quickly replied, 27. Zhang Long was secretly astonished. He knew Su Xingzhou looked young, appearing to be around 30. But he didn't expect him to be only 27. The Su family was truly impressive to cultivate a mid-stage internal energy practitioner at such a young age. Thinking of this, he felt even more despondent. Provoking a formidable enemy like the Su family would likely spell disaster for the Longhu Hall. Yang Fei nodded and remarked, a mid-stage internal energy practitioner at 27. That's quite impressive. Su Xingzhou felt a bit embarrassed by Yang Fei's comment, managing a bitter smile. He had once considered himself a genius until he encountered Yang Fei today. This guy was even younger than him, yet could defeat him effortlessly. If this news got out, few would believe it. Who would he turn to for an explanation? If he knew that Yang Fei's current strength was barely at a third of his usual capacity, he might just spit blood out of anger. So now everything is clear. The Su family wants to return to the martial world of Huaxia and has chosen the Longhu Hall as their base to develop their influence. Yang Fei looked at Su Xingzhou and asked. Su Xingzhou nodded. Yang Fei smiled, asking him, do you want to live or die? Su Xingzhou's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yang Fei with hope, saying, can I still live? He thought he was doomed, but now seeing a glimmer of hope for survival filled him with excitement. You're only 27 and already a mid-level master in internal strength. A person like you must be outstanding in your family, right? Yang Fei inquired. Su Xingzhou nodded repeatedly. Hearing Yang Fei say this made him even less inclined to die. Yang Fei chuckled and said, you should be one of the future heirs of your family, right? Su Xingzhou nodded. Given his excellence, it wasn't difficult for Yang Fei to guess that he was one of the future heirs of the Su family. So, you helped that young master from the Wang family in the provincial city deal with me to make connections with influential people for future support, Yang Fei stated. Su Xingzhou admired Yang Fei even more and nodded in agreement without denying it. Yang Fei smiled and asked, who do you think is more valuable? Me or that young master Wang? Su Xingzhou was taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled as he confidently replied, of course, it's you. What do you mean? Yang Fei said, isn't it obvious? I want to help you. Su Xingzhou was confused. Zhang Long also felt puzzled, unsure of what Yang Fei was planning. Meeting Su Xingzhou's eager gaze, Yang Fei smiled lightly and said, I'll give you a chance. You help me with something first. If you do it well and prove your sincerity and strength, I will take you on as my little brother. Su Xingzhou's mouth twitched a few times, almost spitting out blood. Here he was, a young master of the Su family and a mid-level master. And yet he had to undergo a test just to be taken as a little brother? Just as Su Xingzhou was feeling frustrated, Yang Fei seemed to be talking to himself. If it weren't for the trouble, with your talent and strength, being my little brother's little brother would be more fitting. But right now, I don't have anyone useful around, so I'll make do with you. Uft. Su Xingzhou spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Long felt incredibly awkward beside him. His strength was even less than Su Xingzhou's, and he thought he was aligned with Mr. Yang, considering himself part of the team. But now it seemed that Mr. Yang didn't even regard him as a little brother. Yang Fei thought for a moment and took out his phone. It was just past 9 in the evening. He dialed Qin Yanyang's number. Hello, I was just about to call you. I have to go on a business trip and will be back in the capital in a couple of days. Qin Yanyang's voice came through. Yang Fei's eyes brightened. He was planning to tell her that he might be late returning home tonight, but he didn't expect Qin Yanyang to be away. Is there something you needed when you called? Qin Yanyang asked. Yang Fei replied, no, I was just about to ask when you would be back. Oh, okay. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. All right. It seemed like Qin Yanyang was a bit busy and hung up the phone. Put away your phone. Yang Fei said to Su Xingzhou. Let's go take care of some business. Zhang Long quickly interjected, Mr. Yang, do you need me to drive? Yang Fei shook his head and looked at Su Xingzhou. Su Xingzhou nodded eagerly, saying, I can drive. Yang Fei turned to Zhang Long and said, you should head back and rest. Don't discuss today's matters with anyone. Yes, I understand, Zhang Long replied. He knew the situation was serious and that he couldn't speak carelessly. After all, this involved a young talent from the Su family. If word got out, the repercussions from the Su family would be more than he could handle. Even though Zhang Long wasn't driving, the car still belonged to him. Su Xingzhou took the wheel while Yang Fei sat in the back seat, completely unconcerned about any possibility of Su running away. Mr. Yang, where are we headed? Su Xingzhou asked after merging onto the main road. Yang Fei replied, to the provincial capital. Su Xingzhou's expression changed slightly as he began to understand what Yang Fei was planning to do. Chapter 47. Brother Su takes care of business. I like it only takes an hour and a half to drive from the coastal city to the provincial capital via the highway. Just after 10 past 11, Su Xingzhou drove Zhang Long's Benz into the provincial capital. He called Wang Wenxuan to ask where he was, saying, you've caught me. And you've killed Chi Tai and Zhang Long. Now, I'm bringing you the news. Yang Fei said. Su Xingzhou struggled internally several times during the drive, weighing all the pros and cons. In his heart, he had already made a decision. He was committed to this path. Upon hearing Yang Fei's instructions, he didn't hesitate and dialed Wang Wenxuan's number, putting it on speakerphone. Brother Su is calling me now. It must be good news. Wang Wenxuan's voice came through the phone. Su Xingzhou secretly smiled. It was indeed a huge piece of good news. He replied, You won't be disappointed. I just arrived in the provincial capital and got off the highway. I brought you a gift, young Master Wang. Wang Wenxuan laughed heartily. Did you bring it? Oh, is it too scary? Just send me a photo to take a look. Su Xingzhou said, besides Yang Fei. I also took care of those annoying guys from the Longhu gang for you. Young Master Wang, are you free now? I can deliver the gift to you. Wang Wenxuan replied, I'm drinking with friends right now. Why don't you come directly? Su Xingzhou looked at Yang Fei, saw him shake his head, and said, This gift is too special. There are too many people over there, so I want to come. Wang Wenxuan suggested, How about this? We're about to wrap up here. You go to my villa in the suburbs first. I'll send you the location shortly, and I'll come to see you after I'm done here. Seeing Yang Fei nod, Su Xingzhou agreed. Okay. In a luxurious private room. After hanging up, Wang Wenxuan told his friends, I have to deal with something urgent. I'm leaving. Really? It's so early. Stay a bit longer, one friend said. Yeah, it's a bummer if you leave now, another added. Wang Wenxuan, who was used to the nightlife, felt a bit tempted and thought for a moment before saying, All right, I'll take care of some business first, and then we can plan a second round. Okay. As he exited the private room, the carefree, roguish expression on Wang Wenxuan's face disappeared. He dialed a number while walking, saying, Brother Wang, could you please check with our people in the coastal city and see if something happened with the Longhu gang? Also, have someone wait for me outside. I'll be down shortly to meet someone. 5 minutes later, Wang Wenxuan got into the car. The driver was a young man, and in the back seat sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. This man had slightly bulging temples and sharp eyes. He was a loyal follower of the Wang family and had been by Wang Wenxuan's side since he was 10 years old. Wenxuan, I just heard from the coastal city that it seems nothing major has happened with the Longhu gang. The middle-aged man informed Wang Wenxuan. Wang Wenxuan frowned slightly and then asked, What about that kid? The person watching the villa said that no one returned to the villa today, Brother Wang replied. Wang Wenxuan smiled slightly and said, That kid usually goes home early in the evening. If he hasn't returned this late. It seems Su Xingzhou wasn't lying to me. Wang Ji's expression shifted as he looked at Wang Wenxuan and asked, What did Su Xingzhou say? He said he completed the task I assigned him and also took care of those from the Longhu Hall who disrupted my plans last time, Wang Wenxuan replied. Wang Ge frowned slightly and said in a low voice, But according to the information I received, it seems that the Longhu Hall hasn't fallen into chaos yet. Could it be a trick? Wang Wenxuan laughed heartily. Su Xingzhou still needs my help, so he shouldn't be deceiving me. He then turned to Wang Ge and added, Besides, with you around, how could he possibly fool me? At these words, a powerful confidence radiated from Wang Ge, and he nodded, saying, Though he is from the Su family, he absolutely cannot harm you in my presence. Wang Zhong, who had been adopted by the Wang family since childhood and trained in martial arts, had returned to the Wang family and had been by Wang Wenxuan's side ever since. Over the years, Wang Wenxuan had stirred up trouble and encountered some formidable martial artists. But he had come through unscathed, thanks in no small part to Wang Zhong's protection. It's just that after killing Yang Fei, he wants to show off more in front of me, so he's bragging about taking care of the people from Longhu Hall, Wang Wenxuan said nonchalantly with a smile. Wang Zhong nodded in agreement. Although the second young master was a bit of a playboy, he was still quite intelligent. Upon arriving at the suburban villa, they saw a silver-gray Bentley parked at the entrance. Wang Zhong's expression changed as he said, That's Zhang Long's car. Last time, when Wang Wenxuan had asked the Chun family to handle something, the Longhu Hall had wiped them out, ruining his plans. Wang Zhong had conducted a discreet investigation into the Longhu Hall since then, which is why he recognized the car. Wang Wenxuan chuckled, I told you. Su Xingzhou is quite reliable. Wang Zhong nodded as he saw Su Xingzhou step out of the driver's seat. The fact that Su Xingzhou was able to drive Zhang Long's car indicated that he must have met with Zhang Long. It was possible that Zhang Long had already been killed by him. Wang Wenxuan opened the door and got out, smiling as he approached. This is Zhang Long's car, right? Su Xingzhou was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Wang Wenxuan, being in the provincial capital, would know the license plate number of Zhang Long's car from the Binhai Longhu Hall. Feeling uneasy, he wondered if Wang Wenxuan had discovered something, and he scrutinized Wang Wenxuan closely. Wang Zhong closely followed Wang Wenxuan, standing 2 meters in front of Su Xingzhou. Su Xingzhou felt the hair on his body stand on end as he looked at Wang Zhong in surprise. Wang Zhong smiled at him and nodded. I'm Wang Zhong. The second young master's bodyguard. Wang Wenxuan laughed heartily. Don't mind him, Su Gu. This is my Wang Gu, just like an older brother to me. By the way, where's the gift you mentioned? When Su Xingzhou had last met Wang Wenxuan, Wang Zhong hadn't been present. And now he was taken aback to see such a martial arts expert by Wang Wenxuan's side. He felt a strong sense of pressure emanating from Wang Zhong. This guy is strong. However, the formidable aura that Wang Zhong was intentionally exuding also irritated Su Xingzhou. After being humiliated by Yang Fei earlier, he was already in a bad mood, and now with Wang Zhong acting this way, he was starting to lose his temper. At that moment, he did not hold back, allowing his aura to radiate. However, due to the injury inflicted by Yang Fei earlier, he was unable to unleash his peak presence. Even so, Wang Zhong's expression grew a bit more serious, as both could sense a feeling of pressure from one another. But soon, Wang Zhong let out a light laugh, dissipating the aura around him. Su Xingzhou secretly snorted, also retracting his presence, and turned to Wang Wenxuan, saying, "It's in the car. Shall we discuss it inside?" Wang Wenxuan nodded. "All right, let's go check it out." With that, the driver cleverly opened the villa's gate and switched on the lights inside. Wang Wenxuan and Wang Zhong entered first. Su Xingzhou opened the car door and deliberately barked, "Get out." Yang Fei, looking timid, stepped out of the car and was pushed by Su Xingzhou into the villa. Wang Wenxuan glanced back and, upon seeing Yang Fei, couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, you're still alive. Ha ha, great. Brother Su, you really know how to get things done." Chapter 48. A move. Yang Fei was pushed into the villa by Su Xingzhou. After a few people, including Wang Wenxuan's driver, entered, they closed the door and stepped outside to wait in the car. "Brother Su, you handled this beautifully. I owe you a favor," Wang Wenxuan said as he sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and looking at Su Xingzhou. Before Su Xingzhou could respond, Yang Fei walked over and sat down on the sofa opposite Wang Wenxuan, saying, "Give me one." Wang Wenxuan looked up in surprise at Yang Fei. Wang Zhong also had a puzzled expression, narrowing his eyes as he examined Yang Fei. He couldn't see any threat from him and couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, are you at death's door and just throwing caution to the wind?" Su Xingzhou sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that they shouldn't blame him. He was just a person caught in the underworld as well. "What are you staring at? I'm out of cigarettes. Give me one," Yang Fei urged. Wang Wenxuan snapped back to reality, a look of confusion on his face as he asked Yang Fei, "Are you talking to me?" Unlike Wang Zhong, Wang Wenxuan was not a martial artist. Therefore, he didn't let his guard down just because he didn't sense any immediate threat from Yang Fei. His ability to read people was better than Wang Zhong's, and he could tell that Yang Fei's calm demeanor was genuine, not a facade or a desperate act. This guy is unusually bold, Wang Wenxuan thought. He turned to Su Xingzhou, his eyes questioning. For a moment, Su Xingzhou felt a rush of excitement. He wondered if he and Wang Zhong could team up to take down Yang Fei. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly pushed it away. Although Wang Zhong might be slightly stronger than him, he had already been taken down by Yang Fei in seconds due to Yang's poison skills. Even with Wang Zhong's help, it probably wouldn't be enough to take Yang Fei on. Better not to court death. "Why are you looking at me? I don't smoke. You can give him one," Su Xingzhou said. Wang Wenxuan's eyes lit up as he chuckled. "Brother Su, are you joking with me?" Su Xingzhou sighed lightly, shaking his head. "I'm serious. Just listen to me and cooperate a bit." Hearing this, Wang Wenxuan smiled and actually pulled out a cigarette to toss it to Yang Fei. Yang Fei caught the cigarette, lit it, took a few puffs, and then looked up at Wang Wenxuan, saying, "It was you who arranged for the Qin family to come after me, right?" He needed to clarify that matter first. Wang Zhong had already sensed something was off and walked toward Yang Fei with a cold expression. But Wang Wenxuan waved his hand and said to Wang Zhong, "Hold on, Brother Wang. I want to see what these two are up to." As he spoke, he glanced at Su Xingzhou and said lightly, "Brother Su, I consider you a friend, so isn't this a bit ungrateful?" Su Xingzhou shook his head helplessly. Seeing that he had no intention of explaining, Wang Wenxuan narrowed his eyes at Yang Fei and said, "Kid, I don't know how you convinced Brother Su, but do you really think this will turn the tide?" "Haha, you're underestimating me, Wang Wenxuan." Yang Fei took a puff of his cigarette, frowned, and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Just answer me yes or no." Wang Zhong, furious, shouted, "Kid, are you tired of living?" Wang Wenxuan pulled Wang Zhong and smiled as he looked at Yang Fei, saying, "That's right. I was the one who had Qin Hongbao kill you." "What about that car accident before?" Yang Fei asked. Wang Wenxuan didn't hide anything and nodded, saying, "Yes, it was all orchestrated by me." "Why? We don't know each other. There's no grudge between us." Yang Fei looked at Wang Wenxuan and asked. Wang Wenxuan chuckled but didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Your confidence is a bit confusing to me. From what I know, you come from a poor background and a small place, with no connections or power. I'm quite curious. How did you manage to get Su Gu to cooperate with you so well? Yang Fei frowned slightly and said, "You're just rambling." Then he turned to Su Xingzhou and added, "Break one of his arms." Su Xingzhou's lips twitched. Did he really think of me as a lackey? He cursed inwardly, but resolutely stood up and walked toward Wang Wenxuan. Wang Wenxuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Su Xingzhou was actually following Yang Fei's orders. Su Xingzhou was a young talent from the Su family, someone even he had to approach with utmost sincerity, yet now Su Xingzhou was obediently listening to Yang Fei. What was going on? While Wang Wenxuan was in shock, Wang Zhong stood up, a fierce aura erupting from him that made the temperature in the entire hall drop significantly, sending chills down everyone's spine. Su Xingzhou felt an immense pressure. Yang Fei glanced at Wang Zhong and said, "If you don't want to die, don't move." Wang Zhong, furious, laughed maniacally. "Ha! Who is this brash kid, so unaware of his own insignificance, that he dares to threaten me? Wang Zhong? This is simply looking for death." As he spoke, he strode menacingly toward Yang Fei. Yang Fei sat there smoking, narrowing his eyes at him. Su Xingzhou knew Yang Fei's strength. But since he had made his choice to follow Yang Fei, he had to show his stance. So he immediately moved to confront Wang Zhong. Yang Fei said, "Ignore him. Just do as I instructed." Su Xingzhou paused for a moment, then quickly charged at Wang Wenxuan. Wang Zhong's expression changed. His primary duty was to protect Wang Wenxuan. So he immediately abandoned Yang Fei and rushed to intercept Su Xingzhou. Just then, Yang Fei flicked the cigarette, but at Wang Zhong. Whoosh! The sound of it slicing through the air echoed. Wang Zhong felt a chill run down his spine, and his pupils constricted as he quickly leaned back to dodge. The cigarette but grazed past Wang Zhong's face and struck the wall behind him with a loud smack, creating a hole in a glass-framed painting hanging there. Wang Zhong was alarmed. He felt no internal energy fluctuations from Yang Fei, thinking him harmless. So how could this kid possess such formidable skills? Just as he was bewildered, a hand reached for his throat from the side. Wang Zhong reacted quickly and raised his hand to block it, but it was already too late. His neck tightened as that hand grasped his throat. Crack! Wang Zhong's soul seemed to leave his body. He clearly heard the sound of his throat being crushed. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Yang Fei with a face full of despair and terror. How could this happen? Why is this person's speed so incredible? As a martial arts master in the mid-stage of internal energy, on the verge of advancing to the late stage, Wang Zhong couldn't even withstand a single encounter with him? What kind of strength is this? Overwhelmed with fear and confusion, Wang Zhong felt all his strength being drained away, a profound darkness enveloping him. Thud! Yang Fei let go, and Wang Zhong's lifeless body fell to the ground. He returned to the sofa as if nothing had happened. When it came to killing, Yang Fei was always decisive. If he could finish it in one move, he wouldn't waste any effort. Moreover, his current physical condition was sensitive. Frequent use of true energy could trigger that excruciating pain at any moment. If that happened, not only would Su Xingzhou be a threat, but even Wang Wenxuan could potentially kill him. Thus, when facing opponents like Su Xingzhou and Wang Zhong, who required the use of true energy to eliminate, Yang Fei acted quickly and decisively. Wang Zhong's death was too sudden. Wang Wenxuan was left dumbfounded, his face finally showing signs of terror, losing his calm demeanor. Su Xingzhou had anticipated that Yang Fei would kill Wang Zhong, yet he was still shaken because it happened so swiftly. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Looking back, it was clear that Yang Fei had shown him mercy earlier. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. Without a moment's hesitation, while Wang Wenxuan was still in shock over Wang Zhong's death, Su Xingzhou decisively seized his right arm and twisted it forcefully. Crack! Amidst the screams, Wang Wenxuan's right arm dislocated at the shoulder, his entire limb contorted in agony. Chapter 49. I will definitely strive after Wang Wenxuan let out a scream. Yang Fei furrowed his brow slightly and said to Su Xingzhou, "Leave no traces." Su Xingzhou, being quite clever, went out immediately. A moment later, he returned carrying a corpse. It was the driver. In the living room, Wang Wenxuan was drenched in sweat, writhing in pain. It was not only the excruciating pain that tormented him, but also the fear that had gripped him. As a young master of the Wang family, he had been pampered since childhood and had often acted arrogantly. However, he had never found himself in such a dire situation, nor had he ever been this frightened. Brother Wang, who had been by his side since he was 10, protecting him and helping him deal with countless formidable foes, had just died before his eyes. The most critical part was that Brother Wang had died too quickly, seemingly without the ability to resist at all. Wang Wenxuan wasn't foolish. He realized that Yang Fei's power had exceeded his imagination, and he had provoked a ruthless character. But soon, Wang Wenxuan gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pain in his arm, and said through clenched teeth, Who are you? Yang Fei shook his head. You've got it wrong. I'm the one asking you. Wang Wenxuan's heart sank, and he quickly said, I know you're strong. I admit I provoked you first. So I accept that you came to find me. Even if Wang Zhong was killed by you, I can choose not to hold it against you. How about we call it even? Yang Fei was taken aback. He was struggling to keep up with Wang Wenxuan's train of thought. Even? Wang Wenxuan nodded. Yes, even. I wanted to kill you, but you're still alive. Meanwhile, I've lost several people, and now Su Xingzhou has even broken one of my arms. If you let me go today, I promise we can clear this up between us. Otherwise, he paused and said fiercely, otherwise, if you really kill me, I guarantee you will never find peace. No matter how powerful you are, the Wang family will never let this go. We will seek revenge for me. Despite the pain of having lost an arm and the immense fear from Wang Zhong's death, Wang Wenxuan maintained enough calmness and decisiveness at this moment. The most important thing was to save his life. To do that, he needed to show sufficient sincerity in wanting to settle things peacefully while also demonstrating the strength of his background. Only by making the other party wary could he hope to save his own life. As for afterward, there was no way he could just let it go. This grudge had to be avenged. The Wang family could not allow their enemies to roam free after losing so much face. Meanwhile, Su Xingzhou's lips twitched as he looked at Wang Wenxuan with pity. How dare he threaten this demon? It was sheer suicide. Hee. Yang Fei chuckled. Wang Wenxuan's heart sank. He had thought that mentioning the Wang family's name would instill some fear in Yang Fei, but judging by his reaction, it was futile. My survival is not due to your mercy, nor is it because anyone is being lenient with me. Yang Fei looked at Wang Wenxuan and said lightly, since you don't have the strong mindset to endure the repercussions after causing trouble, why provoke trouble in the first place? Since you know the fear of death, why would you kill others? Wang Wenxuan's facade of calm crumbled. Sweat poured down his forehead, and he truly felt despair and helplessness. His greatest reliance was his powerful family background, but now it seemed to mean nothing to Yang Fei. He could no longer see a way to survive. I'll tell you everything I know, just please spare me, Wang Wenxuan pleaded, looking at Yang Fei with desperation in his eyes. Yang Fei slowly shook his head and said, it was the second young master of the Zhang family in the capital who put you up to this, wasn't he it? Wang Wenxuan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Yang Fei, clearly not expecting him to know the true mastermind behind it all. He immediately began to cry. Since you already know who it is, why even ask me? Seeing Wang Wenxuan's reaction, Yang Fei lost interest in questioning him further. He turned to Su Xingzhou and said, kill him. Su Xingzhou sighed inwardly, knowing that Yang Fei had called him here for more than just being a guide. Though he felt helpless, he decisively approached Wang Wenxuan to survive. Wang Wenxuan looked at Su Xingzhou in terror, shaking his head repeatedly. Brother Su, don't kill me. I'm begging you. Don't kill me. If you do, my dad won't let you off. Su Xingzhou shook his head and sighed. Mr. Yang is right. If you can't handle the repercussions of your actions, why stir up trouble? We're all adults. When you're out here, you'll have to pay back sooner or later. Without any hesitation, Su Xingzhou swiftly kicked, shattering Wang Wenxuan's throat. He turned back to Yang Fei, ready to ask if Yang was satisfied with his actions, only to see Yang filming him with his phone. Su Xingzhou. After finishing the recording, Yang Fei showed Su Xingzhou the footage and commented, your moves were decisive and clean. I really like this style. Keep it up. Su Xingzhou took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yang, can I live now? Yang Fei nodded, patting him on the shoulder. You've passed my test and shown your sincerity. You can be my little brother now. Su Xingzhou felt no resistance to the idea of being Yang Fei's subordinate anymore. This guy was too strong. He feared that even the old men in his family might not be able to subdue him. Acknowledging him as an older brother was nothing to be ashamed of. What do we do next? Su Xingzhou asked. Yang Fei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he checked around the villa and finally went upstairs to the control room, taking out all the surveillance footage from the villa. Then he turned to Su Xingzhou and asked, are you good at disposing of bodies? Su Xingzhou wasn't particularly skilled at such things, but seeing Yang Fei looking at him, he decisively nodded. I'm good at it. Having just become a little brother, he felt the need to make a good impression. If he couldn't even handle this small task, how could he demonstrate his value and ensure that his older brother wouldn't entertain thoughts of killing him? So, Yang Fei sat on the sofa and watched. Su Xingzhou found cooking oil in the kitchen and drenched the 3 bodies, then used a wet towel to wipe away all traces of his contact with Yang Fei. He appeared quite professional in his approach. Yang Fei found it a bit amusing as he watched from the side. In the end, Su Xingzhou piled the sofa that Yang Fei and Wang Wenxuan had been sitting on top of the corpse. When he saw Yang Fei getting up to leave, he decisively set it on fire and followed him out. On the highway, Yang Fei sat in the back seat and said, tomorrow, you should call your family and tell them that the Longhu Hall has been subdued by you. They might let you stay in Binhai to handle things here on your own. If not, then you need to fight for it. Su Xingzhou's eyes lit up at this. He didn't dare to doubt Yang Fei's words and nodded, saying, "Okay, I understand." Yang Fei smiled and asked, "Do you want to become the head of the Su family?" Su Xingzhou's heart raced at this question. He didn't hide his inner desire and nodded, saying, "I am one of the candidates to inherit the Su family as the next generation's leader, so of course I want to inherit the family." Yang Fei replied, "If that's the case, then work hard. It's not impossible for me to make you the head of the Su family in the future." Su Xingzhou took a deep breath and glanced at Yang Fei in the rearview mirror, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Yang. I will definitely work hard." Su Xingzhou was genuinely filled with anticipation for what Yang Fei had just said. He had a bit of admiration for Yang Fei's strength, and considering how young he was, his background must be quite extraordinary. If he could truly receive Yang Fei's assistance, it would indeed be a significant advantage in the competition for the family head position. He suddenly felt much more at ease. Although this trip to Binhai had nearly cost him his life, the outcome seemed better than he had expected. The issue with Longhu Hall was resolved, and he had made a friend in Yang Fei, who was more practical than Wang Wenxuan. This trip was truly worth it. Chapter 50. The Wang family's fury in Binhai. Zhang Long anxiously awaited at home, unable to sleep. Yang Fei had mentioned to Su Xingzhou that he was going to the provincial capital on business, which made Zhang Long suspect that something significant might happen. He was waiting for news. At 2:30 in the morning, the phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, Zhang Long let out a sigh of relief. He answered respectfully, "Mr. Yang, have you returned?" He had intended to ask if Yang Fei was all right, but then thought better of it, realizing that it might imply doubt about Yang Fei's abilities, so he changed his approach. Yang Fei's voice came through. "Yes, I just got off the highway. I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but there's something I need to discuss with you and Elder Qi." Zhang Long immediately responded, "You're too polite, Mr. Yang. I usually stay up late anyway. Do you want to see my master? I can reserve a spot for you. I'll wait for you over there." "Okay." 20 minutes later, Yang Fei arrived at Tianqing Mountain Villa with Su Xingzhou. This was where Qi Tai was recuperating and also the foundation of the Longhu Hall. Qi Tai and Zhang Long were already waiting there. To Yang Fei and Su Xingzhou's surprise, there was a pot of exotic game stew on the table, emanating a rich aroma. Yang Fei laughed heartily. "Elder Qi, I'm so sorry to disturb your rest at this hour." Qi Tai came forward and replied, "Young brother Yang, don't mention it. We don't need to be so formal with each other. I heard you were coming, so I had someone prepare this for us to enjoy a late-night snack and chat. Just what I wanted." Yang Fei said with a smile as he casually picked up chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, chewed a few times, and swallowed with a look of enjoyment. Spicy, fresh, and fragrant, delicious. Zhang Long placed 2 bottles of Feitian on the table and asked with a smile, "Care for a drink?" Yang Fei laughed and nodded, with food and drink. And good friends discussing life all night. What a joy. Noticing Su Xingzhou standing a bit awkwardly to the side, Yang Fei said with a hint of exasperation, "Su Go, relax a bit. From now on, we're friends." Hearing the word friends, Su Xingzhou felt a warmth in his heart. Even though he knew he wasn't quite at the level to be considered a true friend by Yang Fei, nevertheless, he was excited and quickly sat down next to him, picking up his chopsticks as well. Qi Tai and Zhang Long exchanged glances, silently reflecting on the unpredictability of life. This man had come to cause trouble in the morning and had fought with their master-disciple pair, yet now he was sitting here drinking and chatting with them. After a while of eating and drinking, Yang Fei turned to Zhang Long and asked, "Have you informed Elder Qi about the Su family situation?" Zhang Long nodded eagerly, explaining, "I haven't mentioned it to anyone but my master." Yang Fei replied, "We can't keep this from Elder Qi. He probably knows more about the Su family than I do. Their intentions are quite clear now. What does Elder Qi plan to do about it?" When Qi Tai learned that Yang Fei and Su Xingzhou were coming, he had guessed that Yang Fei might have some plans regarding the situation. He smiled wryly and said, "The Su family is too powerful. If they truly intend to use my Longhu Hall to establish themselves in Binhai, I would have no choice but to leave with Zhang Long. We can't compete with them." Yang Fei chuckled. "After working hard for decades to build your foundation, are you really willing to just hand it over?" Qi Tai sighed helplessly, saying, "The situation is stronger than the individual. We have to let go, even if it's hard." Yang Fei silently cursed the old fox and decided to be open about his thoughts. "I have a proposal. I wonder if you all would agree." Qi Tai and Zhang Long's eyes lit up. They certainly didn't want to hand over their hard-earned foundation to anyone else, but the enemy was too strong, and they had to make sacrifices. However, if Yang Fei was willing to get involved and help them, they might still have a chance to resist. After all, the Martial Alliance was overseeing the situation, and the Longhu Hall had been rooted in Binhai for many years, maintaining a decent relationship with the local Martial Alliance management. The Su family would have to consider the authority of the martial alliance if they wanted to usurp power. Su Xingzhou was a member of the Su family, and he was sent on a family mission to deal with Longhu Hall, aiming to take control from behind the scenes. Given this situation, why not take advantage of it and turn the tables? Yang Fei articulated his idea. Su Xingzhou had already guessed Yang Fei's decision when he was brought to meet Qi Tai and Zhang Long, and he showed no reaction at that moment. However, Qi Tai and Zhang Long's expressions slightly changed. They were uncertain about Yang Fei's intentions. Did he want Su Xingzhou to take over Longhu Hall, turning them into puppets? Or was he suggesting that Su Xingzhou merely pretend to control Longhu Hall to deceive the Su family? Zhang Long directly asked, Mr. Yang, how exactly do you plan to turn the tables? Yang Fei understood the concerns of the master and disciple, so he explained. It's just a matter of coordinating and acting together. This way, Su Xingzhou can give an account to his family while also buying you time, preventing the Su family from sending others. Qi Tai and Zhang Long both sighed in relief at the same time. Su Xingzhou had already anticipated this outcome, so he nodded in agreement. He was now on Yang Fei's ship, and to leave would risk offending the Wang family in the provincial city. Although the Su family did not fear the Wang family, failing to complete this mission would only bring a powerful enemy to the family, leading to immense disappointment. Other competitors within the family would seize the opportunity to undermine him. Moreover, there was Yang Fei to consider. After witnessing Wang Zhong being taken down by Yang Fei in one move, he felt a deep-seated fear of this guy and dared not entertain thoughts of betrayal. The four of them continued to eat and drink while discussing various matters. Meanwhile, a fire broke out in a villa in the provincial city, drawing considerable attention. Wang Wenxuan's parents and several other members of the Wang family had already rushed to the scene. This was one of Wang Wenxuan's villas, a gift from the old patriarch of the Wang family for his 18th birthday. The Wang family was one of the top families in the provincial city, and this villa, given as a coming-of-age gift, was well known, with most people not daring to approach it casually. Who would have thought that, at this very moment, the villa would be engulfed in flames? Police, ambulances, fire brigades, street officials, and property management personnel all arrived in an orderly manner to carry out rescue operations. However, when the firefighters braved immense danger to emerge from the room, they had only managed to recover 3 charred bodies. These bodies were so badly burned that they were unrecognizable, with many areas revealing grayish-white bones, creating a horrifying sight. It was impossible to identify who they were with the naked eye. Wang Wenxuan's mother looked at the 3 bodies, her stomach churning, and she began to vomit. It wasn't just the terrifying appearance of the bodies that affected her. It was also a deep-seated fear and worry in her heart that struck her hard, leaving her feeling utterly crushed and nauseous. Her youngest son, Wang Wenxuan, was missing and had not been contacted since, and now 3 bodies had been found in this villa. Wang Xiangying, Wang Wenxuan's father, also displayed profound sorrow on his face, but comparatively, he remained more composed. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Investigate. No matter what clues or traces, we cannot overlook anything. I want to know the cause of the fire. I demand a satisfactory explanation for this matter." Wang Zhong had always been by his son's side, with him around. Even if the villa suddenly exploded or caught fire, as long as Wang Zhong was alive, he would ensure his son was kept out of danger. But now, Wang Zhong was also missing, along with Wang Wenxuan's driver. And now, here lay 3 bodies. His instincts told him this was not as straightforward as it seemed. Whoever dared to harm his son, whoever dared to touch the Wang family, would pay a heavy price and would come to regret ever coming into this world. Chapter 51. The Secret of Qin Yanyang. The next morning, at 7:30, Yang Fei was awakened by a call from Yang Wan. He had only returned home at 5 in the morning, showered, and fallen asleep. So he had barely 2.5 hours of rest, and naturally felt a bit groggy. However, as he circulated his energy, the fatigue dissipated, and he felt invigorated. Dressed in beach shorts and bare-chested, Yang Fei stepped out of his room, answering the call while shoving a cigarette into his mouth. He usually tried to smoke less at home, but with Qin Yanyang not around, he felt indifferent. "Bro, are you okay?" Yang Wen's voice came through, sounding a bit anxious. Yang Fei felt a moment of speechlessness. "You called this early just to check on me?" Yang Wen responded. "I just worry about you." Yang Fei felt a warmth in his heart and gently reassured her. "I told you I'm fine. Just focus on your studies. Those street thugs and bullies? Your brother can handle them easily." Hearing his voice seemed to put Yang Wen at ease. "I understand now. Just be careful, okay?" Yang Fei agreed verbally, comforted her for a bit, and then hung up. After finishing his cigarette, he glanced at the door to Qin Yanyang's room. With her not home, there was no breakfast being made this morning, and he found himself missing it a bit. He wasn't sure if he missed her or just her cooking. He chuckled to himself. Although the two got along well, There hadn't been any real progress in their feelings. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Yang Fei sighed and got up to head back to his room to change for work. Just as he stood up, his phone rang again. Seeing that it was Li Xiantong calling, he answered while walking towards his room. Hello, crackle crackle. Li Xiantong's voice came through, but it was quickly interrupted by static. Yang Fei frowned and looked at his phone. There was no signal. He was puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. Binhai is a first-tier city in China with excellent signal coverage. In confusion, he turned back towards the balcony. As he walked a few steps, the signal gradually improved. And Li Xiantong's voice returned. Hello? What's going on? Is the signal bad? Yang Fei furrowed his brow slightly and stopped walking, replying, Yeah, the signal's not great. What is up, Li? As he spoke, he glanced back toward the direction of Qin Yanyang's room and took a step closer to the door. Crackle. The static noise returned. Yang Fei stepped back, distancing himself from Qin Yanyang's door. The signal improved again. Here's the thing, Li Xiantong continued, his voice clear now. Old Lu still needs that last acupuncture session from you. He has been paralyzed for years and really wants to get rid of the wheelchair and walk again. He came to the clinic bright and early, waiting for you to treat him. I told him to call you himself, but he was too shy. Yang Fei could even hear Lu Shouwang muttering his dissatisfaction to Li Xiantong in the background, thinking of the two elderly people. Yang Fei's face broke into a sincere smile as he said, All right, I'll come over shortly. After hanging up, he stared at the door of Qin Yanyang's room with a complicated expression. He noticed the phone signal was weak, so he walked closer. As he approached, the signal vanished. Stepping back a few paces, the signal returned to normal. Yang Fei's lips curled into a smirk as he murmured, A small signal jammer, huh? He gazed at the closed door for a long time, but ultimately suppressed the urge to investigate further. Everyone has their secrets. And didn't he have many secrets himself regarding Qin Yanyang? However, having a signal jammer in her room made his wife seem rather special and a bit mysterious. Fortunately, one thing Yang Fei was certain of was that there were no surveillance or listening devices installed in the common areas of the villa. Thus, Qin Yanyang was merely respecting her own privacy by installing a signal blocker in her room, and he had no right to interfere. When he arrived at the clinic, he indeed found L Shouwang waiting for him. After some time of treatment, L Shouwang's legs could now move, and he could even walk with a cane, albeit awkwardly. L Shouwang's wife, Wang Shu, and their daughter, El Nian, accompanied him. Upon seeing Yang Fei, El Nian hurried over with a smile, saying, Mr. Yang, I need to trouble you again. Yang Fei chuckled and replied, Sister El, didn't we agree to keep it casual? Just call me by my name. El Nian shook her head with a smile. My dad insists on calling you little brother. With my dad and Uncle Li around, calling you Mr. Yang is already taking advantage. Seeing her insistence, Yang Fei decided not to push further. Let us head to my consultation room, he said to El Shouwang. Li Xiantong said to Zhou Cheng, Delay the patient's coming to see me a bit. I want to observe this. Zhou Cheng was also eager to see Yang Fei's acupuncture technique. But since his master had spoken, someone had to oversee the clinic, so he could only comply. The group entered Yang Fei's consultation room, with Li Xiantong being the last to enter, promptly closing the door behind him. Yang Fei asked El Shouwang to roll up his pants, examined him for a while, and smiled. You're recovering very well. The others were overjoyed to hear this, and El Shouwang, beaming, said, It's all thanks to you, little brother Yang. If only I had met you sooner, I wouldn't have wasted 2 or 3 years with old Li. Li Xiantong huffed in annoyance. But Yang Fei and the others burst into laughter. The bond between these two old friends was truly enviable. Next, Yang Fei administered acupuncture to El Shouwang again, while Li Xiantong attentively observed, directly asking questions whenever he didn't understand something. Yang Fei answered without holding back. Soon, half an hour had passed, and after removing the silver needles, Yang Fei said to El Shouwang, Mr. L, why don't you try taking a few steps? El Shouwang had been eager to do so. He felt that his legs had regained some vitality. Now, hearing Yang Fei's words, he could hardly contain his excitement and stood up. His wife, Wang Shu, and daughter, El Nian, were startled and quickly rushed to support him. El Shouwang waved his hands, saying, Don't help me. I feel like I can do it. As he spoke, he took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps. He continued to walk several steps, a bit unsteady, but he didn't fall. He turned around and walked a few more steps, appearing increasingly steady. The crowd erupted in joy. Li Xiantong exclaimed in amazement, A medical miracle. With tears in her eyes, El Nian suddenly bowed deeply to Yang Fei and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Yang, thank you so much. My dad, he used to be such a strong and vigorous man, and I thought I would never see him stand again. As a daughter, El Nian's greatest support in life had always been her father. 3 years ago, when El Shouwang suffered a stroke and became paralyzed, The mountain she relied on crumbled. Now, seeing her father stand once more, she felt she had regained that strong support. This feeling is something that those who haven't experienced the aging and frailty of their parents before middle age can hardly understand deeply. Moved by her emotions, Nyan sincerely expressed her feelings, and Yang Fei didn't stop her. He accepted her gratitude with a smile and said, "You should be happy." Nyan nodded repeatedly, wiping away her tears. "Yes, I am happy, truly happy. But such a tremendous favor. I don't even know how to thank you." Hearing this, Yang Fei suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, "Actually, there is something I need your help with." Nyan's eyes lit up. "What is it? Just tell me. I will do my best if it's within my ability." Chapter 52. My wife comes home tonight. I have a cousin who is a freshman in the medical department at ButHiswife University. Yang Fei introduced Yang Wen to Lu Nian, saying, "She is quite outstanding in both character and academics. She wants to join your student council for some experience, and I was wondering if Sister Lu could help." "Is that all?" Lu Nian was taken aback. She had been happy when Yang Fei mentioned he needed her help, thinking it would finally give her a chance to repay some of his kindness. But what he asked for turned out to be such a trivial matter. "Is this even a matter?" Yang Fei smiled slightly, knowing that this should be easy for Lu Nian, but still said, "Yeah, I'm not sure if Sister Lu is comfortable getting involved in something like this." Before Lu Nian could respond, her mother, Wang Shu, chimed in. "What is the big deal? Don't worry, Xiaoyang, this is on her." Lu Shouwang also nodded, saying, "It's just joining the student council for some experience. It doesn't violate any principles. Besides, from what you've said, your cousin Yang Wen is outstanding, able to earn a scholarship while working her way through school. She is definitely qualified to join the student council." Lu Nian quickly added, "Yes, I'll take care of it." For her, handling this was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Overkill. At the cafeteria of ButHiswife University, it was only 11:30 a.m., and Yang Wen was already having lunch there because she needed to clean up afterward and had to eat early. Otherwise, the food would get cold. Xia Bingqing was with her. Wen, didn't your brother give you a lot of money? Why do you still have to work here?" Xia Bingqing asked Yang Wen. Yang Wen replied, "It's not that tiring. I can handle it. Earning my own money feels more secure. Plus, through working while studying, I've realized that making money isn't easy. My brother gave me money, but he is a man who will have to get married and have kids someday. Just thinking about cars and houses is terrifying. I can't waste his money. I might as well save it for him." Xia Bingqing and Yang Wen became good friends not just because they came from small towns, but also because she appreciated Yang Wen's straightforwardness and sincerity. Hearing her speak this way, Xia Bingqing admired Yang Wen even more and couldn't help but think of Yang Fei. He struck her as a bit reckless, someone who acted without considering the consequences, and that made it hard for him to achieve greatness. Compared to young men like Zhu Wenjie, who came from good backgrounds, Yang Fei was quite lacking. When they met yesterday, Yang Fei hadn't been particularly warm to her, and after the incident that followed, Xia Bingqing had already lowered her expectations for him. "I'm not interested in your brother. That won't affect our relationship, right?" Xia Bingqing couldn't help but say. Yang Wen was taken aback, but quickly laughed. "Of course not. I know my brother isn't good enough for you. I was the one being rash." Xia Bingqing shook her head and said, "Not at all. Let us not talk about me. Let us talk about you. That guy named Qin Bin hasn't been bothering you lately, has he?" Yang Wen looked a bit puzzled and replied, "Yeah. He hasn't shown up in a long time. But that is better. Honestly, I'm scared of him." Xia Bingqing giggled. "It's normal for someone as beautiful as you, Wen, to have admirers. You're not the only one. After meeting Senior Wenjie yesterday, I realized my brother doesn't stand a chance. Do you have a crush on him?" Yang Wen retorted, her big eyes sparkling with gossip and curiosity. Xia Bingqing felt her face flush slightly and shook her head, saying, "No way. He's a rich kid, and girls like us, the Cinderella types, don't stand a chance with someone like him." As they chatted, they brought up the events of the previous night. Xia Bingqing sighed. "I didn't expect Senior Lu to be that kind of person. It's really scary." Yang Wen nodded, still shaken. "Yeah, I was even thinking about asking him for help to get into the student council. Now, just thinking about it makes me anxious." Xia Bingqing said, "Actually, getting into the student council would be a great opportunity for us. It would not only help us develop our skills, but also look good on our resumes after graduation." Yang Wen sighed. That's true. Although she was disappointed in Lu Guobin, the student council president, the chance to gain experience in the student council was something else entirely. Unfortunately, after what happened yesterday, they had likely offended Lu Guobin completely, making it difficult for them to join the student council now. Just then, Xia Bingqing's phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, a hint of excitement crossed her face. "Xia Bingqing, are you with Yang Wen?" came Zhu Wenjie's voice. Hearing him ask about Yang Wen made Xia Bingqing feel a bit uncomfortable, and just as she was about to speak, Zhu Wenjie continued. "I've recommended you both to the school. The student council is recruiting this year, and the school leaders noticed your good performance and want you to come in for an interview. They're giving you a chance. Xia Bingqing's eyes lit up, and her discomfort vanished in an instant. So that's why he asked about Yangwen first. She quickly said, I'm with Yangwen. Senior, should we head over now? Yes, right now, Zhu Wenjie urged. After confirming the address and hanging up, Xia Bingqing grabbed Yangwen and said, let's go. Zhu Wenjie is recommending us for the student council. This is our chance. But I still have to work, Yangwen said anxiously. Xia Bingqing pulled her along. Are you crazy? If we really get into the student council, when will you have time to work? Just quit. As for today's job, I'll help you out later. Xia Bingqing bit the bullet and said. Yangwen chuckled. You said it yourself. No backing out now. An hour later, Zhu Wenjie walked out of the student council office with Xia Bingqing and Yangwen, pondering the attitude of the school leaders just moments ago. Zhu Wenjie felt a bit puzzled. Why were the school leaders so accommodating? When did he gain such clout? Xia Bingqing was still buzzing with excitement, gazing at Zhu Wenjie with starry eyes. Senior Wenjie, thank you so much for this opportunity. Yangwen nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I can't believe you have such influence. One word from you got us into the student council. Don't worry, we'll work hard and won't embarrass you. Zhu Wenjie came back to his senses. Although he found the attitude of the school leaders a bit strange, he had indeed recommended these two students, and now that they had successfully been admitted, it was only right for him to accept their gratitude. 3 days later, Yang Fei had finished breakfast and was humming a little tune on his way to work. He was in a great mood today because Qin Yanyang had called him last night to say she was coming back today and they would have dinner together at home. Although they still didn't have much of a marital bond, after a few days apart, Yang Fei realized he was a bit unaccustomed to her absence. The news of her return made him feel much happier. Since he got busy that day, more and more people began to recognize Yang Fei's medical skills. Recently, he had been quite busy at the clinic. On this pleasant day, he found himself seeing patients much more quickly, around 3 in the afternoon. Noticing there were no more patients, he told Li Xiantong, my wife is back from her business trip today, so I'm leaving early to prepare a lavish dinner to welcome her home. Go on, Li Xiantong waved his hand. Then he suddenly looked up and said to Yang Fei, you really have a wife? Don't tell me you're pulling my leg. When are you going to bring her by for me to meet? If she is not good enough for you, I'll introduce my granddaughter to you. Yang Fei laughed heartily and waved his hand. I treat you like a brother, and here you are trying to be my grandfather. That's not very nice. Li Xiantong chuckled at the remark. Just as Yang Fei stepped out of the clinic, a Maybach pulled up to the curb. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt invited him. Mr. Yang, our boss would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Chapter 53. Inviting my wife to the movies. Oh, I'm busy today, Yang Fei replied almost instinctively. His mind was fully occupied with plans for dinner with his wife that evening, thinking about what dishes to cook according to Qin Yanyang's taste. He had no time to accept an invitation to dine with a stranger. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, sizing Yang Fei up, and reminded him. My boss is Tong Yunshu. Yang Fei felt a bit impatient and waved his hand, saying, sorry, I told you I'm busy today. Though he said this, he was secretly surprised. The surname Tong, could it be someone from the Tong family coming to find him because of the incident with Li Biao? The middle-aged man was taken aback again. He clearly hadn't expected that after revealing his boss's name, Yang Fei would still refuse. His boss was the daughter of the Tong family. After all, the Tong family was the wealthiest in Binhai, with influence in all sectors, from city officials to common folks. Who didn't know the Tong family? Especially his boss, Tong Yunshu, who, despite being a woman, had been involved in the family business since she was 19. During her university years, she participated in several major family projects and achieved remarkable results, making her a well-known figure in the business world of Binhai and even the entire southern region. In the middle-aged man's eyes, accepting a dinner invitation from his boss was an opportunity that no man could refuse. Yet, this young man seemed impatient and outright rejected it. Surprised, he kindly reminded Yang Fei, my boss is Tong Yunshu, the daughter of the Tong family. Are you sure you're busy tonight? Yang Fei chuckled. Don't talk about the daughter of the Tong family. Even if the president of the United Nations invited me to dinner tonight, I still wouldn't have time. I need to have dinner with my wife. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. The middle-aged man stood there, dumbfounded, watching Yang Fei stride away. After a moment, anger flared in his eyes, and he turned to enter the car. The driver, who had just heard Yang Fei's refusal, chuckled. Can you believe this guy turned down our boss's dinner invitation? The middle-aged man snorted. Just a kid who thinks he is tough because he has some martial arts skills. Let us go? The driver hesitated a bit and reminded him. What do we say when we go back without the person? The middle-aged man replied. We'll tell the truth. The boss will have her own ways to handle it. The driver nodded and started the car to leave. Yang Fei went to a nearby supermarket to buy groceries before heading home to get busy. After everything was ready, he took out his phone to call Qin Yanyang, asking how long it would take her to get home so he could time the cooking. Otherwise, if some dishes were prepared too early, they would cool down and not taste good. Just as he dialed, he heard a car horn outside. Beep, beep. Looking out the window, he saw Qin Yanyang's car pulling up. She must have seen him on the phone and didn't answer, opting to signal him instead. After a moment, Qin Yanyang walked to the kitchen door with her handbag and said, "I'm going to take a shower first. You're in charge of the kitchen for now." Yang Fei, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, replied, "Go ahead. You don't need to step into the kitchen today." Qin Yanyang felt quite flattered by his natural and casual demeanor, and she realized that she was starting to enjoy this feeling. 25 minutes later, when Yang Fei was finishing up the last dish, Qin Yanyang came downstairs. She had changed into a light-colored, casual home outfit, but the loose fit still couldn't hide her impressive figure. Her hair, freshly washed and dried, emitted a subtle fragrance, simply tied back with a pink hair tie. Yang Fei glanced at her, then took a second look. Noticing his gaze, Qin Yanyang felt her cheeks flush slightly. What was happening? She felt a bit flustered. Normally, she was calm and composed, able to handle the attention of the opposite sex without a hitch. Even when other men tried to catch her eye with lingering stares and teasing glances, she remained unbothered. But now, she couldn't quite understand why Yang Fei's natural inclination to look at her a little longer made her almost blush. She quickly steadied her emotions and looked at the dishes laid out beside her, exclaiming, "These are all my favorites." Yang Fei smiled and replied, "I made them just for you. Of course, I'm not picky. I like these dishes too." A strange feeling stirred within Qin Yanyang as she placed the food on the dining table. After a few minutes, Yang Fei finished the last dish and sat across from her. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of sweet and sour ribs into her bowl, saying, "You've been working hard these days while on your business trip, so eat more." Qin Yanyang blinked and said, "Thank you," then added a piece of braised pork to Yang Fei's bowl. "You've worked hard cooking too, so eat more." They exchanged smiles and simultaneously said, "Let us eat." They both shared another smile before Qin Yanyang lowered her head to nibble on the ribs, while Yang Fei began eating as well. Having spent over 10 days together, they were already familiar with each other's habits, and neither of them took the no-talking during meals rule seriously. They often chatted during meals, and today was no exception. "I saw your message saying you've been quite busy at the clinic these days," Qin Yanyang said. Yang Fei nodded, swallowing a piece of braised pork before replying. "In the beginning, I didn't have much to do, and I felt embarrassed to take their salary. Fortunately, things have changed these past few days, and gradually, the patients are starting to accept me as a young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Qin Yanyang smiled. Real talent can withstand the test of fire. Those with real skills won't be afraid no matter where they go. Yang Fei chuckled and asked, "What about you? Was your trip to Beijing smooth?" Qin Yanyang looked up at Yang Fei briefly, confirming he was just making casual conversation, then said, "It went smoothly. I took charge personally, so of course it went well." Yang Fei laughed. "You're quite confident, aren't you?" Qin Yanyang replied with a smile, "Of course. I'm not just a pretty face." "Yeah, I know. My wife could never be just a pretty face," Yang Fei joked, his mind drifting back to a few days ago when the signal had cut off while he was on the phone outside Qin Yanyang's door. The woman who can set up a signal jammer in the room. Could she also be a vase? Yang Fei found himself increasingly intrigued by his wife. It wasn't just because she was beautiful. He also felt that she was quite mysterious and interesting. In relationships, while looks are certainly important, it's the intriguing soul, compatible personality, and charming charisma that truly matter. Hearing Yang Fei intentionally refer to her as my wife, Qin Yanyang realized that she didn't feel any resistance inside and smiled slightly, saying, "Don't you want to know what I've been up to these past few days?" Yang Fei shook his head. "I do want to know. But everyone has their own secrets and personal space. If you don't want to share, I want to ask." Qin Yanyang continued, "Besides handling some personal matters, I also went to see my grandfather. I spent a few days with him, trying various ways to gather more information, but I still couldn't find out much." Yang Fei felt a bit touched by her words and looked at her seriously. "Thank you. Don't mention it. Given our relationship now, it's only right for me to do this for you," Qin Yanyang replied. Looking at her, Yang Fei suddenly suggested, "How about we go watch a movie after dinner?" Qin Yanyang loved to read and watch movies when she was alone, but she usually did it at home. So when she heard Yang Fei say this, she instinctively nodded. "Sure. What genre do you want to see? A sci-fi film?" Yang Fei smiled and clarified, "I mean, let us go to the cinema." Qin Yanyang was slightly taken aback and looked up at Yang Fei, seeing the bright, calm eyes that held a hint of anticipation. She thought for a moment and smiled sweetly. "Okay." Chapter 54. The first date while Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang were having dinner at home. In a well-known private dining room in the city, Tong Yinshu listened to her subordinate's report, a charming smile appearing on her delicate face. Hee, it seems that Mr. Yang is quite interesting, and he is a good family man. Since he said that having dinner with his wife is more important than the United Nations chairman visiting, Tong Yinshu, can't compare to the UN chairman. No worries today, I'll invite him another time. In the private room, besides Tong Yinshu, there were Qin Hu and a few prominent figures from Binhai City. Seeing that Tong Yinshu didn't appear to be angry, Qin Hu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Fei was someone he had recommended to Tong Yinshu. After Li Biao was killed, he immediately reported the incident to the Tong family, who were furious. Although Li Biao was not a member of the Tong family, he had been associated with them. He was, in a sense, a dog of the Tong family. When a dog is beaten, the owner must be considered. Killing Li Biao was a blatant disregard for the Tong family's face. Therefore, many in the Tong family felt that they had to take down Yang Fei to send a warning to all circles in Binhai. The Tong family is not to be trifled with. However, Tong Yinshu had a different perspective. She sensed Qin Hu's admiration for Yang Fei and developed an appreciation for talent, contemplating bringing Yang Fei under her wing to work for the Tong family. As long as he agreed to work with her, they could let the matter of Li Biao go. Unexpectedly, when she sent someone to invite him today, under clear circumstances, he had outright refused. Even more surprising was his reason. He wanted to have dinner with his wife. This was quite disrespectful to Tong Yinshu. Yet, she didn't seem angry. Instead, she praised Yang Fei as a caring husband. The others in the private room couldn't read Tong Yinshu's thoughts and didn't continue the topic. However, the middle-aged man who had gone to invite Yang Fei angrily remarked, "I think this kid is too full of himself and doesn't know how to appreciate the opportunity." Tong Yinshu glanced at him and smiled lightly. "Brother Zhou, why are you so angry? Come, have a bowl of soup to cool down." The man, called Brother Zhou, immediately stiffened and obediently sat down to drink the soup, dropping the subject of Yang Fei. Tong Yinshu turned to Qin Hu and said, "I haven't been sleeping well lately. Can you help me get an appointment at Li Xuantong's clinic tomorrow?" Qin Hu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he nodded immediately, of course. As they began to eat, Tong Yinshu announced, and the others finally picked up their chopsticks. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the busiest commercial square of Binhai City, Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang walked out of the cinema. "I'm sorry. I feel like inviting you to the movies was a mistake," Yang Fei said awkwardly. The nearly 2-hour romantic film had been poorly made, filled with random jokes, cobbled together scenes, and forced emotional moments. It was just too cringeworthy. Are all new movies this bad? Movies like this don't evoke any feelings between couples. I couldn't even find an excuse to hold your hand, Yang Fei continued, still frustrated. Qin Yanyang tilted her head and looked at him, suddenly chuckling and taking Yang Fei's hand. Yang Fei froze in surprise. Qin Yanyang slightly lowered her head and softly said, "If you want to hold hands, just say so. Why make it awkward?" Yang Fei's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. "That's not what I meant." "Oh." Qin Yanyang quickly pulled her hand away. But Yang Fei wasn't about to let go of such a soft and delicate hand. He quickly grabbed it again, mustering his courage. "You hold my hand once, and I'll hold yours once. That seems fair." Qin Yanyang smiled, her lips curling up. Although they appeared calm, both were feeling quite excited inside. Did they just hold hands? Was this moving too fast? Qin Yanyang even felt a twinge of regret for taking the initiative to hold his hand just now. Would he think she wasn't reserved enough? However, that thought was fleeting. Qin Yanyang always followed her heart. Her interest in him was genuine, as was her intention of getting to know him better. And they had promised to take things slowly. After spending time together, she realized they both enjoyed this feeling and had no aversion to each other. There was a mutual attraction. Holding hands was nothing serious. Yang Fei was also feeling restless, but his thoughts were less complicated than Qin Yanyang's. He only felt how soft and smooth her little hand was. It felt so nice to hold. The difference between men and women was evident. Women think about feelings, while men think about the physical sensations. The two of them strolled hand in hand through the bustling streets like any other couple, neither mentioning going home. Qin Yanyang had a truly ethereal beauty. She wore a simple t-shirt and gray jeans, her hair in a ponytail, yet her figure was perfectly shaped, and her unique aura caught the attention of passers-by. Yang Fei was also quite handsome, at least. The men who were captivated by Qin Yanyang didn't seem as displeased when they saw her holding hands with a young and good-looking guy. It wasn't until 11:30 that Qin Yanyang finally spoke up. "I have to work tomorrow." Yang Fei responded with an "oh" as they walked toward the parking lot. When it was time to get into the car, Yang Fei reluctantly released her hand. Qin Yanyang, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly smiled and asked, "Was it worth it?" Yang Fei grinned. "Absolutely worth it." Seeing his genuinely excited expression made Qin Yanyang's heart flutter subtly. This could be considered their first real date. The feeling was a bit different from what she had imagined, but she liked it, and it didn't feel off-putting at all. Once they got home, Qin Yanyang walked toward her room. Yang Fei watched her silhouette, his throat tightening. She didn't look back. She simply opened the door and went in, shutting the door behind her. They had already said goodnight earlier. Yang Fei felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Back in his own room, after smoking a cigarette, he gradually calmed down and chuckled to himself. Damn, it feels like I've been played. He realized that Qin Yanyang was still the same Qin Yanyang. Even as their feelings had subtly shifted, she remained the queen, the one who controlled the rhythm and held the initiative. How domineering. Yang Fei smiled to himself. He liked this kind of dominance, and even hoped for it to become more intense and assertive. The next morning, after Yang Fei got up and washed up, he went downstairs. Qin Yanyang, as always, was up even earlier and had prepared breakfast. The villa had great lighting, and the gentle morning sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on Qin Yanyang, making Yang Fei momentarily dazed as he recalled their first meeting. Noticing him standing there, staring at her, Qin Yanyang smiled and said gracefully, "What are you looking at? It's time for breakfast before work." Yang Fei sincerely praised, "My wife is truly beautiful." Qin Yanyang replied with a smile, "You're quite handsome yourself." Yang Fei chuckled and couldn't help but say, "Isn't it a bit superficial for us to focus so much on looks?" Qin Yanyang shook her head and said, "While looks aren't everything, if there's no initial attraction, if you just don't feel right about someone, you lose the impulse to get to know each other. For two people to get along, it's important that they find each other visually appealing." Yang Fei found himself at a loss for words. "Besides, I find your soul quite interesting," Qin Yanyang added with a laugh. Yang Fei responded with a hearty laugh. "Really? I think you're pretty interesting too. The weekend is coming up in a couple of days. How about we find a place to hang out? Are you free?" Qin Yanyang thought for a moment and asked, "Are you looking to seize the moment and increase our time together?" Yang Fei grinned, "Yes. With such an amazing and interesting wife, I want to make sure she falls for me as soon as possible." Qin Yanyang nodded. "All right." Yang Fei was overjoyed. It seemed that a love that was mutual and reciprocal blossomed faster. He was already enjoying the feeling of being in love. Chapter 55, Tong Yinshu in the morning. While working at the clinic, Zhang Long accompanied Su Xingzhou. After Su Xingzhou was injured by Yang Fei, he had been trying to recover through his own methods. But he wasn't healing very quickly. Seeing him busy with his internal injuries every day, Zhang Long mentioned Yang Fei's medical skills. Su Xingzhou immediately insisted on accompanying Zhang Long to the clinic. Yang Fei examined Su Xingzhou and said, "You've managed your recovery quite well on your own. Just follow the prescription I gave to Qi Tai last time and take your time to recuperate." Su Xingzhou felt a bit dissatisfied and looked at Yang Fei, saying, "Mr. Yang, I heard from Zhang Long that you have a miraculous acupuncture technique that works wonders for internal injuries. Could you please?" Yang Fei shook his head and replied, "Your injury is vastly different from Qi Tai's. There's no need for acupuncture treatment, but that would help me recover faster." Su Xingzhou insisted. Yang Fei glanced at him and said, "It's a bit of a waste. Using qi to manipulate needles consumes a lot of true energy, and he didn't want to waste it." Su Xingzhou, however, sensed the underlying meaning and said, "I heard you charged Qi Tai $1 million for your acupuncture, right? I can pay too." Yang Fei felt a bit tempted upon hearing this. He had previously accepted $1 million from Zhang Long before treating Qi Tai without charging him. He had given 50,000 to his uncle and 5,000 to Yang Wan. Although he still had several $100,000 left, he was pursuing Qin Yanyang and thought he might have many future expenses, so he was somewhat intrigued. But as he thought further, Yang Fei felt something was off. He looked at Su Xingzhou and said, "If I were to ask you for money, would I still need to treat you?" Su Xingzhou was taken aback and then bitterly smiled, saying, "Yes, my life was saved by you, Mr. Yang. If you need money, just tell me directly." Zhang Long couldn't help but laugh from the side and said to Yang Fei, "Mr. Yang, there's something I didn't have the chance to report to you." "Oh." Yang Fei raised his eyes to look at Zhang Long. "What is it?" He waved his hand, adding, "You don't need to report things that don't concern me." Zhang Long quickly explained, "It's like this. You dealt with the Qin family, and our Longhu Hall really benefited greatly from it. So my master and I have always felt that the benefits we receive from the Qin family should rightly belong to you, Mr. Yang." Yang Fei shook his head and said, "Dealing with the Qin family was because they provoked me. As for other matters, you obtained those through your own means. And that has nothing to do with me." Zhang Long wanted to say more, but Yang Fei shook his head, saying, "Let's leave it at that." Zhang Long had no choice but to give up. He couldn't help but admire Yang Fei even more, not to mention the other benefits obtained from the Qin family. Just the assets they had acquired amounted to several billion. Mr. Yang truly was extraordinary, not even batting an eye at several billion. "Is there anything else?" Yang Fei asked the two of them. Su Xingzhou wanted Yang Fei to treat his injury with acupuncture so he could recover to his peak sooner. But Yang Fei had refused. He felt a bit wronged inside. Was he really not as good as that old guy Qitai? In front of Yang Fei, he didn't show his dissatisfaction, but the grievance was evident on his face. Yang Fei found it somewhat amusing, but chose not to say anything. Let Su Xingzhou go for now, as he suddenly had the idea of cultivating a few people in Huaxia to help him with his tasks. After returning to the country, the one who truly wanted him dead was the second young master of the Zhang family. The Zhang family in Huaxia is no ordinary clan. If he weren't injured, Yang Fei wouldn't be afraid, but now his physical condition is quite poor, with only about 30% of his peak combat strength. He can't recklessly go to the capital and eliminate that second young master of the Zhang family like he did with Wang Wenxuan. Let that person live a little longer. However, this also created a sense of urgency for Yang Fei. He thought about training some of his own people. It would be more convenient for them to handle certain matters. Qitai was getting old and no longer reliable. Zhang Long had some potential, but it was limited to the coastal area, and even there, he wasn't the kind of person who could make decisions on his own. Su Xingzhou came from the Su family, which seemed quite powerful. If Su Xingzhou could truly pledge his loyalty, Yang Fei could help him become the head of the Su family in the future. With a strong Su family as a foundation, he would have some support in Huaxia. For now, he needed to observe Su Xingzhou for a while longer to see if he was trustworthy. By the way, Mr. Yang, my family has decided, as you mentioned, to let me continue managing the Longhu Hall in Binhai. However, the situation at home is complicated. They said they would send someone to assist me. Su Xingzhou said to Yang Fei. Yang Fei looked at him and asked, "Is this because they don't trust you? Sending someone to monitor you?" Su Xingzhou replied helplessly. "Sort of." Yang Fei looked at him calmly and said, "Can't you handle such a small matter?" Su Xingzhou felt a chill in his heart, realizing Yang Fei was questioning his abilities, and replied, "I can handle it. It's just, this might provoke dissatisfaction from my family in advance, and there could be some trouble later." Yang Fei thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense. How about this? When that person arrives, observe slowly. Qitai and Zhang Long will cooperate with you in this act. It should be fine for a while. When your family truly raises some difficult issues regarding the Longhu Hall, we can discuss it then." Su Xingzhou nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I understand what to do. Maintain the right mindset and do your job well. I, Yang Fei, will never let you down," Yang Fei said with a smile to Su Xingzhou. Su Xingzhou hurriedly nodded. "Since I've made a decision, I won't change it easily. Besides, we are in the same boat now, so you can rest assured." After the two left, Yang Fei received a few more patients. As lunchtime approached, a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Yang Fei looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful woman walk in. She was wearing a white blouse, black pencil pants, and a pair of cream-colored high heels. Her attire was clearly very neat and proper, yet Yang Fei found it alluring. This woman had a face that rivaled Qin Yanyang's beauty, bright and intelligent eyes, seductive red lips, and slightly wavy long hair, which instantly made Yang Fei think of the term domineering female CEO. "Are you Yang Fei, Dr. Yang?" The woman entered the consultation room, her enchanting eyes fixed on Yang Fei as she spoke. The voice was pleasant, exuding a strong sense of femininity. Yang Fei felt a bit numb. He wasn't inexperienced, but he had to admit that this woman could easily evoke primal instincts in men, if that voice were to be heard at certain moments. Yang Fei dared not think any further, fearing he might lose composure. He forced himself to regain his calm and said to the woman, "It's me." The woman sat in the chair across from Yang Fei, extending a delicate, slender hand towards him. "Dr. Yang, I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Could you help me?" Yang Fei glanced at her face a few times, shook his head, and replied, "You have a strong presence, and you seem full of energy. You don't look like someone who is sleep-deprived." Her eyes brightened in surprise as she looked at Yang Fei. "You can tell that?" Yang Fei simply smiled in response. The woman giggled and said, "I recently heard that a remarkable talent has emerged in Binhai, and I wanted to meet him. I had someone invite him for dinner yesterday afternoon, but unfortunately, he declined. Because of that, I didn't sleep well last night." Yang Fei chuckled and looked at her. "You mean Boss Tong?" The woman was indeed Tong Yunshu. She nodded with a smile, her captivating big eyes fixed on Yang Fei. "Mr. Yang, I assume you don't have to dine with your wife right now. Would it be possible to invite you to lunch?" Yang Fei laughed heartily. "Since Boss Tong has personally come to invite me, it would be rude not to accept. If I refuse, it would seem too disrespectful." Tong Yunshu let out a light laugh, stood up, and said, "Mr. Yang, please." Chapter 56. Girl, marry him in a high-end restaurant. At a window-side table on the second floor, Yang Fei and Tong Yunshu sat across from each other, enjoying lunch. Having lunch with a beautiful woman, even if they didn't know each other before, was a delightful experience for Yang Fei, and he felt very happy. Tong Yinshu hardly touched her food, instead watching him eat. Yang Fei felt completely at ease. At home, Qin Yanyang often watched him eat in the same way. After finishing his meal, he took a sip of a cold drink, looked up with satisfaction, and said to Tong Yinshu, "That was quite a feast. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Miss Tong." Tong Yinshu smiled charmingly and said, "I heard from Qin Hu that Mr. Yang is quite an impressive person. Just how impressive are you?" Yang Fei smiled at her words. He had known that after Tong Yinshu sent someone to invite him for a meal, Qin Hu must have reported his performance at Xiniandi to the Tong family in detail. However, it was a bit beyond his expectations that the Tong family would still treat him so courteously after learning he had killed Li Biao. "How impressive does Miss Tong hope I am?" Yang Fei asked in return. Tong Yunshu's eyes sparkled as she replied with a smile. "The more impressive, the better. My name is Tong Yunshu, and I would very much like to be friends with a martial arts expert like you, Mr. Yang. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to work at my company." This was clearly an olive branch, an attempt to recruit him. Yang Fei smiled and replied, "Miss Tong should know that I already have a job. Indeed, Mr. Yang is quite unexpected. Young as you are, your martial prowess surpasses Qin Hu's by a large margin, and you have even earned the recognition of Li Xiantong, becoming a physician at his clinic. That is truly remarkable." Tong Yinshu began by complimenting Yang Fei, then added, "However, the compensation that the old Mr. Li can offer you is likely limited. If Mr. Yang is willing to join my team, I can provide you with better benefits." Yang Fei shook his head and said, "I really enjoy my current job." Tong Yinshu was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Yang Fei to politely refuse without even inquiring about the benefits she could offer. Curious, she looked at him and said, "Those who practice martial arts often have strong personalities, which can lead to conflicts in daily life. In this peaceful era, although martial artists have more power than ordinary people, they still need to abide by laws and rules. Therefore, most martial artists tend to seek a powerful backer. Mr. Yang, you are highly skilled. Yet if you only work at Li Xuantong's clinic, you may face many troubles in the future. This clinic is unlikely to be a long-term place for you, right?" Yang Fei nodded in agreement, saying, "Learning both literature and martial arts, one must serve the powerful. This has been true since ancient times. In this peaceful era, martial artists often rely on various wealthy factions to find a secure place to live comfortably." Tong Yinshu then asked, "Since that is the case, why does Mr. Yang still refuse my offer? Do you think I, Tong Yinshu, am not a worthy patron for you?" Yang Fei shook his head and replied, "Miss Tong, you are overthinking it. You have shown sincerity by treating me with respect and putting aside past grievances to recruit me, and the Tong family is the richest in Binhai, with great strength. Many people wish to curry favor with you." As he spoke, he suddenly changed his tone and chuckled. "Unfortunately, I'm used to living freely, Miss Tong, and I don't like being beneath others. I hope you can understand." Tong Yinshu looked at Yang Fei, a strong aura emanating from her, as if she were trying to see through his heart. Yang Fei met her gaze calmly. Tong Yinshu was momentarily taken aback. Although she was only 25, as the eldest daughter of the Tong family, she was used to being in a position of power, naturally exuding an air of authority. Coupled with her stunning beauty, most people found it difficult to maintain eye contact with her for long, often looking away under her gaze, too intimidated to hold her stare. Yet, to her surprise, Yang Fei remained so composed and at ease. He was indeed a martial artist, but he was still a man. Why was it that he could remain unfazed in the face of her formidable charm? After a brief moment of surprise, Tong Yinshu smiled brightly and said, "It seems Mr. Yang is quite confident in his abilities." Yang Fei smiled faintly but did not respond. Looking at him, Tong Yinshu continued, "In fact, after learning of Li Biao's death, many in the Tong family wanted to make things difficult for you, Mr. Yang, to make you pay a price. After all, Li Biao worked for the Tong family. And as the saying goes, a dog should be judged by its master. Your killing him really did not show us any respect." Yang Fei chuckled lightly, looking at Tong Yinshu with a casual demeanor. "First, you extend an olive branch, trying to win me over. When that doesn't work, you start to use pressure and threaten me into submission, right?" Seeing that Yang Fei had seen through her intentions, Tong Yinshu was not embarrassed and replied with a smile, "I didn't mean to intimidate you, Mr. Yang. I'm just being honest. I truly value someone like you and hope you can join my team so we can progress and grow together." Yang Fei smiled and asked, "What if I refuse?" Tong Yunshu's temper began to flare. She leaned back lazily on the sofa and said coolly, "The Tong family cannot let someone die without taking any action." Yang Fei pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it without asking for her permission. He took a puff and said with a smile, "I'm actually quite easy to get along with. If others don't provoke me, I won't bully them. But once someone does..." He paused. Looking at the teacup on the table, and gently ran his fingers over it from top to bottom. "Thank you for the generous lunch, Miss Tong. Goodbye." After making that gesture, he stood up and left. Tong Yunshu's expression darkened, a hint of anger in her brows. As the proud eldest daughter of the Tong family, after being refused an invitation yesterday, she had personally come to extend an olive branch today, only to be met with indifference. Naturally, she felt humiliated. Once Yang Fei's figure disappeared, she angrily picked up her teacup, took a sip, and slammed it back onto the table. Just then, she noticed that the teacup Yang Fei had been drinking from suddenly split in two. The crack looked as if it had been cut by something sharp, the edges perfectly aligned. She suddenly recalled the gesture Yang Fei made before he left, her beautiful eyes wide open in shock, the expression on her pretty face revealing deep astonishment. After a long while, Tong Yunshu stood up. She carefully wiped the separated teacups with a tissue, then wrapped them up and put them in her bag. 3 minutes later, in the car, Tong Yunshu sat alone inside, having a video call with her grandfather. Besides him, there was also an elderly Taoist priest dressed in a dark robe, with a rosy face and white hair. The camera was aimed at the two halves of the teacup. "Yunshu, are you sure that this guy just lightly swiped it with 2 fingers, and that is how the teacup ended up like this?" the elderly Taoist asked, his expression serious. Tong Yunshu nodded, saying, "Absolutely. The restaurant was chosen by me in advance, and the tableware was brought out only after we arrived. Before that, he had also used this cup to drink tea and beverages." The Taoist looked extremely grave and said, "He is only 23? According to the investigation, that is correct." Tong Yunshu replied. The next thing the Taoist said nearly made Tong Yunshu faint. He said, "Girl, marry him." Chapter 57. Smooth talker Tong Yunshu was genuinely on the verge of fainting. Marry him? What kind of joke was that? Although the guy was handsome, young, and seemed quite impressive, was she Tong Yunshu really that inferior? With a look of disbelief, she huffed, "Grandpa-san, if you keep spouting nonsense like this, I might just ignore you." "Girl, I'm serious. I'm not joking," Grandpa-san said earnestly to Tong Yunshu. "If what you say is true, then you've stumbled upon a treasure. You absolutely cannot let someone else snatch him away." Hearing this, Tong Yunshu couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, it just so happens that he seems to be married already, with a wife." Grandpa-san's face fell immediately, his expression turning anxious. "Married? That can't be possible. How could he be married at such a young age?" As he spoke, a sudden glint appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Tong Yunshu, saying, "Married? That doesn't mean anything. You should go and take him for yourself. Today's young people fall in and out of love quickly. Yunshu, you're so beautiful. I don't believe that guy could resist your charm." Tong Yunshu felt a headache coming on. Take him for herself? So, does that mean Tong Yunshu can't find a man of her own and has to steal someone else's husband? But then she recalled Grandpa-san's last statement and couldn't help but twitch her lips. That guy really didn't seem to regard his own charm highly. Previously, she had tried to showcase her allure, hoping to make this young man develop some inappropriate thoughts and become her follower. But it was all for nothing. That guy wasn't buying it. Thinking back on how Yang Fei had ignored her charm, Tong Yunshu couldn't help but maliciously speculate. Could it be that he just wasn't capable? "Oh dear, what am I thinking about?" Tong Yunshu shook off those chaotic thoughts and said to the two grandfathers, "I would never sell my looks." Grandpa-san grew anxious. "Girl, this guy is truly a treasure. If you can win him over, no one in the Tong family will be able to compete with you. In fact, if the Tong family wants to take it a step further and become a true first-class family in China, it's not impossible." Tong Yunshu was taken aback, exclaiming, "You can't be serious?" This time it was her biological grandfather speaking, and he continued, "Girl, don't take everything your grandpa-san says at face value. But his judgment is usually sound. In any case, our Tong family must make an effort to befriend this young man. Even if we can't develop a strong friendship, we must not offend him, understand?" Hearing her grandfather say this, Tong Yunshu's expression became serious. She nodded earnestly and said, "I understand." She had indeed been quite upset after being rejected by Yang Fei. However, when she saw the way Yang Fei effortlessly sliced through the teacup with a flick of his finger, she realized that her anger might have been a bit foolish, which was why she immediately made a video call to her grandfather and Grandpa-san. The two old men had been staying together at a Taoist temple for some time, so Grandpa-san could give her an answer at a glance. To her surprise, Grandpa-san held Yang Fei in such high regard. As a high-ranking member of the Tong family, she understood the world far more deeply than the average person. The reason the Tong family could become the richest in Binhai and develop smoothly over the years wasn't just due to the business talents cultivated within the family. More importantly, it was because of true backers like her third grandfather. Now, according to her grandfather, that Yang Fei could actually become the Tong family's future support. This felt absurd just to hear. Yet at the same time, Tong Yunshu felt a bit embarrassed. Just a moment ago, she had been acting all high and mighty, trying to recruit Yang Fei into her team, intending to be his financial backer. Remember, such people should only be befriended, not offended, her grandfather's voice reminded her again. Coming back to her senses, Tong Yinshu nodded in agreement. Her third grandfather added, "Your grandfather is right. Actually, you should seriously consider what I mentioned. If you could marry him, many issues would be resolved." Tong Yinshu had a speechless expression and said, "I have no other matters to discuss. I'll hang up now." Without waiting for the two elders to say more, she decisively ended the video call. She worried that if her third grandfather continued, they might even start discussing baby names. "Yang Fei, huh? Interesting. I want to see who you really are and how capable you are," Tong Yinshu murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with competitiveness and curiosity. She realized she had underestimated Yang Fei and needed to learn more about this mysterious young man. 2 days later, on the weekend, to the north of Binhai, outside the city, there stood a high mountain called Yunshan, with an elevation of over 1,000 meters, making it one of the taller peaks in the south. Due to its proximity to the coast, the mountain was often shrouded in mist, hence the name Yunshan. It was only an hour and a half drive from the city center, making Yunshan a popular weekend getaway for many people from Binhai. It was now just past 4 in the morning. On the mountain road leading to Yunshan, 2 figures were climbing toward the summit, illuminated by their headlamps. These 2 were Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang. While other couples would typically go to the movies or shop for dates, or even choose sunny beaches for a romantic getaway, Yang Fei had a different plan. Ever since Qin Yanyang agreed to go out with him on the weekend, he remembered that during their first meeting, she had mentioned mountain climbing as one of her hobbies. Finding out that Yunshan was suitable for climbing and that the sunrise there was stunning with the morning mist, he planned a trip to watch the sunrise on Saturday. When he shared this plan with Qin Yanyang during dinner the night before, her eyes clearly lit up, and they hit it off immediately. They woke up at 3 in the morning, got ready, and drove to the foot of Yunshan. Having climbed for just half an hour, they were already close to the top. Yang Fei walked behind Qin Yanyang, protecting her, worried she might feel scared at the back. "I didn't expect you to have such good stamina. I was worried you wouldn't be able to keep up," Yang Fei couldn't help but say. He wasn't even out of breath. In front of him, Qin Yanyang was panting and said, "You underestimated me, didn't you? I'm an avid climber. This height is nothing. If I hadn't been inactive for so long, I wouldn't even be out of breath." Yang Fei chuckled. Qin Yanyang turned around, the light above illuminating Yang Fei's face. She noticed that he wasn't even out of breath and couldn't help but say, "You martial artists climbing mountains is just like cheating. So boring." Yang Fei replied helplessly, "What can I say? My physical fitness is just that strong." Qin Yanyang turned back, a playful smile tugging at her lips as she said, "No more talking. I want to climb to the top and catch the sunrise." Yang Fei watched her from behind, swallowing hard a few times as he admired her silhouette. Dressed in form-fitting climbing gear, the enticing curves were simply irresistible. Thankfully, Yang Fei was a gentleman and dared not think too much about it. He only stole an occasional glance. 10 minutes later, the two reached the summit. To their surprise, there were quite a few people there. Yang Fei felt a bit disappointed and said, "I thought it would just be the 2 of us." Qin Yanyang seemed to guess his thoughts and giggled, "Others want to see the sunrise too. We can enjoy ours without affecting anyone else." Yang Fei couldn't help but agree. That's true. They found a good spot to sit and waited for the sunrise. Gradually, the eastern sky turned a deep red, and the sun slowly peaked over the horizon. The rays of light were breathtaking, the sun appearing as if it was rising from the sea, a sight to behold. Many people on the mountain gasped in awe. Qin Yanyang couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Yang Fei turned to look at her and saw the early morning sunlight casting a golden glow on her hair, making her look even more stunning. He sincerely complimented, "Yes, the scenery is beautiful, but you are even more beautiful." Qin Yanyang glanced at him, their eyes met, and she noticed that he too was bathed in a golden light, looking quite handsome. Feeling a flutter of nervousness for the first time, she quickly averted her gaze and said, "Smooth talker." Chapter 58. Do we really have a sister-in-law? Yang Fei watched as several couples leaned together to watch the sunrise, with the woman resting her head on the man's shoulder and the man wrapping his arm around her waist. The sunlight shining on them was truly enviable. Yang Fei felt like he was being fed dog food. He looked at Qin Yanyang beside him, realizing she was the most beautiful scenery on the mountain. However, despite hesitating multiple times, he still couldn't muster the courage to wrap his arms around her delicate waist. He really wanted to, desperately so, but he was also worried about being rejected. After all, they hadn't known each other for long. They had only held hands a couple of days ago. What if he suddenly embraced her and she turned him down? That would be awkward, but more importantly, how would they interact in the future after such a rejection? Yang Fei's palms were sweating with nervousness. It was his first relationship, and without any experience, he was feeling quite anxious. Qin Yanyang was also feeling a bit nervous. She could sense Yang Fei occasionally glancing at her, and even felt his hand brush past her back several times. She wondered what she would do if Yang Fei made any bold moves. Holding hands was her initiative, and she felt comfortable with it since they had spent some time together, and she didn't find him unpleasant. But what if he tried to wrap his arm around her waist, or leaned in to kiss her? She felt unprepared for that, and it seemed too fast for her. Their feelings weren't strong enough yet. Thankfully, he didn't attempt to pull her closer or make any moves to kiss her cheek. Qin Yanyang secretly sighed in relief, while also finding it a bit amusing. What a coward! To prevent Yang Fei from getting too tangled up in his thoughts, and worrying that he might suddenly gather the courage to make a move, Qin Yanyang asked, "Have you never been in a relationship before?" Yang Fei snapped back to reality, replying, "No, I haven't." The shift in conversation successfully diverted his attention, and he found himself less troubled by his earlier dilemma. Thinking back on his earlier indecision made him blush with embarrassment. It was a bit humiliating. Damn it. He was the king of madness. If his old buddies found out he was this timid in love, they'd laugh him to death. What about you? Have you never been in a relationship? Yang Fei countered. Qin Yanyang looked at him with a playful smile and said, "What do you hope I'd say?" Yang Fei was taken aback, and she chuckled, "Just kidding. I haven't been in one either, so I'm lacking in experience too." Yang Fei laughed. Although he had grown up overseas in recent years and was relatively open-minded, he was still Chinese at heart and had some conservative tendencies. If Qin Yanyang had dated before while he was still a novice, he would have felt a bit uneasy about it. Hearing her response now made him feel quite pleased. Qin Yanyang seemed to sense Yang Fei's thoughts and smiled subtly, choosing not to expose him. After all, she was a bit conservative herself. Yang Fei grinned and took her hand, saying, "Then let us explore together, take it slow. I actually quite like this feeling." Qin Yanyang's lips curled up slightly as she softly replied, "I like it too." After a while, people started coming down the mountain one after another. Yang Fei suggested, "Let us head down too. We can have breakfast outside today and then go home." Qin Yanyang was slightly taken aback, staring at Yang Fei in disbelief. "Breakfast and then home? Really?" "Yeah," Yang Fei replied. Qin Yanyang was left speechless. This was it. Just a few days ago, they had planned to go on a date today, talking about spending more time together and figuring out ways to make his wife fall in love with him. With such a plan, how long would it take for her to actually fall for him? Looking at Yang Fei's silly expression, she suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Yang Fei, confused, asked, "What is so funny?" "You're just so silly," Qin Yanyang said. Yang Fei scratched his head. "I don't think I'm silly." Uffed. Qin Yanyang laughed so hard she bent over, clearly amused and genuinely happy. After a while, she caught her breath and took Yang Fei's hand, saying, "All right. Let us go down the mountain and head home." Since this guy wasn't getting the hint, she decided to let it be. She preferred a gradual and subtle change in their relationship, letting things unfold naturally. Once they reached the bottom of the mountain and got into the car, Yang Fei's phone rang. It was a call from Yangwen. Yang Fei didn't hide it from Qin Yanyang and answered, "You're up so early." "It's almost 7. How is that early?" Yangwen's voice came through. "Bro, our student council has an event today. We're going camping by the river, swimming, fishing, and cooking outdoors. A lot of girls are going. You should come with me." Hearing this, Yang Fei chuckled and shook his head. "You're trying to set me up with girls again, aren't you? Little sis, focus on your studies. You don't need to worry about me. I've told you before, I'm married and have a wife." "Yeah, right. You keep saying you have a wife, but I've never seen her. Is it that your wife can't be introduced, or is there really no wife at all?" Yangwen responded skeptically. Yang Fei smiled wryly. He had always thought about introducing Qin Yanyang to his family only after they had developed real feelings. But he didn't expect this would lead Yangwen to doubt his marital status. "Give me the phone. I'll talk to Yangwen," Qin Yanyang suddenly said, reaching out with a smile and batting her eyelashes at Yang Fei. Yang Fei was taken aback for a moment, then thought about it and handed her the phone. Qin Yanyang spoke into the phone. "Hello, Wenwen, right? I'm your sister-in-law. Are you going on a trip? My husband and I happen to be free. Count us in." On the other end of the line, there was a long pause. Clearly, Yangwen was stunned by this unexpected voice. What was going on? Why was there a woman with my brother so early in the morning? Oh my gosh, could it be that I really have a sister-in-law now? After a while, Yangwen finally snapped back to reality, stuttering. "Oh, are you really my sister-in-law?" "Yes, I've wanted to meet you for a while. And today is the perfect opportunity," Qin Yanyang said with a smile. "Oh, okay." After hanging up, Yangwen's head was still buzzing. Next to her, Xia Bingqing curiously asked, "Did you just call her sister-in-law?" Yangwen looked at her and said, "Yeah, it seems like my brother really has a wife." Xia Bingqing was taken aback. "Yang Fei?" Yangwen nodded. Xia Bingqing, with a puzzled expression, replied, "No way, he has a wife now?" But she quickly regained her composure and added, "That's actually pretty normal. Didn't you say he dropped out of school at 13? He's been working for so many years. It's natural for him to have found a girlfriend early on." Yangwen gradually accepted this reality. Nowadays, when people are in a relationship, it's common for them to call each other wifey or hubby, so it wasn't that strange. Suddenly feeling a sense of anticipation, she said, "I wonder what my sister-in-law looks like and what she does. I can't wait to meet her." Xia Bingqing's lips twitched slightly as she replied, "She should be decent, I guess." While she said this, she couldn't help but think that without a college degree and having entered society so early, Yang Fei's girlfriend was probably just an average girl, likely one of those working-class women who also entered the workforce early. Recalling how indifferent Yang Fei had been the last time they met, Xia Bingqing suddenly felt a bit awkward. It turned out he acted that way because he had a wife, and she had misunderstood him. Now that she had someone like Zhu Wenjie, an outstanding senior, in her heart, she felt much more at ease about Yang Fei's situation. However, out of curiosity, she was also eager to know what kind of wife Yang Fei had found. "Why don't you send your brother the location? Since you're notifying him last minute, he probably won't make it to meet us. Just let him go straight to the camping site," Xia Bingqing suggested. Yang Wen nodded and sent the location to Yang Fei. Chapter 59. Teacher Qin arrives. "I'm sorry. When I first met you, I never intended to investigate your background," Qin Yanyang explained to Yang Fei. "You seemed pleasant enough, and I just wanted to get to know you slowly after we got married." Yang Fei remained silent, listening intently. Qin Yanyang continued, "Remember when my mom and brother visited? We opened up to each other a bit, which helped us understand one another better. I found you quite interesting and a bit mysterious. So I discreetly looked into your family situation. Are you angry about that?" Yang Fei smiled at her and shook his head. "Not at all. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same before marrying someone. After all, we'll be living together, so getting to know each other a little better is only natural." Qin Yanyang visibly relaxed. "Thank you for understanding." Yang Fei grinned. "So, you already knew my sister was studying at Binhai University, right?" Qin Yanyang replied, "I only found out a few days ago." "Then, as a teacher at the school and her sister-in-law, why didn't you check in on her?" Yang Fei joked. Qin Yanyang shook her head. "Well, you didn't take the initiative to introduce me to your family, so I thought it wouldn't be appropriate for me to show up unannounced." Yang Fei looked at her and asked, "So you don't mind meeting my relatives?" "Why would I mind? Since we're going to get along well. I need your family to accept me, and I will definitely want to get along with them and earn their approval," Qin Yanyang responded. Yang Fei gazed at her for a long moment before saying, "You really are incredibly understanding. How did I get so lucky to meet someone like you?" She was graceful, beautiful, gentle, kind, and even stood up for him in front of her mother and brother. Such a woman was the perfect choice for a wife. And Yang Fei felt he had hit the jackpot. No, it was his master who was truly wonderful, finding him such an outstanding partner. In response to Yang Fei's compliments, Qin Yanyang didn't blush or shy away. Instead, she graciously accepted them. She believed she was indeed exceptional and had performed well during their time together, deserving of such high praise from Yang Fei. Of course, she wasn't trying to present herself in a certain way. Everything came naturally to her. If she didn't want to, there was no man in the world who could make Qin Yanyang intentionally flatter or appease him. About 2 hours' drive from Binhai City, there was a small river with crystal-clear water flowing gently. In the late summer and early autumn, some areas along the riverbank revealed patches of smooth pebbles, perfect for picnicking and playing by the water. A group of students from Binhai University chose this picturesque spot nestled between two mountains to camp and cook outdoors. On the riverbank, a dozen classmates busily went about their tasks. The boys gathered materials from the area, stacking stones to create simple stoves, while collecting twigs and dry leaves from the nearby woods to start a fire. The girls set pots over the flames to boil water and wash ingredients. Laughter and cheerful voices occasionally echoed through the air. Although it was a small canyon, the weather in the south was still hot at the end of summer. Many boys couldn't resist the temptation of the cool river water, so they changed into their swim trunks and jumped in to swim and play. Zhu Wenjie approached Yang Wen and Xia Bingqing, helping to wash vegetables while asking Yang Wen if her elder brother had arrived yet. Yang Wen replied that he would be here soon. He had called 5 minutes ago and said he would arrive in no more than 20 minutes. Since the incident at the HldsaDarkerSecretThanlis club, Zhu Wenjie had grown curious about Yang Fei. It was surprising that someone so young could have Zhang Long intervene to settle things after the commotion at HldsaDarkerSecretThanlis. "Is your brother really getting married?" Zhu Wenjie asked with curiosity. Yang Wen thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, "I don't know for sure, but that's what my brother said. And during the call, my sister-in-law, there was a woman with my brother. I'm not sure if she's my sister-in-law." Zhu Wenjie chuckled. "Your brother is quite charming. It shouldn't be hard for him to find a girlfriend." But getting married at such a young age does raise some eyebrows. Yang Wen replied, "It's not that young, really. In our village, if you don't go to high school, you end up working. Many people bring their girlfriends home and start families by the time they're 18 or 19. My brother is already 23, and many of his peers who dropped out of school have kids of their own." Zhu Wenjie was taken aback. "Is it really that extreme?" Xia Bingqing smiled gently and said, "You grew up in a big city, so you might not understand the situation in poorer rural areas. Wen Wen is telling the truth. 18 or 19 and getting married. That's below the legal marriage age," Zhu Wenjie exclaimed in surprise. Xia Bingqing explained, "What's the big deal? In impoverished areas, having a wedding feast is considered getting married, and they can have children to carry on the family line. As for the marriage certificate, they can always get it later when they're of age." Zhu Wenjie felt a bit of his understanding of the world being challenged. He hadn't realized such backward areas still existed. But the reality was that many places lagged behind in thought, economy, and culture. With most of the children, they're being left behind kids. In fact, many of them had never seen their mothers after being born, as their young mothers fell in love with their fathers and, after leaving, never returned to such impoverished conditions. Of course, some kind-hearted and simple mothers couldn't bear to part with their children and chose to stay. These mothers worked long hours away from home, leaving their kids with grandparents. Zhu Wenjie seemed quite curious about what Yang Wen had shared and kept asking questions. Yang Wen and Xia Bingqing introduced their world to him. By the end of the conversation, Zhu Wenjie felt disheartened and sighed. "I think we should do something for these children." Yang Wen and Xia Bingqing looked up at him. This outstanding senior, who had grown up in comfort in a big city, showed a deep compassion on his face. Just then, a car arrived, likely signaling that her brother and the others had arrived. Xia Bingqing suddenly pointed into the distance and said something. The others snapped back to reality and turned to look. And sure enough, they saw a black sedan approaching. Soon, the car drew nearer and parked at the end of the line along the road. Yang Wen felt a surge of excitement and ran over to greet it. She was genuinely curious to see if her older brother had really found her a sister-in-law. Zhu Wenjie and Xia Bingqing followed closely behind her. Before they reached the car, the passenger door swung open and a woman stepped out. Upon seeing her, Zhu Wenjie, Yang Wen, and Xia Bingqing were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Qin, Teacher Qin." In their shock, the three of them turned their gaze toward the driver's seat of the Volkswagen, eager to see who was inside. However, the sunlight hit the windshield just right, creating a glare that made it impossible to see. Yang Wen felt a bit disappointed, having thought that her brother had arrived, but it turned out to be Teacher Qin. Xia Bingqing and Zhu Wenjie were equally surprised, but they didn't think Teacher Qin had come with Yang Fei. In their minds, Yang Fei and Teacher Qin belonged to entirely different worlds and couldn't possibly be together. Chapter 60. The male students have all experienced heartbreak. Qin Yanyang is a celebrity at Binhai University. It's not just her beauty. She has an impressive demeanor, is young, and has an amazing figure. For newly adult college students, a stunning teacher like Qin Yanyang is nothing short of a dream girl for countless boys. At school, she has long been hailed as the most beautiful woman at Binhai University, overshadowing the campus beauty and making her presence feel almost non-existent. She teaches a relatively niche subject, archaeology and history, but her open classes are always packed to the brim. Thus, almost everyone at Binhai University knows this young, beautiful, and graceful teacher. Zhu Wenjie was the first to step forward, smiling as he said, "Welcome, Teacher Qin, to our event. We were thinking of inviting you, but we were worried you might be too busy to join us kids for some fun." Qin Yanyang smiled slightly and nodded in greeting. She then walked over to Yang Wen, saying with a smile, "You must be Yang Wen." Yang Wen was taken aback. Zhu Wenjie and Xia Bingqing were equally surprised. How did Teacher Qin know Yang Wen? Just as Yang Wen was still trying to process this, Qin Yanyang had already reached her side, taking her hand and saying, "Weren't you always asking your brother to bring me to meet you? So, now that we finally meet, you're not happy?" Yang Wen's mind buzzed, and she felt a wave of numbness. It wasn't just her. Zhu Wenjie and Xia Bingqing were utterly dumbfounded. "Why, you know my brother?" Yang Wen asked in disbelief as she stared at Qin Yanyang. Seeing her reaction, Qin Yanyang couldn't help but chuckle. "Not only do I know him, but we also share a very special relationship." As she spoke, she glanced back toward the car. Just before arriving, Yang Fei had received a phone call from Li Xiantong, who mentioned that a special patient had come to the clinic and asked if Yang Fei could rush over. Since Yang Fei was too far away, he couldn't get there in time, so he video called Li Xiantong to assess the patient's condition and consult together. Therefore, when they arrived, Qin Yanyang noticed Yang Fei was still busy, so she got out of the car first. Seeing her glance back toward the car, the three of them took a deep breath. Zhu Wenjie couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Qin, are you saying that the person in the car is Yang Fei?" Qin Yanyang nodded. Yes, do you know my husband? Husband? When that word came directly from Qin Yanyang's lips, Zhu Wenjie felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Xia Bingqing's mouth dropped open in shock, letting out a soft gasp. How could this be possible? Yang Fei actually has a wife, and his wife is none other than the goddess teacher of Binhai University. This sounds so unreal. At that moment, several other students recognized Qin Yanyang and came over to greet her. With a smile on her face, she nodded at each of them. Throughout it all, she held onto Yang Wen's hand. This gesture sparked a realization among the student council members who witnessed it. No wonder Yang Wen and Xia Bingqing were able to smoothly join the student council and received such a warm welcome from the leaders on the day of recruitment. It turns out that Yang Wen knows teacher Qin. Zhu Wenjie seemed to have an epiphany as well. He found it strange that day and didn't he expect the root of it to be here. Xia Bingqing's expression became somewhat unnatural. She had always thought that their entry into the student council was entirely due to Zhu Wenjie's strong recommendation, especially for Yang Wen, who she believed was lucky to be recommended because of her connection to him. If it weren't for her good relationship with Senior Wenjie, he wouldn't have recommended Yang Wen along with her, and Yang Wen wouldn't have stood a chance. Now it seemed she had completely misjudged the situation. Yang Wen's entry into the student council was thanks to teacher Qin. In fact, her own admission might have been due to Yang Wen's influence. Xia Bingqing suddenly felt a bit ashamed, embarrassed, and even slightly regretful. It seemed she had underestimated her cousin Wen. But soon, she adjusted her mindset. Although Yang Fei was excellent, he still paled in comparison to Senior Wenjie. Just considering their cars, Senior Wenjie was still a student. Yet his family bought him an Audi A7, while Yang Fei drove a Volkswagen. Moreover, their family backgrounds were worlds apart. After a while, the driver's side door opened, and Yang Fei stepped out. He immediately spotted Yang Wen and saw many classmates waiting around Qin Yanyang for him, which made him shyly greet everyone. Sorry, I just had to handle a phone call. Qin Yanyang looked at him and asked, Did you sort it out? Yang Fei smiled back. Yes, perfectly resolved. Qin Yanyang smiled slightly. It seemed her husband had quite impressive medical skills. Even Li Xiantong, who couldn't handle the situation, had to call him for advice. She had heard in the car that Yang Fei was indeed very professional in medicine. Although she didn't understand it, just listening made her feel quite impressed. Wen, this is your sister-in-law. See, I wasn't lying to you, Yang Fei said with a proud smile as he looked at Yang Wen. He had previously declined Yang Wen's request to meet Qin Yanyang because he felt that their relationship was not yet strong enough and that it would be awkward for Qin Yanyang. But since Qin Yanyang had taken the initiative to meet today and their relationship had clearly developed a bit over the past few days, he no longer felt the need to hide it. Therefore, seeing Yang Wen's expression upon realizing that Qin Yanyang was her sister-in-law filled him with pride. You underestimated your brother, didn't you? Now you're shocked, huh? Although I didn't attend university, I managed to marry a university professor. The students who didn't know Qin Yanyang was married all showed expressions of shock. Some boys even exclaimed, I can't go on living. My goddess is married. I'm heartbroken. This elicited laughter from everyone. Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang were not at all angry. This was the youthful energy that teenagers should have. To further confirm this matter, Qin Yanyang walked over and took Yang Fei's hand. She held Yang Fei's hand with one hand and Yang Wen's hand with the other as they joined the camping and cooking team. Wen, is teacher Qin really your sister-in-law? Xia Bingqing looked at Qin Yanyang, who was happily catching crabs and little fish with Yang Fei after rolling up her pants by the river. Still somewhat unable to believe it was true. Yang Wen also gazed over, her expression a bit dazed. It should be, maybe, probably true. Xia Bingqing was speechless. In fact, they both already believed it deep down. After all, how could Qin Yanyang be here with Yang Fei if it weren't real? Plus, they were having so much fun together. And their interaction seemed so natural. If my dad and my second brother knew that my big brother found such a beautiful and talented university teacher as his wife, they'd probably be shocked. Suddenly, Yang Wen let out a chuckle. Xia Bingqing's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that even in rural areas, or even among middle-class families in big cities, if they found out a relative had married someone like Qin Yanyang, they would be over the moon. Meanwhile, many students from the student council were secretly filming videos of Qin Yanyang and Yang Fei, sending them to classmates and friends, with some even posting them on the Binhai University campus forum. When the news broke that their dream goddess was married, the students were stunned. I'm heartbroken. Heartbreak 1. Heartbreak 2. Heartbreak N. And just like that, the Binhai University campus forum exploded. Chapter 61. Saving people during this camping trip. The classmates brought along all the necessary tools and ingredients, even preparing a barbecue grill and various grilling foods. Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang were playing in the river, catching fish and shrimp, and after a while, they joined the cooking team for the barbecue. Yang Wen handed skewers to Qin Yanyang, blushing as she called her sister-in-law. Hearing this title made Qin Yanyang feel a bit flustered, and she blushed slightly, but she responded graciously. After taking a bite of the skewer, Qin Yanyang frowned slightly and tilted her head to look at Yang Fei, saying, "You should do the grilling." Yang Fei knew that she was picky and probably thought the skewer tasted mediocre. He chuckled and said, "Today, the chef will show you all a thing or two." The boys in charge of grilling stepped aside to give Yang Fei room. Holding a skewer in one hand and various seasonings in the other, he sprinkled them over the skewers according to the heat, and soon the aroma filled the air. Before long, the first batch of skewers was ready, and Yang Fei shamelessly handed them to Qin Yanyang and Yang Wen first. The two girls felt a bit shy and immediately shared them with the other girls nearby. As for the boys, they had to either grill their own or wait until the girls were full before they could eat. From noon until around 2 in the afternoon, a group of nearly 20 people enjoyed food and drinks by the riverside. Some classmates played music, pulling out guitars to sing. And occasionally, everyone joined in for a chorus, singing joyfully. Yang Fei watched these vibrant young people with a smile on his face. This was life, leisurely, enjoyable, and carefree. His gaze fell on Qin Yanyang, who was playing and laughing with a few girls, fitting right in. He couldn't help but smile, even at 24. She still had a youthful spirit. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone was feeling tired from all the fun. Some had already set up tents and crawled inside for a nap, while others gathered in small groups to chat or take a stroll nearby. They were all adults, not middle or high school students, so during this activity, they had relative freedom and weren't subjected to too many restrictions. Yang Fei held Qin Yanyang's hand and wandered aimlessly along the canyon path, chatting as they went. "Are you tired?" he asked her. They had gotten up at 3 in the morning to hike, and after rushing to this spot, they had been playing around until now. Yang Fei was concerned she might be worn out. Qin Yanyang, however, wasn't really tired. But Yang Fei's question reminded her, and she intentionally yawned, saying, "I am a little tired, but I had so much fun today that even if I wanted to sleep, I couldn't. I'll just go to bed early tonight." Seeing that she still had some energy, Yang Fei nodded in agreement. He was really enjoying this time spent with Qin Yanyang. Suddenly, Qin Yanyang seemed to think of something and laughed, saying, "If Yang Wen hadn't called you, would we have just stayed at home all day?" Yang Fei's face turned red at her words, and he awkwardly replied, "I have no experience, and didn't plan well. I promise to make it up next time." Qin Yanyang smiled slightly, thinking her husband was a bit silly in some ways. After walking for about half an hour, the two turned back the way they came. Just before reaching the campsite, a sudden commotion broke out ahead, filled with urgent shouts and cries. After hearing just a few words, both Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang's expressions changed. Qin Yanyang's face grew serious as she hurriedly wanted to speed up and run over. But just as she was about to take a step, she suddenly remembered something. She forcefully suppressed her anxious feelings and turned to look at Yang Fei. With a serious expression, Yang Fei said, "It seems like a child is drowning. I'll go ahead, you follow me." After saying that, he released Qin Yanyang's hand and sprinted forward. Watching him dash away, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Yanyang's beautiful eyes. His speed was certainly not something an ordinary person could possess. He really is a martial artist. But why can't I feel his internal energy fluctuations? Qin Yanyang thought to herself, also jogging to catch up. Her speed was quick yet reasonable. For someone who regularly exercises and enjoys sports, this pace was normal. The incident occurred at a relatively spacious but deep pool of water not far from the camping site. By the time Yang Fei arrived, most of the classmates were already there. Unfortunately, the majority were non-swimmers, and even those who could swim were hesitant to jump in and rescue anyone. "Brother Yang, can you swim?" Wen Wen went under to save someone. Is she going to be okay?" When Xia Bingqing saw Yang Fei approaching, her eyes lit up, and she spoke urgently. Subconsciously, she believed that since Yang Wen could swim and had grown up with Yang Fei, he should also be capable. Upon hearing that Yang Wen had gone into the water to save someone, Yang Fei's expression tightened. There were 3 middle school students from nearby villages drowning, and Yang Wen couldn't save them all by herself. Yes, initially, it was just Li Gang who suddenly cramped up, and when Wu Huan and Zhou Yi went to help, they all ended up getting pulled in. "Please, older brothers and sisters, think of a way to save them." A few boys around 13 or 14 years old pleaded, their faces pale and trembling with fear. Just then, there was movement in the water. Yang Wen's head broke the surface, her face flushed and struggling to breathe. Yang Fei caught sight of her pulling someone up and without hesitation dove back into the pool. He brought the unconscious boy that Yang Wen had rescued to shallower water. And by then, Yang Wen was gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The classmates quickly lifted her and the boy onto the shore. Yang Fei had already dived into the pool again. In less than half a minute, he surfaced and swiftly swam back to the shore. He has saved. He really saved them. Brother Yang is amazing, bringing up 2 at once. People exclaimed. Quick, perform CPR. See if we can revive them. Call for an ambulance. The shore was in chaos, filled with shouting and commotion. Soaked from head to toe, Yang Fei emerged from the water, one hand gripping a boy's leg as he lifted both boys upside down and quickly ran along the riverbank. The 2 boys were also around 13 or 14 years old, about 1.67 meters tall. Although they weren't overweight, each one weighed at least 120 pounds. Yet, Yang Fei was able to hold one in each hand and sprint effortlessly along the riverbank. This scene left everyone in shock. What incredible strength! And they had to keep running. Their stamina was simply incredible. Zhu Wenjie quickly regained his composure and began performing CPR on the boy that Yang Wen had rescued, administering artificial respiration. After a moment, the boy started to cough violently, spitting out a lot of clear water. That's great, he is saved. Zhou Yi has woken up. Thank goodness. He was the last one pulled into the water, but the first to be rescued. What about Wu Huan and Li Gang? A companion said anxiously. Everyone's gaze fell on Yang Fei, but all they could do was worry. They couldn't help. Yang Fei ran for a full 2 minutes. Yet the 2 boys still showed no signs of life. With a helpless sigh, he laid them flat on the ground. He thought he could make it in time and save the drowning boys using standard methods, but it turned out to be a bit too late. Reluctantly, he had to reveal a bit of his abilities in front of everyone. Life was at stake, and without hesitation, Yang Fei squatted between the 2 boys, pressing on several acupoints on their chests with both hands. Seeing that he seemed overwhelmed, Zhu Wenjie stepped forward and said, "Let me help you with one." Before Yang Fei could respond, Qin Yanyang, who had just arrived, shook her head and said, "Don't disturb him, let him handle it alone." She watched intently as Yang Fei pressed on the boys' bodies, secretly amazed. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Indeed, there was a fluctuation of internal energy. He had hidden it so well that even she and T sensed it before. She looked at Yang Fei, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Wow. Suddenly, both boys trembled at the same time, opening their mouths to spray out a large amount of clear water. Their previously stiff bodies finally showed some response. Great, they're alive. Brother Yang is so brave. Awesome, Brother Yang. Teacher Qin is yours now. I'm impressed. I'm impressed too. Get lost. As if it matters whether you're impressed or not. Brother Yang, can I be your brother-in-law? You beast. We're all focused on Teacher Qin. And you start eyeing her sister. In fact, Yang Wen was already quite pretty. She just didn't put much effort into her appearance. The moment she rescued that boy from the water had already captured the hearts of many boys. Chapter 62. Time to sleep. The 3 boys who nearly drowned were fortunate to have survived and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to everyone. Yang Fei accepted their thanks and, unable to resist, said to the boys, "You've grown up by the river, so it's normal to go for a swim when it gets hot. What happened today was just an accident. Just be careful in the future and try not to let it leave a shadow in your heart." Having faced death, the 3 boys were indeed filled with fear about going into the water again. However, Yang Fei's comforting words eased their minds considerably. After they left, the rest of the school returned to the camping site, discussing the recent scare. Everyone cast admiring glances at Yang Wen. Although she was smaller than the boys, she had been the quickest to react when she heard someone was drowning. Without hesitation, she jumped into the water to save them and had nearly exhausted herself in the process. Yang Fei patted his sister on the shoulder and smiled. "You need to work on your physical fitness. You haven't helped with farm work much since starting college, and it's showing." Yang Wen blushed and softly protested. "I help Mom with the farm every time I come home. I just held my breath too long in the water today, and my stamina gave out." Yang Fei chuckled. Qin Yanyang shot Yang Fei a glare and scolded. "Wen did something amazing by saving lives. You should encourage her instead of teasing her." Yang Fei replied with a laugh. "Saving lives is commendable, but one must also act within their limits. You need to be careful in similar situations in the future." Yang Wen nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhu Wenjie and Xu Yong walked alongside them, and Xu Yong couldn't help but look at Yang Fei, asking, "Brother Yang, those 2 boys were on the brink of death. After you performed a few compressions, they came back to life. Is there a special technique you used?" "Yeah. It's really strange," Xia Bingqing chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Zhu Wenjie looked at Yang Fei with admiration, saying, "You must have a deep understanding of the body's acupoints. You're a doctor, right? Is this considered a form of traditional Chinese medicine?" Yang Fei smiled and nodded. "You could say that. Just moments ago, he had indeed used inner energy combined with acupuncture techniques to save the 2 boys, and it felt miraculous." Now that Zhu Wenjie was attributing it to traditional Chinese medicine, he decided to go along with it. Thinking of his elder at home, who had suffered from illness for many years, Zhu Wenjie opened his mouth to speak to Yang Fei, but ultimately held back. There were too many people around, and he didn't know Yang Fei well enough. Even if Yang Fei was skilled, he worried that he might not be as proficient as some renowned doctors. If he rashly brought Yang Fei home and his elder didn't improve, he might face backlash from others. When everyone returned to the campsite, the tension from the earlier incident had dissipated, and fatigue was replaced by lively conversation as they gathered around to chat. Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang sat nearby, listening to these bright young students just a few years younger than them, occasionally smiling at their youthful energy. Youth is truly wonderful. It was they who had saved Li Gang, Wu Huan, and Zhou Yi. Around 5 in the afternoon, a voice suddenly echoed from the roadside. The group of boys who had been playing in the river led the way, followed by a dozen local villagers, striding towards us. The parents of Li Gang, Wu Huan, and Zhou Yi were all visibly excited as they brought their children to join the crowd. Upon learning that Yang Fei and Yang Wen had saved their children, they insisted that their kids kneel and bow in gratitude. Yang Fei quickly supported them, saying that saving lives was the right thing to do and just a small effort on their part. The parents, overflowing with gratitude, were reluctant to leave. Finally, a village leader who had arrived later noticed a group of college students camping and cooking nearby and said, Li Gang, Wu Huan, and Zhou Yi's family should go home to slaughter some chickens and sheep. Let's have a bonfire dinner here with the outstanding students from ButHiswife University. This will not only liven up the village, but also serve as a token of gratitude for their life-saving kindness. As soon as he said this, both the local villagers and the ButHiswife University students cheered in agreement. Yang Wen felt uneasy about this and wanted to refuse, but Qin Yanyang whispered in her ear, You saved their children. They are genuinely grateful. This kindness means a lot to them, and they need a chance to express their thanks. It will make them feel better. Yang Fei gave Qin Yanyang a thumbs up and smiled, saying, As expected of a university teacher, you understand the ways of the world. Qin Yanyang replied proudly, Of course. That evening, the riverside was filled with laughter and excitement, with crowds gathered around several bonfires. The families of the 3 rescued children had prepared 2 sheep, several chickens and ducks, and even brought a leg of fresh beef along with various homegrown vegetables. Amidst the joyful chatter, the 3 children who had nearly drowned gradually became lively again, slowly forgetting the earlier danger. When the villagers learned that these kids were not only exceptional students from ButHiswife University, but also members of the student council, they looked on with envy and admiration, immediately seizing the opportunity to educate their own children, urging them to aspire to be like their older brothers and sisters and gain admission to ButHiswife University in the future. Qin Yanyang sat beside Yang Fei, soaking in the pure warmth and joy of the moment, her smile never fading. Coming from a prestigious family, she was rarely exposed to such genuine and simple atmospheres. You haven't visited your uncle and aunt since you returned, have you? Qin Yanyang suddenly turned to Yang Fei and asked. Hearing this, Yang Fei felt a wave of guilt wash over him and nodded. Yeah, I should go back and see them. After returning, he had quickly married Qin Yanyang and a series of events followed, leaving him no time to visit his uncle's family. Now that Qin Yanyang mentioned it, he felt a sense of urgency. Do you want me to accompany you? Qin Yanyang asked softly. Yang Fei was taken aback for a moment, then filled with delight, looking at her and saying, Of course. I've been thinking about this for a while. If you come with me, my uncle will be so happy. Under the glow of the bonfire, Qin Yanyang's face turned slightly red, but no one could tell if it was from the fire or a natural blush. Then, next week. No, that's too soon. Let us make it next month, Qin Yanyang suggested. Yang Fei felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. It's already the middle of the month, and next month will arrive in just about 2 weeks. She subtly understood that Qin Yanyang was thinking about spending another 2 weeks with her, hoping that their feelings would deepen a bit more before accompanying her back to her hometown, making it feel more natural and relaxed. The bonfire dinner was lively until after 11 o'clock, when the villagers finally dispersed. The classmates each crawled into their tents. Yang Fei looked at Qin Yanyang, cleared his throat, and said, It's time to sleep. Qin Yanyang blushed. She had promised to come camping, but she hadn't really considered the nighttime situation. She initially wanted to sleep with Yang Wen, but Yang Wen was with Xia Bingqing. The other girls either went with their boyfriends or had their own teammates. What should she do? Did she really have to sleep in the same tent with him? It's said that men often think with their lower bodies and can be impulsive. What if he couldn't help himself? In an instant, Qin Yanyang lost her usual calm demeanor, feeling a little flustered inside. Chapter 63. How did you develop feelings for my brother? Although it was a bit complicated, Qin Yanyang was not one to make a fuss. To the rest of the group, her relationship with Yang Fei was that of a married couple, so it would be unusual for them not to share a tent. Once inside the tent, the relatively small enclosed space allowed them to hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. This sensation, even for someone as composed as Yang Fei, who could remain calm in the face of any challenge, made his heart race a little faster. In the natural world, opposites attract. It's a law of nature. Both were young and full of vitality, and after spending several days together, they had developed mutual feelings. So, in this situation, it was easier for their relationship to deepen. Yang Fei took a deep breath, looking at Qin Yanyang in the dark. Although there was moonlight, the visibility inside the tent was poor. Even with his keen eyesight, he could only make out a vague silhouette. Yet, this ambiguity only heightened the tension. As the tent closed, the air gradually filled with the essence of both of them. Yang Fei caught a whiff of Qin Yanyang's unique feminine fragrance, while she sensed the growing masculine aura around him. I woke up too early this morning, so I'm going to sleep now? Qin Yanyang's voice suddenly broke the silence. Yang Fei, who had been contemplating whether to take the opportunity to do something, snapped back to reality upon hearing her words. Right, they had gotten up at 3 in the morning to climb the mountain and had been active all day. It was nearly midnight now. She must be exhausted. Any scattered thoughts in his mind vanished instantly, leaving him feeling a bit ashamed for even having entertained them. She was so tired. And here he was thinking about those kinds of things. It was really inappropriate. Moreover, the conditions here were too rudimentary, with other students' tents nearby and poor sound insulation. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit tired too. Let us head to bed early, Yang Fei replied quickly. They lay down fully clothed. In the darkness, Qin Yanyang no longer felt the earlier nervousness. Instead, a charming smile crept onto her lips. She knew that if she hadn't spoken, Yang Fei might have mustered the courage to do something. That would have made it awkward if she had to reject him. However, after she spoke, his demeanor shifted to one of calm and tranquility. He felt safe, steady, and reliable, just as she remembered. With someone like him, she found it easy to be at ease. Lying so close together for the first time, both had thought they would have trouble falling asleep. However, within a short time, both Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang drifted off. The following morning, around 6 o'clock, they were awakened by the sounds of birds chirping and the gentle flow of the river. They exchanged glances and smiled slightly. Yet, Yang Fei felt a twinge of confusion. Ever since the International Madman incident, he had found it difficult to sleep soundly, always feeling a sense of unease and having restless sleep. Since returning to the country and spending time with Qin Yanyang, he found that he slept soundly every night. A few days ago, when Qin Yanyang went back to the capital, he was alone in the villa. Although he still slept well, the sense of peace and security was gone. Sleeping in a tent yesterday, he realized that this feeling of tranquility was even stronger than before. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Qin Yanyang brings him a sense of security? That seemed a bit off, didn't it? Shouldn't it be the man who provides security for the woman? Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Yanyang asked as she noticed Yang Fei's gaze, her demeanor confident and poised. Yang Fei smiled and replied, "It's the first time I've seen you wake up in the morning. You look beautiful, touching the softest part of my heart." Qin Yanyang bit her lip lightly and said, "Is that a sweet talk?" Yang Fei was taken aback, realizing that his words did sound a bit like flirting. His face flushed slightly, but looking at Qin Yanyang's stunning appearance, he mustered his courage and said, "I really wish I could see you like this every day." Qin Yanyang felt her ears get warm, nearly losing her usual composure. How could she have thought he was just being honest yesterday? Taking a deep breath, she maintained her calm demeanor and opened the tent, saying, "The morning by the river in the mountains is so refreshing." Not taking the bait, Yang Fei sighed inwardly as he watched her graceful figure. He had little experience in this area and relied solely on instinct after developing feelings for her. He had just mustered the courage to say that last line, but it seemed to have no effect. Clearly, he was far less talented in pursuing girls than in practicing martial arts or studying medicine. Qin Yanyang went to the riverbank to wash her face. Yang Fei watched for a moment, collected his thoughts, and began to pack up the tent and blankets, putting the camping gear back in the car. Gradually, other students began to wake up. Someone suggested making something to eat with the leftover food. But after such a late dinner and several meals of the same food, most people found they had little appetite in the morning. Since they were heading back to school today, it was better to let everyone arrange their own plans. Zhu Wenjie noticed some people were not very interested and suggested, "All right, free time then. Just be careful, and see you at school tomorrow." Okay, they all agreed. Yang Wen came over to Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang, saying, "Brother, sister-in-law, can I join you in the city?" "Sure, we can chat a bit," Qin Yanyang replied, holding Yang Wen's hand. For some reason, perhaps because of Yang Fei, she felt a sense of familiarity with Yang Wen from the first moment she saw her and liked the girl. On the way back to the city, Qin Yanyang and Yang Wen sat in the back seat while Yang Fei drove in front. Yang Wen curiously examined the car's interior and suddenly said, "It looks pretty ordinary on the outside, but why does it feel so spacious inside? It has such a grand atmosphere." Yang Fei couldn't help but laugh. I thought you were talking about a Passat. This is your sister-in-law's phaeton. Pretty low-key, right? Yang Wen wasn't very familiar with cars and asked curiously, is this car very expensive? Yang Fei smiled and replied, it's not too bad. For this model your sister-in-law has, it costs just over 2 million. Yang Wen's eyes widened in surprise. That's so expensive? Yang Fei just chuckled without responding. Yang Wen then turned to Qin Yanyang and asked, sister-in-law, are you very wealthy? Qin Yanyang nodded. Yang Wen looked at her, then glanced at Yang Fei, and after a moment, finally blurted out, how did you end up with my big brother? Qin Yanyang burst out laughing. Yang Fei's expression darkened as he muttered, Yang Wen, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough? Yang Wen's earlier comment had been spontaneous, but now, feeling embarrassed by Yang Fei's reaction, she stammered, no, that's not what I meant. I just think teacher Qin is so exceptional. She's beautiful, has a great job, and comes from a wealthy family. Someone like her. I think her standards must be pretty high. Yang Fei frowned and said, if you can't say something nice, then just don't say anything. Hee. Qin Yanyang laughed and took Yang Wen's hand. Wen, I'm growing fonder of you. Let us have dinner at home today. The food at the school cafeteria isn't that great. I'll have your brother make you something nice. And if you like it, you can eat at home from now on. Chapter 64. My consultation fee is quite high when they returned to the city. It was only 8 in the morning. The three of them had breakfast outside, and Yang Fei asked, are you heading back? Qin Yanyang replied, you go ahead. I'll take Wen shopping. It's our first meeting, and as her sister-in-law, I can't let her go back empty-handed. Yang Wen quickly waved her hands, saying, no need, I don't lack anything, really. Qin Yanyang smiled and said, you didn't tea shower last night, and you'll be lounging at home today. You need some clean clothes, right? Hearing this, Yang Wen said, then I'll go back to the dorm to get some. Yang Fei chimed in, enough. Your sister-in-law is wealthy, just accept what she offers. Yang Wen wanted to refuse again, but both Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang were very insistent, so she had no choice but to give in. At that moment, Yang Fei's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, he couldn't help but feel speechless. They had agreed on a weekend with 2 days off, so why was he getting calls from himself? Feeling helpless, Yang Fei answered the call quickly, smiling as he said, Oldly, don't tell me you miss me this early in the morning. I've been disturbed by you every morning during my break. Li Xiantong, however, was unfazed by his irritation and said directly, Yang Fei, you might need to come to the clinic. Someone wants to see you. Yang Fei raised an eyebrow. Who is it? You'll find out when you get here, Li Xiantong replied with a serious tone. Yang Fei sensed something was off in his voice. Considering he had nothing pressing at home, and that Li Xiantong wouldn't bother him unless it was something serious, he said to Qin Yanyang and Yang Wen, you guys drive to shop. I'll take a cab to the clinic. It seems there is something going on. Qin Yanyang nodded. Yes, treating patients is no small matter. Hurry up, I'll take good care of Wen. If you can come back early in the afternoon, we'll be waiting for you to cook. Yang Fei smiled, all right. Qin Yanyang drove off with Yang Wen towards the bustling downtown area. Yang Fei hailed a taxi straight to Li Xiantong's clinic. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, Zhou Cheng rushed out with an anxious expression. Mr. Yang, you finally made it. Yang Fei asked, what is going on? Zhou lowered his voice. It's Secretary Sunday. Yang Fei was taken aback. Who? Yes, it's the one from our Binhai city, Zhou explained. Yang Fei was still a bit dazed. He was a streetwise person and paid little attention to the inner workings of the system. As long as the world was peaceful and it didn't affect him, it didn't matter who was in power. In short, these are the kinds of people we common folks can't afford to offend. Today, you need to perform well. Zhou said with a serious expression, this is crucial for our clinic's reputation. Yang Fei frowned slightly and walked toward the clinic. Hey look, our Dr. Yang is here. As soon as he stepped through the clinic door, he heard a familiar voice. Yang Fei looked up and indeed saw a face he found irritating, Ning Xiaodong. Ning Xiaodong was accompanied by 2 people, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 40s. The man wore a simple yet suitable white shirt and black trousers, with a square face and thick eyebrows like blades. His pair of eyes seemed capable of seeing right through to a person's heart, deep and sharp. Just one glance from him could create an immense sense of pressure, a unique aura that comes from someone who has long held a position of power. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 30s, closely leaning against the man, giving the impression that they were a couple. Brother Sun, Sister Tang, this is the miracle doctor I mentioned, who is said to have cured Professor Lu Shouwang, who had been paralyzed for 3 years. When Ning Xiaodong saw Yang Fei, a brilliant smile spread across his face as he quickly introduced him to the middle-aged couple. Although he smiled, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Yang Fei. You said he cured the paralyzed Lu Shouwang? All right. Today I'll introduce you to a big shot so that he can help treat their child. Damn it. A freeloader who relies on his wife to find a job at Li Xiantong's clinic. Even if Lu Shouwang has been cured, it must be due to Li Xiantong's years of treatment. How could this young pretty boy possibly cure Lu Shouwang? I look forward to seeing how you explain yourself when you're at a loss later. Sun Weimin and Tang Qian scrutinized the young man who had just walked through the door, their previously hopeful expressions now clearly revealing deep disappointment. Tang Qian frowned, turning to Ning Xiaodong and asking, Xiaodong, did you get the wrong person? Sun Weimin also looked at Ning Xiaodong. Ning Xiaodong hurriedly explained, Brother Sun, Sister Tang. It's definitely him. When we had dinner that day, Vice Principal Lu Nian said it was him. He is Yang Fei. Sun Weimin and Tang Qian still wore puzzled expressions, unable to believe it. At that moment, Li Xiantong approached and smiled at Yang Fei, saying, Brother Yang, you finally made it. Secretary Sun and Madame Tang have been waiting for you for quite a while. Yang Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Li Xiantong's attitude towards Yang Fei, Sun Weimin felt a stir in his heart. Having been in a high position for so long, he was adept at reading people. The young man had met him without being overly humble or arrogant. Such a person either had immense confidence or a powerful background. The reason he had brought his wife along today was not only to hear Ning Xiaodong's introduction, but also because he had discreetly inquired and learned that the old man Lu Shouwang had recently regained the ability to walk normally. Given Li Xiantong's attitude toward Yang Fei, Sun Weimin thought that if Lu Shouwang hadn't been cured by this young man, then it must have been Li Xiantong who did it. Until he got to the bottom of the matter, he would need to give the young man the respect he deserved. With this in mind, Sun Weimin smiled as he approached Yang Fei, extending his hand and saying, I've long heard of the great name of Dr. Yang and wanted to pay my respects. I didn't expect you to be so young. It truly surprised me. Yang Fei noticed his warmth and smiled back, shaking Sun Weimin's hand and asking, Did you come looking for me? Is there something you need? His tone was calm, treating him like an ordinary person. Xiaozhou stood by, sweating nervously. He felt that Yang Fei was being too casual with such an important figure, lacking the necessary respect. Ning Xiaodong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. How dare this guy be so arrogant? Even I show utmost respect in front of Brother Sunday. Who do you think you are to have such an attitude? Li Xiantong also shot a surprised glance at Yang Fei, feeling that Yang Fei's demeanor might be a bit inappropriate. But then he thought to himself, feeling a little ashamed. At his age, he still wasn't as clear-headed as young Yang. No desires, no weaknesses. Today, it was Sun Weimin who came to seek help from Yang Fei. Although he held a high position, Yang Fei didn't need anything from him, so there was no need to flatter or curry favor. In Yang Fei's eyes, the other party was just a patient or a family member looking for medical assistance. Seeing Yang Fei's casual attitude, which showed no signs of being constrained or flattering because of his status, Sun Weimin was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Yes, I would like to invite Mr. Yang to come to my home to take a look at my child. Yang Fei raised an eyebrow at Sun Weimin, surprised. If your child needs medical attention, why not bring them directly? This could delay the treatment. Sun Weimin explained, My child's situation is special, so I would like to invite you to my home for treatment. Yang Fei understood and asked, You want me to make a house call? Yes, Sun Weimin replied. Yang Fei said, If I'm making a house call, I need to mention something up front. My consultation fee is quite high. Chapter 65. If you can't be cured, don't waste my time. The room fell silent. Sun Weimin and his wife visibly frowned. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him so directly, especially someone in such a high position. Zhou Cheng's face turned pale, and he hurriedly exchanged glances with Yang Fei. Ning Xiaodong, on the other hand, felt a surge of delight. Great. This guy is just too cooperative. He's still too young to talk to Brother Sun like that. I can't wait to see how he handles it when the truth comes out. However, Yang Fei didn't feel he had said anything wrong. He worked at Li Xuantong's clinic, receiving a salary for his efforts, and he was dedicated to his job. But when it came to house calls, that was a different matter. Li Xiantong had already made this clear to him, and besides, it was Sun Weimin and his wife who had come to request his services. While he had the heart of a healer and felt it was his duty to save lives, he also believed it was only right to charge for his services. After all, doctors need to make a living too. Given his exceptional skills, his consultation fees were naturally high, so he had reminded Sun Weimin beforehand. Li Xiantong cleared his throat and quickly intervened to smooth things over, explaining, Yes, while Yang Fei is my resident physician, we have an agreement that any income from house calls belongs to him. Sun Weimin had already calmed down and nodded with a smile. That's only fair. We can't expect the doctor to make a trip for free. However, while he said this, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Tang Qian's displeasure was evident on her face. She raised her chin and looked at Yang Fei, asking, How much do you charge for a house call? Yang Fei thought for a moment and replied, There's no fixed rate. It depends on the situation. He had his reasons for saying this. If the patient required significant energy and risk to be treated, then the fee would naturally be higher. Conversely, if it was a straightforward issue, he would charge a reasonable rate and not ask for more. Tang Qian scoffed, so? If the patient has money, you charge more. But if they're not well off, you charge less? Tang Qian. Sun Weiman frowned and reprimanded his assertive wife. While he had his own grievances against Yang Fei, his broader perspective prevented him from harboring too much ill will. However, his wife's behavior was crossing the line, so he firmly intervened. Tang Qian huffed and fell silent. Sun Weiman sincerely apologized to Yang Fei, saying, "I'm sorry, my wife is just overly worried about our child, and her words may not have come out right. I hope you can overlook it." Yang Fei indeed felt some dissatisfaction towards Tang Qian and had even considered refusing the house call. However, Sun Weiman's attitude eased his anger considerably. "Young brother Yang, Mr. Sun has done a lot for the coastal city, especially with the policies he's implemented that have greatly benefited the citizens. He is well loved by the people. His only child was in a car accident before the new year, which is why Mrs. Sun is so anxious. Would you consider taking a look?" Li Xiantong said, looking at Yang Fei with a tone of expectation. Yang Fei glanced at Sun Weiman, who was upright and exuded integrity, leaving a positive impression on him. With Li Xiantong speaking up, he felt he couldn't refuse this request. "All right, let's go," Yang Fei said. Sun Weiman smiled at Li Xiantong and invited, "Dr. Li, why don't you join us?" Yang Fei secretly chuckled to himself. It was obvious that Sun Weiman didn't have much confidence in his own medical skills, which is why he included Li Xiantong. Sure enough, Tang Qian nodded repeatedly and earnestly looked at Li Xiantong, saying, "Yes, Dr. Li, please come along. You have such a high reputation, and we wanted to visit you for a long time." Although Li Xiantong was deeply devoted to medicine, he was over 70 years old and could see through Sun Weiman and his wife's intentions. He gave a slight smile and replied, "All right, I'll accompany my younger brother Yang and maybe pick up a few medical skills along the way." Tang Qian and Ning Xiaodong chuckled, clearly skeptical. Sun Weiman couldn't help but glance at Yang Fei again, wondering if he had misjudged this young man and if his medical skills were indeed superior to Li Xiantong's. Sun Weiman lived in a residential complex for officials. In a spacious flat, they had a 40-something housekeeper, who, based on Tang Qian's address, seemed to be a relative from her side of the family. "Hongjia, could you please make us some tea?" Sun Weiman instructed the housekeeper. Yang Fei directly said, "No need, let us check on your child first." On the way here, he had asked Li Xiantong about the child's condition while sitting in Sun Weiman's car. They entered a room to find an 8- or 9-year-old boy lying quietly on the bed, with a set of medical equipment beside him displaying various data. The child was named Sun Lei, the son of Sun Weiman and Tang Qian. Last October, he was hit by a car while crossing the street, thrown several meters. Although he survived, he was left paralyzed and could only occasionally regain consciousness, almost like a vegetative state. For nearly a year, Sun Weiman and his wife had endured immense emotional turmoil. Tang Qian even took their child abroad for treatment, but the results were not satisfactory. The foreign experts told her that the child could only remain in this state unless a miracle occurred. The couple was on the brink of despair until yesterday when they met Ning Xiaodong, who spoke about the miraculous recovery of LV Shouwang. Sun Weiman immediately inquired and learned that LV Shouwang had indeed been paralyzed from a stroke over 3 years ago, but could now walk again, which reignited their hope. They had only this one son, and naturally, the couple wished for him to stand up once more. "Dr. Yang, Lei is brother Sun and sister Tang's only son. You must help him stand up again," Ning Xiaodong said, looking at Yang Fei. Yang Fei gave him a faint glance, fully aware that this guy had ulterior motives. However, he ignored the clownish behavior and walked over to lift the blanket off Sun Lei, examining him closely. Sun Weiman and Tang Qian stood nervously by the side. Even though Tang Qian had little faith in this young man's ability to heal her son, she still felt a glimmer of hope and was visibly anxious. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even Li Xiantong stood quietly to the side, showing no intention of stepping in to examine the boy. After about 3 minutes, Yang Fei stood up and covered Sun Lei with the blanket again. Although only a few minutes had passed, Sun Weiman and Tang Qian felt as if an eternity had gone by, their hearts heavy with anxiety. After Yang Fei finished the examination, Tang Qian couldn't help but ask, "Yang, Dr. Yang, is there still hope for my Lei?" Sun Weiman also looked at Yang Fei, and even he, who was used to facing storms, showed deep anticipation in his eyes. Yang Fei furrowed his brows deeply and didn't respond. Ning Xiaodong, seeing this, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What a show. If American experts can't solve the problem, what makes you think you can? With that thought in mind, Ning Xiaodong pretended to be anxious and said to Yang Fei, "Master Yang, you are a miracle worker. You managed to treat Professor LV, who has been paralyzed for over 3 years. Lele has only been in trouble for less than a year. You can't possibly say there's no hope, right? You know Sun Ji's status. He's extremely busy. Yet he personally came to your clinic to ask for your help. If you can't help, you shouldn't have come here at all. Aren't you just wasting time and increasing disappointment for both Sun Ge and Tang Jia? Hearing this, Tang Qian's face fell, and her mood was affected by Ning Xiaodong's words, making her feel that Yang Fei was indeed wasting their time and increasing their disappointment. Sun Weimin frowned slightly and shot a disapproving glance at Ning Xiaodong. The examination just finished, and the results haven't even been announced yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions? Although Sun Weimin was somewhat critical of Ning Xiaodong in his heart, seeing Yang Fei's furrowed brow also filled him with quiet disappointment. He feared they might have been hoping for nothing. He couldn't help but shift his gaze towards Li Xiantong. Perhaps he was their last hope. Chapter 66. High risk. Are you up for it? Yang Fei coldly said to the visibly agitated Ning Xiaodong. If it's so risky, why don't you give it a try? Ning Xiaodong was taken aback and quickly replied, of course I can't. I'm not an expert in this field. But you can, right? Aren't you the miracle doctor who cured Professor El Shouwang? Why can't you do it now? The more he spoke, the more animated he became, completely oblivious to the fact that Sun Weimin's face had already turned a deep shade of anger. Ning Xiaodong continued. Professor El was able to stand again thanks to the efforts of Senior Li Xiantong, right? How can you be so shameless as to want to take credit for that? Li Xiantong, who was listening nearby, looked confused and said to Ning Xiaodong, but it was Yang Fei who cured El Shouwang. When did he steal my credit? Ning Xiaodong was stunned, not expecting Li Xiantong to defend Yang Fei at this moment. He immediately retorted, Old Li. I don't know how this kid has managed to fool you into supporting him like this, but he has no real skills. Sooner or later, he will be exposed. Li Xiantong frowned and looked at Ning Xiaodong, asking, do you have a grudge against young brother Yang? Why are you targeting him like this? Ning Xiaodong quickly shook his head. That's not it. Enough. Sun Weimin interrupted with a stern face, shouting, thank you for recommending a doctor. But you should get back to what you were doing. Ning Xiaodong's expression changed, and he hurried to explain, Brother Sun, Yang Fei chuckled and interrupted Ning Xiaodong, saying, is it because you failed to win over my wife that you've developed a grudge against me? Trying to undermine me in such a childish way? Ning Xiaodong retorted angrily, you're talking nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. Yang Fei sneered, but you're being a bit too hasty. Did I ever say I couldn't treat Sun Lei? At this, Li Xuantong's eyes lit up. Sun Weimin also became excited. Although he had just reprimanded Ning Xiaodong, it was only because he sensed Ning Xiaodong's ulterior motives. Deep down, however, he shared Ning Xiaodong's belief that Yang Fei couldn't cure his son's illness. Even if Yang Fei had some medical skills, he was still too young, and his abilities couldn't be that remarkable. But now that Yang Fei had said this, Sun Weimin's excitement grew as he looked at Yang Fei and asked, are you saying you can treat him? Tang Qian stepped forward, equally excited, and focused on Yang Fei, asking, can you really cure Lele? Seeing the hopeful expressions on the couple's faces, Yang Fei couldn't help but sigh. There's no love in the world that can compare to the care parents have for their children. Not wanting to let them continue worrying, he nodded and said, I can treat him, but it will be a bit complicated. Haha, I knew you could handle this situation. Li Xiantong burst out laughing. Although he hadn't examined Sun Lei himself, he had been in the medical field his entire life and had a keen eye. Plus, the Sun couple had previously told him about Sun Lei's condition, which made him confident that Yang Fei might indeed be able to help. Sun Weimin and his wife were trembling with excitement, yet they looked at Yang Fei with disbelief, hesitant to trust his words. Impossible, you must be bragging. Ning Xiaodong shouted at Yang Fei. Is it really that hard to admit someone else is better than you? Yang Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Ning Xiaodong's outburst, dismissing him entirely. Someone like him wasn't worthy of being his rival. Ning Xiaodong's face twisted in anger as he retorted, I'm an associate professor at the medical school of Binhai University, and you are just an apprentice at a small clinic. How can you compare to me? Yang Fei merely laughed and ignored him. However, Sun Weimin's face turned pale again as he coldly stared at Ning Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, you must be tired. Why don't you go home and rest? Hongjie, please show our guest out. Tang Qian, snapping back to reality, furrowed her brow at Ning Xiaodong's unhinged behavior and asked, Xiaodong, what is wrong with you? Ning Xiaodong, now sweating profusely from Sun Weimin's words, finally regained some composure. He hurriedly lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Sunday. I was just too concerned about Lele. Having grown up in a privileged environment, he had always been the perfect child in others' eyes, which had fostered a sense of arrogance in him, making it difficult to accept that his peers could be better than him, especially someone like Yang Fei, who seemed to come from a less fortunate background and was younger to boot. It would have been one thing if Yang Fei excelled in another field, but the fact that he outperformed him in the same domain was intolerable. Ning Xiaodong didn't believe it, which is why he had been trying to expose Yang Fei's true nature. When Yang Fei claimed he could treat Sun Lei, Ning Xiaodong immediately jumped in to criticize and ridicule him, thinking he was just boasting. Seeing Ning Xiaodong refuse to leave, Sun Weimin, considering the Ning family's standing, chose not to say more. Besides, he was more concerned about his son's condition and turned to Yang Fei, asking, "Dr. Yang, is what you said true? Can you really cure my son?" Yang Fei nodded. Sun Weimin felt increasingly hopeful, but he couldn't fully trust Yang Fei's words until he had treated his son. Tang Qian, being more straightforward, was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing that Yang Fei could heal her son. She urged, then please go ahead and treat him. Just tell us what you need. We will cooperate fully. Yes, Mr. Yang. If you can truly cure Lei, our family owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Sun Weimin added, his eyes reddening. He desperately wished for Yang Fei's words to be true. He was 44 years old and had only this one son, so naturally, he wanted him to get better. Yang Fei was touched by the couple's sincerity and assured them, "Don't worry, if I say I can treat him, I will." He had just examined Sun Lei and found that his condition was far worse than that of Lu Shouwang. Sun Lei had suffered a spinal injury, resulting in complete paralysis of his lower body. Normally, cases like Sun Lei's were deemed hopeless, but Yang Fei discovered that his spinal cord was not entirely dead. It still had some vitality. It was merely being compressed due to the injury, which prevented healing. However, this condition would worsen over time, ultimately leading to complete necrosis of the spinal cord. With Yang Fei's medical skills, curing Sun Lei shouldn't be a difficult task. The challenge lies in the fact that he cannot overexert his vital energy at the moment, as it could trigger his own hidden ailments. To heal Sun Lei, merely using the 13 acupuncture points of rejuvenation won't suffice. He also needs to harness his powerful internal energy and employ the 6 harmonies guiding needle technique to break through the pressure on Sun Lei's spinal cord. This treatment process feels somewhat overwhelming for Yang Fei at this time. He wishes he could ask Sun Weimin and his wife to wait. But seeing the eager expressions on their faces, combined with the fact that Sun Lei's spinal cord is already beginning to deteriorate, makes it impossible for him to refuse. When will his own hidden issues be resolved, and how? Does that mean he won't treat Sun Lei if he can't solve his own problems? This is a living life, and he is only 9 years old. With this thought, a flash of determination and resolve crossed Yang Fei's eyes. He must save him. Chapter 67. The Edge of Losing Control. Mr. Yang, when do you think we should start the treatment? Is there anything we need to prepare? Sun Weimin asked eagerly, receiving a nod of affirmation from Yang Fei. Yang Fei glanced at him and replied, "You all should step outside. I need some quiet." Tang Qian quickly interjected, "We won't make any noise, I." Sun Weimin shot a look at his wife and shook his head, saying, "Let's listen to Mr. Yang. We should all go out." Ning Xiaodong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when Sun Weimin's gaze fell on him, he quickly shut his mouth and said to Li Xiantong, "Old Li, let us step outside. Mr. Yang needs peace and quiet." He had always doubted Yang Fei's medical skills, thinking that Li Xiantong was just propping him up. Although he couldn't understand why Li Xiantong would do that, he believed that as long as Li Xiantong left with him, leaving Yang Fei alone, it would eventually reveal Yang Fei's incompetence when he failed to treat Sun Lei. However, Li Xiantong waved him off, saying, "You all go ahead. I need to stay and assist Brother Yang, lend a hand." Hearing this, Sun Weimin and Tang Qian felt relieved, but Ning Xiaodong was not pleased. This was clearly an attempt to cheat. When no one was watching, it would definitely be Li Xiantong doing the treatment, while Yang Fei wouldn't have to do anything. And once Sun Lei was cured, Yang Fei would take the credit. Ning Xiaodong quickly said, "Old Li, Mr. Yang has said he needs quiet. You should come out with us." Li Xiantong felt annoyed. He wanted to stay and witness Yang Fei's miraculous methods of healing, but Ning Xiaodong kept insisting he leave, which frustrated him. Before Li Xiantong could respond, Yang Fei spoke up, looking at him and saying, "Old Li, you should step outside too. I really need quiet. It's not convenient for you to observe this time." Li Xiantong hurriedly replied, "I'll just watch and one tea make a sound." Yang Fei smiled wryly and said, "It's not that simple. Having someone watching will distract me." Seeing Yang Fei's firm stance, Li Xiantong felt a sense of regret but decided not to insist and left with everyone else. Yang Fei had pushed Li Xiantong out as well, which puzzled Sun Weimin and Tang Qian. Li Xiantong was an experienced physician, and having him nearby could provide significant help, yet Yang Fei had sent him away. Initially, they had doubted that Yang Fei's success in treating Lu Shouwang was due to Li Xiantong's influence, but now that doubt had been dispelled. Tang Qian, deeply concerned for her son, couldn't help but ask, "Old Li, do you think, can Mr. Yang really do it?" Li Xiantong nodded, saying, "If he says he can, then he definitely can. If even he can't, then I fear no one in this world can cure your son." Tang Qian clasped her hands in prayer, saying, "Then Mr. Yang will definitely succeed. He must. May the Bodhisattva bless him." As Yang Fei approached the door and closed it, he turned to Sun Weimin and Tang Qian, saying, "This treatment is crucial. We cannot have any interruptions. Do you understand?" Sun Weimin, seeing the seriousness in his tone, quickly nodded. "Don't worry. I'll stay at the door and make sure no one disturbs you." Yang Fei nodded and closed the door. Everyone outside heard the sound of the door being locked from the inside. Ning Xiaodong sneered inwardly. "What a show. Let's see how you manage to keep this up. When you come out, you'll definitely claim that the treatment failed and come up with a bunch of excuses. Humph, you boasted earlier that you could cure him. And now you'll say you can't. You've deceived brother Sun and sister Tang, and now you'll have to face the consequences. I'll make sure you can't survive in the medical community of Binhai. At that point, even Li Xiantong won't be able to save you." Inside the room, Yang Fei took out the silver needles he had brought with him. He turned Sun Lei onto his stomach and removed his clothing. Then, he silently began to circulate his internal energy, allowing his qi to flow to the tips of his fingers and into the silver needles. He identified the acupoints and inserted the first needle. Then came the second, third, a total of 6 needles, following the 6 harmonies qi guiding needle technique. After successfully applying the 6 harmonies qi guiding needle, Yang Fei pressed his palm against the major acupoint on Sun Lei's back, channeling his qi into Sun Lei's body. The qi was as fine as a hair, precisely navigating through Sun Lei's meridians, and eventually, aided by the powerful function of the 6 harmonies qi guiding needle, it began to circulate around the injured area of his spinal cord. Yang Fei aimed to clear the meridians and acupoints near Sun Lei's spine, opening up his pathways to help him regain consciousness. This technique was well known in the martial world, but very few dared to use it. The risk of paralysis or even death was significant if one did not have absolute confidence. Moreover, the practitioner would suffer immense physical strain. Gradually, as time passed, a fine layer of sweat appeared on Yang Fei's forehead. Although his internal qi was abundant, he could only safely mobilize up to 30%. Exceeding that threshold would cause excruciating pain in his meridians. If he lost control, the meridians could actually rupture, leading to a complete loss of ability, or worse, death. An hour quickly passed. The people waiting outside began to show signs of anxiety. Even Li Xiantong couldn't help but pace in the room. He believed Yang Fei was using the 13 needles of rejuvenation to treat Sun Lei. From his understanding, this technique should take no more than half an hour for a single session. Yet, Yang Fei had been inside for an hour. Could it be that the situation was special and required 2 consecutive applications of the rejuvenation technique? Considering the serious expression Yang Fei had earlier, Li Xiantong began to feel uneasy. Could something have gone wrong? If Li Xiantong felt this way, one could only imagine how Sun Weimin and Tang Qian felt. Sun Weimin was relatively calm, though he wore a worried expression. He managed to maintain his composure and even reminded his restless wife to stay calm several times. Another half hour passed, and just as everyone was becoming increasingly anxious, the door suddenly opened. "Dr. Yang, how is Lei Lei?" Tang Qian hurriedly asked, rushing into the room. Sun Weimin frowned but remained silent. Although he too was eager to know the outcome of the treatment, he maintained a level of calm. However, seeing Yang Fei looking pale and exhausted shocked him. He asked with concern, "Dr. Yang, are you okay?" Li Xiantong was equally startled and walked over with concern, intending to help Yang Fei adjust his condition. Yang Fei forced himself to suppress the pain inside and managed to squeeze out a smile, saying, "The effect is good, but further treatment is still needed." Sun Weimin let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He knew that even if Yang Fei had a way to treat his son's illness, it wouldn't be a quick fix. It couldn't be cured in one go. As long as there were results, there was hope. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yang. You should go rest for a bit," Sun Weimin said sincerely. Yang Fei waved his hand. "You should stay with the child. I'll leave with Mr. Li first." Li Xiantong added, "You should take a break. Your face is quite pale, and your lips are a bit purple." Yang Fei shook his head and replied, "Just take me home." Li Xiantong's heart tightened as he finally sensed that something was off with Yang Fei, not wanting to say too much in front of others. He left with Yang Fei directly. Once in the car, Li Xiantong inquired about Yang Fei's condition. Yang Fei sat with his eyes closed and replied in a low voice, "Mr. Li, I'm fine. It's just that my internal energy was depleted too much earlier. Just take me home to rest." Seeing that Yang Fei seemed a bit better than before, and knowing he wouldn't joke about his own health, Li Xiantong nodded and drove away. Yang Fei sat quietly in the car, practicing his technique to suppress the pain that kept rising. He had to keep this pain under control, otherwise, if it got out of hand, he wasn't sure if he could withstand it this time. Chapter 68. The arrival of fury at Sun Weimin's home, in Sun Lei's room. The little guy was emitting a foul odor, but he had already awakened, his eyes wide open and looking quite spirited. Sun Weimin and Tang Qian were gathered by his bedside, their faces filled with concern. Ning Xiaodong and the nanny were also watching from the side. Suddenly, Sun Lei threw off the blanket and said, "It's so hot." Following that, he lifted one leg out from under the covers, kicking the blanket aside. Beneath him, on the pristine white sheets, there were some unsightly stains. This action shocked Sun Weimin and his wife. The nanny, Hongjia, gasped, covering her mouth with both hands, exclaiming, "Lei, did he just kick off the blanket?" With her exclamation, Sun Lei let out a painful cry. "Ouch, it hurts, wah," and began to cry. Sun Weimin and Tang Qian were overwhelmed with excitement. Tang Qian stammered, Lei, your legs can move. Don't move too much, be careful." Sun Weimin was also trembling with emotion as he observed his son's leg moving slightly. Although the movement was minimal, it was indeed happening. However, after moving, Sun Lei seemed to be in considerable pain, so he didn't dare to move too much. Regardless, Sun Weimin was filled with joy, tears brimming in his eyes. It's been nearly a year. After their son was paralyzed in a car accident, their family had sought medical help everywhere, even traveling to the United States and several other medically advanced countries to consult specialists, but the results were always disappointing. Now, after just an hour and a half of treatment from Yang Fei, Sun Lei's lower body could move. How could this not be astonishing? How could they not be excited? Amid his excitement, Sun Weimin recalled the haggard and pale appearance of Yang Fei when he had just left the room, and his heart sank. Mr. Yang must have paid a heavy price for this. Can he really move? Ning Xiaodong was dumbfounded, completely stunned. He had seen Sun Lei before and knew how serious his condition was, so witnessing the movement in Sun Lei's leg left him in shock. That kid really knows medicine and can cure such a difficult condition? A miracle. Hongjia was in awe. Sun Weimin snapped back to reality and said firmly, "Wife, you and Hongjia take good care of Lei. Let him rest well." Mr. Yang just said this was the initial treatment, and the effects are already quite evident. I'll go thank Mr. Yang and inquire more about Lei's condition. Tang Qian nodded repeatedly. With a look of shame, she said, "I was so rude to him before, I really feel guilty. I should go apologize." Sun Weimin replied, "We'll deal with that later. For now, you and Hongjia focus on taking care of Lei and make sure he doesn't move around too much. All right, you go ahead and ask Mr. Yang about Lei's situation. By the way, Mr. Yang mentioned his consultation fee is quite high, so remember to pay him, no matter how much it is. If it's not enough, I'll ask my family for more." Tang Qian said, "Got it." Sun Weimin nodded and then glanced at Ning Xiaodong. Although Ning Xiaodong felt a deep sense of unwillingness and shock inside, he suppressed his emotions when he saw Sun Weimin looking at him and said, "I'll go with Brother Sunday." Sun Weimin replied, "No need, I can handle it alone. There's nothing going on here. Lei needs to rest, you can leave now." Ning Xiaodong's face turned pale, realizing that Sun Weimin had grown to dislike him, which intensified his hatred for Yang Fei. "Are you sure you live here?" Li Xiantong asked in disbelief as he drove into the Binjiang Garden Villa complex, still struggling to accept that Yang Fei resided there. The villas here were the most expensive in Binhai, with the cheapest starting at over 50 million. He simply couldn't believe that Yang Fei could afford to live here. The key point was that just a few days ago, Yang Fei had come to him looking for a job. Would someone who lived in the Binjiang Garden Villa area be seeking a job that paid 20,000 a month? It's my wife's place," Yang Fei replied in a low voice. Li Xiantong looked at him in surprise. "Your wife's family must be quite wealthy." Suddenly, his expression became a bit complicated, and he couldn't help but ask, "How old is she? What the hell kind of look is that?" Yang Fei retorted, "Are you doubting that I found an older rich woman?" The corner of Yang Fei's mouth twitched as he struggled to suppress the pain within him. Otherwise, he would have argued with Li Xiantong. Seeing Yang Fei's reaction, Li Xiantong noticed his slightly unpleasant expression but did not press further. He understood and refrained from asking more questions, although his eyes clearly reflected deep sympathy. "Just drop me off here. I'm a bit tired today, so I won't invite you in," Yang Fei told Li Xiantong. Li Xiantong thought to himself that Yang Fei must be embarrassed for him to meet his wife. Could she be older than him? He didn't dare to think further. He felt that someone as talented as Yang Fei, at such a young age, shouldn't have to take this path. It was truly a shame. Watching Yang Fei walk into a beautiful villa with a great location, complete with a spacious garden, outdoor lawn, and pool, Li Xiantong realized this place must be worth at least over 100 million, not to mention the renovations. This only solidified his suspicions. With such a good family background, if the woman relied on her parents, her family wouldn't look highly upon Yang Fei. And if she was self-made with so much money, she must be older. As Li Xiantong backed out, he shook his head internally, lamenting that everyone has their own aspirations. However, he still felt uncomfortable. thinking that someone as capable as Yang Fei should have a better wife. He felt he should take the opportunity to advise him. When Yang Fei returned home, he found that Qin Yanyang and Yang Wen had not yet come back. Women really can shop, he thought, feeling both disappointed and somewhat relieved. The disappointment stemmed from remembering what his master had said to Qin Yanyang's grandfather. His hidden ailment could only be addressed by Qin Yanyang. He worried that if he couldn't control himself this time, he didn't know if she could help him. Unfortunately, she wasn't home now. The relief was also due to that realization. He knew how painful and terrifying his episodes could be, sometimes causing him to completely lose his rationality. If Qin Yanyang couldn't help, it might scare her, and even more so, frighten Yang Wen. Taking advantage of their absence, he decided to suppress the turmoil within himself, hoping he could manage it. Even if he couldn't, he thought he could endure the terrifying pain just once more, hoping he would be strong enough this time to withstand it without collapsing. Back in his room, Yang Fei pushed aside all distractions and focused entirely on suppressing the hidden ailments within his body. However, he gradually realized that the pain was intensifying, and his internal energy was surging chaotically through his meridians and acupoints. Occasionally, the flow would accelerate, causing blockages that resulted in excruciating pain in certain areas, as if they were about to burst. Damn it, here we go again. Yang Fei roared in frustration and anger, his eyes gradually turning fierce and bloodshot. His handsome face contorted into a terrifying grimace, veins bulging on his forehead. His consciousness began to fade amidst the overwhelming agony. Uncontrollable growls and wails escaped his lips, unable to be suppressed. Just before losing his final grip on reality, Yang Fei felt a wave of despair wash over him. This pain was more intense and violent than anything he had ever experienced before. At that moment, as he was slipping into unconsciousness, a Volkswagen Phaeton slowly approached the villa's entrance. The electronic sensor at the gate recognized the license plate and opened automatically, allowing the car to enter the garage. Qin Yanyang pressed the ignition off, and the deep rumble of the engine ceased. As she stepped out and closed the car door, the music inside also came to an abrupt stop. Noticing Yang Wen's astonished expression at the sight of the luxurious villa, Qin Yanyang smiled slightly, about to call her to come upstairs, but her brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 69. Heartache Sister-in-Law. Your house is so big. It must be very expensive here, Yang Wen exclaimed, marveling at the spacious garage and the luxurious red car parked inside, completely unaware of Qin Yanyang's unusual expression. It's not too bad, Qin Yanyang replied with a smile. This will be your home too from now on, so feel free to come by whenever you like. Come on, let's head upstairs and take a look. Slightly anxious, she pulled Yang Wen along as they ascended the stairs. They carried a large number of bags and, after placing them in the living room, Qin Yanyang glanced at Yang Fei's room, her expression turning serious. My brother isn't back yet, Yang Wen said, just as Qin Yanyang was about to respond. A muffled sound of pain reached their ears. The villa's rooms were exquisitely decorated, with excellent soundproofing, yet this agonized cry still drifted out from Yang Fei's room. Clear and unmistakable. Yang Wen's expression changed, her eyes widening in shock. That sounds like my brother. Qin Yanyang nodded, her face grave as she approached Yang Fei's door and pushed it open. The door wasn't locked and swung open easily. Ugh. Ah. The sounds of suppressed agony were unmistakable. They looked inside to see Yang Fei drenched in sweat, his face contorted in pain, writhing on the floor. The bed was in disarray, suggesting he had been there before the pain became unbearable and he rolled off. Brother, Yang Wen gasped, rushing forward. Qin Yanyang grabbed her arm, shaking her head. Don't go in, it's dangerous. Yang Wen paused, confused. What danger? He's in pain on the floor. I just want to help him up or take him to the hospital. What could be dangerous about that? Qin Yanyang's expression remained serious as she slowly shook her head. Trust me, your brother's condition is very serious and extremely dangerous. His eyes are bloodshot, and he has completely lost his rationality, and... She hesitated, knowing some things were better left unsaid to Yang Wen. Wen, you should go outside. I need to help your brother. Seeing Yang Fei in increasing agony, she could sense a powerful energy within him that felt like it was about to explode his body. According to the common understanding in the martial arts world, this was akin to going berserk. No, I can stay and help too, Yang Wen insisted, worry etched on her face. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yanyang said, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Yang Wen felt a sharp blow to the back of her head, her vision going dark as her body went limp. Qin Yanyang supported her and carried her to the living room, placing her gently on the sofa. Then, she quickly returned to Yang Fei's bedroom and closed the door. Is this what you meant by a hidden physical ailment? Qin Yanyang stared at Yang Fei, her expression heavy as she murmured to herself. Having heard about Yang Fei's serious health risks before, she had been curious to see what would happen when he had an episode. But now, She regretted that curiosity. Although they hadn't known each other long, they had developed a good understanding of one another over the past few days. Yang Fei was an incredibly strong person. The pain he was enduring was so intense that it seemed capable of driving him to madness. His face was twisted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. His entire body drenched in sweat as he writhed, convulsed, and trembled. Though he had lost his sanity, he clenched his teeth, desperately trying to suppress the torment. Unwilling to let it drown his will, or to let out a scream of suffering. Qin Yanyang's eyes turned slightly red, for some reason. She felt a pang of sympathy for him. He had been an orphan since childhood, raised by his uncle's family. Although his uncle treated him well, a child without parents, living under someone else's roof, must have felt weak and insignificant inside. Why should he have to endure such pain now? Did misfortune always seek out those who were already suffering? Amid her sorrow, Qin Yanyang also felt a surge of anger. How could the heavens be so unjust? Without hesitation, she walked over to support Yang Fei. Sensing someone approaching, Yang Fei let out a roar and suddenly swung a palm toward Qin Yanyang. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air. The gust of energy was fierce, a powerful wave of force sweeping through the bedroom like a storm. Qin Yanyang's long hair flew back, and her clothes clung tightly to her body, fluttering in the wind. As she faced Yang Fei's attack, she lightly waved her hand, her fair palm meeting his with a soft smack. Bang! The violent energy erupted as their hands collided, unleashing an overwhelming force. Qin Yanyang's expression changed drastically as her body was thrown backward, crashing hard against the wall behind her with a thud. Although the villa's walls were thick and sturdy, they still cracked with spiderweb-like fissures and slightly caved in. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Qin Yanyang's mouth. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of shock and disbelief. But there was no time to ponder. In the moment she was pressed against the wall. Her feet bent as she pushed off the wall, launching herself toward Yang Fei. The out-of-control Yang Fei, however, had a strong sense of perception and instinctively struck out again. Qin Yanyang seemed to anticipate this, maneuvering around his palm and pressing down on his shoulder from behind. Yang Fei reacted quickly, almost instinctively preparing to counterattack. At that moment, the hand Qin Yanyang had placed on Yang Fei's shoulder emitted a surge of thick energy that flowed into his body through an acupoint. As this energy entered, the chaotic turbulence inside Yang Fei seemed to receive a tremendous soothing, gradually calming down. Qin Yanyang's eyes brightened, though she felt immense confusion and surprise. She hesitated not a moment, placing her other hand on Yang Fei's back. As the gentle energy flowed into him, Yang Fei began to settle down. At Li Xuantong's clinic, after returning Yang Fei, Li Xiantong rested in his office, still thinking about Yang Fei's wife. He resolved to find a way to advise Yang Fei, making sure the young man didn't continue down a dark path. Just then, Sun Weiman arrived. "Dr. Li, where is Mr. Yang?" Sun Weiman asked upon seeing Li Xiantong, his way of addressing Yang Fei having changed. Li Xiantong was taken aback. "What brings you here? Please, have a seat." Sun Weiman saw that he was about to make tea and quickly stopped him, saying, "No need to trouble yourself, Dr. Li. I'm here to see Mr. Yang. My son's condition has greatly improved, and I'm here to thank him, as well as to deliver his consultation fee. I also want to ask about the follow-up treatment." Li Xiantong chuckled and replied, "Isn't your son's condition better now?" Sun Weiman, hearing about his son's situation, became excited and said, "Yes, he's doing much better. He has regained sensation in his lower body and can even move. Although he hasn't fully recovered yet, this is a tremendous improvement. Mr. Yang is truly remarkable." Li Xiantong looked pleased and said, "I told you, since Brother Yang said he could treat him, he definitely can. Indeed, Mr. Yang's medical skills are simply incredible. They've completely changed my understanding." Sun Weiman gradually calmed down. Being a person of high status, he looked at Li Xiantong and asked, "Is Mr. Yang not here? Could you give me his address? I would like to express my gratitude in person." Chapter 70. Secrets. Hearing that Sun Weiman wanted to visit Yang Fei's home to express his gratitude, Li Xiantong displayed a complex expression. He soon shook his head and said, "There's no need to be so formal. I know Yang. He wouldn't just leave things unattended after stepping in to help. In fact, after he treated your son today, he should have briefed your family on the treatment results and what to watch out for moving forward. But he looked so worn out and pale at the time. It must have taken a huge toll on him." Sun Weiman nodded repeatedly, feeling guilty as he recalled Yang Fei's condition. At that moment, "My wife and I were just focused on our son and completely overlooked Mr. Yang's efforts." Li Xiantong waved his hand dismissively. "A healer has the heart of a parent. I'm sure Brother Yang won't hold that against you. However, he left in a hurry for reasons we might not be aware of. After I took him home, he insisted I leave, saying he needed to rest properly, so we should refrain from disturbing him." Sun Weiman felt a bit regretful but understood, nodding, since Mr. Yang needs to rest. I certainly won't disturb him. As for further treatment, I'll ask you about it tomorrow when he comes to work. Li Xiantong replied, that sounds best. I apologize for the trouble, Dr. Li. Li Xiantong smiled and shook his head. To be able to treat your son and save a young life is the very purpose of our existence as healers. Both Yang and I are very happy about it. Sun Weimin felt a deep respect. He knew that words of gratitude were insufficient, and this immense kindness should be remembered in his heart. After sending Sun Weimin off, Li Xiantong returned to the clinic, thinking to himself, Yang Fei's family situation is special, and our relationship is decent enough. He feels awkward about me meeting his wife. So how can I bring someone so important and unfamiliar to him? He mused, I must find a way to encourage Brother Yang. At worst, I could introduce him to my granddaughter. A young man as outstanding as him shouldn't be brought down by such matters. At Binjiang Garden, when Yangwen woke up, she saw Qin Yanyang beside her. Rubbing the back of her head, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, Sister-in-law, why did you knock me out? Qin Yanyang, who had already prepared an excuse, was momentarily taken aback. How did you know it was me who knocked you out? Yangwen rolled her eyes. You were the only one with me. I suddenly got hit on the back of my head. Who else could it have been? Qin Yanyang awkwardly chuckled. Haha, you're so clever. Where's my brother? Not pursuing the topic of being knocked out any further, Yangwen thought of Yang Fei and asked with concern, how is he? Qin Yanyang replied, he's calmed down and is currently sleeping. Yangwen walked over and opened the door, finding her elder brother sleeping quietly on the bed. His face was still somewhat pale, and recalling his terrifying appearance earlier, Yangwen felt a lingering fear and a twinge of heartache. She gently closed the door and moved to Qin Yanyang's side, only then noticing that her sister-in-law also appeared pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Sister-in-law, what happened to you? You're bleeding from your mouth? Yangwen stared at Qin Yanyang in surprise. Her face filled with concern. Is something going on? She asked. Qin Yanyang replied, what do you mean? I just finished calming Yang Fei down before coming out and Haven Tea, even had a chance to tidy myself up. She hadn't expected to be caught by Yangwen. Yangwen nodded, looking at her with curiosity and confusion. Sister-in-law, what is going on with my brother? And how could you knock me out so easily? Are you hiding something from me? Qin Yanyang quickly shook her head. No, of course not. How could I possibly hide anything? But what about that wall? Before she could finish her sentence, Yangwen interrupted her with a gasp. Following Yangwen's pointed finger, Qin Yanyang's gaze fell on the wall outside Yang Fei's room, and she felt a wave of dread. There was a section of the wall over 2 meters high that bulged slightly outward, with large cracks in the white paint, and debris scattered on the ground below. Qin Yanyang slapped her forehead. All the carefully thought-out words she had planned to say were now useless. She looked at Yangwen helplessly. What a coincidence. Today, she had brought Yangwen home, and Yang Fei's hidden ailment had flared up just in time. With Yangwen being so sharp and quick-witted, she had immediately spotted all the flaws. There was no choice but to be honest. Qin Yanyang pulled Yangwen onto the sofa and said softly, Wenwen, since you've discovered it, I won't hide it any longer. Actually, both your brother and I practice martial arts. Yangwen's eyes widened in surprise. Martial arts practitioners? Yes, Qin Yanyang confirmed. Yangwen suddenly recalled what had happened at Xiniandi last time and realized, no wonder my brother is so good at fighting. He knows martial arts. Qin Yanyang's eyes lit up. What happened? How did he show off his skills? Yangwen immediately recounted the events at Xiniandi. After hearing her story, Qin Yanyang felt a bit disappointed. She had hoped Yangwen had witnessed a more impressive side of Yang Fei, but it turned out to be that kind of brawl. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you're being bullied again, tell your sister-in-law right away. I'll protect you, Qin Yanyang said, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yangwen, who had almost been bullied. Yangwen felt a warm sensation in her heart and replied, Sister-in-law, you're so kind. Qin Yanyang smiled gently. Your brother had a little mishap while practicing, but it's all good now. I've already calmed him down. Please don't mention this to your parents or your second brother, so they won't worry, okay? Since Yangwen was unaware of Yang Fei's hidden condition, Qin Yanyang decided to help him keep it from their family. Yangwen nodded. I understand. She looked at Qin Yanyang with curiosity. So, sister-in-law, can you also fight? Who's stronger, you or my brother? Being a teenager, her focus was quite different. Qin Yanyang felt relieved and chuckled. I'm not sure. We haven't known each other for long. Besides, we never actually fight. Yangwen laughed and said, if you two did fight, it would be terrifying. You'd probably demolish the house. Qin Yanyang glanced at the cracked wall with a slight smile. Earlier, Yang Fei's strike seemed quite casual, and he had already reduced most of his power, yet it still possessed such terrifying destructive capability. If Yang Fei were to truly fight me, I fear this whole house wouldn't be enough to contain the aftermath. By the way, young one, you need to keep my martial arts skills a secret from your brother. I don't want his perception of me to change, Qin Yanyang said to Yangwen. Yangwen thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Sister-in-law, I understand Men tend to favor gentle and graceful women, especially those who are soft and delicate. They're more likely to feel protective over them. Qin Yanyang chuckled. You're quite insightful for such a young girl. Just remember, don't let it slip. This is our little secret. Yangwen nodded in assurance. Don't worry, I can keep a secret. Your sister-in-law cares for you a lot. Now, let us go make dinner and give your brother some time to rest, Qin Yanyang said, pulling Yangwen to her feet. Yangwen asked, Can you cook, sister-in-law? Qin Yanyang replied with a smile. You underestimate me. I was actually planning for your brother to cook for us today, but I'll show you what I can do instead. As they chatted, the two made their way down to the kitchen. Chapter 71. My wife brings good fortune. When Yang Fei woke up, it was already 6 in the afternoon. He felt a bit disoriented. How did he fall asleep? In the past, even during his episodes, he would endure the excruciating pain, but always managed to maintain control and stay conscious. This time, however, it seemed like he had completely lost control and was unaware of what had happened. Thinking of this, Yang Fei's expression changed, and he looked down at his body, moving his hands and feet. Thankfully, he felt no injuries, and his limbs were functional. His internal energy was flowing smoothly, with no abnormalities. But wait. Yang Fei suddenly raised his eyebrows and began to sense his inner energy. After a moment, confusion crossed his face, and he murmured in surprise and delight. It seems like the energy is flowing more smoothly. What is going on? After sustaining serious injuries in the last battle, he had a significant hidden danger in his body, with only about 30% of his peak energy available for use. But now, as he quietly practiced his techniques, he found that the stable flow of energy within him had slightly increased, almost reaching 40%. He was both surprised and delighted, thinking to himself, could it be that after a hidden ailment flares up, losing control allows it to gradually recover on its own? Is this the legendary rebirth after destruction? Luckily, he had previously tried so hard to suppress it, fearing that losing control would lead to his demise. Sometimes misfortune brings good fortune. Yang Fei couldn't help but smile, and even someone who had weathered countless storms felt a bit unsteady at that moment. If this continued, it was possible that his hidden ailment could be completely resolved, and he could regain his peak combat power. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, eagerly anticipating what lay ahead. Feeling a bit sweaty, Yang Fei got out of bed to take a shower and change his clothes. As he jumped off the bed, his gaze fell on the wall that had developed cracks, and his pupils constricted. Did he cause that when he lost control? He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, wondering how to explain this to Qin Yanyang. Thinking of Qin Yanyang brought a gentle smile to his lips. It seemed his master was right. Ever since being with her, his health had improved. This woman was indeed his fortune. No, that was too mystical. It should be said that Qin Yanyang was a woman who brings good fortune to her husband. Yes, it must be that way. Yang Fei thought about how his relationship with such a wonderful wife had been continuously growing closer, with feelings intensifying, and he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Love has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. He secretly encouraged himself as he stepped into the bathroom for a shower. After showering and changing clothes, Yang Fei looked at the wall, contemplating what to say in explanation, and then pushed open the door. Brother, you're finally awake, Yangwen exclaimed, jumping up from the living room sofa when she saw Yang Fei. Yang Fei was startled. What are you doing here? No, when did you all come back? Seeing her brother looking energetic, Yangwen was relieved and said happily, You were already unconscious when we got back. Brother, what happened to you? Is there something wrong with your health? Yang Fei was unsure how to explain when he heard Qin Yanyang's voice. Your brother just had a mishap while practicing. He is fine. Yang Fei glanced at her and, seeing her wink at him, nodded and said, That's right. You know, I'm really good at fighting. I have martial arts skills. Today was just a little mishap during practice, so don't worry. Yangwen displayed a surprised expression, looking both in awe and astonishment as she said, Brother, you know martial arts? Is it really impressive? Yang Fei chuckled and replied, Very impressive. Otherwise, how could I protect my sister? Qin Yanyang chimed in. When we got back, we found you passed out on the floor. Wenwen and I had a hard time getting you to bed to rest. So how are you feeling now? Yang Fei nodded with a smile. Much better. And I've gained something good from this mishap. Qin Yanyang's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Have you made progress? Yang Fei laughed. I guess you could say that. Then it really is a blessing in disguise. Congratulations, Qin Yanyang said. Yang Fei looked at her and smiled. My master wasn't lying to me. You are my fortune, haha. Now I understand what he meant. You bring good luck to your husband, and that's me. Although Qin Yanyang was graceful and composed, Yang Fei's words made her cheeks flush slightly, stirring a strange emotion within her. Noticing Yang Fei's gaze fixed on her, She changed the subject. The food is ready. Let us eat. Wenwen is already hungry. All right, let us eat. Yang Fei said cheerfully. It's a happy day. How about a drink? Qin Yanyang smiled lightly. Sure. I welcome Wenwen to my home. I'll have a glass of red wine with her later. Good news brings joy. And that night, Yang Fei had a few extra drinks. Qin Yanyang seemed to understand his mood and joined him for a couple of shots of white liquor, then shared a bottle of red wine with Yang Wen. That night, Yang Wen stayed over at the villa. Yang Fei and Qin Yanyang slept separately. She had already explained that to Yang Wen. Yang Wen was initially shocked when she heard from Qin Yanyang that they had met through a blind date and had gotten married on the same day, moving in together as a trial marriage. She was nearly speechless. Now, seeing that they hadn't slept together yet, she felt that Qin Yanyang was already her sister-in-law because she had asked her while helping to pick vegetables that afternoon, and her sister-in-law said she didn't dislike her brother at all. Moreover, to help her brother overcome a crisis, her sister-in-law had even gotten injured. But she didn't want Yang Wen to mention it to him. Yang Wen thought her sister-in-law must be concerned about her brother and might even have feelings for him. Such a sister-in-law was rare, and she decided she must talk to Yang Fei and encourage him to treat her sister-in-law well, striving to win her heart as soon as possible. The next morning, after having breakfast together, Yang Wen took Qin Yanyang's car to school. Yang Fei had planned to go to work, but seeing the wall in his room, he decided to do some repairs today. He called Li Xiantong to request a day off. Li Xiantong thought he was unwell and asked out of concern. After learning that Yang Fei had other matters to attend to, he readily agreed. After repairing the damaged wall, Yang Fei drove to buy putty powder and personally painted both the interior and exterior. Once he finished, he looked at his handiwork and felt quite pleased with himself. After taking a shower and changing clothes, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Yang? This is Sun Weiman. A deep male voice came through. Yang Fei immediately knew why he was being contacted and replied, Yes, it's me. Are you at the clinic now? Sun Weiman responded, Yes, I'm at work this morning. But I took a break around noon to invite you to lunch and to thank you for saving my son, Lele. Yang Fei chuckled and said, Let us skip the meal. I know you're a busy man. As for Lele's condition, he will need further treatment, but it doesn't have to be so soon. We need to wait a few days, otherwise it will be too frequent for his body to handle. Understood. I appreciate your concern regarding the treatment, Sun Weiman replied. Mr. Yang, it's just the right time for lunch. I've already booked a table, and it will just be the four of us, my wife, you, and Dr. Li. It's just a casual meal, and I sincerely hope you can join us. Sun Weiman spoke hurriedly, his tone very earnest and respectful, given his status. The way he spoke to Yang Fei showed just how grateful and respectful he was, with such heartfelt insistence, and considering it was indeed lunchtime. Yang Fei understood the gratitude that Sun Weiman and Tang Qian felt towards him and had no choice but to accept the invitation. Chapter 72. Why are you still hitting people? Yang Fei arrived at the dining place, where Sun Weiman and his wife were waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. When they saw Yang Fei, they greeted him warmly, especially Tang Qian, who looked grateful and blushed as she apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. I was a bit rude to you yesterday. Seeing her sincere attitude, Yang Fei waved his hand and said, There's no need for that. I didn't take it to heart. Sun Weiman chuckled and said to Yang Fei, Mr. Yang, a person of your stature certainly won't hold a grudge against a woman. Tang Qian shot her husband an eye roll, but didn't say anything more. They then invited Yang Fei into the restaurant and took him to a small private room on the second floor. Li Xiantong was already seated inside, waiting for them. When he saw the three of them enter, he stood up and said, Young brother Yang, it's quite an honor to have Secretary Sun and his wife waiting for you at the door. You must have quite the influence. Yang Fei laughed oldly. Are you jealous of me or just teasing me? Jealous? I, Li Xiantong, have many important figures who are grateful to me as well, Li Xiantong huffed, pretending to be annoyed. Sun Weiman and his wife exchanged amused glances, surprised that these two men, with an age difference of 4 or 5 decades, could share such camaraderie. Once they sat down, they chatted for a bit before the food was served. Sun Weiman expressed some regret to Li Xiantong and Yang Fei, saying, I apologize, gentlemen, but I have to get back to work this afternoon, so I can't drink at lunch. Let my wife drink with you instead. Li Xiantong waved his hand and said, Yang Fei and I don't drink at lunch either. Yang Fei understood Sun Weiman's special position and admired his self-discipline, nodding inwardly. With their shared straightforward and easygoing personalities, Sun Weiman didn't press the matter further. The four of them had a simple lunch, during which Sun Weiman and his wife used tea in place of wine to express their gratitude to Yang Fei. Finally, Tang Qian took a bank card from her bag and handed it to Yang Fei, saying, Mr. Yang, this is the deposit we've prepared for you. 2 million. I hope it's enough. If not, we can figure something else out later. In reality, both the Sun and Tang families held significant influence, especially the Tang family, which was quite wealthy. However, Sun Weimin was very principled. Since their marriage, he and his wife rarely asked their families for money. Although they had some savings and lived comfortably, their finances took a hit after their son's accident last year, which led to several trips abroad with no success in treatment, draining their funds significantly. Tang Qian's ability to offer 2 million meant they had exhausted their savings. Yang Fei looked at the bank card but did not reach for it immediately, causing Tang Qian to feel anxious. Sun Weimin reassured Yang Fei, saying, "Please don't worry. Mr. Yang, this money is absolutely clean. I, Sun Weimin, wouldn't dare to promise anything else, but I will never engage in corruption or bribery. If I were actually corrupt, I wouldn't be handing you just 2 million today. It would be at least 10 million or more. After all, my son's life cannot be bought with this amount." Seeing that Yang Fei didn't take the card, Li Xiantong also thought that Yang Fei considered the amount insufficient. He looked at Yang Fei and said on behalf of Sun Weimin and his wife, "Young brother Yang, they asked me about this before you arrived. This is the absolute maximum they can offer. How about you just accept it?" Yang Fei smiled slightly and replied, "Then I will accept it." The three of them all sighed in relief. After Yang Fei secured the card, Tang Qian immediately told him the password. Yang Fei nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will still do my utmost in the follow-up treatment." Sun Weimin and his wife felt secretly delighted. They were worried that if they didn't offer enough, Yang Fei wouldn't say anything but would be unhappy inside, which could affect their son's treatment. Tang Qian had even thought about going back to her family to ask for more money. For Yang Fei, the 2 million yuan from Sun Weimin and his wife was actually not enough. Yesterday, he risked his life to save Sun Lei. Although he had a compassionate heart as a healer, it was also customary for doctors to charge based on the situation. Considering Sun Lei's condition, the cost of treatment was indeed very high. If he hadn't known that Sun Weimin was a good official, he wouldn't have acted so quickly. Even if he wanted to save the 9-year-old child, he would have waited until he regained some strength, ensuring that he was not in danger before stepping in to help. After saving the child yesterday, he indeed triggered an underlying condition and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, he turned misfortune into fortune. Not only did he pull through, but his combat power was even stronger than it was yesterday, so he could accept the 2 million. Tang Qian, being a woman, was a bit more concerned. She feared that Yang Fei might not be fully committed to her son's treatment later on, so she said, "Mr. Yang, please rest assured. I will ask my family for some more money and give you 3 million. Sun Weimin glanced at his wife, but ultimately did not object. They could always repay it slowly in the future. Yang Fei waved his hand and said, "No need for that. I will accept the 2 million. And I will guarantee to cure your son's disease, so it's settled." Tang Qian was immensely grateful upon hearing this. She picked up her teacup and said, "Mr. Yang, I really don't know how to thank you. Let me drink this tea instead of wine." Yang Fei laughed heartily and joined her for a cup of tea. "I'll go to the restroom first," Li Xiantong said as he got up. "I'm getting old, and drinking too much tea makes me run to the bathroom all the time. You young folks have it easier." The three of them laughed. After Li Xiantong left, Sun Weimin said to Yang Fei, "Mr. Yang, we truly cannot thank you enough. This great kindness cannot be repaid with money alone. We owe you a huge favor." Yang Fei waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. I'm a doctor. I won't stand by and watch someone die. By the way, there is something I originally planned to discuss after completely treating Sun Lei, but since you are both here today, I'll let you know now." Sun Weimin and Tang Qian quickly displayed serious and anxious expressions upon hearing it concerned their son. Sun Weimin said, "Mr. Yang, please go ahead. Whatever we need to do to cooperate, we will do our best." Yang Fei couldn't help but chuckle at their nervousness. "Haha, don't be so tense. It's good news." The couple immediately relaxed upon hearing this. Sun Weimin felt a pang of self-reproach. He had seen his fair share of storms in life, yet he couldn't remain calm when it came to his son. Tang Qian felt a bit worried. She cautiously looked at Yang Fei and said, "Mr. Yang, even if my Lele is cured, will there still be any after effects? Just tell me. As long as he doesn't end up in a vegetative state, I can accept it." Yang Fei was speechless. "I already said it's a good thing. Besides, if I'm taking action, there's no way he will have any after effects." Tang Qian was overjoyed and finally felt relieved. Sun Weimin shot her a glance and turned to Yang Fei, saying, "Mr. Yang, please go ahead." Just as Yang Fei was about to speak, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Sun Weimin and Tang Qian both heard voices coming from outside. Hey, we've already apologized. Why are you still hitting people? Girl, are you okay? Are you hurt?" It was Li Xiantong's voice. He was a very easygoing old man. But at that moment, His tone was clearly filled with anger and anxiety. Yang Fei immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked out. Sun Weimin had a special status and couldn't casually get involved in many matters, but Yang Fei had done so much for his family. And since Li Xiantong was also a highly respected and virtuous traditional Chinese medicine doctor, it was evident that he had been bullied. As a public official, how could he not step in? Thus, the couple quickly followed Yang Fei outside. Chapter 73. Arrogance and Bullying. As Yang Fei stepped outside, he saw Li Xiantong anxiously holding a young girl's hand in the hallway, asking her if she was hurt. The young girl looked to be around 23 or 24. Dressed in a yellow floral dress and high heels, with fair skin and striking features, her figure also quite attractive. Opposite them stood a young couple. Appearing to be in their 30s, the woman had a noticeable baby bump, while the man was cautiously supporting her, his face showing a hint of aggression. Oldly, what is going on? Yang Fei approached and asked. Li Xiantong, noticing Yang Fei and the others, replied, my girl just accidentally bumped into them. She apologized, and they're fine, but this man deliberately pushed her hard. I'm trying to reason with them. Hearing him refer to the girl as my girl, Yang Fei couldn't help but glance at her. The girl had rolled up her left sleeve, revealing a swollen bruise at her elbow, clearly from falling to the ground. Ah, I see. So that old man has some backing. No wonder he dares to shout at me. The malicious-looking man across from them suddenly scoffed. What? You think I'm afraid of you just because you have numbers on your side? As soon as he spoke, his wife chimed in. Exactly. Do you know who we are? I'm carrying twins in my belly, the bloodline of the Sidhu family. This little girl clumsily bumped into my sons. She should pay with her life. Yang Fei frowned. The woman in the yellow floral dress responded to the couple. We just bumped into each other while walking. It wasn't hard. Besides, I apologized immediately, yet your husband pushed me down on purpose. Isn't that a bit uncivilized? Yes. My granddaughter may have accidentally bumped into you, but the responsibility should be shared. She apologized, and you still pushed her. Now it's your turn to apologize. Li Xiantong added quickly. He was usually not one to hold grudges, but since his granddaughter was being bullied and the other party's attitude was so terrible, he insisted on an apology. Ha ha ha, you want Situ Yong to apologize? Do you think you're qualified? The man laughed mockingly, his face filled with disdain. Old man. Little girl, I advise you not to make a fuss. We owe each other nothing. If this goes on, I fear you'll regret it before you know it. Situ Yong? What is your relationship to Situ Yunda? Sun Weimin could no longer hold back and asked. Hearing this, Situ Yong looked up. When his gaze landed on Sun Weimin's face, his expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to calm. He smiled and said, Oh, it's Secretary Sunday. Situ Yunda is my father. Sun Weimin frowned and said, You deliberately pushed this young lady, causing her to get hurt. Now she just wants an apology, and you refuse? Situ Yong's expression changed several times, as if weighing his options. Before he could respond, his wife arrogantly interjected, She bumped into me first. My husband pushed her a little, that's even. Why should he apologize? At this moment, a crowd had gathered around, eager to see the commotion. Seeing his wife's stance and considering his own pride in this matter, especially since his father was an adversary of Sun Weimin, Situ Yong decided he wouldn't give the other party any face. He nodded and said, My wife is right. We're even now. Why should I apologize? Sun Weimin frowned. This issue wasn't particularly serious, and although he held a high position, he couldn't force someone to apologize based solely on his status. Moreover, Situ Yong's attitude was clearly one of defiance. Li Xiantong, noticing Situ Yong's refusal of Sun Weimin's proposal, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. How could the other party dare to disregard Sun Weimin over such a trivial matter? What was their background? Having lived for over 70 years, he knew that his granddaughter's grievances couldn't be rectified, so he thought it best to avoid further conflict and sighed. Oh, let it go, let it go. However, his granddaughter was not willing to let it slide. With a look of grievance, she said, Grandpa, how can we just let this go? They were clearly in the wrong. And the earlier collision was just a minor brush as we were walking. We both share some responsibility. But he pushed me intentionally and with such force. Can I at least ask for an apology? The crowd around them nodded in agreement, feeling her request was reasonable. It was obvious they perceived the couple as overly arrogant. Indeed, Mr. Li, while we should be magnanimous, we must also consider who we're dealing with. We can't let ourselves be wronged, Yang Fei remarked, approvingly nodding at Li Xiantong's granddaughter. We don't seek trouble, but we can't shy away from it either. There must be some reason behind everything. Kid, who do you think you are? Situ Yong shot a cold glare at Yang Fei, saying fiercely, I didn't even give Sun Weimin face, so what are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Yang Fei replied with a smile, Mr. Li is an old friend of mine, and his granddaughter is my. He clearly noticed Li Xiantong's granddaughter glaring at him. He paused and continued. Mr. Li's granddaughter is also my family, so of course, I have to seek justice for her. Li Yaching laughed. Recently, she had heard her grandfather mention a young man named Yang Fei, praising his excellence to the point where her ears were almost tired of it. Now that she saw Yang Fei in person, she found him quite handsome, and given the circumstances, his willingness to stand up for her and her grandfather showed he had good character. Tang Qian also secretly nodded and couldn't help but say, Mr. Yang is right. There should be a reason for everything. Miss Li is only asking for an apology, which is already quite lenient. Hearing this, Situ Yong's face darkened immediately, and he coldly replied, to think I would apologize is a foolish dream. Honey, let us go? Typically, in the face of such unreasonable behavior, the other party would back down, given the situation wasn't he serious. However, since Yang Fei had already intervened, there was no way he would let Situ Yong walk away. He stepped forward, blocking the couple's path, and said, you can leave, but first, you need to apologize. Kid, I think you're tired of living. Although Situ Yong was arrogant and overbearing, he knew he was in the wrong in front of so many witnesses and decided not to push his luck any further, opting to leave instead. However, he didn't expect Yang Fei to dare to block his way. In a fit of anger, Situ Yong strode forward and kicked at Yang Fei's stomach. Yang Fei's expression darkened. He responded in kind and kicked back. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air. Situ Yong let out a cry of pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The moment Yang Fei's kick landed, Situ Yong's expression changed. He realized he had underestimated his opponent and was up against a skilled fighter. However, before he could adapt, Yang Fei's kick came at lightning speed, striking his right calf. I misjudged him. I didn't expect him to be a martial artist. No wonder he dared to meddle. Situ Yong, having suffered a hidden loss, grunted in anger and lunged at Yang Fei like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Sun Weiman was alarmed and quickly warned, Mr. Yang, be careful. He's a martial artist. I know, Yang Fei replied with a calm smile. As Situ Yong charged at him like a fierce tiger, Yang Fei effortlessly raised his hand and delivered a slap. Slap. The sharp sound of the slap echoed. At the same time, Situ Yong's body spun 360 degrees in place, his cheeks swelling up, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 74. The foolish son of the landlord. Everyone on site looked at Yang Fei and Situ Yong with expressions of shock. The two seemed to have comparable builds. But Situ Yong had just been exuding an aggressive aura, like a fierce tiger ready to pounce, instilling fear in everyone around. In contrast, Yang Fei appeared quite passive, leading the crowd to believe he would be at a disadvantage. However, no one expected the outcome where Yang Fei delivered a slap that sent Situ Yong spinning in place. Situ Yong's head was buzzing. The 360-degree spin didn't quite dizzy him, but Yang Fei's slap was too forceful, leaving him dazed. Gradually, as he regained his senses and looked at Yang Fei, disbelief filled his eyes. Why you dared to fight back? Situ Yong stammered. The crowd was left speechless. How could he hit someone and then complain when they fought back in self-defense? What kind of logic was that? Still in shock, Situ Yong continued. Do you know who I am? You think just because you have some skills, you can meddle in Situ Yong's affairs? Yang Fei frowned. Enough with the chatter. But he didn't strike again. It was clear that Situ Yong was simply struggling to accept the harsh reality of being slapped. A blow he was unaccustomed to due to his usual arrogance and lack of experience with such confrontations. He was like a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Can you apologize now? Yang Fei asked him. Brother Yang, are you okay? At that moment, Situ Yong's wife rushed over, her face filled with concern as she supported him. Then she turned her venomous gaze towards Yang Fei and shouted, How dare you hit someone? There are so many witnesses, and there is surveillance. You're finished. I'll make you pay dearly for this. Situ Yong finally came to his senses and waved his hand dismissively. No need to report this. I'll handle it privately. Kid, I want you dead. Slap. Yang Fei's gaze turned cold as he delivered another slap. Situ Yong's other cheek became red and swollen, his body spinning in the opposite direction, his head ringing. Ah, you dare to hit my husband? Do you know who he is? Do you have any idea what kind of powerful figure you've offended? Situ Yong's wife cried out in panic. We are from the Situ family, the Situ family. Who in Binhai would dare to touch someone from the Situ family? At her words, several people in the crowd gasped, their faces changing. Binhai had 3 major powers, and the Situ family was one of them, though they usually kept a low profile, overshadowed by the Qin family and the Longhu Hall. What? These 2 are from the Situ family. This is bad. Young man, you should run. Yeah, if you wait too long, you won't be able to escape. The grandfather-granddaughter pair, Li Xiantong and Li Yaching, also showed grave expressions. Li Xiantong said with a serious tone, Yang Fei, this matter arose because of my granddaughter. I will find a way to negotiate with the Situ family for a resolution. Don't act impulsively. Li Yaching nodded in agreement, saying, yes, thank you for today. Let it go. I'm not that seriously hurt. She, too, was feeling a bit scared now. Initially, she felt quite wronged. But after Yang Fei violently confronted Situ Yang, her anger dissipated. Now, upon learning about Situ Yang's powerful background, she began to worry instead. Mr. Yang, let's leave. Sun Weimin realized Yang Fei had stirred up trouble, but he felt grateful for Yang Fei's help and decided he would protect him at all costs. Seeing that Li Xiantong and Sun Weimin both agreed, Yang Fei also chose not to pursue the matter with Situ Yang any further. However, Situ Yang was not about to let them leave so easily. He had lost face today and would not swallow this humiliation. Kid, dare to walk away and see what happens. Situ Yang's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Yang Fei, roaring, you stay here and bear my wrath. I can target only you. If you dare to leave, I guarantee that all your loved ones will suffer because of you. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Situ Yang, that's enough. Do you still have any respect for the law? Sun Weimin shouted in anger. Situ Yang disregarded him and shouted back, the law? In Benhai, my Situ family is the law. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came today, he couldn't save this kid. That's what I say. Sun Weimin trembled with rage, but deep down, a sense of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This was the arrogance of a martial arts family. This was their confidence. When it came to disputes in the martial arts world, only the Martial Alliance could intervene, and he had no authority over it. Unfortunately, the Martial Alliance had such a close relationship with the Situ family. Yang Fei narrowed his eyes when Situ Yang threatened his family. No one here truly understood him. If Zhang Long were present, he would definitely mourn for Situ Yang. What did you just say? Yang Fei asked coldly, staring at Situ Yang. Situ Yang scoffed. No one can protect you. You're finished. Yang Fei shook his head, the previous sentence. Situ Yang was taken aback. He had no interest in engaging with Yang Fei about this. He angrily said, kneel down and apologize. If you can earn my forgiveness, you might just save your miserable life. Yang Fei sighed. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. He had encountered several wealthy young masters since returning home. But Situ Yang before him was even inferior to Qin Bin, that 17 or 18-year-old boy. He was just so utterly foolish. Perhaps it was because he thought the Situ family was too strong that it cultivated this arrogant and dismissive attitude. Is the manager here? Please ask the other guests to leave. This place can't continue today, Yang Fei said, looking around. The restaurant manager, sweating profusely, came out and said nervously, I've already called the boss, and someone will be here soon. He then cautiously addressed Situ Yang. Young Master Situ, you know our boss is from the Tong family, so I hope you can consider their reputation and not cause a scene here. Situ Yang was furious. What are you? How dare you speak to me like that? What are the Tong family? The VIP card here was given to me by Tong Jianzhou, and if he comes, he'll stand by my side. The restaurant manager, scolded, could only wipe the sweat from his forehead, nodding and apologizing profusely. But he didn't dare to stand directly on Situ Yang's side, as he recognized Sun Weimin. It was a battle of titans, and neither side was someone a mere manager like him could afford to offend. However, there was one thing he could do, clear the scene. He had no idea how this would end. But it was crucial that too many people didn't find out. Better if it stayed under wraps. Soon, the other guests were asked to leave. Situ Yang turned to his wife and asked, did you call anyone? She quickly nodded. I've already informed the family. Someone will be here soon. Hearing this, Situ Yang felt reassured and menacingly pointed at Yang Fei, saying, you better wait. Yang Fei found his foolishness and childishness amusing. With a smile, he replied, before your people arrive, I can easily kill you. Situ Yang was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In a panic, he stammered, why you dare? Yang Fei laughed heartily. You're already trying to kill me. What do I have to lose? Am I supposed to just sit here and wait for you to call someone to finish me off? Situ Yang was so frightened that he stumbled backward. Coming from a family of martial artists, he had trained since childhood, but his talent was mediocre. At 30, he was only at the mid-stage of hidden strength. It would be a miracle if he ever reached the initial stage of internal strength. Yang Fei could easily overpower him, which clearly indicated that his strength was on another level, making it simple for him to kill Situ Yang. Yet, he subconsciously believed that no one would dare to provoke the Situ family in Benhai, which gave him a false sense of security. But after Yang Fei's blunt words, he realized his foolishness and finally felt fear. At that moment, Sun Weimin spoke to Yang Fei in a deep voice, Mr. Yang, this matter shouldn't be blown out of proportion, let's leave. Yang Fei glanced at him, and Sun Weimin quickly elaborated, the Situ family is too powerful. You can't afford to offend them, but I'll find a way to mediate this, and I won't let you be put in a difficult position. Yang Fei smiled slightly in response. Thank you, but it's already too late. Chapter 75. Sincere intentions, but not enough. Face Yang Fei's response caught Sun Weiman off guard, and he asked in confusion, "Why?" "They're here," Yang Fei replied. Sun Weiman's heart raced. So soon? At the same time, he took a deep breath, realizing the influence of the Situ family. In Binhai, they had ears everywhere, and it was impressive how quickly they could bring in skilled fighters for assistance. "Mr. Yang, leave the next steps to me. Please don't act impulsively or intervene any further," Sun Weiman said to Yang Fei. He was determined to protect Yang Fei. On one hand, he hoped Yang Fei could help his son with his medical issues. On the other, Sun Weiman was the kind of person who valued gratitude and reciprocity. After Yang Fei had just saved his son, how could he sit idly by? At that moment, Li Xiantong also recognized the seriousness of the situation and said to Yang Fei, "Yes, Yang Fei, you don't need to worry about this. The issue arose because of me, and I'm already contacting people to help. We'll handle it." He was a renowned physician, having done countless good deeds throughout his life, saving many families, including those of considerable social standing. In his eyes, Yang Fei was too young, but he was also a remarkable talent in traditional Chinese medicine. He would never allow such a promising individual to be destroyed. So even if this situation didn't stem from him and his grandson, he would do everything in his power to protect Yang Fei. Feeling the genuine concern and protection from Li Xiantong and Sun Weiman, Yang Fei was somewhat touched. He smiled and said to both of them, "I really am fine. I can handle this myself." "Yang Fei, don't be reckless," Li Xiantong said sternly, directly calling Yang Fei by name. He usually referred to him as Brother Yang, but now using his full name indicated his urgency. Sun Weiman echoed, "Yes, this situation isn't too serious yet. It can be resolved peacefully." Seeing their insistence, Yang Fei thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, you can try first. If it doesn't work, I'll handle it myself." However, when his gaze fell on Situ Yong, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This person was exceedingly foolish yet arrogant. If he wasn't thoroughly intimidated, he might truly do something that threatened Yang Fei's loved ones. Yang Wen was studying in Binhai, and Yang Fei would never allow anyone to threaten her safety. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a middle-aged man in his 40s striding in, followed by several young men. Exuding a fierce presence, Yang Fei's gaze landed directly on the middle-aged man's face, noticing the slight bulge at his temples. And he couldn't help but chuckle softly. An internal strength martial artist. "Seventh uncle, you finally made it. Please help me take revenge. First, break this kid's legs, and then I'll personally enjoy torturing him," Situ Yong exclaimed with delight upon seeing the newcomer, rushing to greet him. The middle-aged man, referred to as Seventh Uncle, noticed the swelling on Situ Yong's cheeks and how he was speaking incoherently, causing him to furrow his brow. Then, following Situ Yong's pointing, he directed his gaze toward Yang Fei. After sizing him up, he coldly remarked, "Kid, did you injure someone?" Yang Fei nodded. Without waiting for Yang Fei to speak, Sun Weiman immediately stepped forward and said, "This is a misunderstanding. Let's all sit down and talk it over. We can reach a reconciliation." Li Xiantong nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, it all started over a trivial matter, and we are willing to settle this privately." After saying this, he felt a sense of helplessness. They had a point. But now that Yang Fei had beaten someone up like this, they would likely have to cover medical expenses. Reconciliation seemed impossible now. Situ Yong shouted immediately. The middle-aged man noticed Sun Weiman and Li Xiantong, and his expression changed slightly. He clasped his hands together in greeting and said, "Mr. Sun, elderly." Both Sun Weiman and Li Xiantong were well-known figures among the upper-middle class in Binhai. Seeing that the other party recognized them, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This attitude suggested that reconciliation might not be difficult after all. "I am Situ Yinxing. I am not sure what misunderstanding just occurred." The middle-aged man's gaze remained fixed on Li Xiantong and Sun Weiman, especially on Sun Weiman's face. Sun Weiman then explained the situation in detail, concluding with, "My friend didn't know about the Situ family and acted impulsively, but it is understandable. I am willing to apologize on his behalf. I can also offer compensation and hope to resolve this misunderstanding amicably." Li Xiantong quickly echoed his sentiments. "Uncle, I won't accept the apology or compensation. I just want this kid to let me vent my anger," Situ Yong shouted immediately. Situ Yinxin furrowed his brow and glared at him fiercely, "Be quiet." Situ Yong was taken aback. He never expected his usually indulgent uncle to speak to him like that. Although his uncle was also from the Situ family, his status was worlds apart from his father's, and he was usually very polite to him. How dare he shout at him now? Situ Yinxin knew that Situ Yong had been spoiled and was now a 30-year-old mama's boy without much sense. He ignored his foolish nephew and turned to Sun Weiman and Li Xiantong, saying, "Since you two are here to mediate, this matter can certainly be resolved. Everyone else, except for C2 Yong and his wife, breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, C2 Yunshin continued. Although this started over a small issue, ultimately, a member of the C2 family was attacked. If this gets out, it would be a challenge to the prestige of the C2 family. Sun Weimin and Li Xiantong frowned simultaneously. What do you propose? Sun Weimin couldn't help but ask. C2 Yunshin chuckled lightly and said, it's quite simple to resolve. How about this? The way this young man attacked my nephew, let my nephew retaliate in the same manner. Of course, regarding my nephew's earlier incident with Miss Li, I will have him apologize to her and cover her medical expenses. This way, we will truly owe nothing to each other, and it will be fair and just. As soon as he said this, even C2 Yong, who was extremely displeased, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, let him hit me back the same way. You all said you wanted fairness. This is the only real fairness. Just now, C2 Yunshin's attitude towards Li Xiantong and Sun Weimin made C2 Yong a bit wiser. Realizing that it was impossible to resolve this matter strictly on his own terms, he still had to consider the faces of Sun Weimin and Li Xiantong. However, the C2 family believed that C2 Yunshin's proposal was fair and just, while Sun Weimin and Li Xiantong were not having it. It sounded reasonable, but it was actually a form of coercion. Was the C2 family really going to handle things so ruthlessly? Sun Weimin asked C2 Yunshin. C2 Yunshin chuckled and shook his head, saying, Mr. Sun, you exaggerate. I am merely discussing the matter at hand and proposing the most equitable way to resolve it. If the C2 family were truly intent on being unreasonable, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you both. Sun Weimin's expression turned cold, his heart filled with anger. The C2 family was indeed arrogant. Despite both him and Li Xiantong presenting themselves, the other party still had no intention of showing them respect. Li Xiantong couldn't help but say, Chi Tai was saved by my brother Yang. The entire Longhu Hall is grateful to him. I wonder if the C2 family could consider this favor and take a step back. Moreover, my brother Yang is also a renowned healer, with skills surpassing my own. In the future, the C2 family might very well find themselves needing assistance from us doctors. C2 Yong was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Yang Fei, clearly surprised that this young man was a doctor and had even earned such high praise from Li Xiantong. However, C2 Yunshin quickly shook his head with a smile, saying, I'm afraid the favor of Longhu Hall isn't enough. Li Xiantong's expression changed, and he mentioned several more names. C2 Yunshin sighed, before coming here. These individuals had already called my family. Their influence must be acknowledged, and that is precisely why I proposed this most equitable solution. If you cannot even accept my proposal, then I'm sorry, but I do not see your sincerity in seeking a resolution. Chapter 76. The End of Future Troubles. C2 Yunshin's words cast a heavier atmosphere over the scene. Sun Weimin and Li Xiantong knew that, given Yang Fei's character, he would never accept such an unreasonable request from C2 Yunshin. However, the C2 family seemed determined not to let the matter go easily, which put Sun Weimin and Li Xiantong in a difficult position. Yang Fei had been quietly observing from the side, and upon seeing that Sun Weimin and Li Xiantong had exhausted their efforts without reaching a satisfactory resolution, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Just as Yang Fei was about to speak, a clear and melodious voice floated up from downstairs. I wonder if the C2 family would consider my Tong family in this matter? Upon hearing that voice, a strange expression crossed Yang Fei's face. How did she appear here? And from her words, it seemed she was here to help him. As the voice echoed, everyone turned their curious gaze toward the staircase. Only the manager of the restaurant seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, quickly jogging over to greet the newcomer. Soon, an incredibly beautiful face came into view. Upon seeing her, Sun Weimin was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Yang Fei, wondering why this young lady from the Tong family was speaking up for him. Li Yaching couldn't help but exclaim, It's her, the business prodigy from the Tong family. Li Xiantong, not familiar with Tong Yunshu, asked, Is she famous? Li Yaching nodded. Yes, she's an impressive woman. Across the room, C2 Yunshin and C2 Yong also spotted Tong Yunshu walking up the stairs. C2 Yunshin's brow furrowed slightly at her appearance, but then he smiled and said, No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It's Miss Tong. Tong Yunshu walked over with a radiant smile, nodding in greeting to Sun Weimin, Li Xiantong, and Yang Fei, before addressing C2 Yunshin. Hello, Mr. C. Tuesday. I wonder if we could consider today's events settled in light of my presence? C2 Yong opened his mouth to speak. Tong Yunshu, be quiet. C2 Yunshin suddenly snapped, glaring at C2 Yong. Feeling his uncle's anger, C2 Yong immediately fell silent. C2 Yunshin's expression shifted several times before he said to Tong Yunshu, I didn't expect Mr. Yang to have so many people advocating for him. It seems our C2 family underestimated him. Well, since Mr. Sun and Miss Tong have personally spoken, if I continue to insist, it would come off as overly aggressive and disrespectful. As soon as he finished speaking, both Li Xiantong and his grandson let out a huge sigh of relief. Sun Weiman and his wife also felt a sense of relief, but at the same time, Sun Weiman felt a twinge of displeasure. Just moments ago, he had personally pleaded for leniency, backed by Li Xuantong's connections, yet C2 Yunxin had dismissed his request. Now, with a younger member of the Tong family speaking up, C2 Yunxin was willing to relent. Did this mean that Sun Weiman's standing was even lower than that of a junior from the Tong family? This was the influence of the aristocratic families. After all, he had only been in Binhai for a mere 3 years, while the C2 family had deep roots established over a century or more. As for the Tong family, they are currently the wealthiest in Binhai and possess remarkable strength. Although I am now in a high position, I know I will eventually leave in a few years. So comparatively speaking, the Situ family is more concerned about the Tong family. Tong Yunshu smiled sweetly and nodded to Situ Yunxin, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Situ." Situ Yunxin smiled slightly and did not bother with any pleasantries. He turned to Situ Yong and his wife, saying, "What are you waiting for? Let us go? Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough today?" The Situ family has a long-standing tradition of martial arts, wielding significant influence not only in Binhai, but also enjoying a decent reputation in the southern martial arts community. Now, with the direct descendants of the Situ family being brutally beaten in Binhai, this incident would indeed tarnish the family's reputation. Naturally, Situ Yong and his wife were indignant, but they also knew that it was impossible to trouble Yang Fei today. After all, they couldn't afford to offend the likes of Sun Weiman, Tong Yunshu, and Li Xiantong. At that moment, Situ Yong shot a fierce glare at Yang Fei, even pointing at him a few times, making his meaning clear. It was as if he was saying, "Kid, just wait. I won't let you off the hook." Seeing Situ Yong's blatant actions, Sun Weiman furrowed his brow. Li Xiantong and Li Yaching exchanged worried glances, sensing that although they had gotten through this situation, the other party's intentions hinted at potential retaliation later on. Tong Yunshu frowned, visibly displeased. However, Situ Yunxin seemed oblivious to the scene, taking the lead to leave. Just then, Yang Fei finally spoke up. Situ Yong had previously threatened his family with words, and now, with this kind of attitude, Yang Fei's character dictated that he would eliminate any threats in advance. Everyone present was stunned, shocked, confused, or anxious as they looked at Yang Fei. No one expected that after such a hard-won peaceful resolution, Yang Fei would suddenly speak up at this moment. Only Tong Yunshu, upon hearing Yang Fei's voice, showed a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in her eyes as she watched him intently. Ever since she learned of her great uncle's high regard for Yang Fei, she had developed a strong curiosity about him. Upon hearing about Yang Fei's conflict with the Situ family at the restaurant, where he had beaten Situ Yong, she rushed over to support him, hoping to assist him in a small way. She thought this matter was settled, but she didn't expect Situ Yong to make such a provocative gesture in the end. She had been watching Yang Fei closely, curious to see how he would respond, and to her delight, he did not disappoint her, directly calling out to the departing Situ family. Situ Yunxin halted, looking at Yang Fei in astonishment. Unsure, he asked, "Are you talking to me?" Yang Fei shook his head and pointed at Situ Yong, saying, "You all can leave, but he has to stay. He knows exactly who he has grievances with. Whoever provokes him, he will retaliate against." Ha ha. Situ Yunxin laughed in anger, glancing at Tong Yunshu and Sun Weiman. He exclaimed, "Mr. Sun, Miss Tong, our Situ family is not the kind of people who hold grudges without reason. We just gave you face, considering this matter settled. But it seems someone doesn't appreciate the kindness. The matter from here on out seems to have nothing to do with you, right?" Sun Weiman looked anxious and was about to speak, but he heard Tong Yunshu smile charmingly as she turned to Yang Fei and said, "Are you going to handle this yourself?" Yang Fei nodded. Tong Yunshu smiled and took a few steps back, sitting down at a chair by a dining table. Then said to Sun Weiman and his wife, as well as Li Xiantong and Li Yaching, "Mr. Sun, Mr. Li, why don't you come over and sit? Let Mr. Yang handle this on his own." Li Xiantong looked worried and said to Yang Fei, "Maybe we should wait for Chi Tai and Zhang Long to arrive first." Yang Fei shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Li, could you just watch from the side and let me handle it?" Li Xiantong hesitated to say more, but was pulled aside by Sun Weiman. Sun Weiman realized that this Mr. Yang had never really regarded the Situ family with much respect. Coupled with Tong Yunshu's demeanor, he sensed something was amiss. It seemed he had underestimated Mr. Yang's strength. Consequently, Sun Weiman, Li Xiantong, and the others stepped back. Situ Yunxin shot a surprised glance at Tong Yunshu, feeling a sense of wariness while also becoming increasingly curious and attentive towards Yang Fei. This young man had managed to earn the strong support of both Sun Weimin and Li Xiantong, and now even had Tong Yunshu's protection. It was clear he had something unique about him. Now, knowing the weight of the Situ family, he still refused to back down. It was unclear where his confidence came from. As his thoughts raced, Situ Yunshin focused intently on Yang Fei, scrutinizing him as if trying to discern what set him apart. However, he couldn't sense any internal energy fluctuations from Yang Fei and scoffed dismissively. Heh, this young man has only learned a bit of martial arts, but thinks he is invincible? Yang Fei glanced at him and said, I'm only letting him stay. The others can leave. Are you sure you want to handle this? Situ Yunshin laughed heartily. He is my nephew, and we are all part of the Situ family. Do you think I wouldn't care about his well-being? Yang Fei frowned and replied, so, if I hurt someone from the Situ family, the entire family won't let it go? Situ Yunshin nodded exactly. A cold glint flashed in Yang Fei's eyes as he said coldly, then I'll have to deal with the younger one first, and wipe out the Situ family entirely to eliminate any future troubles. Chapter 77. Sorry, Mr. Yang. We are late. As Yang Fei finished speaking, the large restaurant fell silent, with only the sound of a pin drop echoing in the air. Everyone looked at Yang Fei in disbelief, as if they were staring at a madman. Sun Weimin couldn't help but furrow his brows, feeling that Mr. Yang's words were exaggerated and overly arrogant. After all, he was still young. He sighed helplessly, wondering if he should call for help from his family or his father-in-law. No matter what, he had to protect Yang Fei. Yet, after all these years, he had never asked his family for help. And now he found himself having to bow to them for the sake of an outsider. Li Xiantong could only feel anxious internally. Meanwhile, Li Yaqing's eyes lit up. She thought this young man around her age had quite the presence. Tong Yunshu's eyes sparkled with interest as she looked at him, a smile on her face. Lost in her thoughts. On the opposite side, the members of the Situ family were all stunned. Situ Yong suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, did I hear that right? Did this kid just say he would wipe out the Situ family? Yes, young Master Yong, that is exactly what he said. What a bold claim. He must be tired of living. Does he not know what the Situ family represents? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Situ Yunshin couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. He had initially been cautious of Yang Fei due to Tong Yunshu's attitude, but now realized that this kid was merely a reckless brat. No different from someone like Situ Yong. Wipe out my Situ family and end all future troubles. Situ Yunshin couldn't help but laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Yang Fei and said, young man, be careful with your words. No matter who your master is, with that statement alone, no one can protect you. Yang Fei frowned and replied, I, Yang Fei, take full responsibility for my actions. I don't need anyone to shield me. Your nephew is arrogant and threatening me. I intend to have a proper discussion with him. If I can persuade him, then this matter ends here. If not, I will have to make him understand. What a bold statement. As long as I, Situ Yunshin, am here, you won't be able to harm him in the slightest. Situ Yunshin suddenly exuded a fierce aura, glaring intensely at Yang Fei. Is that so? Yang Fei coldly replied, then suddenly moved. Next to Tong Yunshu, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s felt his heart race, his face reflecting sheer terror as he exclaimed, what incredible speed. Situ Yunshin's vision blurred. He thought he had locked onto Yang Fei's movements, only to find that the other man had vanished from sight. Panic surged within him as he quickly turned his head to scan the surroundings for Yang Fei, just in time to hear a terrified scream. Everyone turned to see Yang Fei standing next to Situ Yong, one hand gripping his neck and lifting him high. When Situ Yunshin finally caught sight of Yang Fei, he found Yang Fei's cold eyes fixed on him, asking, you said that with you here, I couldn't harm him? Inside, Situ Yunshin was already in turmoil, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Fei. With a serious tone, he said, I misjudged you. It turns out your cultivation is indeed profound and unfathomable. May I ask who your master is? Yang Fei replied nonchalantly, enough with the pleasantries. Let me ask you one more question. Are you sure the Situ family wants to interfere in my feud with him? Situ Yunshin's heart tightened. He glanced at Situ Yong, who was being held above his head by Yang Fei, gritted his teeth, and said, young man, while you are strong and Yong shouldn't have provoked you. If you harm him, the Situ family will not let this go. Very well, Yang Fei nodded. In that case, the Situ family should be removed from Binhai. Situ Yunshin's expression changed dramatically. Tong Yunshu and Sun Weimin looked at Yang Fei in shock, not expecting him to speak so boldly. Sun Weimin couldn't help but remind him, Mr. Yang, the Situ family is not to be trifled with. You shouldn't provoke them. Tong Yunshu also nodded in agreement, saying, that's right. The Situ family has deep roots in Binhai, their influence is extensive, and they have strong ties to the martial alliance. Mr. Yang, please don't act impulsively. Yang Fei was well aware of Tong Yunshu and Sun Weimin's good intentions, But he didn't take the Situ family seriously at all. He released his grip, and Situ Yong fell to the ground, gasping for air. Yang Fei looked down coldly at Situ Yong and asked, "Do you accept how things have turned out today? Do you harbor any thoughts of revenge against me?" After catching his breath, Situ Yong was completely enraged by Yang Fei's interrogation and growled, "Kid, I don't care who you are. I want you dead." "Oh, then you can die first," Yang Fei said flatly, raising his leg and delivering a precise kick to Situ Yong's throat. Situ Yong collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to close them as he died. His wife let out a piercing scream, rushed to his body, and shook him frantically, weeping uncontrollably, losing her sanity while cursing Yang Fei. Yang Fei frowned, not wanting to harm a pregnant woman, but coldly reprimanded her. "You cannot escape responsibility for your husband's death. If it weren't for your relentless arrogance and bullying, would things have escalated to this point? Marrying a woman like you only encouraged his tyranny and hastened his demise. You are the archetype of a husband-killing woman. You. Situ Yong's wife pointed at Yang Fei, stammering "you" twice before fainting. At that moment, Situ Yunxin and the others from the Situ family finally came to their senses. Situ Yunxin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yang Fei. You actually dared to kill him?" Sun Weiman's pupils constricted, and his gaze toward Yang Fei held a hint of respect. Li Xiantong, Tang Qian, and Li Yaqing felt a chill in their hearts, their faces filled with fear and shock. Situ Yong was dead just like that? This is a huge problem. Li Yaqing was especially anxious, feeling immense regret. She believed everything was her fault. If she hadn't clashed with the other party, Yang Fei wouldn't have been dragged into this. Now that Yang Fei has killed someone, it all stemmed from her, and she is momentarily overwhelmed with confusion, her mindset in shambles. Tong Yinshu looked at Yang Fei in shock, not expecting him to be so decisive in front of so many members of the Situ family. However, compared to the others, Tong Yunshu's inner turmoil was somewhat less intense. After all, this guy is a talent highly valued by her great-uncle. But how will he face the retaliation from the Situ family next? Tong Yinshu looked at Yang Fei with curiosity, feeling a hint of excitement inside her. She saw this as her opportunity. As long as she requested the higher-ups of the Tong family to intervene and help Yang Fei deal with the Situ family's revenge, he would owe her gratitude, making it easier for her to bring him under her wing. Now let me ask you again. Will the Situ family spare no effort in seeking revenge and causing me trouble? Yang Fei coldly asked Situ Yunxin, locking eyes with him. Situ Yunxin snapped back to reality from his shock. Facing Yang Fei's icy gaze, he couldn't detect any fluctuation of internal energy, but he keenly sensed an aura of death surrounding him. He felt a chill run down his spine. How could this young man possess such terrifying killing intent that instills fear of death in him? As a practitioner of internal martial arts, Situ Yunxin prided himself on being a martial arts expert, yet at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to confront Yang Fei. His inner astonishment was palpable. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed as three figures rapidly approached, hurrying to stand before Yang Fei and bowing in unison. "We're sorry, Mr. Yang, we're late." Situ Yunxin recognized two of them at a glance. Seeing their respectful demeanor towards Yang Fei, his face was filled with shock. Who exactly is this kid? Chapter 78. Tong Yinshu wants to add WeChat when Yang Fei saw Chi Tai, Zhang Long, and Su Xingzhou rushing over. Their respectful demeanor in public left him feeling somewhat helpless, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. "What brings you here?" Yang Fei asked. The three men noticed Yang Fei's frown and felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that Mr. Yang was not pleased with their presence. Chi Tai hurriedly explained, "Mr. Yang, earlier, Li Xiantong sent me a message saying he was in trouble, involving the Situ family. I was worried, so I came as soon as I could." Yang Fei noticed that after seeing Chi Tai's respect towards him, Li Xiantong's expression changed several times. He quickly turned to Chi Tai and said, "It's just a small matter. I didn't expect to trouble you, Elder Chi, to come in person. I'm truly grateful." Chi Tai was taken aback. He looked up at Yang Fei and, seeing him wink, suddenly came to his senses. After clearing his throat, he straightened his back and said, "Mr. Yang has saved my life, and besides, I've known Old Li for decades. When he is in trouble, how could I not come?" Yang Fei replied, "Thank you, Elder Chi." Situ Yunxin was already astonished. Although Li Xiantong had mentioned that Yang Fei saved Chi Tai, he hadn't taken it to heart, not expecting that Chi Tai would come in person. More importantly, he had just observed that Chi Tai's disciple, Zhang Long, had already reached the level of inner strength. The other young man who came with Chi Tai and Zhang Long exuded an aura that seemed even stronger than Chi Tai's, also being a practitioner of inner strength. What was going on? When did Zhang Long enter the ranks of inner strength? With two inner strength experts in Longhu Hall, their power had significantly increased. and the Sidhu family could no longer underestimate them. As for the other young man, although he was unfamiliar, he was already an inner strength master at such a young age, and his respect towards Yang Fei seemed to surpass that of Qi Tai and Zhang Long. Situ Yunxin was bewildered. Since when did two mysterious young individuals emerge in Binhai, and the Sidhu family was unaware of it? He took a deep breath and hurriedly addressed Yang Fei. I didn't expect you to be such a martial arts master at such a young age. According to the rules of the martial world, my son Yonger has offended you and even threatened you, which is indeed a crime. The Sidhu family will not pursue this matter any further. Situ Yunxin's mind raced. He knew better than anyone that if he remained stubborn, the next moment could be his last. Not to mention the fear instilled by Yang Fei's earlier display of strength, he had to consider Qi Tai, Zhang Long, and the other young man. Any one of them could be a match for him, and if they teamed up, he would undoubtedly be doomed. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He had to get through this moment. As for whether the family would retaliate against Yang Fei later, that would be decided in a high-level family meeting. Are you sure you can represent the Sidhu family? Yang Fei was slightly taken aback, not expecting Situ Yunxin to be so straightforward and bow his head. Aren't martial artists supposed to be fierce and bold? How could he still bow his head under such circumstances? Yang Fei felt somewhat speechless, but since the man had already bowed, he found it hard to justify taking action. Situ Yunxin nodded hurriedly, yes. At this point, even if I can't represent the Sidhu family, I still have to say yes. Seeing his attitude, Yang Fei felt helpless but couldn't be too aggressive. He replied calmly, all right, I hope you can keep your word. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence. But it was a clear warning. If the Sidhu family insisted on courting disaster, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Situ Yunxin looked relieved and repeatedly nodded. I understand. Thank you for your leniency. After saying that, he instructed his people to take Situ Yang's body and his wife away, leaving in a rather defeated manner. Sighing, Li Xiantong stood up and walked over to Yang Fei, looking apologetic. Today has been quite. Because of my family's affairs, I've brought trouble to you. Young brother Yang. I'm truly sorry. Li Yaqing also solemnly bowed to Yang Fei, expressing her gratitude. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Yang Fei hurriedly replied. Don't mention it. It was just a small effort on my part. As for what happened afterward, it has nothing to do with you. Now that the matter is resolved, you don't need to dwell on it. Qi Tai nodded. Yes, don't take it to heart. Mr. Yang is also a martial artist. This is just a conflict in the martial world. Since Situ Yunxin has said it's fine, then it will be fine. You don't need to worry. Li Xiantong asked. Will the Sidhu family really let this go? After all, someone has died. Qi Tai chuckled. The Sidhu family might feel indignant, but they won't dare to act recklessly. Don't you trust me? Li Xiantong looked at Yang Fei. Yang Fei smiled oldly. Really, there's nothing to worry about. We've known each other for so long. Do you think I'm the type of person who doesn't know how to weigh matters? Li Xiantong thought for a moment and shook his head. You've always given me a steady and reliable impression, but today's incident. Yang Fei waved his hand. That's just how the martial world is. It's all about swift friendships and enmities. Hatred comes quickly and fades even faster. Please don't take it to heart. At that moment, Sun Weiman walked over. I'm really sorry I couldn't help today. Yang Fei responded, Brother Sun, you're too polite. If it weren't for your reputation, the Sidhu family wouldn't have been so accommodating earlier. Sun Weiman forced a smile. What reputation? These martial families look down on me. Yang Fei glanced up and saw Tong Yinshu still sitting there, smiling at him. He smiled back and approached her. Thank you for your assistance earlier, Miss Tong. Tong Yinshu smiled sweetly. I was just meddling. With your martial strength, Situ Yunxin wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Besides, you had several experts from the Dragon and Tiger Hall assisting you. Yang Fei chuckled. You're overestimating me, Miss Tong. Tong Yinshu's eyes twinkled as she said. In that case, consider yourself in my debt. Yang Fei was taken aback. MMP, didn't you just say that you wouldn't need to help me? Why do I owe you a favor now? Zhang Wuji's mother was right. Women can be deceptive, especially beautiful ones. I just wonder if my wife has ever deceived me. Seeing Yang Fei stunned into silence, Tong Yinshu chuckled and said, I'm just joking. I didn't really help much, so how could I make Mr. Yang owe me a favor? But I suppose we can call ourselves friends now, right? Yang Fei smiled and nodded, saying, yes, we can consider ourselves friends. Tong Yinshu was delighted to hear this and continued, since we're friends, we should have a way to contact each other, right? With that, she took her phone out of her bag and opened her QR code business card. Yang Fei didn't expect her to do this. It would be awkward to refuse her in public, so they added each other on WeChat. Tong Yinshu cheerfully said, since we're friends, feel free to reach out if you need any help. I, Tong Yinshu, will do my best to assist you. I'm sure you all have things to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. As she spoke, Tong Yinshu nodded to Sun Weiman. Qi Tai? Zhang Long, and Li Xian before leaving. Once they reached the ground floor, the middle-aged man in his 40s beside Tong Yunshu finally couldn't hold back and said in a low voice, Mr. Yang's abilities are truly unfathomable. Tong Yunshu nodded. I know. The middle-aged man continued. And that young man who came with Chi Tai and Zhang Long, he is also quite strong. Most importantly, he seems to have a great deal of respect for Mr. Yang. Tong Yunshu's eyes lit up. Oh, this Binhai really is a place where hidden talents abound. How interesting. Deep down, she became even more curious about Yang Fei. Who exactly are you, and how capable are you really? Chapter 79. Internal Struggles of the Family Brother Yang. Are you really okay? After leaving the restaurant, Li Xiantong and Yang Fei sat in the car with son Weiman and his wife. His granddaughter, Li Yaqing, had other matters to attend to and left first. As for Chi Tai, Zhang Long, and Su Xingzhou, they said their goodbyes right after exiting the restaurant. I'm really fine. Yang Fei replied with a wry smile. Son Weiman could tell that Yang Fei wasn't overly concerned about today's events, having some understanding of the martial arts world. He said to Li Xiantong, Old Li, Mr. Yang doesn't seem like the kind of person who lacks composure. You can trust him to handle things. With son Weiman's reassurance and seeing so many people on Yang Fei's side today, Li Xiantong gradually felt more at ease. He had known Chi Tai for many years and was well aware of various conflicts within the martial arts community. However, witnessing the events unfold today and involving those close to him made him uneasy. At that moment, Tang Qian looked at Yang Fei with admiration, saying, Mr. Yang, you are truly brave. I've known about the existence of martial artists before, and I've even seen a few, but they usually adhere to the rules. Your approach today, cough cough. Son Weiman, fearing she might say something inappropriate and annoy Yang Fei, interjected, Mr. Yang operates on a principle of swift justice. Tang Qian shot her husband a look. I can speak for myself. Yang Fei chuckled and glanced at son Weiman. Shouldn't it be considered breaking the rules of martial arts? Hearing this, son Weiman let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Ever since I learned that the martial arts world has its own set of rules, I've become somewhat numb to such matters. However, after today's events, I see that having a distinct set of rules for martial artists might not be a bad thing. Special groups deserve special treatment. After chatting for a while, Tang Qian finally couldn't hold back and asked, Mr. Yang, what exactly did you mean earlier about my son? Lei? Yang Fei smacked his forehead. I can't believe I almost forgot about that amidst all the commotion. Tang Qian said, Lei is my son. I'm just more concerned about him, so I keep thinking about it. Yang Fei nodded. So here's the thing. I treated Sun Lei yesterday and opened some of his acupoints. In martial arts terms, it's like clearing his meridians. If he has the opportunity and conditions to practice martial arts after he recovers, his future achievements will be significant. Really? Sun Weiman and Tang Qian exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't expected Yang Fei to not only cure their son's ailment, but also provide him with such great benefits. They weren't martial artists, but they had seen enough dramas to understand that Yang Fei was essentially referring to opening up the major energy channels in their son's body. Tang Qian couldn't help but exclaim, So, does this mean my son will be a martial arts prodigy in the future? Yang Fei thought about Sun Lei's situation and nodded, sort of. He will certainly have much more talent than others. Sun Weiman's whole body trembled with excitement. He pulled the car over to the side of the road, turned to Yang Fei with an immensely grateful expression, and said, Mr. Yang, I really don't know how to thank you for your incredible kindness towards my son. Yang Fei smiled slightly and said, It seems that I have a connection with your Lei. To help him recover, we must use a special method that will open up some of his acupoints and channels, which will also serve as a side effect of his treatment. Sun Weiman felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this and said, Since Mr. Yang has a connection with my Lei, why not have him become your disciple once he gets better? Tang Qian's eyes also lit up. Although the couple didn't understand martial arts, they knew that, like medicine, martial arts only got stronger with age. Given Yang Fei's impressive skills at such a young age, his future achievements would surely be limitless. If their son could become his disciple, that would be a great opportunity. Yang Fei was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sun Weiman to make such a request, but he quickly regained his composure and shook his head with a wry smile, saying, Brother Sun, you're joking. I'm still someone else's disciple myself and not qualified to be a teacher. Not at all. Mr. Yang's medical skills and martial arts are extraordinary. You would be more than capable of teaching my son, Tang Qian hurriedly added. Sun Weiman continued to plead. The couple was quite invested in this matter. However, Yang Fei was not willing to agree. It wasn't that he lacked qualifications, but rather that he was burdened with his own ailments and had many unresolved issues, leaving him with neither the time nor the patience to teach others. Seeing that Yang Fei wouldn't agree, Sun Weiman and his wife didn't press the issue but thought they would revisit it when the time was right. At the old residence of the Sidhu family, After Situ Yang's body was brought back, it was laid out in the open space outside the main gate. Situ Yang's father, Situ Yunda, wore an expression of deep sorrow and anger, with veins bulging on his forehead and his eyes nearly blazing with fury. My poor son, you are a Situ by blood, yet you were killed by an outsider. The Situ family will avenge you. We will make your murderer pay 1,000-fold. A woman was weeping uncontrollably over Situ Yang's body. Before long, a voice rang out, the old master has arrived. Everyone turned to see an elderly man with white hair and beard striding forward. He appeared quite old, yet his complexion was rosy, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with bright light. As he approached, an imposing aura emanated from him, making it hard for anyone to look him in the eye. His name was Situ Xian, the current head of the Situ family, and the father of Situ Yunda and Situ Yunxin. His gaze fell upon Situ Yang's body, and he shouted angrily, "Who did this? In Benhai, how dare anyone be so bold as to kill my grandson?" "Father, it was a young man named Yang Fei," Situ Yunxin quickly answered. Situ Yunda said fiercely, "Father, when Yang was killed, the seventh brother was on the scene." A flicker of anger crossed Situ Yunxin's eyes. He couldn't believe that even at this moment, his second brother was still thinking about internal family disputes, which made him feel disheartened. Ignoring Situ Yunda, he explained to Situ Xian, "Father, that kid was too quick. I truly couldn't stop him." Situ Xian's gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly fixed on Situ Yunxin as he said, "You, a martial artist at the early stage of internal strength, claim you couldn't stop a junior from murdering your own nephew?" Sweat beads rolled down Situ Yunxin's forehead as he forced himself to reply, "Father, please see clearly. Every word I say is the truth. There were several others with me at the time who can testify on my behalf. Even so, why haven't you eliminated the murderer of Yonger and avenged him?" Situ Yunda said fiercely. Situ Yunxin's face flushed red, and he finally couldn't hold back any longer, exclaiming angrily, "Second brother, I know you're heartbroken over Yonger's death. But so am I. Our Situ family may be facing a formidable enemy now, and this is the time for us to unite and stand together against external threats. Yet here you are, playing these petty games in front of father, only thinking about infighting. It truly disappoints me. Usually, this second brother had a greater talent than the other siblings and was favored by their father, while it was understandable that he sought affection and power. At such a critical moment, it was disheartening to see him scheming against his own family." Situ Xian glanced at Situ Yunxin and noticed the helplessness and anger in his son's eyes. He furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "You just mentioned that our Situ family is facing a strong enemy. What do you mean by that?" Chapter 80. Healing Sun Lei. Situ Yunxin recounted the situation in detail to the several subordinates present at the time. Situ Yang's wife had already regained consciousness. Situ Yunda asked his daughter-in-law, and in front of so many people, she dared not hide anything. She recounted the events as they were, and ultimately cried out, "Grandpa, Dad, you must avenge Yonggo. His death was so unjust, so tragic." Seeing her sobbing, Situ Xian and Situ Yunda felt a surge of disdain towards her, thinking that if it weren't for her accidental bump into Li Yaqing, their son wouldn't have died. However, knowing she was pregnant with Situ Yang's child, twins, no less, both Situ Xian and Situ Yunda chose not to say much. Situ Xian simply said, "Someone, take the young lady back to her room to rest, and take care of the pregnancy." Two servants helped Situ Yang's wife away. Situ Xian's gaze fell on Situ Yunxin's face, and he frowned, saying, "Sun Weiman and Li Xiantong are with that kid, even speaking in his favor?" "Yes. They were there when I arrived, and before I got there, they had already pleaded for Yong Er, hoping to resolve the matter peacefully. But Yong Er and his wife refused," Situ Yunxin replied. "Humph. Yong Er has never suffered such a great loss. He was beaten, and of course, he can't just let it go," Situ Yunda said angrily. "He is my son, and he represents the dignity of the Situ family. We can't just give face to someone because they say a few good words. Besides, our Situ family is already enemies with Sun Weiman." Situ Yunxin sighed inwardly and nodded, saying, "Second brother, don't be too agitated. I didn't give Sun Weiman much face either. Even when Li Xiantong had a few influential old-timers call me, I still proposed a solution that would allow Yong Er to retaliate. But who would have thought that Tong Yunshu would also come to plead for that kid? Moreover, what surprised me the most was that although he seemed to lack martial skills, he was actually quite capable. Not only that, but Chi Tai and Zhang Long from the Longhu Hall rushed to the scene immediately. When they appeared, their attitude towards that kid was extremely respectful. Although Situ Yunda was filled with grief and indignation, he no longer spoke further at this moment. Sun Weiman, Li Xiantong, Tong Yunshu, along with the Longhu Hall, these individuals held significant positions in Benhai, and the weight of any one of them was considerable. Now, they were all standing up for a young man of unknown origins, which clearly indicated that he was indeed extraordinary. As the current head of the Situ family, Situ Xian was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also a person of keen insight. After pondering for a moment, he said, Yunxin did well. Given the situation at the time, if you hadn't acted as you did, you might have faced death on the spot. Situ Yunxin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Situ Yunda's expression changed as he said, Father, does that kid really dare to strike against seventh brother again? He might not even be able to defeat seventh brother. And those from Longhu Hall wouldn't dare to help him, right? Foolish. Situ Xian shot a cold glance at Situ Yunda. The latter's heart trembled, and he no longer dared to harbor any arrogance. Situ Xian coldly remarked, Yonger has indeed learned your arrogant and domineering ways. Do you really think that no one in Binhai dares to challenge the Situ family? I've told you countless times that a family like ours, even if not invincible, must remain low-key. The martial world is treacherous. Only by keeping a low profile can we go far. And now, look at the good son you raised. He's out of control. Thinking that being a member of the Situ family gives him the right to act recklessly in Binhai, doesn't he? Situ Yunda quickly lowered his head, admitting his fault. I'm sorry, father. It's my failure in raising him that has angered you and brought trouble to the family. Situ Yunxin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This was his second brother. Usually, he could easily please their father, and whenever there was a mistake, he could immediately bow his head, read the room, and adapt to the situation like no one else. But did Yonger really have to die in vain like this? After acknowledging his mistake, Situ Yunda looked at Situ Xian with an unwilling expression and said, although today's incident hasn't spread, there were many witnesses present, representing various forces in Binhai. If our family chooses to endure in silence and does nothing, we might lose all our prestige. Situ Xian snorted coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he replied, of course, we can't let it go just like that. However, that kid is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. Investigate thoroughly and gather all his information. Once we have a clear understanding, we can decide what to do next. He then fixed his gaze on Situ Yunda and warned, until we have all the facts, don't act rashly. If you bring trouble to the family, I won't spare you. Situ Yunda felt a shiver run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He quickly bowed his head and replied, yes, I will remember your teachings, father. Situ Xian huffed and turned to leave. Situ Yunda secretly sighed in relief. Having just lost a son, how could he simply let it go? He had been thinking about how to take revenge, but after hearing his father's warning, he calmed down, realizing that he couldn't act impulsively. The priority now was to investigate that kid thoroughly. In the following days, everything was quiet. Yang Fei remained cautious, having Zhang Long assign people to keep an eye on Binhai University to protect Yangwan. He worried that the Situ family, not daring to act directly against him, might first target Yangwan. However, after several days of no activity from the Situ family, Yang Fei began to doubt. Could they really be enduring this? With a family member dead, how could a martial arts family simply let it go? Although he felt puzzled, thinking of Tong Yunshu and Sun Weiman's special identities, along with the existence of the Longhu Hall, Yang Fei eased his mind. Although the Situ family had considerable power in Binhai, facing too many enemies at once might make them hesitant to act recklessly. That day was a weekend, and Yang Fei went to Sun Weiman's house to continue Sun Lei's treatment. After using the Liuhe Qi needle to relieve the pressure on several key acupoints in Sun Lei last time, his condition had improved significantly. But it wasn't enough for a full recovery. This time, Yang Fei needed to use the Huichun 13 needles to heal him completely. After a full hour, Yang Fei walked out of the room. Compared to last time, he was still sweating lightly on his forehead, but he didn't appear as exhausted. After a stroke of luck, his strength had significantly improved, and today, using the revitalization needles, it was evident that he wasn't struggling as much as before. The beads of sweat on his forehead were due to his determination to heal Sun Lei in one go, which meant he had to channel a bit more vital energy, resulting in a better treatment outcome. Mr. Yang, you must be tired. Please sit down and take a break. I've already prepared a meal. Let's have a simple dinner at home. Tang Xian said warmly to Yang Fei. Yang Fei smiled and nodded. Sure, I'd love to taste Sister Tang's cooking. Sun Weiman, knowing that Yang Fei smoked, handed him a cigarette, and the two settled down on the sofa in the living room to smoke. Yang Fei chuckled. Lei has been treated successfully and can now get out of bed and walk, though he might not be very agile. But he is just a child, in a growth phase, so he'll recover quickly. In at most 10 days or 2 weeks, he should be back to normal, or even faster. Although Sun Weiman had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Yang Fei's words. He looked at Yang Fei gratefully and said, I can't thank you enough. I don't even know what to say. Yang Fei laughed. No need to be so polite. Sun Weiman, being straightforward. pointed to his chest, and said, "Everything is right here." At that moment, a joyful exclamation from Tang Qian came from Sun Lei's room. "Ah, this is amazing. Lei, you can get out of bed and move around. Honey, come quick. Our son is better. He is better." Sun Weimin was filled with excitement and wanted to check on his son, but he was also concerned about neglecting Yang Fei. Yang Fei chuckled, "Go ahead, son, go. This is worth celebrating." Sun Weimin was waiting for those words, politely excused himself, and rushed into his son's room, listening to the joyful laughter of the family inside. A satisfied smile spread across Yang Fei's face. Being able to heal patients and save a family brought him the greatest joy as a healer. Compared to the identity of Madman Wang, Yang Fei preferred the role of healer. Each time he successfully treated a patient, it provided him with immense psychological satisfaction, bringing peace to his heart and making him feel like a good person. Chapter 81. You remind me of a dear old friend. At the persistent invitation of Sun Weimin and his wife, Yang Fei stayed at the Sun residence for lunch. Sun Lei was already able to get out of bed and move around. He was only 9 years old and a lively boy, so he had long grown restless lying in bed and was eager to join everyone at the dining table. Not long after they began eating, there was a knock at the door. Tang Qian paused for a moment and said to Yang Fei, "Mr. Yang, please continue eating. I'll go see who it is." Soon, a joyful voice came from the doorway. "Sister, you're here. Well, did you not welcome me?" came a reply. Upon hearing that voice, Sun Weimin set down his chopsticks and stood up. Yang Fei also put down his chopsticks, noticing that guests had arrived. Shortly after, Tang Qian walked in with a middle-aged woman. This woman appeared to be several years older than Tang Qian, but there was a notable resemblance between them. She was simply yet elegantly dressed, and her demeanor exuded a certain grace, clearly indicating her well-to-do background. Sun Weimin called out elder sister, and the woman responded with a smile. When she spotted Yang Fei sitting at the table, she remarked, "Oh, we have a guest." Before Sun Weimin could respond, Tang Qian quickly said, "Sister, this is Mr. Yang, a remarkable doctor. He is the one who cured Lei." After saying this, she turned to Yang Fei and added, "Mr. Yang, this is my elder sister, Tang Shuwan." Tang Shuwan exchanged polite nods with Yang Fei, acknowledging him. She maintained a composed demeanor, showing no sign of looking down on others, but it was clear that she had a certain pride. Most people wouldn't catch her interest. Even with Tang Qian introducing Yang Fei so earnestly, she didn't seem particularly impressed. Yang Fei merely smiled lightly, not taking offense. After all, he had someone similar in his own family. Tang Shuwan's gaze shifted to Sun Lei, who was sitting there eating, gnawing on a chicken leg. A look of surprise spread across her face. "Lei, you're really better now?" Sun Lei looked up at her and seemed to think for a moment before calling out, "Annie." "Oh." Tang Shuwan knelt beside Sun Lei, took his little hands in hers, and gently touched his swinging legs, her excitement evident. "Lei, you're really well again?" Sun Lei nodded. "Yes, Dr. Yang treated me. He is amazing." Tang Shuwan couldn't help but look up again, scrutinizing Yang Fei closely. When Tang Qian had introduced him, she had merely given him a cursory glance, not thinking much of a young man. But now, seeing Sun Lei's recovery firsthand, she showed a hint of surprise. As she looked more closely, Tang Shuwan suddenly raised an eyebrow, a fleeting look of realization crossing her face. She looked at Yang Fei and asked, "Your last name is Yang? Where are you from?" Yang Fei was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to ask such questions. Sun Weimin and his wife also exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the elder sister had suddenly inquired about Yang Fei's background. Yang Fei, with a clear conscience and unafraid of revealing his origins, replied warmly, "Yes. My last name is Yang. I'm from a remote mountain village in Xiangxi." Tang Shuwan listened, her face revealing a look of confusion. She stared at Yang Fei for a long time before slowly shaking her head. I'm sorry. I just suddenly realized that you bear a resemblance to an old friend of mine, which is why I asked." Yang Fei felt a stir in his heart and looked up at Tang Shuwan. "Where is your friend from?" "Daijing," Tang Shuwan replied. Hearing this, Yang Fei felt a slight sense of loss but maintained his composure, smiling as he said, "There are many people in the world who look alike. It's not surprising." Tang Shuwan had already come to terms with it and nodded, saying, "Yes, there are indeed many people who look very similar." Soon, Sun Weimin and his wife invited Tang Shuwan to sit down and share a meal. Tang Shuwan didn't mind at all. She casually and graciously took a seat and began to eat. Although she arrived last, she finished first. Afterward, she exchanged a glance with Tang Qian, and the two sisters excused themselves and went to the inner room. Not long after, Yang Fei finished eating and mentioned to Sun Weimin that he had to go to work in the afternoon, preparing to leave. At that moment, Tang Qian hurried over, holding a bank card, and handed it to Yang Fei with a grateful expression. "Mr. Yang, here is 5 million. What you received last time was really too little. You must take this. Yang Fei looked at the card, smiled slightly, and shook his head. Sister Tang, since I already took 2 million from you, that was enough to treat Lei Lei. I won't take any more. Please take it back. Sun Weiman, watching Yang Fei, said, Mr. Yang, we are sincerely offering this to you, so please accept it. Yes, we truly appreciate you saving Lei Lei. This amount is not much. Accepting it would make us feel better, Tang Qian added. Yang Fei didn't even glance at the card, shaking his head once more. Given Lei Lei's condition at the time, if it were just for money, I wouldn't have intervened. Since I chose to help and accepted your 2 million as treatment fees, that means the matter is settled. His expression was serious, and there was a hint of sternness in his gaze. Tang Qian felt a bit guilty under his gaze, unsure of what to say, and looked at her husband for support. Seeing Yang Fei's firm stance, Sun Weiman couldn't help but admire him. He slowly shook his head at Tang Qian and then said to Yang Fei, Mr. Yang, you are truly noble. Yang Fei smiled faintly, waved goodbye to everyone, and left with an air of composure. After watching Yang Fei take the elevator down and closing the door, Tang Qian sighed. We owe Mr. Yang a great debt of gratitude. Tang Xuan nodded in agreement. At such a young age, he didn't even give a second glance at 5 million. Being able to cure someone like Lei Lei, even charging 10 million would be justified, yet he only took 2 million. He is indeed a remarkable young man with both medical skill and ethics. Sun Weiman remarked, yes, Mr. Yang is truly exceptional. Tang Qian looked at the card in her hand and handed it to Tang Xuan. Elder sister, since Mr. Yang doesn't want it, I'll return this money to you. Tang Xuan had come specifically to deliver the money, but coincidentally encountered Yang Fei coming to treat Sun Lei today. Seeing her sister hand over the bank card, she shook her head in refusal. This is for Lei Lei. Tang Qian shook her head anxiously, saying no. I borrowed this money to compensate Mr. Yang for his medical fees. Since he doesn't want to accept it, there's no use for us to keep it. Sister, please take it back. Sun Weiman nodded in agreement. Seeing the couple's firm stance, Tang Xuan sighed helplessly and took back the card. Actually, Dad really likes children. Once Lei Lei is better, you should go visit him. He has really aged over the years, Tang Xuan said softly to Tang Qian. Upon hearing this, Tang Qian's eyes reddened, and her nose tingled, but she bit her lips stubbornly and lowered her head. When the couple first got together, both the Sun and Tang families opposed their union, and over the years, they had relied entirely on their own abilities to make a living, without returning to either family. Now, hearing that their father had aged, no matter how stubborn Tang Qian was, she felt a deep sense of guilt that was hard to contain. After leaving Sun Weiman's house, Yang Fei didn't immediately take a taxi, but instead walked while smoking a cigarette. He recalled the confusion and surprise he saw in Tang Xuan's eyes earlier, feeling a slight stir in his heart. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Yang Fei's mood returned to normal. He chuckled to himself and said, there are countless people in the world who look alike. It's nothing unusual. He waved down a taxi and headed back to the clinic.